All right, we live. We live. We live. All right. Mm. I'm definitely just gonna do part two. Let me give it a second. Let me check to make sure it's playing on YouTube, and then we can get going. Mm. Mm. Okay. Wait. All right, we live. All right, let me go ahead and play this music, and then we can just get into it.
I done figured out how to do the thing with my laptop. I'm gonna leave this alone. Anything got reflected in. You can see God in anything got reflections in. See God in anything got reflections in. I can find God in anything got reflected in. You can see God in anything got reflections in. I can find God in anything got reflected in. You can see God in anything got reflections in. I can find God in anything got reflected in. You can see God in anything. See God in anything got reflections in.
You can't see the audio. You can't hear the audio, can you?
I can.
Yo, so what's playing the music?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's playing music.
YouTube. But I don't know why I can't hear it on YouTube. Oh, there you go. All right. Let me hush then.
Yeah, because on YouTube, you remember there's a delay. So on
Okay.
StreamYard, it's gonna
Okay.
be a little before.
All right.
I can find God in anything I'm reflected in. You can see God in anything got reflections in. I can find God in anything I'm reflected in. You can see God in anything got reflections in. I can find God in anything I'm reflected in. You can see God in anything got reflections in. I can find God in anything. Some people open up their eyes to see the world they know outside. I can close my eyes and see all that and way beyond. When these trials of life come heavy and these obstacles get hard, feeling like I need some answers, I just go and talk to God. I just go and talk to God when I'm looking for guidance. Need more than sight, need vision, need direction when I'm blind. Then I start that conversation with that voice I hear inside me. And that conversation starts with a voice inside that sounds just like me. When I talk to God, you can see God, anything, your reflection. I can find God in anything. When I talk to God, you can see God in anything. When I talk to God, I find God in anything.
Yo,
When
so
I
what's
talk
up?
to God, Daddy said don't never assume. Ask questions. It's ironic it was that advice that helped the song happen. It was also that advice that led me to my life's blessings. That same advice helped me make it through life's lessons. It was that advice that separates grown-ups away from children. That advice can be the difference from knowing or just believing. It was that advice that brought the gavel down on my decisions of breaking the mental chains of these man-created religions. Cause faith and belief, nonsense, the biggest scam ever. I hate to say it, I swear it's one hell of a mental illness. Why we do it with these religions? The fact that coke is killing while all of these guys is missing. Peekaboos, guys playing games with you. I'ma just assume he ain't got no COVID miracles. Maybe he ran out after making the donkey talk. Or some stories about a guy walking on water tides. Simply a distraction to keep you away from you and to look outside for a guy when the God is inside of you. When you close your eyes at night and pray to that voice you talking to. When you ready to face the truth, you realize that voice is you. See God in anything your reflections in. I can find God in anything I'm reflecting in. You can see God in anything your reflections in. I can find God in anything I'm reflecting in. You can see God in anything your reflections in. I can find God in anything I'm reflecting in. You can see God in anything your reflections in. I can find God in anything I'm reflecting in.
All right. That was my boy, Chief Cali. I like that song too. I finally was able to get it from him. So, family, thank y'all for coming in. Y'all know how I like it. Please hit the like button. Please, as you come in, that's how you can support your girl. Thank y'all, thank y'all, thank y'all. I see you on Texas Bama. You know, I love you, sis. Seven God, you know, it's always love. You cooked things last night on Sunday. You know I was in the chat cheering. I appreciate you, Seven God. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I'm humble. She was getting to me in the beginning. The first couple of rounds, she ain't knocked me out, but she was definitely giving me them blows. But I knew that in the Neo-x fashion that I always have a bullet in the chamber for the kill shot, brother. And I knew I had Second Peter chapter 2. I knew old girl wasn't gonna be able to explain that shit. And you see, she failed miserably. But I got rocked the first couple of rounds. I ain't gonna lie, cause saw through the whole game off because we had a discussion how it was supposed to go. It was supposed to be a discussion, and I was supposed to just rock. But you see, they had to put a damn timer, and the timer what fucked me up because I didn't prepare for a timer. I didn't timestamp because I didn't know I had a timer, a limited time. But I learned, no complaints. So now I know always have timestamps. So your girl learned something from that debate last night. But watch discussion. But it was fun. But I know she came forward with me, and the only people who was supporting her were her little peanut gallery. None of them disputed none of the information. Nobody showed me, even when I put Kanah on the spot. And I asked the old boy, okay, what scriptures you believe? Like I asked him, so why do you think these sons of gods are men and not angels? You see, he wouldn't even answer it because they know they ain't got no shit to back that up. So, but anyway, thank y'all for coming in. I decided to do a show. I actually decided to do this show a few days ago before I decided to do the discussion bill with Christina Nick on ConsciouzTv's channel, y'all. This is already planned. When I was on Sonetta, what was that, 4 days ago, I made a comment that I'm tired of like Saw letting Christina Nick getting away with, throwing homophobic shots at me and keep telling people I'm a transgender. I don't know where that rumor came from. I always identify as a woman. I'm a tomboy. I like dressing like this. I'm very comfortable like this. And for some reason there's a rumor that I'm a trans, and I'm like, I always identify as like, where is that coming from? But I know that Christina Nick loves to throw that shot a lot. So for those who saw what happened, y'all know that I made a comment to Saw, and I said that, hey, I actually know some brothers that's skilled, very logical, very who's very into the conscious community, and they can eat these men up over here inside of. You think you have the best debaters out there in the community? No, I know some men who will eat these niggas up, but they can't come over here because y'all too homophobic. And I say, look how y'all attacking me because I dress like a guy, or I like dressing like a boy. I'm all types of dykes and trans damn, I'm tired, y'all. I ain't get much sleep last night. I had a lot going on. But that I'm some type of transgender, as if even if there was something wrong with that, it's nothing wrong with it. But being that they keep using it to insult me, I called Sonetta out on that, and I was like, bro, they can't even come on your channel because they too homophobic. I know some real conscious guys that we eat them up. I will put my money where my mouth is and bet on them $100 each debate that they would destroy anybody you put in front of them. I seen these people work. So y'all know Christina made a comment, and she said when she was trying to throw the gay jokes at me, I didn't know gay. How can you be gay and conscious? So that's what the show is about. So I got my brother here on Reckless Logic. I'm gonna let him introduce himself. We're not really sure if ConsciouzTv is gonna come in because I think he got some things he got to do, but he didn't make any promises to me. But we was trying to get him in. He's a very busy person, so I really wanted him to come in because Conscious got a gift. ConsciouzTv got a gift. The Most High gave this man a gift that he can psychologically see right through people and call shit for how it is. I don't know how he do it, what he's tapping into, but he can do it. But Reckless is the reason why his name is Reckless Logic, because he can make shit make sense. Like he don't even tap dance. He can clearly state his points and articulate himself well. So I've invited ConsciouzTv, I invited Reckless, and anybody else who want to come in to talk about this. Now, Reckless, I'm gonna ask you a question. Well, first I'm gonna let you introduce yourself, and then I'm gonna ask you a question. Go ahead and tell the people.
Alrighty. What's going on, y'all? Welcome to the land of Reckless Logic. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smack that notification bell so do not miss any more posts from us. Please, guys, please thumbs up, because when you guys thumbs up, it really does help out with YouTube's algorithm. The more that we thumbs up in here, the more that we do our job in here, YouTube can finally do their job out there. So whenever a person or a content creator goes live, YouTube only sends a notification out to 10% of the subscriber list. But whenever people are inside of the live and they thumbs up the video, YouTube looks at that video as desirable. So with that being said, the other subscribers will be notified. So make sure you guys thumbs up. And also because I can also see the read that's about to come my way because of my name. Now I do want to explain my name and why my name is Reckless Logic. The reason why I decided to name myself Reckless Logic is because of the way that I view the world. I've had many experiences and I've also seen where people have done, said, reckless things and use some idiotic logic to justify or to feel justified in the way that they do things. So, yep, that's all I have to say. Let's get straight into it, y'all.
Absolutely. Real quick, you gonna show us that beautiful mug of yours? We gonna see.
But right now, I plan on doing it a little bit later, only because right now I got my computer charging.
Okay. All right. Because you know I love seeing your face. You know, I love I'm an eye person. When I can make that eye contact, I do. I love reading people energy. That's why I think your boy Conscious on TV is such a goddess. You know what I'm saying? Like I love it. Like you should see when I just look. I don't be trying to like, you know, fan girl or fanboy him out, but I just be like, you know, you're a beautiful creature, right? You know you. Do you know that? You know that. You know. I know you know that. You know that. You know what I'm saying? Because it just makes you look at him like that dry, what's called androgynous. Am I saying that wrong? Because how you say it? Like,
androgynous.
Androgynous.
Oh, they go IG.
Yeah, that beautiful energy. You feel what I'm saying? And it's this guy named Mighty Hebrew. I met him on another friend of mine's channel, supporting her channel, and even he says in the beginning, the first gods or beings or whatever we are were androgynous creatures. Like he said it, and I said, well, I think I know where one. I think I know where they descendants at right now. You should meet a man named Conscious,
baby.
Yeah, but I really wish he could have made it today. I'm gonna do a part 2 because I gotta let him read her. So I'm telling he got it. I'm telling he got it because I just know he can read right through this lady. So
it's the It's the homophobia. That's all.
Yeah, she's a Christian. So you know, just to give you a background, let me give you a background who she is because I know you don't know her. So her name is Christina Nick. This is before I play the video. And I first met Christina Nick on Sinetta TV. We actually met Sinetta at the same time. Sinetta's wife was doing a presentation, and Christina Nick came on there and kept interrupting her. Like she kept like making fun of her and bully. Like you can tell that Sinetta's wife was like getting frustrated about what was happening. She couldn't get through the lesson. And I actually wanted to hear what the sister had to say. So me being a Leo, how I am, I had a good relationship with Sinetta's wife at that time. Not anymore, but at that time, you know, I really digged her. I really liked her, you know, her what she stood for. So I jumped in the live. First time them seeing, I was first time anybody ever seeing my face, you know, hearing my voice or anything. I've been watching the show for years, but I never made an appearance. I did that day to defend her and let her know, like, look, I can beat you in a debate and I'm just a truck driver. You get what I'm saying? I can beat you. I don't even follow these scriptures no more. And I can use your own Bible to discredit everything you're trying to push in what you believe in. I can humble you real quick. So we had our little free will debate. It was a mess. Just being honest, it was a mess. But the people gave me the win because number one, I proved my point at the end, and number two, I kept my decorum. Like I tried to stay as professional as I could, but they saw right through her that she couldn't debunk what I was saying, that the Bible does teach that you do not have free will. So, so fast forward, anytime me and this lady get into it, anytime we get into it, it's always a shot at my appearance, even though I expect this from the men. Like, but when a woman does this, kind of like, damn, so it's like, really, you know, but the men do that because, you know, they're visual creatures. They want to see a woman look elegant and beautiful. You know how that go, right? So I understand them calling me a man or dude, or you look like a dude. But when it comes from a woman, I said, why she constantly keep attacking my appearance? And why she keep saying I'm a trans? And why she keep asking me what my pronouns are? Even though I keep saying it, even though I keep saying I'm a woman. So it identifies as she, her, and you know, whatever's feminine, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the last time I was on Saw's show a few days ago, I was like, I'm gonna do a show because this helpful, this bald-headed hoe just said some bald-headed hoe shit right now. She literally did she just say that conscious people can't be gay people? How can gay people be conscious? She's always throwing these shots at me about gay, trans. So I'm gonna play the clip so it's on record that she did say this. Because you know, let me cut my camera off for a second because my internet is dragging. But it's on record that she did say this. That how can you know she didn't know gay people can be conscious. And I said, you know what? I'm gonna expose her. I'm tired of these trans jokes, tired of these gay jokes. Like, you can't debunk my information. The best thing you can have is to keep calling me gay or saying I'm trans. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to stick with the Bible. What my appearance got to do with what the Bible says, right? So I'm gonna play the clip because she liked to change it up. She liked to change it up, say she didn't say something that she didn't, and she did say it. This time, y'all, for those who seen the show last night, I'm finna hold on so y'all can see my face. For those who seen the show last night, I made sure I time-stamped it this time. I apologize because I know that's where I began to lose at because I didn't time-stamp my videos. I time-stamped it this time, family. Forgive me for last night. I still won, but forgive me for last night. But I got her on record so she can't change it up like she tried to change it up on that show. So, all right, let me share. Let me know if I can. This audio been tripping lately.
Yeah, StreamYard be acting crazy.
I don't know why they don't update the system, and I don't like this new way how you have there is stupid. They should have left it how it is. Now they list it. If I have many tabs open, I can't even tell which tab I'm clicking on.
No.
All right, play this video.
All right, Christina, unmute yourself. You got the floor.
All right, can you hear that? Was it playing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So God bless you, my sister, and I just want you to know I love you. Before we get too thick into it, I do love you, and I love you too, Neo, man. I felt your heart, and I didn't know gay people could be conscious, but we can talk about that another day. But
see, I don't even know if I want to talk to you because you are too disrespectful. It's not even funny.
Hey, bro,
no,
she the dope,
come
bro.
on, answer your question, sister. It ain't about being disrespectful. That's the truth. We can debate that if you want.
I'm not debating it because I'm not.
But freedom. So if you go to that path.
I'm sorry, y'all. My internet is really acting up. I think my brother's using it too.
Before we get too thick into it, I do love you, and I love you too, Neo, man. I felt your heart, and I didn't know gay people could be conscious, but we can talk about that another day. But
see, I don't even know if I want to talk to you because you are too disrespectful. It's not even funny.
Hey, bro, she the dope,
come
bro.
on, answer your question, sister. It ain't about being disrespectful. That's the truth. We can debate that if you want.
I'm not debating it because I'm not. But
So it's really hard to hear her talk, but you heard her say it's the truth. When she said, when my sister Freedom jumped in and was like, see, that's why I don't want to talk to you, too disrespectful. And then you hear me say, yeah, she the devil. And she said, it's the truth. So if anybody know Christina Nick, tell her to come over here and explain to us how true that is. Can gay people be conscious? Because I'm going to let my brother Logic break this shit down and what it means to be conscious. And does it matter your sexual orientation? It's a very immature statement. It's very ignorant as fuck. Because I know plenty of heterosexual people who are dead spiritually, mentally, physically. They have nothing when you look into their eyes. They're empty shells. Nothing.
And to be completely honest, since I am on the panel and I came here, to have peace, but at the same time get spicy if I need to. I've seen panels that you've also been on, Neo-x, yourself, where you've been on plenty of panels, and some of those people, they have this false illusion of being conscious. They have this false illusion of, I'm very knowledgeable. But however, we also need to talk about let me be 2.5 seconds. We also need to talk about the 7 sins of memory. So the 7 sins of memory is based in psychology, where you have the 7 reasons or the 7 things that keep you from remembering things accurately. So the things that when it comes down to forgetting important things, that would be transcendence, which I'm probably butchered that word, but it's the deterioration of memory, which means that over time, which means that if something if something happens, but over time, you're more than likely to forget exactly what happened. We have absent-mindedness. Now, this would typically occur in terms of when like the order of events. So like if you have your keys or whatever, and you put your keys down somewhere, and some time goes by, you're like, okay, I know I had my keys, but you don't remember exactly where you put your keys because you're so absent-minded. We also have blocking, which means that you can't even remember any event at all because something is blocking you from remembering the thing that you're trying to remember. In terms of typically, if you have a memory, typically what would happen is that there's another memory keeping you from remembering what you're trying to remember. Then now in terms of memories that typically would become confused, you have misattribution, which means that you remember everything correctly, but however, you would attribute that memory to the wrong source. You also have suggestibility, which means that a lot of people will probably suggest things to you. And with that being said, that will influence or alter your memory. You also have a bias. Now, this is going to be a clear one right here, a bias, which means that your feelings and opinions will blur or color your memory. Now, that's a big one because I'm pretty sure with this topic alone, we're going to be seeing that a lot. And then also when it comes down to when we want to forget something, we also have something called persistence. And that's what happened. Now, this is what happens when your memory works too well and you want to forget something. So now I want you guys to remember, I listed all those things and I said all these things because I'm pretty sure when you drop the link, it's going to prove my point. Remember, I said those things because I will be calling those things out if someone comes on this panel and they prove my point. That's it.
Yeah, I'm actually going to see who's bold enough to come in here and actually challenge it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so question, Reckless, what does it mean, in your words, what does it mean to be conscious?
To be conscious, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, so for me personally, it's certain words that irritate my soul. Now, conscious is one of those words. Conscious is one of those words. Facts are one of the words, and also accountability. Those 3 words irk my spirit only because I've seen a lot of times people would use those words, put those words in sentences pertaining to themselves, but yet there's a false illusion about themselves, or they're trying to misrepresent themselves. So for me, I kind of got a disdain for those words. For me, truth teller. Now, when it comes down to being conscious, it comes down to, for one, I feel like being open. What's going on, IG? Being open to other people's experiences, having the ability to listen. Because a lot of times too, if you listen to the people around you or you listen to other people's experiences, what people do not realize is that when you understand things on a psychological, especially through a sociological aspect, and you realize that I may have privileges here or there, it creates a better understanding of you being able to listen to people and take in knowledge and learn from those experiences. Now, case in point, and what I mean by that, because I know I just did a whole bunch of word salad. Look, for me personally, I'm Black, I'm a male, and I'm also gay. So for me, if we're having a Black context or whatever, because me compared to my white or Caucasoid counterparts, it's more beneficial for the white Caucasoid motherfucker to listen to me and my experiences because he has a privilege, or she has a privilege of being non-melanated here in the Western Hemisphere. I would say even globally, but in a Western hemisphere, because the thing about privilege, it blocks our perception and our perspective. Another case in point, I may be a male, but however, I am not a female. So with that being said, when women begin to speak, it's in my best interest to listen to women about their experiences, only because I have a privilege of being a male or man here in the Western hemisphere compared to a woman. Now, case in point would be when I go outside as a male or man, I don't worry or I don't have a thought in my mind about being sexually assaulted. That's not something that happens to men typically when they go outside. But however, when it comes down to women, more than likely, that's something that they have to put in the forefront of their concerns about their safety and typically and having a possibility of being sexually assaulted. Now, in terms of me being queer, which is an umbrella term, in terms of me being queer compared to heterosexual, there is a privilege that heterosexual people have in terms of when it comes down to experiences. So it's better off for heterosexual people to listen to the experiences of queer people so they can have a broader perception about what's going on in the world. So being open, being honest, having a listening ear, and being empathetic. That's what bring that is what allows you to be conscious and also read books as well.
Yeah, you emphasize on that. Read some damn books. Read some books. Well said. Because I was like, do they even know what it means to be conscious? Like, how does a person's sexual orientation or how they identify has anything to do if they can do all those things you mentioned? Because, you know, consciousness mean, if you just want to go to a basic dictionary, aware of and responding to one's surroundings, awake, having knowledge of something, aware, or painfully aware of, sensitive to. That's what consciousness means. So when a person says they conscious, they can see your pain, their neighbor's pain, and see a problem to a solution, and they might can't give you the solution, but they damn sure can identify the problem. And to think that a person who's operating under that, because it's a gift. Not everybody is conscious. To me, I honestly believe it's a spiritual gift. There is a such thing to me as being spiritually dead and lacking emotional intelligence. That shit is real. I see it all the time on Sonnet TV. The person who not understand it has nothing to do with the person, who the person is, but how they perceive things. That's what makes them conscious. Like, I really wish she'll come on here, because I told some people to go tell her. Now I got my name in her mouth again. I ain't gonna really talk about hardly nothing that happened on the show last night because the people saw what went down. But I definitely wanted to address her on some shit that she said a few days ago. Gay people can't be conscious. Can you be gay and conscious? Like, what is it that a gay person is doing that disqualify them from them being aware of their surroundings, see someone's emotional pain, call out problems, to be awake? Like, I don't get the connection. They come on these platforms and they want to seem so smart, so intelligent. They want to act like they favorite by God, but they acting nothing like a God, how a God would act. Isn't God aware of everything? Isn't God aware of everyone's pain and suffering?
It just depends, though. On what's that in this IG? Everybody's perception.
Hold on. I was letting you know you got a lot of background noise. Is there a way you can go somewhere quiet, a little bit more quiet?
Well,
but I really want to hear your point on IG, because I know you're gonna kill this. I know you're gonna kill this. I knew when Reckless told that you was gonna come into that. I said, yeah, because he gonna eat them up on this. So, but is there somewhere you can go a little bit more quiet? Like, break this down, brother, because I know y'all got this.
Is this a little quieter, or is it still kind of?
Yeah, it's still a little better. It's a little better. Go ahead.
It's better. Okay. Well, yeah, because that's the thing. When people hear God, but that's the thing. They are behaving like gods. Not every single deity is presented for love and life. So there are certain levels of frequencies that their ideal of God, especially most of the people who come from the Black American paradigm and religion, they transfer over that same energy of entitlement. And they do believe they're acting like gods. But that's the thing. That's why I've always said that not every deity and not every ancestor, not every spirit is indeed good. So they do believe that they are acting gods, and to a certain degree, they are acting like the frequency of the Hebraic God that they say that they're no longer a part of. You know what I'm saying? So for some people, they want to say that they believe that creation and godhood is only through procreation. And Reckless, I've heard me say this. I said, but yeah, there are plenty of you who are procreating with everything but cultivating nothing. So gods don't only procreate, you cultivate. And they seem to think that simply because they procreate, they participate in co-creation, which same gender loving people do, trans people do as well. But for those people, they're highlighting procreation instead of cultivation. Because one would have to ask, well, since in the conscious community, people believe that they're gods, and I do to a certain degree, but not in the sense of you're the creator of creations. I'm sorry, I'm not going to give a penis or a vagina the creation of that moon, the sun. That's above your pay grade. I'm just not going to do it. But they think that just because they participate in co-creation, that they are the creators of creation. It's very different. You can be a god or gods, but you're not the creators of creation. And I'm not a deitist or anything like that. But I can just make the observation is that they confuse their their co-creating abilities with Godhead, and it's not. Because every single thing that's of the opposite anatomy can do that. You don't need a sexual orientation or a socialization for procreation. All you need is the opposite anatomy of each frequency, and that would be procreation. But that's not creation in its antiquity. It's co-creation.
Yeah, I really like how you said that they can what's the word? You said they can procreate, but they can't cultivate. Say that
They
again. Just
procreate. They procreate everything and cultivate
big
nothing.
nothing. Yeah, I like that. That you need to put that on a t-shirt and sell that to the conscious community. Because what's the point of creating if you're just going to abandon and abuse and condemn your creation? Like, what's the point? What's the beauty behind creating if you're going to abandon it? You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? You're
I mean,
not feeding anything worth like you're not feeding anything worth substance to someone if you
right,
just look at them as just an offspring. It's looking at them as a human being, a person who has a soul and a spirit just like them, who's experiencing the
right.
same shit that you are experiencing.
And it's
They
also
just
not a kind of. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna cut you off. I'm sorry.
go ahead because I want to address the I want somebody to address um this comment that I got. I don't know if y'all can see it.
I can see
Yeah,
it.
it's but it's the thing is it's that you're not able. The thing when I look at the conscious, I'm with reckless here. I
Mhm.
don't identify with the Afrocentric conscious community. Not that doesn't mean I don't engage in African and indigenous American spirituality and cultures, but just because the whole sensationalization of being woke and everything. I mean, from the frequency, all they did was just take the same Greco-Roman Christianity and made it black. And like I was having that conversation with y'all earlier, lineage and spirituality isn't just Crayola. So just because you paint it black or you make certain deities or conquests black or Negro genophenotype, that doesn't mean that's harmonization. I'm still going to feel oppressed if you come from Tunisia and you come to the Cameroons and you impose your will on me. I'm not going to look at it like, oh, because we share the same genophenotype, that we're of the same spirit. That's just not how any of it works. And I'm going to be quiet.
No, hey brother, drop that knowledge. Cause I told him I was like, I know a couple of brothers who can rock with some of these dudes on your show, but they're gonna be more focused on what they're doing in the bedroom than the information. You see how you dropping jewels? You see how you dropping jewels, and it's sad because this is the unfortunate truth. It's gonna go right over their head because they're gonna be so focused on who you getting in the bed with. They're gonna ignore everything you just said, brother. That's the sad thing. They're gonna focus on that one little part that they know that you are a same gender loving person.
But
That's what
remember,
but these are the type of people who say they want to change the world and make the community better. So,
mhm.
Logic, can you address this comment right here? And then I'm going to address Willis' comment about the survival. And then I think I'm going to let Lionel come in and then Truist and see what they
Okay.
have to say.
But I do want to let you know that remember, and that's the reason why I said what I said 2.5 minutes ago when I said the 7 sins of memory. A part of that is that bias. So even if IG, me, Conscious even go in there and say some very profound stuff like, oh, you know what? I may not like what he does, but you know, I agree with that. They will not give us that, you know what? You were right about that. They will not do that because there's a bias there. Now, Original Man says, if I was born a man, I'm going to pass away as a man. I'm not going to confuse myself to thinking that I am a woman. Okay, so this question right here is loaded. Now, first things first, there's a distinction between male and man, female and woman. Now, I know this is going to get y'all crazy right now. Now, first things first, in order for this to make sense to a lot of you guys have to stop looking at this stuff as in you're quote unquote cisgendered. Now, cisgendered means that it means the same. CIS, it means the same, which means that your sexual anatomy, which I'm about to be vulgar, your dick and your pussy, whatever you were born with, as you're growing up, you agree with or identify with the social construct that has been assigned or what is the norm for your sexual anatomy. So for a male that's cisgendered, it will be man. For a female who is cisgender, it will be woman. There's a distinction between the sex and the gender. The sex is male or female. That's the reason why you have the sexual anatomy or the body parts associated on your body. Then you have man and woman, which are the social constructs, which is the way that you operate, the way that you show up within the culture, the way that you walk through this, present yourself through everyday life. These are the things that you go day by day doing. Now, reason why I'm saying you cannot look at these things only as a cisgender person, because if you do that, it's not going to make sense for you. When you let yourself know, when you open your mind to that there are transgender people in this world and there are non-binary people in this world, then a lot of stuff will make sense. Now, with that being said, the reason why there's a distinction between male and female and man and woman is because when it comes to male and female, that's the reason why we have male lions, female lions. We have male goats, female goats, because we're not talking about the social construct of the way they show up. We're talking about the sexual anatomy and the body parts associated on their body and how they reproduce. Now, in terms of man and woman, that's the way that you actually walk through life. So, with that being said, transgender people do exist. And since they do exist, and there are cases where transgender people are maybe a male, but however, they do not connect with or identify with manhood, then they would be a woman or transition into a woman. So, yeah.
All right.
Sorry, can I just
Go ahead.
can I just hop in real fast? So I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, brother. What was your name?
Reckless.
Reckless. Nice to meet you. I'm the Truist. And Neo, good job last night with your debate. You slaughtered her.
I could have did better, but thank you, bro. I know I won. But it could have been a massacre if Sarnetta would not put that timer on. If he would not have, I would have been able to kill her because I would have been able to play that video of her saying that those were men.
Yeah, because she definitely did say that. If you have that, it wouldn't have even been a conversation.
Yeah, but I couldn't get to it, brother. They threw me off.
One thing you mentioned in terms of how when we look at animals in nature as male and female and how we don't address them as man and woman. One thing I wanted to add to that is In terms of speaking on man and woman, it's a social construct, but we tend to overlook why that social construct was founded in the first place. For the most part, it was due for religious purposes. It was to show that human beings are of a higher level of importance and intelligence than our animal counterparts, supposedly, even though we're a part of the same animal kingdom. So when we're looking at, like you said, a male lion or a female lion, we, other than the fact that we're calling them male and female because of their sexual organs, we're also not addressing them as man or woman because we're trying to draw a distinction that we are superior to them and that we are of utmost more importance than them. And that's why when we have conversations like this, it is good to kind of look at the reasons as to why we call ourselves these labels in the first place, because it then goes back into why they have a problem with people living certain lifestyles. It goes back to a religious reason. It goes back to, well, how can a male/man act like this? How could someone with this lifestyle be conscious when conscious, right, in the way they're using it is a social construct as well? Because Neo read the textbook definition of conscious. It just simply means to be aware, to be awake, to interact with your surroundings. But the way it's applied in this community, it's not an objective term. Conscious, the way it's applied in this community, is very subjective depending on who you're speaking to.
Totally agree.
Consciousness,
Yeah, I agree.
Consciousness to me could be stupidity to the next person. Some people think that Christians are conscious. Some people think that they're foolish. Some people think comedics are conscious. Some people think they're foolish. So consciousness, even the way it's applied in this community, right? It's subjective depending on who you're speaking to.
Okay. Okay, so I kind of just want to add just a tad bit to that because I didn't really catch all of it because I left and came back, but I'll just look at the replay. Now, this also goes to what I mean when I talk about the social construct, because cisgender people do this as well, but they do it on a subconscious level. They don't realize that they do it. This also goes to when you guys start to separate the sexual anatomy from the social construct, is when you have a male or a man that may be immature, that may not take care of his responsibilities, that may not do his due diligence when it comes down to his duties. And people like to say stuff like this: you're not a real man, you're a little boy, because you're not behaving, or you're not showing up, or carrying out the responsibilities or the character, or having the character traits of being quote unquote a real man. This also goes to the same way that with other women, when they may find a woman that may not quote unquote come to a certain standard, and they may say, girl, you're not a real woman, you're a little girl, you need to grow up. Now this woman may be 35 years old. She is fully well developed, but however, the way that she's acting and the way that she's showing up and the way that she's showcasing her behavior and the way that she walks through life may be quote unquote real immature compared to quote unquote the standard, I'm using quotation marks, the standards of what a real woman would be. So that's all I want to say.
All right. So real quick, I just want to give because y'all know I like to give illustrations. Like I'm more of a visual person than a verbal person. But so to get an idea of what they mean about the social constructs, right? Let's just say we are a bunch of researchers on a safari, right? We come across this tribe. In this tribe, that the men hunt, the women stay home and they farm, right? This in tribe A, let's call them tribe A. We observing, we watching their behavior, we understand their culture. The men hunt, the women farm. Now we go look at tribe B. In tribe B, the women do the hunting and the men work the farms in the fields and guard the tribe. Tribe B. Now for the men in my chat who's not understanding it, by definition, based off of their behavior, which one are men? You kind of get what they're saying. Tribe does the hunting, the men do the hunting. The other tribe, they are farmers. By definition, can you are the men based off of behavior, or do you have to identify what's their sexual, what's within their sexual organs, their anatomy, that make you say, okay, that's a male, that's a female? Because in tribe A, the men in tribe B won't be considered as men because they don't hunt, they farm. Hopefully that's kind of connecting to some of y'all. I'm trying to just paint a picture. Tribe A would say tribe A would say tribe B are not men because they don't hunt. Tribe B would say tribe A are not men because they don't farm. Those behaviors were assigned to the community based off of what that those groups, those different tribes needed at the time to survive. So in the concept of America, before things began to change, the traditional way, the men work, women stay at home. As society begins to evolve, women now work. Men don't just work by them, like they probably get paid more, but a woman has to go get a job now. And then you actually got men who want her to split the rent 50-50, even if he made more than her. Not my ex-husband, though. He ain't play that shit, but that's another story. But I had to throw that out because he
I just want to say one thing, and then I'm gonna do it. I'm sorry.
Hold on. So I hope y'all kind of get what they mean about the what's the damn, that's just the word to slip me, about the social behavior. Yeah, the social construct. That's the example. Y'all are using the term men and basing it off of how men act in your culture, in your community. When a man who, I mean, it's ridiculous when y'all call men gay if their voice is not deep enough. Because in your eyes, men should have deep voice. They should sound strong. But what really makes a man? Because I know a man with a deep voice sound like Barry White, and he doesn't identify as man. He says he has no gender. You know what I'm saying? He's non-binary. Why is he choosing that, y'all? This stuff is deeper than skin deep. I mean, it's deeper than the outside. This is within. But who's trying to say something? So, because my internet, I might be lagging, y'all. So if I'm lagging, I apologize. But I think I might be lagging a little bit.
Can I say something really fast?
Go ahead, Lionel.
Okay. So this is just to address the subject of the show. I think you can be conscious and be, gay at the same time. I'm going to use, historical examples. Like if we look at James Baldwin, he was a writer. If we look at Langston Hughes, he was also a writer. But James Baldwin, he had a few contradictions, but, he still stayed on subject and stuff like that. So, I mean, and then on top of that, I could ask another question. Like, it kind of sounds like you can't necessarily be pro-black if you have a white spouse.
Now you touching on a little subject now. Neo-x believe that.
I mean, no,
I'm gonna let you rock. But you know how Neo-x feels about that, brother. Go ahead.
I mean, like, I'm just being honest, because we've also had, greats like James Baldwin, who had white significant others, but he still stayed on subject. Even Paul Robeson, the same thing happened with him. I mean, I don't think they should necessarily be disqualified, but they should be like, yeah, I mean, our greats got some contradictions, but they still on subject, and that's what matters, if they stay on subject or not.
Well, can I say something just in regards to that? One thing, and I may have a little pushback to this opinion, but I strongly feel that this needs to be the case when we're talking about, he was mentioning like being pro-black. So when it comes to like being pro-black, for people that happen to be part of both communities, the Black community and the LGBTQ plus community. Unfortunately, I feel as though what I tend to see with a lot of people is they put their sexuality in the front line, like more importance than their Black skin, right? And I feel as though for us as a race, we should put the Blackness first, not to diminish the other cause, but I do tend to see people try to even draw comparisons of the two plights. And it's not to say that the LGBTQ movement isn't as important, but it is to say when people look at you, for the most part, they see your race first. You're going to be judged by your race first. And like you said, if they don't focus on your bedroom manners until you let the world know what you are, right, they are going to judge you by your race first. So, and we were put into slavery due to our race, and still across the world are being diminished because of our race. So I think when it comes to people that fall under both communities, such as James Baldwin did, yes, he let the world know what he was sexually, but he always put his pro-Blackness first.
And
I mean,
Hold on, hey, y'all, hold on. Hey, Logic, I know you. I mean, Reckless, go ahead. I know you've been trying to Reckless. Let him go. I mean, IG, let Reckless go. Then you can go right after him. Then Lionel, we're gonna put it right back on you. Okay? Don't forget your point. Okay?
I'm gonna have to add some more context to that conversation. Because the thing about it is that how do you guys know that we quote unquote put our Blackness first? Because do you guys have like metal detectors for when melanated gay people are out when it comes down to melanated issues, when it comes down to protests, when it comes down to riots? How can you guys tell if you guys already make the argument that people are gonna look at us and see us being Black first? Okay, if that is the case, then how can you tell that every single person out there is just heterosexual or cisgendered, aka not trans? You can't tell that. And the thing about it is that we are there. And that's the frustration that us as queer, melanated queer people have, is because we are there, but then people like to throw up this idea that we're non-existent, like we're not there, you're always put your sexuality first. But let's also be very clear as well. The reason why sexuality always comes into effect and also enters the chat in terms of melanated spaces is because, for one, within melanated spaces, we have melanated families. We go to Black churches, we go to Black schools, we have melanated family members. So with that being said, if we are surrounded by melanated people, the conversation around race is not going to come up, or we're not going to be discriminated against because of our race. Now, in terms of the reason why sexuality comes up is because we have, within the Black community, we have a very strong issue and problem with homophobia and transphobia that we need to talk about. And the thing about it is that people always talk about, yes, you need to put Black first, Black first, Black first. Okay, cool. I can deal with that. But the thing I find is very interesting, and also I find very interesting as well, because it happened in this chat, is that even when we even go with the narrative, let's put Black first, the first thing people do is talk about what the hell we're not trying to talk about, which is our sexual orientation and what we're doing in the bedroom. And they just did it in this chat. So are we gonna do one? Are we gonna put our sexuality in the back and we're gonna worry about us being Black first? Or are we gonna talk about it and we're gonna distract from this person making valuable points?
Okay. Go ahead, IG. Go ahead, IG.
Very well. And I also, can y'all still hear me? Am I clear without holding the mic?
Yeah, you clear, brother.
So what I wanted to also say is that, but that's, I have to give some nuance to that too. I have to call some bullshit from people who say that, because if it was indeed Black first, then you wouldn't be worrying about my gayness. My gayness and my queerness would not override how you see my Blackness. Because in our household, in our communities, not in this house, that's not us. But here's the gag. Y'all would say that If a same gender loving black person wants to be with a same gender loving black person, you'll say that's not in your house. But you will accept if that same person would date outside their race of their opposite gender. So the reason why you do see that a lot of times with gay people, black gay people, is that, well, you already told them that they were not part of that community and ostracized them from that community. So you can't sit up here and then say like, okay, if they end up, especially when it comes to queer black folks, well, we ended up with white or other gay partners after you've demonized us for being wanting to first of all be attracted to our own people. It doesn't really, you can't have that both ways. You can't say that, well, put your blackness first. Well, no, you put the blackness first, because you can't have homosexuality without heterosexuality. My homosexual ass was created from your heterosexuality, and if we're going off of blackness first, well, then you should be able to see my blackness over my sexuality. So maybe heterosexuals should learn how, black heterosexuals should learn how to put blackness first, because that's the reason why, if that was the case, then we wouldn't be ostracized as black queer people. So it's the fact that you care, heteronormatives, you care more about sexuality in the black community than being black first. You can't then default us for when we're forced in the situation politically and everything to join with the alphabet soup community, which I don't agree with, because I think it's ridiculous that anyone's going to unite off of sexuality. I mean, different countries and nations for histories over the years have been able to war with each other. No one has been able to gather based off of their heterosexuality. So why would you think that people are going to override classism, racism, nationalism off of homosexuality? That's just not how it works. So I think if heteronormative black people was putting black first, then it wouldn't be a big deal that we were gay.
All right, Lionel, go ahead, and then I'm gonna throw it right back to Truist.
Well, I I mean, well, as I said before, James Baldwin and Paul Robeson, they had white significant others, but they stayed on subject. But it's still a bit of a contradiction that I mean, it's not necessarily. I mean, it is a contradiction, but as long as you stay on subject, I mean,
But
I
that's what I'm
really,
saying. We have it though. That's what I'm saying.
no,
There
I'm
is
not,
no
I'm
hetero.
not saying
Yeah.
we. I'm not when I'm saying we. I'm not like throwing my LGBTQ brothers and sisters on the bus. I'm just using James Baldwin and Paul Robeson as historical examples on how, even though they still had a little bit of contradictions, they still stayed on subject. I
But
mean, it
I,
doesn't
mm.
disqualify. That's what I'm saying.
but I have a question, because I would love for you to go down that rabbit hole. But you also mentioned contradictions. So what are those contradictions pertaining to? And I'm not talking about interracially dating. I'm talking about being queer. What are those
Oh,
contradictions?
no, when I meant contradictions, I just meant them being in interracial relations. I didn't mean anything about James Baldwin being homosexual, or Paul Robeson sleeping with white women or anything. I didn't.
Okay.
It's yeah. So I mean, I don't
Yeah,
care. Like, if you're
yeah,
a LGBT, black LGBTQ person, and you wake up
mm.
and you know what time it is, you good with me. You know what I'm saying?
No,
yeah,
you all
Lionel,
good.
we know you.
Yeah.
I
That
didn't. I
black,
didn't. I didn't. Oh,
the
What's up, brother?
Lionel, the way Lionel is, his brain is designed to that he's like a walking encyclopedia, y'all. Like Lionel goes, like I'm telling you, I love brother Lionel. I said, ask him anything. He probably know about it. He don't read it and study it. He's a walking
I
cycle. So
know
I
that's
think he
right.
was trying to compare the two and demonstrate how,
Mhm.
even something recently as the civil rights movement, how it was that a black male who was
Mhm.
homosexual had to identify with, he was conscious because he was aware of the injustice that was around him. He knew he had two strikes against him. He was black and then he was gay. He knew the white people
Mhm.
were going to oppress him, and he knew his own community was going to oppress him because he was homosexual. So,
Yeah.
but I want to
Well,
I
well,
want
one
I'm
last thing about James Baldwin, real quick. Even
sorry.
James Baldwin, if you look at his writings, and this is just very interesting because it makes these people, it makes our icons human, right? One thing that I honestly respected about James Baldwin is that not only did he stay on subject, but if you read his writings, he says that he is the white man's concubine. And it's very interesting because it's like if you look at his speeches, you wouldn't think that he would have white boyfriends. So it's interesting.
I'm not surprised, to be honest. I'm not surprised though, because when the same people in your own community demonizes you for being attracted to people of your same genophenotype, then what? I mean, James Baldwin had to leave the country
Yeah,
and
he
go
went
to
to France.
Paris to be right, to be more accepted, because despite the other Negroes and descendant of Negroes and colors that he fought for, he couldn't get that antiquity and the peace. So you know what I'm saying?
Well,
I kind of see where, for certain, especially in James Baldwin's case, you can't disassociate people from your community, and then when they go cling to another community, especially when they're the ones fighting for that community, I'm not going to fault a person. Um, I'm not for the struggle of, in the sense of, you're not going to use me as your court jester to fight on the front lines, but when you need some ideal of assurance of your soul salvation, I'm your whooping boy. And that's just
Mhm.
not how that works. So, and then that's what I'm saying. If we really cared more, and I'm going to say this, if cis hetero black people cared more about interracial dating than they did same gender loving relationships within our community, we'd have a different outlook now. But because we were more accepting of the same black men who say they're pro black, I'm not pro black, you know what I'm saying? But most, because I've learned it to be translated to be pro black male, pro black patriarchy, pro black capitalism, which does not work for every single black person. So, in that sense, that's why I'm just like, well, no, if it's understandable when a same gender loving person dates outside of their race, because we've been socialized that, oh, that's an abomination. It's frustrating if you have a sibling. Oh, so my older brother could bring the white girl home, but I can't bring another brother home. You see how that works?
Yeah. All
well,
right.
James Baldwin, he moved to France because he couldn't handle the racism in America. So he and France
Well,
was a little bit more liberal. It,
but
it didn't have nothing to do with
Well, no,
him.
he did say he. If you look at those other interviews, he said it. The word that they used back in the day was Jimmy. He said that I don't know sometimes when I'm dealing with people because I'm Jimmy, which means to be funny, or I'm gay. So no white gay people, which anyone will say that yes, race is your most consequential thing that has happened to you when it comes to outside of the Negro genophenotype of your nationality. But oftentimes, your sexuality is the most consequential thing that happened to you within your community. Your race outside of that is the most consequential thing. So I'm not going to say that I will say that it's both, but I'm definitely not going to rule out, especially from him saying that that's part of the reason why I'm oppressed. I don't know if it's because I'm Jimmy, and then at the same time, if I'm fighting for the same people, well, they don't like because I'm Jimmy, and they don't like because I'm white. So as the same gender loving person, no, it's both. I'm going to
Okay.
tell you, from talking to same gender loving, it's both.
Okay.
Okay,
I definitely
I'll
want.
check that interview out. I'll check that out.
All
But
right,
yeah.
thank you, Lionel. Please don't leave, brother, because I'm gonna ask your opinion about something. But Truist, go ahead and can you just real quick like make a response so you can clear up what you said, because you the one who kind of got this whole conversation going.
Yeah.
And then I want to talk to Joe. I'm a abstract vision. I'm gonna get to you, but I want to address Joe Willer's comment just real quick with him, and then I'm getting right to you. But go ahead, Truist.
Okay. So yeah, that's why I prefaced what I said with I know it would kind of be controversial. Because I look, I think I was let off on the wrong foot. In no way am I never once stated that I had any issues with anyone that practices the lifestyle. I'm an ally myself. I'm not part of the community, but I'm definitely an ally. I have lots of friends and people in the community that I associate with. I work, fun fact, at Rikers Island. I am a commissary operator, so I have to work in female facilities where we have women identifying men that work in those facilities, well, that actually are prisoners in the same spaces with born women, quote unquote. And I see every day um, violence happen to women that are so-called born women versus women that had surgeries and stuff happen. And I don't think things like that get talked about enough because there's so many women in jail that have been raped and are pregnant because they're in the same spaces as people that have gotten operations done.
What?
Yeah.
Hold on, let him finish.
This going all over the place.
Lionel, let him finish. Let him finish.
Okay.
But my thing is this, right? When I say that being black first, it's no matter what your lifestyle is, right? Whether it's a religious lifestyle, because I don't agree with Christians, I don't agree with Muslims, I don't agree with most religious lifestyles. However, if they're under the Black Pan-African umbrella, I'm willing to unify and work with them for the betterment of the race. Same thing when it comes to your sexual lifestyle or whatever lifestyle you live that isn't in agreement with harming another person. For example, I would never unify with a gangbanger that's black just because they're black. I would never unify with a rapist that's black just because they're black. But like I said, I have a lot of friends who are in the LGBTQ community that even though I don't live the lifestyle, I am perfectly fine with it. And I see nothing wrong with it because it doesn't harm anyone at the end of the day. So when it comes to being pro-black, so long as you're living a lifestyle that isn't harming anyone else, that's why I think you should be able to unify under the guise of being black, because that's what Europeans did to gain control of the world and why we live in the condition we do today.
Okay. So, can I say something real quick before?
Yeah, real quick, because I want to get to Joe Willard. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So here's the thing. I think a lot of times when we talk about homophobia, transphobia, etc., racism, and whatever, is that when we're talking about these power systems that are used to oppress marginalized groups, I think a lot of the times that we think of these power systems only being displayed in a very explicit way. But however, you can be homophobic, transphobic, and we also know racist as well, in a very subtle way as well. That's the same way how now I'm not saying you directly, I'm just putting this out here because I have seen it in the chat, I've seen it all over, is that a lot of times when people say they're allies and stuff and they use them having queer friends and queer people or whatever, but then you realize that they may not be homophobic or transphobic in that aspect, but then yet they may take issue when that homosexual or
sorry brother, sorry to cut you off. I just saw a comment. I see a comment that highlights the exact problem. The person that says, of course you don't agree with religious lifestyle because it condemns homosexuality. No, well, no, that's not the problem. The problem is that most religious lifestyles, right, they actually endorse hurting and killing other people, including homosexuals. But I'll let you continue, sir.
Go ahead, Logic.
Yeah, so I was gonna say that that homophobia or transphobia may show up when it may be one of your own children. And then also too, a lot of times the very subtle homophobia, transphobia, whatever, may show up when the verbiage that people may use when they're having conversations about homosexuality or transgenderness, the whole word choice of lifestyle. If you actually look into the definition of lifestyle, it also goes to choice. And that's also another stigma or false narrative that's pushed when it comes down to people who are queer. So that's all I want to say. So, I'm gonna let everybody else speak.
Hold on, I want to address something real quick. I'm trying to. A conscious gay man would be chasing tomboys. What the fuck? like not other dudes. Like I'm gonna just click through some of this person's comments so y'all can just see what. I don't know if y'all seen it because I did try to. Here's another one.
I seen it.
Yes, and
this
and
is
to
what
the
I'm
last
talking.
thing you said. I don't think just being homosexual is a choice. I think being heterosexual, I think any sexuality is learned behavior. But that's my personal belief. Most people don't agree with it. I believe all sexualities are learned behavior, including heterosexuality.
It true is just the do my Neo-x thing. I don't believe it's a choice. Say no free will, But I ain't gonna go there with you because me and you'll talk about that for 10 hours. So y'all know how to.
Like I don't believe that I'm heterosexual because I was formed that way. I believe through my life experiences, I formed my sexuality. But that's my personal choice.
We ain't gonna go there. I just say you ain't gonna drag me down there.
Well, can your sexuality change?
Y'all, I gotta get
your sexuality?
Yes. My sexuality absolutely can change.
Here's something also.
I don't think so, because that's a deep rabbit hole. I need to get to Joe Willard, but I don't want to. Yeah, let me get there because I'm telling you, I can really. Y'all think Neo-x be saying some mind blowing stuff? I can really say some mind blowing stuff about sexuality, but I'm not. This not what the show is about. But
and don't worry, I'm gonna be right with you too. Don't worry.
Me too. But and here one more thing I want to say. The same person also made a comment, and this also shows why. See, that's the contradiction. See, at least James Baldwin was in the closet, and that's the part for same gender, for cis hetero black folks. It's the fact that you just know or suspect or see it is when you say the fact that you know is existed equivocates to most of y'all of us putting it first. Us simply existing or you knowing, you're equivocating that to us putting it first. Because for him to say, well, at least James Baldwin was in the closet, okay, you can't have that both ways. I don't want to hear about men should be out in public because it's kind of insulting to hear that. Well, why don't you tell the truth? But that's because most of y'all don't want the truth. You don't want to see it. It's easier for a person to be in the closet. That's why you're going to have men who are not going to be honest about what's naturally there, and they're going to choose because quiet is kept. There are more people. We are socialized under monogamy and heteronormative. So I definitely don't think that people choose their sexuality. However, it's more advantageous for people to choose heterosexuality. And it's the truth. There are more people who are choosing, key word now, because being choice and what's natural attraction is not the same thing. Your attraction is your attraction, but there are plenty of people who choose not to engage into their attraction. Just like there are plenty of, obviously, there are more people who will choose a heterosexual orientation, a straight orientation. They will practice a heterosexuality to the public, but what's in their nature to do is something different because how the orientation is socialized.
All right, a good point, IG. My little brother actually tell me that same talking point that you just did. Me and my little brother get into that all the time. He agrees with you. You should really have a conversation with him. But I just want to, Joe Willer, I promise 20 seconds and I'm going to get to you. I just want to address Texas Bomber on this comment right here. And sister, I'm not beating on you. This ain't no disagreement. I don't feel no type of way. I still love you. We can agree to disagree over here and go out and have drinks at the end of the debate, right? I love you. But this comment, I'm going to let you know, I find it a little ignorant. And let me tell you why. You said, honey, anal sex is disgusting. It diseases, and we know that they ain't always using protection. Men, women, it doesn't matter. People need to stop performing that act. Okay. Sister. Heterosexual or homosexual or whatever. Diseases spread. We know sexual transmitted diseases spread through sexual contact, regardless if it's the anal or the vagina. A woman can get, what happened? My audio going?
Sexual diseases can also spread orally as well.
Yeah, and orally. Well, you finna break my, I'm glad you brought it because this is the point I'm actually going to make. We are biological beings, sis. Diseases spread in all forms. You can get a disease from bloodborne, airborne diseases, airborne. If I have no gloves and I touch someone who's bleeding, Diseases spread because that's how we were designed to fight viruses and bacteria and stuff like that. Look at COVID. COVID is not a sexual transmitted disease, my sister. Millions of people died because they were contagious. If that makes sense. Like I hate when people really demonize sexual diseases as if it's like something that, what's the word I'm looking for? Something that passed them on, people being disgusting. When we know that sometimes people get these STDs because their partner was unfaithful. Someone didn't know that they were affected with an STD. We know how these things spread. But just living a human experiences, we got to put on a mask when we just around each other, period, to protect ourselves from all types of diseases. Now, I get it. If you don't agree with the sexual behavior, like I said on a previous show, I know why a lot of people have an issue with homosexuality, especially in the Black community. Y'all find the behavior taboo. But in a concept of morally, is it morally wrong? It's actually nothing wrong with the sex. I can prove to you what I said before. Was that? No, that was an IG. When one guy, I told him that, do he know that a man's G-spot is actually in his ass? Nobody didn't want to refute that, but nobody could debunk what I said because they went and researched it. And then it was crickets. But sis, like, you got to be open-minded. Heterosexual men passes diseases just as much as homosexual men. And women pass diseases to men too. It has nothing to do if you find it to be instances. That's just, I just didn't like that comment because I was like, I'm not going to call the act disgusting. I'm just going to say, if you're going to have sex out there, people, if you're going to do it, protect yourself. Just like you protect yourself and wear a mask to protect yourself from COVID, you put gloves on when you interacting with someone in the hospital. Just the natural things that we do to protect ourselves from diseases, practice that in your bedroom. And so you won't spread diseases. That's how you stop spreading diseases. So I'm sorry, y'all. I know I probably was all over the place with that, but I was a little frustrated with it. But Joe Willer, are you still here? Did he leave? Probably left here to take the conversation. Joe Willer, you still here? Who dropped off? Oh, damn. Okay, dang, I was gonna get to him. Joe, you still here? I'm finna kick him off in a second. Hey, whoever Joe Willer, you still here? All right, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and move on.
Neo, based off of what you was just saying, right? So I'm not speaking to sexual orientation. I'm just speaking to the act right now. Like you were speaking about different sex acts, right? So the act of sex itself, right? Not the act of feeling horny or having desires. The act itself, is that learned behavior or is that natural?
Okay,
what
you going no matter how many times I said I did not want to go down this rabbit hole. You trying to find a way to get me to go there. Okay, and I'm not gonna do it. I'm not falling for it, truly.
Okay,
Me, you
another time.
Yeah, but I get the question, and I understand why you feel that way. But you know how I feel about free will, brother. So that's what I'm telling you. I'm just gonna leave it at that. So, I'm gonna bring you back on track. Hey, Joe Willer, go out and then come back in because it says you here. Can you? So go back out and come back in. Dang, I wanted to get the visual. I really wanted to get to him because that show last night. I was gonna. All right, let me peep through. Texas Bomber, did you say something? Okay, I'm trying to consist. I don't want you to think I'm beating on you. I'm not beating on you. Just that's that stigma that I don't like. That's put on the same gender loving men is that they have HIV and they spread diseases. You know what I'm saying? Even though the statistic says that more heterosexual women actually have sexual transmitted diseases, and it's because of men heterosexual or homo, these diseases get spread. Men are not using protection because they are the ones that's like who has it ability like condoms to use protection. So it's easier for them to use protection than women putting on, I guess, the female condoms. Nobody really use them. So, but I'm just hold on. All right. So, I wanted to touch on something else. Logic, Reckless.
Yes.
All right. Do you believe? Hold on. I'm sorry. Look, sis, this is what I'm saying. Sis, you a woman. You a woman. Bacteria is in our vagina, honey. How many times I'm a female. How many times we have to go to the gynecologist every year to get checked out? And they swab us and screen us for cancers and diseases. You know, sis. I know you know this as a woman. How many times we got to prop our legs open and let them scrape inside our vagina? Diseases is carried in the vagina too, sis. Regardless if a man chooses to stick his penis in a butt or a vagina, he's exposing himself to that bacteria. Like, am I not correct on that, sis? Like, that doesn't make sense. You can catch a disease from heterosexual sex and homosexual sex, period, unprotected. You put yourself at risk for disease. Huh?
Non-penetrative sex. People forget like some of these STIs are bacteria. It's like you cannot have penetrative sex and just have skin to skin and get gonorrhea and syphilis. You do not have to have penetrative sex to get an STI.
But you can, if somebody can cough on you and you get COVID. Our bodies are designed to be contagious and receive diseases and pass it on. Like, go ahead, Logic. Like, it's crazy.
And I also want to add this too, because she said that the vagina has good bacteria and stuff and yes, that is very true, because you also have a method of being able to, of course, the vagina cleans itself out. But however, if something is off-putting or something is offset, you also have products and different methods, or you can go to a gynecologist. They can prescribe something. I don't know the exact, procedures or whatever, but you have methods to be able to clear things up and clean things up. That's the same thing. Like a lot of times too, well, we all know this. Dicks also go in people's throats and mouths and stuff. But with you having the ability to brush your teeth, scrape your tongue and stuff, it makes it much more safer for the dick to go in your mouth. So that's the same thing that goes with the anal cavity. Not saying that there's no bacteria up in there, nothing like that. But I can say for queer people, since especially queer men, since anal sex is our main and our only way of being able to have full-fledged sex, we have different methods of cleaning ourselves out. Now, heterosexual people may not do that, but queer people, we do. That's all. Yeah. I'm just gonna leave that there.
Logic, Reckless, don't laugh at me, but I'm not gonna say what it is because it's none of their business, right? I just found that out. I think 3 years ago, I was watching a low budget movie, and it was about LGBTQ. My friend, she really wanted me to see because she was like, "You got to see this movie. It's pretty good. It's a gay movie, but it's dude did the scene where he cleaned." I was like, "That's what they do." I said it's very hygienic, though. I was like, "Well, it is sanitation and very hygienic," but I had no clue. Because I'm not a heterosexual. I mean, I'm not a same gender loving man. So I don't have to do that ever. I would never have to do that. But they do. And I was like, oh.
Women who engage, baby, trust and believe, baby. One thing about it, women who engage, they know that they can't eat. A woman says she do that.
Like, I'm not gonna say what it is because I don't want to get it too because they trust me. These men cannot handle this. But when I found out that self clean, I was shocked. I was like, they more cleaner than the women.
I mean, but looking at talking at gay porn stars, like, not gay porn, female porn stars who engage in anal sex, they do the same, because regardless of if you're having anal penetrative sex, regardless of your sex, it's a digestive tract. So you know that, okay, I can't eat this, I have to prepare for that. It's kind of like people who got the nerve to have something about anal sex, but they eat chitlins, and I'm a shut up.
No idea the preparation. I was shocked. the diet, when to eat, not to eat. I said, damn, it's a science to this. But I'm gonna move on.
I've actually had a bad experience with a female doing exactly what you just said, sir.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, like people don't take things like that into consideration, even having heterosexual sex.
Right. Some people don't. Some people don't.
Freak. Okay.
But he ain't lying because some people some people just don't. I don't know why they don't consider that, but it's like, okay, if you know you eat something, you're going to have to escape that. So if you know you're going to do that, regardless of what's in between your legs in the front, you can't pretend like what goes in does not come out. So it's just like, I've heard you. I'm not denying it because I've heard the same thing from my heterosexual, male friends who engage in that with their women. Like,
I had no idea. Now, mind you, I'm a female. I keep my body clean like a female. I keep the kitty cat clean. But I have no idea what males, same gender males, what y'all do to stay fresh. But all right, I'm gonna in Texas, not Texas. I love you, baby. I don't want you to think like I love you. We could agree to disagree. But Antique, I saw your comment. Says nobody's born bisexual. That's not the comment. I will think one day about the sexuality and why people have preferences, because it's more about preferences, not necessarily connected to the sex. Because if anybody asks, I ain't gonna do that. Because I'm gonna let Elder Quana, I'm gonna let you in, brother, and I'm only gonna let you in because I genuinely think that you clicked on here today to just have a discussion. But I'm telling you, brother Elrod, please do not disrespect my guests. Do not call them out their name, nothing degrading. I could take it from you sometimes, but today is just not the day for that. What? Oh, so he got off.
Actually, Neo-x, wherever I go, I come prepared, so he can come up here and do whatever he needs.
But I was gonna tell him,
myself. You heard me.
He got off. Let's see if he come back, because I just don't, because I know how he can be. Joe Willard, your audio working yet?
Can you hear me?
Because I know, because this man don't call me, even though we don't got past it, but he don't call me a man. He kept calling me a dude, and then once he saw that didn't bother me because I'm purposely dressing like this, he went down and started calling me a it. He referred to me as this human, what it is and what it is that. And then I had to go off on him, but that footage has been, deleted because they didn't want people to see me going off on him like that. But the problem is with the problem. Hold on. Yeah, he left. So let me see if I can get him back. But sometimes when I come on Sinetta's show and Sinetta says my name, he keeps insinuating that I want to get with his one of his little some girl named Nathalie. They keep making these jokes that I have some type of sexual attraction to her, even though it's just so weird, because I'll be like, why do y'all always think every time people say my name, why do y'all keep connecting that to something sexual? Like I keep telling, like, I promise you, when somebody says his name, I don't imagine who he's laying down in the bed with. I don't care. Like, I really don't. It's like an obsession. And he was like, one time, hold on, y'all, let me finish. So one time, Saul was trying to get him to, set up a debate. And he was like, oh, you talking about Neo-x? Oh, no, tell him we don't get down like that over here. And like, and I was like, what is he talking about? Oh, sis, I'm just saying, I saw something on your social media. And you're going to see a lot of shit on my social media. I'm not hiding it. I just don't promote it. But if you want to ask me, come and ask me, and I, maybe we'll talk about, maybe don't. Just don't, put no pictures of my family and friends. This is YouTube, let it stay YouTube. I will never attack your family and friends. Don't attack my family and friends. But if you want to talk to me about anything, I'm not hiding shit. I ain't scared of none of y'all niggas. But at the same time, I'm not going to let you disrespect me either. So I kept saying, why do they keep saying that I, got some type of thing with this girl? I just want a damn debate. I'm trying to build up my stats. But
yeah, you were in 2 debates. especially with that.
No,
that
well, I'm
women.
just to be fair, that discussion that we had last night wasn't considered a debate. It was supposed to be a discussion, but her thing changed her position. And of course, you know, did all that hooping and hollering and shit, and saw, you know, let her do it. It just came out that way. So, but hey, if anybody know how to reach on Kona, tell them to come back. Tell them to come back. Cause I just tell them I know how nasty Kona can get, and I just didn't want him disrespecting y'all. But if y'all say y'all can handle it, then I'll let him go, cause he get nasty now. So
no, don't worry, I do too.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
ready, baby. I got a grown man everything.
yeah, I'm telling you, I can try to. Let me see if I can get him back. Let's see, Joe Willer, can you hear us? Or your audio still ain't working.
He was just talking.
Can you hear me?
I ain't hear nothing from him. You still here? Oh, original man, if you still here, your ass can hit the link too. You know, we always ready to tear your ass up. Every time you know, Neil always ready to, you know, put my foot so far up your ass with information. You know, I'm ready for you all the time, anytime. And Relic, my love.
Hear me?
Who? That's Truist? Who said that, Truist?
No, I didn't say anything.
No, that's
Somebody
Joe.
said, can you hear me?
No, that's Joe that's saying that.
Joe, yeah, we can hear you. It's real low though.
Oh, okay. Let me try to turn it up. How about now? Is it still low?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you. Before, hold on. A Relic, hit the link, baby. You know, I would love to hear your voice. Come in here and set the zen. I love Relic's voice. He should be a yoga instructor, because anytime, why can't you never hit the link when them people be fucking with me on Sinetta to calm my ass down? You know your voice will calm me down. Why you ain't never over there? But hit the link, brother, so we can talk about that conspiracy thing. But okay, Joel, I wanted to talk to you personal real quick before I let them get in your ass for that ignorant comment you made. So let me make sure I understand where you're coming from. What qualifies a person to be a leader besides their sexual anatomy? Like, what is your, because you said that they be a leader. Like, what makes a man a leader?
What makes a man a leader? First of all, you have to have a vision. That's the number one goal. Vision. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you said vision. Go ahead. I can hear you now.
Yeah. You have to have a vision. You have to be true to your vision. And that's about it.
So why did you say, when you said gay men can't lead the community? So what was what does that mean? How can they not lead their community?
Okay, that all falls under the vision. What is your vision? That's number one. For people who are supposedly conscious in the Black community, the vision is to what?
What is the vision, brother?
Procreate.
AIG.
Procreate.
AIG. Hold on. I'm gonna let you get in his ass. I promise you. But let's so I can just fill him out. What is the vision, Joe? What is the vision? What does that mean?
The goal.
What is the goal?
The goal is for the Black people to survive.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and thrive. That is why we have a Black consciousness, because historically, Black people have always been abused by the other people.
Mm-hmm. So how is a gay man not contributing to the survival of the Black community?
Wow, are you really gonna ask me that?
Yeah, I actually am. I am, because I'm pretty sure you finna say the most ignorant thing. I got an idea what you're going to say, but I'm gonna show you how stupid it is. Okay, but go ahead. How is the gay man not contributing to the Black community?
Okay, I didn't say contribute. Let's make one thing clear first of all.
Mm-hmm.
A gay person can be helpful to the conscious community, can be useful. Yes, of course.
What word should I use? Because I think you know what I'm trying to go with.
Well, here you go. Let me get there. The word you need to use, the word you need to use is survival.
Okay. What is it that the black man does that does not contribute to the survival of the black community?
Procreate black children, black people.
So, okay. So you believe black men, black gay men don't have children?
Well, if they do, that's a good thing.
But if they're gay and they have children, then they're contributing to the survival. So what's the problem?
Now let me tell you the problem here. If you're going to be a leader in the black community, the community is going to be looking up to you, and what they're going to assume you have their values. Now, the black community is like 95% heterosexual. Am I right?
Okay.
Would you say that number is
correct? All right.
Yes.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna totally disagree with that, but we can rock with it if you say it.
Let's say generally the human beings, it's like 5% the human species are homosexual. Majority of humans are heterosexual.
Unless you got a source on that, I'm just gonna take it with a grain of salt. But let's continue.
Well, you can say that, but we all know what we know. So now,
if you listen to what I just said. If you have a source on that,
yeah, of course.
Then I will believe you. But right now, I don't believe you. But that's not the point. I'm trying to see the point. You said that they don't. The black men are not contributing to the survival of the black community. The survival. And you going to procreate. You mentioned procreate, and I simply just asked you: do gay men have children?
Well, the ones who do have children, they are contributing to the black community survival. You understand? But the ones who don't, they are not. And let's get back to the other point as to why they cannot be leaders in the community.
Whoa. No. Don't let him slide from that.
No. Yeah, I got this, but I'm finna, because I'm gonna let him go to the community. I mean, the leaders part, because that was the original question I asked him. So go ahead. I'm gonna let him rock. Go ahead.
That's why I'm returning back there, because we kind of went a different route. So let's get back to why they cannot be leaders in the community. Because when you are the leader of the community, you embody the community. Meaning, if you are a black man saying that I'm a leader for the black community, that means you have a black wife, you have a black child. You represent the people, because black community, the smallest part of the black community is the family, and the family is made out of man, woman, and child. So if you're a leader in that community, you have to represent that. So when you come amongst the people, I would like to see my leader, my black leader, with his black wife and black children, so I can relate to him or her. You understand?
So what about a leader? What about a leader who doesn't have a family? He's heterosexual. He doesn't have any kids. He doesn't have any wife. Can he still lead?
He can lead with the potential of having a family in the future.
Well, what about if he don't want kids? What about he's not able to have kids? He has some type of defect.
We have those outliers there. That but then they can contribute in other ways. Like I said, homosexual.
Right. So boom, stop right there. Boom. So stop right there. Stop. Boom, boom. Stop right there. So according to your standards, everything you just named, the black family, black wife, and all that, doesn't necessarily needs to be a qualification of what makes a leader. He can still lead.
Exactly. It does.
No, you just said that. Hold on. You just said that. You just said if he cannot have kids, and I just gave you an example, maybe he just can't, he have an issue with his penis, he can't have children. So he doesn't need a black family, but he can be a great leader. You just said that the qualification of what makes a good leader is they must have a black family. So which one is it? Which can a person be a great leader with or without a family?
Of course, a person can be a great leader.
Exactly. So you see how dumb that sounds to say because a black person needs to have a point. Oh, go ahead. I'm just letting you know you sound stupid, but go ahead, bro.
No, you just have to listen though.
I'll let you rock. Go ahead.
And I appreciate that. A person a black person can be a leader in the community, can be a great leader, have the potential to be a great leader without having a family. But when you want to stand in front of people, in front of the community, you're going to have those things, because people are going to be looking to you to relate to you. And I have a question for you. And if you can answer that question for me, I would believe in your stance in this situation. Now, do you want me to ask you the question?
What's the question, brother?
Okay. Can you name me one president that existed in the United States or elsewhere without a family?
Okay, so again, this is the question. No, I don't even, to be honest with you, I can't recall hardly the last 10 presidents, to keep it real with you. So I have no idea who all had a family, who didn't have a family. But you're trying to base a tradition of what you say, like you said, values of what people look for to people that they find themselves relatable. Like you said, people want to feel relatable. But if we get rid of these traditions, these social constructs, and see that we can see that the people we keep nominating, like those presidents who got families, but not doing shit for us, then maybe we need to start looking at other people who have something to offer. Just because a man has a family doesn't mean he's going to make a great leader. What makes a great leader is his ability to lead and to make change. Okay, so the point of you mentioning trying to bring up the presidents, can you name good presidents? One that you consider was a great president. We had more bad than good. And guess what? All of them had families. But what happened if we had a man who didn't have a family and all he had to do was focus on running the country? He had no other stressors in his world. Could that person actually benefit good changes and real changes?
Now, do you want me to answer? You want me to speak, or are you still making your point?
Go ahead, brother.
Okay. Now, you see what you just did? You're assuming a lot of things. You're saying there hasn't been any president that allowed us to make any progress. But to see that we are in the place that we are right now, progress had to happen. So that means that's wrong, completely wrong. But all your examples about an individual that doesn't have a family that can make a change are based on what? On assumptions. But if we're talking about reality, what happened since in reality, it all has to do with leaders who have families. You can look at those leaders.
No, brother. If you didn't catch what I was trying to say, if you didn't catch what I was saying, that we had plenty of presidents. They all have families. But can you name which one are the good ones? You said I'm presuming, but I asked you, you wanted me to name one that doesn't have a family, and I'm saying I can't even name the last 10. But I assume that they all had. I'm gonna have to assume. Can you let me finish? I'm gonna have to assume they all have families, because to play the roles of politics, to play the game of politics, we know that people find it more tasteful and relatable if we can see a person leading his family. We trust that person more to lead us, because he's leading his family. Now, even though these men have what?
No, sorry, continue. Sorry for interrupting.
But I was saying, even though these men have family, can you really say they made any changes? Or are we still just keep painting this fantasy that good men have to have families? Great leaders have to have families.
I can name you a leader that made a great change.
Who? A president?
Yes.
Who?
Especially for Black Americans. JF Kennedy. He signed JF Kennedy.
Okay.
He's with the Civil Rights Bill. You understand?
Okay.
That wasn't his bill.
Who signed it? Who signed it?
JFK did not sign that bill.
Who signed the bill?
Oh my gosh.
Who signed it?
I'll wait till you're done.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna let them rock, because y'all know this ain't my real specialties right here. But y'all know I just asked the question just to expose the bias. But hopefully someone is catching what I'm saying to him. If having a family a good leader, but we don't have any good leaders, then maybe having a family is not a good qualification in a person's skill set and what they can actually bring to the table. That's what I'm saying. But for him to say you have to have a family, and these people are failing at being leaders, should that be a great qualification? Or maybe we should look elsewhere.
It is a great qualification, and I'll tell you why. Because it indicates the survival of the people the leader is leading. He is committed to his people by having a family to continue the survival of his people.
But I asked you, can gay men have kids?
I told you a gay
So
man.
look, so hold on. Let me ask you a question. So let's say somebody's running for president. Let's say a black man. He's running for president. He's same gender loving man. He's gay. He's married to another black man. They have 3 black children. Is that a family? And he's running for president. Is that a family?
In today's society, he will not be accepted. He will not be. His situation.
Exactly.
His situation will not be looked at as a family because
but he looked at it as a family.
Why is it looked at as a family, or why isn't?
No, why wouldn't you said that would not be considered a family? So why wouldn't it be considered?
Okay, I'll explain to you. It would not be considered a family because I'm assuming here right now, but the children the gay couple have are not their blood. Maybe they.
I didn't say that. No. Let me. I never said no. Listen to what I said. I never said they adopted children. I said they were his kids.
But
they were biological kids.
But that's why I said I'm assuming here, because you did not make that point clear.
All right. So no, because I'm gonna show you. Okay, now go ahead. Okay. He had children. He contributed to the survival.
His children, right? Biological children, and he happened to have a. So you're telling me somewhere down the line, his preference changed?
No, that has nothing. A person's ability to procreate has nothing to do with their sexual preference. That's what I'm trying to get you to go at when you keep saying this survival thing. Because I can show you the statistic that gay people have children, baby. I don't know why y'all don't.
Now, can I respond? Can you
go ahead, bro? Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Because I was hoping IG would have stayed. But I'm gonna let him get in your ass in a second, because IG would have told you up.
Okay. Now, my point earlier, I said gay people can be helpful and contribute to the survival of the black community in other ways, and having children is one way to contribute to the survival. And now, they can also contribute to the black people being thriving, because homosexual men are very talented. They have a lot of skills. That does not mean they're not useful to the black community. The issue here, what I'm talking about here, is leadership, because they don't have that one thing, a family with a woman and a child. That
I asked you, but I asked you, would that be considered? Hold on, because I don't want to keep, because I want them to get to you, but I just want to make it specific that I asked you, does he have a family? Is that a family? He has 3 kids that are biological his. Is that a family?
I don't know what kind of family it is, but my understanding of family is
it don't matter if you don't know what kind of family it is. Is it a family?
I don't consider that a family. I don't consider it a family.
Why?
A family to me, because I'm explaining to you what qualifies to me as a family. A family to me is a man and a woman and children. And if the woman happens to say pass away, then the man has his family. But to take that as a unit, 2 men and children, that's not considered as a family.
Why? By definition, it is a family. A family, a group. Listen what a family is. Okay. A family, a group of 1 or more parents and their children living as a unit.
Okay. Now, that's the definition here we have in a Western world, right?
So he has a family.
No, he doesn't. And
he does by definition. He has a family.
No, he doesn't. And let me explain myself.
He doesn't have the traditional family.
And let me explain to you. Though. Can I explain?
All right, go ahead. Then I'm gonna let Logic go. I mean, who want to go? Logic, Truest.
If I could respond, I'd love to.
I'm gonna have him go first because I wrote down a lot of things.
I know, baby. Yeah, can you see I asked enough questions to get you ready?
Can I make that point though?
Go ahead, brother.
Why it's not considered a family. Now, you gave me a definition in the Western world, and I'm telling you, in the world at large, the number 1 population are Asians. The second are Africans. Then, you understand? Western world is like 6% of the world population. And in the world at large, a definition of a family is a woman, man, and child, and they will not accept 2 men and children as a family. So when you're giving me
Who won't accept that?
The world, people in the world.
What's the world, brother? The world is big. What's the world? The world is big.
Let me explain to you. You go to Africa and you present that, they will tell you no. You go to Asia and you present that, they will tell you no. You go to Russia.
That's
and you
not
say,
true about Africa. Hold on. That's not true about Africa. No, listen, bro. Bro. That's not true about Africa. And I actually supposed to be doing a discussion on that because first of all, Africa is a continent. It's a big ass continent. So you could think that all those people think the same and have the same cultures. I'm actually supposed to do a debate where I was going to show y'all a community of in Africa of a group of people community. They practice same gender loving. They raise the kids together.
Mm-hmm.
They have multiple wives and they're allowed to have boyfriends. And that they don't see it as anything wrong because it's more about what makes a family is the community. So that's not true. And if you want to put $1,000 on that and take that debate, I'll show you that. So you can't say Africa because if I show you one tribe, a country, or one group of people in a country in Africa who do not have an issue with same gender loving relationships, that debunks your whole theory. That's why you keep saying world. What world? Just say there are cultures of people who don't see that as family, but that's not the whole world. And I can debunk that because I laugh every time people keep saying African people are not same gender loving. And I say that's not fucking true. Just because y'all see a bunch of Nigerians that's Christians who act like they so all of a sudden is so homophobic when our ancestors did practice that. But go ahead. I'll let you continue. And then true as you can rock. Hey, Relic, thank you for coming on, brother.
And if I don't want to hug the mic, so if anybody else wants to jump in before I make my point, I can
I'm gonna let you say your final point, and then I'm gonna let them two rock with you.
Okay, so now it's very incorrect to look at Africa, a whole continent, the second largest continent in the world, with over 1.2 billion population, 54 countries. 2 major religions are Christianity and Islam. 2 homophobic religion, and being one of the most religious continents in the world. First of all, for you to look at one tribe and try to represent that as the face of Africa, it's so
you didn't listen well. You don't listen well. No. I said if I can show you one tribe, I didn't say I only knew one tribe. I said I can if I show you that debunks that Africa, the whole continent, is a homophobic area. So I know what I said. I never said I said if I show you one. So it's not the whole world.
Neo, you can show me 20 tribes, and that still will not make Africa a homo-loving continent. In Africa, in one country, there's over 1,000 tribes. You understand? Over 300 tribes in one country. So show me one, it's ridiculous.
Do you want to take the denied?
Take what?
This $1,000 debate that I can show you some African traditions that they didn't see anything with same gender loving. That concept didn't come up. They didn't start condemning it until the Abrahamic faith entered into the area, like Christian and Islam.
Thank you.
Neo?
Yeah, I'm gonna say that. I say I really want you to take that $1,000 debate because I'm actually saving that in the chamber for somebody like Dr. Umar. I'm actually saving those facts for him. But I will with $1,000 so I can end this. Africa is not so homophobic. They became homophobic when the Abrahamic faith came around.
Yes.
I don't think that's true, but you can make a presentation.
Do you want to put $1,000 on it, or you want to wait till I can finally get my debate with Dr. Umar?
I really want to wait for the Dr. Umar because I think that's going to be very good.
Okay.
But you can make that presentation just so people can see and look at the information.
Nope, I don't want to do it because I did the research, I did the study, I did the research, and I'm going to wait to save this so it can be BBT community. Hold on, let me tell you why. So it can be benefit to the LGBT community because I know once I do that slide and presentation, People are going to bite off my information and run with it as if they did the research.
Okay.
Because ain't nobody, I'm pretty sure ain't nobody, hold on, y'all. I'm pretty sure ain't nobody studying did in Africa, did they practice any type of same gender loving? That's not even on y'all mind to think of that.
Well, Conscious did. Sorry.
Oh, Conscious already did it. God damn it, Conscious. Oh Lord, the goddess.
Yes, but I just want to say one thing, and then I'm gonna wait my turn, and I'm gonna let everybody speak, and I'll come in when I need to. The only thing I want to say is that you shouldn't have to wait until she actually presents that information to you. I think that you should look it up yourself, because you had no problem looking up the information that condemned and completely disrespected queer people's existence in Africa and the way that they're viewed within Africa, pre-colonization or post-colonization. But I think that the same energy that you have looking up information, I'm gonna say the same energy and wit that you have looking up information to condemn homosexuality, have that same energy to see the opposing side. So at least if you're gonna condemn it or try to oppose it, you can come from an educated stance. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
All right, go
sorry.
ahead, Trulis.
Yeah. So 2 quick questions before I further engage with you, sir. First, what are you religious, and if so, what is your religious practice?
Clearly
and
he
then,
is. Sorry, I'm sorry. I thought I was muted. I'm sorry. Let me mute.
No, it's okay. What is your religious practice, if you have any? And then second, are you American?
Okay. First, I am not religious.
Okay.
I don't believe you.
Okay. Are you American? That's the second question.
Secondly, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. So first and foremost, as an American, I hope you would know the year JFK died.
Okay, sorry if my history is not up to par, but one thing I can tell you. One thing I can tell you.
Well, no, sir. I'm just
sorry. I apologize. Sorry.
Okay, I just wanted to say first, when you use your example of the family man accomplishing something great in JFK, he died in 1963. The bill wasn't passed until 1964. Lyndon B. Johnson passed it. Besides that, right? When we're talking about leaders having to have families to be an example to their group of people, you used Christianity and Islam as an example of what the majority follows, the 2 largest religions, right? When you look at these religions, especially with Christianity, you have leaders all throughout the Bible that have no family whatsoever. Most of the prophets didn't have family. Jesus Christ himself didn't have a wife and children. Are you going to sit here and tell us that Jesus Christ, the character, or if you believe he existed, right? Whether you believe him to be a mythological character or an actual human being that existed, are you saying Jesus Christ was not a great leader to the nation of Israel or Christians?
Is that a question or a rhetorical question?
It's a question.
Okay, may I answer you?
Yes.
Okay. To your other question about the president, I would like to say this. If anybody signed that bill, the leader, I can guarantee you this, the leader that signed that bill had a family. Secondly, now, I told you, I do not believe in the Abrahamic religion. I am not a Christian. I'm not a Muslim. I gave you the example of Christianity and Islam in Africa to let you kind of understand.
Okay, but do the people in Africa follow Jesus? Is Jesus not a leader to millions of people across the world?
Yes, Jesus is probably one of the popular beside Muhammad.
Is
right?
Jesus not the largest leader on the planet right now? Whether he was real or not.
No, but he is. But to me, that's irrelevant because I don't follow that.
It doesn't matter what you think because you use the majority, sir. You're the one that used the majority as the example. So I'm just using your logic against you. If you want to go with majority rules, the majority of the planet are either Christians or Muslims. Yes. And in both faiths, they all follow leaders who have no family whatsoever.
Yes.
So if you want to use majority rule as a logic to stand on, that defeats your whole argument.
No, it doesn't. But I'm saying you made a great point. That's actually a really great point, that a lot of the that's something you can bring to a lot of the religious people who don't believe in leaders who don't have families, right? But that is not really a strong point, because when we're speaking of current leaders, every single one that you know of had a family.
That's not true either, because
Okay,
I
then
sure
name me
you,
one.
as an American, I'm sure you respect the FBI as a very powerful organization in the United States, right?
No, I speak of leaders as in presidents. I'm not speaking of
Sir,
organizations.
let me finish. The FBI is one of the most powerful organizations in United States history. J. Edgar Hoover was the founder of the FBI. J. Edgar Hoover had no family whatsoever to speak of. As a matter of fact, there is plenty of speculation that J. Edgar Hoover was homosexual himself. And he's the founder of the FBI. So was J. Edgar Hoover not a leader to one of the strongest organizations in United States history?
Now, I got a question for you. And I'll answer your question, though. Yes, he was one of the greatest leaders because he started a very influential and relevant institution. Now, I have a question for you. Would you answer my question?
Sure.
Yes. Now, who was J. Edgar Hoover, whatever, working under? Who was the president he was working under? Did that president have a family?
He worked under multiple presidents.
Yes. Now, did all of them have families?
Yes.
And that's my point. For you to be in front of people as the leader, you must have a family. But
hold on. So see, you're making a fallacy, because at the end of the day, the way the system in the United States works, it's checks and balances. So it's not like the president has complete control over the FBI. The FBI has ran multiple investigations of presidents that were sitting at the time J. Edgar Hoover was running it. J. Edgar Hoover has blackmailed multiple presidents. So there's checks and balances to the U.S. government. It's not just a monarchy where the president runs with an iron fist over the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That's not how it works.
Yes,
can I just ask him one question, the brother that's speaking with the accent? I heard him ask, did your folks, in a sense of being American, was your ancestors here before the 1965 Immigration Acts? Like, can you pull up records saying that, do you know that your folks were in America before the mass immigration? I'm just asking, because I'm just curious as to actually, because when you ask you're American, anyone can say that they're American if they just move here and get citizenships or a visa. Let me ask a more specific question. Are you anchored in America? Like, is your great-great-great-grandmother was in American soil? Can you answer that question for me?
I will get to you, but let me continue with the gentleman I was speaking to. Sir?
Yes, I hope I answered your question.
No, can you repeat yourself one more time, please?
Okay. So, yes, right? The FBI works, so the judicial branch works for the executive branch, works for the legislative branch. It's like rock, paper, scissors. All three branches work for the other. It's not a situation where the president just rules with an iron fist over the other branches. Okay? So it's not a situation where J. Edgar Hoover was working for each president he served under. It was one hand washing the other. And in fact, I can show you more proof that J. Edgar Hoover was tampering with and blackmailing presidents, sitting United States presidents. J. Edgar Hoover was the most feared man in the United States for decades.
Okay, I get your point, and the relevancy of you bringing J. Edgar Hoover was to show me that a person who doesn't have a family can also be in a great leadership position, right? That was the point.
He's a great example of that, and he happened to possibly be homosexual too.
Of course,
which is ironic.
And the mob had photos of him doing some things, but that is a great point you made. Now, for me to counter you, I would say you gave me one individual in a great position that does not have a family. Now, other? Can you name me two more in great leadership position in the United States? And I'm aware of the check and balances. You have the executive, the legislation, or the judiciary. I know that there's three different branches that have their own power. But can you
All right,
name me two
before
individuals?
before you answer that, y'all, because I want to keep the conversation going because we got people waiting. Before you answer that, what's his name, Joe? I just want to say it doesn't matter if he can name one or a million. We're just trying to get you to see that what you believe is the qualifications and the standards a man must have to make a great leader is not true. Because he just gave you an example of a great leader who didn't have those qualifications that you feel they need. Do you kind of get where he's going? Like he's trying to school. It's like, I don't really want y'all to stay on this too long, but he gave you an example of one. One is enough. We don't need 10 or 20. It debunks your whole theory of what qualifies a man to be a good leader.
No, you did not. You did not understand where I was coming from. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I want to move on. Like I'm just real quick, y'all wrap it up because I want to get to Logic. I mean,
I'll let
Reckless.
let the other brothers speak. I'm done.
But okay, good point, Truist. You always come with that, boy. I don't know why you don't debate, Truist. You start getting paid for.
I try to, but nobody ever wants to take me up on one.
Can I make this
you a beast, bro? Go ahead, Joe. Please wrap it up, and then I'm gonna let Reckless respond to you, and then I want to get the Relic and the IG because you keep dropping in and out. I don't know if you're having a bad signal, but I think Joe didn't want to answer your question, so we're just gonna hold on to that question that you asked him. Okay.
I kind of figured though, because I'm not xenophobic growing up in New Orleans, but I can tell that the way that his perspective is, it's something that most people from the continent of Africa or Caribbean who dealt with their Spanish and French colonialism, they have a very much right-wing conservative way of seeing America, and that's because they don't share the same Black American experience. I mean, I could tell that. That's what I'm saying. When he answered that, I wasn't expecting him to answer it, but I knew the answer without him answering it. You see what I'm saying as to why he has this right-wing conservative archetype of what an American is versus people who are ancestors who are here before the 1965 Immigration Act.
Okay, good point, brother. All right, go ahead, Joe. Wrap it up, and then I'm gonna throw it to Reckless.
Okay. Now, my point
I can just tell, like, it is giving that, and that's I kind of wanted him to.
Ag, I don't know if you can hear me, but your internet is real bad, and I think you might be delayed by a couple of seconds.
Yeah,
so you might want to. Yeah, you might want to come back in and go out, but you delayed by a couple of seconds. Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you. Now, my point here was not that men who are homosexual or females who are lesbian don't have abilities and are capable of leadership. That is not my point here. That's not what I'm arguing. What I'm arguing here is that to be a leader for the community, like the one everybody looks at, you have to reflect the community, majority of the community. Now, majority of the community are heterosexual, and they usually have families. And they look at men, women, and child as the smallest unit of that community. So for them to have a leader, they usually prefer someone who has a family they can relate to. Now, gay men or gay women having capabilities of leadership, that's idiotic to say that they don't. Right? If let's say if we're living in a world who just by merit without any other values, possibly anybody could be a leader. But we're living in a world that people look at values and they relate to certain values and they choose based on who resonates with their values. And majority of the people appreciate families. And that's what the number one thing they look for in a leader. And that's just my argument to you guys.
No, I'm gonna go ahead and just slightly agree with you on that, because I don't know if you watched the show called The Shy. I'm just trying to think of something that people can relate to recently. There in the episode, for anybody who watched the show The Shy, there is a politician, a black man in the community where he is
Jake's
dating
older brother. Yeah.
Jake's
older brother,
Jake's older brother, yeah. He's a black heterosexual man, but he dates trans women. He don't see them as men, he see them as women. But you know, in that case, it would be considered homosexual behavior. But that I'm not here to debate that. But he had to pretend to date a black woman. They hired somebody to be his fake girlfriend or fake fiance so he could get the votes. So I get like what people are looking for in these leaders. But unfortunately, he was a great leader, but he had to hide his sexuality. And then, just not the spoiler alert, eventually he just said, fuck it. You know, he's not going to lie to the people because he's not a liar. He wants to show the people exactly what they're getting. So, but go ahead, Reckless.
Alrighty, I wrote down a lot of things, so I'm just gonna go through them.
I'm sure you did.
So the first thing, the thing that gets me with this whole leader conversation, like it gets me because I'm like, okay, leader, okay, so where are we going? Where are we going? Where's the map? Where's the destination? Where's the GPS system? Where's the route? Where is the coordinates? Like, that whole leader conversation really, is very funny to me because they always talk about lead. But a lot of times when you start to progress that conversation, there's no quote unquote effective plan put into place or an effective plan that's thought out that includes all shades and nuances of quote unquote blackness, which means there could be black woman, black man, black trans, black queer, all of those shades and nuances of blackness. Now you did say that you want people are looking for something that reflects the community, which I think is very interesting because it's like, okay, you want somebody to quote unquote to have a family and reflect the community, but I think that would be kind of asinine. Or I do believe that I have to question, what do people really want to reflect? Because yes, we can name a lot of black leaders who do have families, but we can also name the exact same black leaders that cheated on their wives. We can name the exact same black leaders that beat their wives, that sexually assaulted their wives. So if that is the case, if the qualification is strictly having a wife, then I think a lot, and I mean a lot, of black leaders would not be on that list if we just start to go more in depth in that conversation. Now, you did say earlier that in order for you to be a leader, you must have a vision and stay true to the vision. Queer people do that all the time. Now let's get into this whole. Now I'm gonna say this in terms, because I'm just gonna be honest. The whole gay men not being able to lead and blah 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 blah. Here's the thing. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm gonna call it for what it is. The reason why, whether you want to say it or not, the reason why you don't see gay men or quote unquote they can't lead. Now you can try to dress it up for them not having a family, but they can't lead because you view them as feminine. And this goes to one of the reasons why when queer people are insulted, they're very the name choices are very feminine bound, like sissy, punk, the bitch, those words like that, because a man sleeping with a man does not make you a real man. And remember, y'all, earlier in the genesis of this conversation, I literally said and was talking about how male and man, when it comes down to heterosexual cisgender people, y'all pick and choose when y'all want to take it away and then when y'all want to acknowledge it. But I will say this. So yes, like when it comes down to the whole gay men thing about them being reason why you don't think they could lead, whether you want to say it or not, is because you view them as feminine, and femininity and in a lot of people's minds is equated to weakness and also equated to docile, not strong enough. And the thing about it is that this also goes to the conversation why a lot of times men don't believe or have the strong stance of women not leading, because you're weak, you're docile, you can't handle it. But the thing that's very insane to me is that anything feminine or female in the animal kingdom, since a lot of times when we talk about the hierarchical structures and the way that us as humans and also as animals and mammals operate in the animal kingdom, is that anything female in the animal kingdom is very aggressive as well. Lions within their prides, the prides of the lions are ran by the females, the lionesses. The lionesses make all the head decisions. There are a lot of animals that's the reason why even when it comes down to mama bears are way more aggressive than the male bears and stuff. So this whole notion thinking that femininity is just this weak, docile thing, we have to stop that, because that most definitely will screw our perception in the way that we view things. Now, yes, this whole Africa thing, I will say this, that when it comes down to Africa, them being homosexual or engaging in homosexuality pre-colonization, that is true. Homosexuality in Africa was well accepted because, for one, we were a very loving people. We loved each other. We were very accepting. We were very open to each other. And after colonization, homophobia, which is hate, was introduced to Africa, to what now we're very divided amongst each other. And guess what? What's the colonizer's main goal? To conquer and divide. And how can you do that if you have people viewing each other as either less than or it's freaks of nature? Now, in terms of this whole procreation thing, I'm gonna say this. Here's the thing. When people say the whole thing about queer people can't procreate, it's asinine to me, because for one, we do have heterosexual people within the queer community, aka allies. We also have metrosexual people. Now, metrosexual are heterosexual people who, so like, for example, men who may dress more feminine-like, but that does not determine their sexual orientation. So you may have someone that may dress more feminine, and people may be like, okay, is he gay? But he still is attracted to and sleeps with women, and exclusively sleeps with women, cisgender women, if you want to get technical or whatever. Now, we also have sapiosexual people. Sapiosexual, for people who do not know, is that when people are attracted to others' intelligence, they also have children as well. You also have queer people, gay people, who have children, because guess what? Queer people do come together to have kids. And I'm pretty sure, if not on this panel, in this chat, everybody, because I know I have one, everybody has that gay lesbian auntie that has children. She didn't create that with her lesbian partner, but however, she decided to come together because she wanted to have a child. We also have transgender people who have children, because transgenderism has nothing to do with the sexual orientation. It has something to do with the gender identity and the way that you show up. So transgender people do have children. There are different methods that people that are trans have children. They can freeze their eggs, or keep their sperm, whatever. But I'm not too deep into that section. But there are other methods. We have non-binary people, etc. Now I remember, I don't know his name, but he did touch up on a point that said that Yahshua, aka Jesus Christ, he didn't have children, nor did he have a family. So I just think it's very interesting that people like to take that stance, but yet still try to take that approach, but yet still have to have their foundation on a religious base, whether they want to admit it or not, because that just proves that it's a big contradiction for their plight. What about the people that are celibate? What about the people that are celibate for religious practice, like priests and nuns? They are looked as wonderful leaders. Of course, we're not talking about the sexual assaulters, but they're looked at as wonderful leaders in high regards, but yet that same stance is not applied to them, because I'm pretty sure because they're not homosexual. And I know it's really easy for people to apply the whole procreation approach to us. Now, when it comes down to people saying that, when it comes down to you must have children to be able to be successful in the society, yada yada. But let's be very clear: queer people also adopt the same children that you guys slam dunk into the foster care system. And not only that, we also take in the children, aka the queer children that you guys throw in the street. Same, especially with someone like Eddie Long that was preaching that you should kick out your queer children, and that's exactly what a lot of melanated people, parents, did, and a lot of queer people ended up on the streets. So queer people been taking in children and been taking care of children, especially the ones that you slam dunk on the streets or into the adoption care system. Now, what about the people that just don't want kids, but yet they're leaders? What about those people? That has nothing to do with their contribution to the quote unquote community, or them being able to take the community in a, I'm using quotation marks, in the right direction. Now you did ask a question about the. Now I told you this is gonna be a rant. I wrote all this down, but you did ask a question about the president, and you know he has a family, and can you name one person that didn't have a family, and you know da da da. But here's the thing: because homophobia and transphobia and etc., all of that exists, who's to say that every single person that was a leader with a family was heterosexual? Who's to say that the people that had families were not? Because this is also true, because this is the same plight that women have when it comes down to DL culture. Who's to say that those are gay men that have a family with women, procreate with women, aren't fully honest and comfortable being fully honest about who they are, but yet since they're pressured to fit into this mold, then they have to fulfill this quote unquote duty because it's respectable. So I just think that's very interesting. And this is my last point. I'm gonna be quiet because I know this has been a rant, but in a sense of the whole assumptions things that you did say earlier, talking about, I think you're making an assumption. Also, you also have to keep in mind too about the progression that queer people have done. If we use your logic that queer people never had children, then if that's the case, the LGBT wouldn't be anywhere. But for your logic, queer people do not have children. And since they don't have children, then how can you explain the progression of the LGBT movement? And that's all I got to say. That's it.
Yeah, I told you I knew you was going to be making those as I asked those questions. Because y'all know how I like it over here. Family, I see I'm at 35 plus. Please like the video. Y'all know how I like it. Show the like button. So regardless if we agree or disagree, y'all know your girl. Slap the ass. Just slap the ass of the like button. Just slap it. But okay, brother. Who was it? Sister Freedom. Give me a second. I see you in the chat. Brother, I don't think I met you yet, but thank you for coming in. So just hold on, be patient. I gotta get to my brother Relic. IG, I'm sorry, baby. You keep going in and out, but I'm gonna let you respond again to Joe, but I want to get Relic's opinion in here. He's a very logical brother. He don't understand that we don't have free will, but I'll let him slide on that. But Relic, you still here, my love?
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. There we go. There go that voice. Hey.
Yeah. We do have a choice. You just need to go ahead and debate me on that so we can handle that.
We don't, but go ahead, brother.
Okay. I've been listening and I've been hearing everything, and I'll say that I think that those who identify in the LGBTQ plus community can be conscious, but we would like to see how does that actually work in real time today. One of the major hot topics, I guess we can say, and I would like to hear from a conscious person in the LGBTQ plus community. We in the conscious community, I guess I'll speak for myself. I won't speak for the whole community, but me as a heterosexual conscious Black man, I believe that there are only two genders. Are there only two genders? And is that something that is agreed upon in the conscious gay community?
Are you asking me this right now, or are you going to continue?
Yeah, he said. Do you want him to answer it now, Relic? Because I know you said you want somebody from the community that's conscious. So I would throw that to either Logic, Reckless Logic, or on IG. So
yeah, you can answer that now. Great.
Which one of y'all want to take it, Reckless or IG? Which one of y'all want to respond to that?
I'll take it. Well, I'm gonna say my personal opinion. In my personal opinion, who's to say? Because once again, genders, and we're not talking about sex. There's a distinction between your gender and your sex. Your gender is the social construct. So whatever people come together and agree is quote unquote acceptable, and this is quote unquote go to said gender, then only God knows. But That's not really my forte, only because of the simple fact I'm not trans, nor am I non-binary.
IG, you want to make a quick comment on that? Because I'm sure you got an interesting way to explain this.
Let me give me like 2 minutes. I'm about to get to my spot. Unless y'all can hear me now.
We can hear you.
Can y'all hear me here?
Yeah, go ahead.
What he was saying, I'm sorry, I missed the question because y'all had came out. What now? What was the question again?
Really, can you?
Yeah, sure.
Question real quick.
Yes, I sure can. Are there only two genders?
No, just because it depends on the perspective of which your national origin is. If you're dealing with Western European constructs under patriarchy, then no, there isn't. If you deal with American Indian, Western, indigenous cultures, yes. And South Asiatic cultures, yes. There's more than one expression of masculine, feminine, regardless of your sexes and your anatomy. So it's a perspective. It depends on which perspective naturally where you're at, if such thing is recognized. It's not a one size fits all.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm gonna both answer your question and respond to the comment Black Lion made because it's the same thing.
Sure.
He said
Before
biology. He said biology 101 completely disagrees with you. Well,
that's exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say I'm speaking more from a biological standpoint.
Yeah. I'm gonna address that, and I'm just like yourself. I'm a heterosexual male that would consider himself a part of the conscious community too. As someone that is currently in school and studies science, by the biological explanation of what we are, that refers to our sex. As the first brother that spoke cleared it out, gender and sex are two different things. Gender, that is a social construct. That is something that is subjective depending on the culture and community you are a part of. It's defined in different ways. It is a part of an overall psychological and social construct. Your sex is what biology studies. Gender is not scientific at all. And I will be willing to debate anyone on that. Gender is not scientific. Sex is scientific. The personality traits that we psychologically attribute to genders, such as man and woman, that cannot be explained by science. Sex is what's explained by science via biology. And
we have a gender non-binary person on the panel right now, but before I let
I just saw your comment in the back. But hold on, IG. I just saw your comment on the Retro Dutch. Please be patient. I definitely want to get to you. I saw your comment in the private chat. But IG, go ahead and wrap it up because I just want to get real quick to Sister Freedom and then.
Yeah, but totally agree with that because, and I've said this over and over again, the way that we infantilize women and socialize females, it goes against biology. There's nothing in nature to where females and males are depending on each other outside of procreation. You're not the ideal of woman needing a man to take care of her. That isn't a male taking care of a female. That's not biology. That is social construct. So when you even if you take trans out the situation, the way that we socialize males and females and man and woman goes against biology. It goes against nature because females and males are codependent and independent on each other. Carnivores are not waiting for carnivores are not waiting for female carnivores in certain traits to do the work for them and vice versa. So that's one thing I just wanted to say. Yes, the way that we socialize gender is against biology. But go ahead.
Yeah, I understand that there's we may use different terminologies, and I want it to be on the same type of thought process in it. So I'll change from gender to sex just for the point of conversation.
The conversation.
Yeah. I do disagree, though. I think gender and sex has some mutual connectivity. There's some continuity there, but I will, for the sake of the conversation, adhere to the idea of the sex. So, are there only two sex then?
I'm sorry, you kind of broke up. What was that? Can you repeat yourself?
He asked were there only two sets, but just real quick, respond real fast, and I want to keep it moving, y'all, because I want to get to the other people. I definitely want to make sure we get retro Dutch, because I feel like this is I'm gonna explain later, but please be patient. I don't know how much time you got, retro Dutch, but please be patient. I'm going to get to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all right, but go ahead. Truist, respond to that real quick, and then I want to go to Sister.
I was going. Okay.
Yeah. I'll just real fast. According to science, yes, I can scientifically prove there's only two sexes. But as I stated, gender, when we're talking about gender specifically, it's not scientific, and I have plenty of scholarly sources to back that up.
Okay. Sister Freedom, is you still here?
Yes, I am
still here.
Yes, I.
Yeah, you got a comment about this, and then after Sister Freedom, I want to go to Asherah, Asherah, and then definitely gonna get into the retro Dutch. So,
hi panel, how are you?
Hey, good.
Hold on, burning my sage, because everybody keep making fun of the lighter noise. They keep saying I be smoking weed, but I wanted people to see I have sage. I'm just getting ready to cleanse the energy, because I got a feeling somebody, the devil's finna come. I have a feeling. Not you, Sister Freedom, not you, babe, but you know. And you see how I say babe, you see how I called you babe, and everybody was like, oh, she always saying baby and calling something else. I say I'm Southern. I call everybody babe and boo and love. It's just a term of endearment. Like, it's not that serious. But I just want babe and love to everyone. So
I want to say this. I know that it may appear that it's two sexes. It may appear that way. But I think that really, there's more men that claim to be heterosexual, okay? Because you're walking around here with pants on that act more like women than men that claim to be homosexual, okay? They have a lot of estrogen, and they make claims like they just hate women, okay? So the thing that I'm trying to say is, do you really think that a man that comes on this earth wants to be a woman? I don't think that. So I think that if someone has those traits and is going that way, that's just who they are. I think that scientifically in the womb, you start off as women, and something happens and you are just, you become a man. So actually, you probably just a messed up woman. You just a girl. You just a messed up girl. Okay, and you just don't. You have nipples, and you don't, and you can't use them for nothing, and so it causes you to be a stronger female. And you know, I think people need to stop judging other people and worry about themselves. I mean, you know, it is what it is. We live in this world together. Don't change the fact that you're still Black. And you're still going to be judged by the color of your skin, not by the fact that you are gay or not gay. And if you are being judged because you're gay, then shame on you. Or I don't even really want to use that word. I don't even know what to say about it anymore, because I'm a mother and a grandmother. It's hard for me to be, you know, I'm ignorant and say what I don't want, and you know what I mean? But it just is what it is. We have to learn today how to stick together and love each other. You know what I mean? This about, you can prove that it's two sexes. I mean, really, if you want to get down to the get down, we can look at it scientifically and find that you just a messed up woman. And you just have a deep voice because it just happened to be that in the womb. How was it, Neo? You was an XX. And
yeah. When I was messing with the men, when I was talking about the nipples, I said everybody starts. Science says, and it is, and they can look it up. Science says that all mammals start off technically female. It's X chromosome, and then the X mutates or drops a legs, and then turn into a Y, and that's what the mammal.
You look at Dr. Delbert Blair, and he gives a good synopsis on it. You just look it up. I'm just saying, of course, we all need to stop being prejudiced because a great friend of mine, and may the higher powers and the ancestors rest his soul, very close to him. You know what I mean? And I would take up for him if anybody did anything to him. I was glad that I had the opportunity to, interview him, and he was very conscious, and he was homosexual, and I wish I could hold him today. I have family members that are homosexual, and I wish somebody would do something to them. So, and that in your own families, you have members that may be homosexual. I mean, just think about what you would do if somebody did something to one of your children or a family member of yours that was homosexual. I mean, really, we need to think about that. And just think about, your ways yourself that may be feminine, or what somebody has said to you that you might got feminine ways. It's because you're probably really somewhere inside you a girl, not being smart. But, there's some people that's like really, really manly. And there's some people that just argue and act like, that's just the way it is. And there's some women
like assholes.
And there's women like me, of course. And people say that I have masculine ways. It just is what it is. Now I walk around with 6-inch heels on, lashes, all of that, but I still have the ways where people say that because I'm a Taurus, that I get straight to the point and I might be masculine. So I think we need to stop judging each other and just start loving each other. That's it.
Yeah, that's true. I just want to make a light joke about it because it's funny how when people do look at your energy and your persona, and you know how it is for me over there in Sarnetta. What's the number one thing they say is acting masculine? Neo is a man, or Neo's really a boy. They like calling me a boy over there for some reason. And this the funny thing, a true story. And if anybody in the chat who actually knows me personal, say that I'm lying if I'm lying. I dress like a boy, tomboy or whatever, but I act like a whole female. Like if y'all can see my nails, my personality when I date, and it's nothing wrong with what you are, embrace. You are what you are. You are who you are. But it's so funny because when they see me, they be like, oh, she act like a nigga, or she act like a boy. But the people who don't dated me and my family, I'm very, I don't act like a man at all. No. My emotions, the way I term it, is very considered what they call feminine, normal feminine behavior. I would let a man pump my gas. If he wants to take out the trash, I let him do it. You know what I'm saying? If something heavy, I do not try to compete with hey, this is heavy. Can you help me out? Can you lift this for me? It's so funny because they say I look like a boy, but I don't act like one. And for as what they call the behavior, how a feminine woman, how a man would act. I barely watch sports. I'm only watching the Super Bowl because I like the halftime show. But neither one of my teams is there. My favorite sports is boxing. I don't know nothing about basketball. The closest thing that I think if you must label me as that, is I'm into hip hop music. That's the closest. I'm being honest. When they try to talk to me about sports, I just scratch my head, but my favorite sport is actually boxing and MMA fighting.
Mine too.
So but it's so weird. But I'm gonna go ahead and go.
Who would think?
I asked a question.
I just wanted to share that with y'all so y'all can kind of get an idea how dumb it is to judge someone by the outside of how they look. So, but all right. So, did he leave? I think he dropped off. I knew I was taking too long to get to him.
Neil, can I see this? Looks are so deceiving. Would anybody think that I had a daughter that would be 42 years old this year? No. So looks are deceiving.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Hey. Hey, look, Neil just admit she just wasn't her. She just, I guess they were trying to say she just want her booty rub. They said wasn't, but want her booty rub just like any other woman. And I like to be held, and I like to be cuddled.
Right, Neil. Right.
Y'all, they keep saying I'm emotional over there, and I just be laughing because I'm like, I'm emotional because I'm not dead in the inside. Like, what the fuck? It's so funny. But I'm just not into the feminine stuff. I don't like doing that. That's just not who I am. But I'm laughing. This is funny because I like to be caressed. It has nothing about being feminine. I'm a human. Shit, all humans like hugs. Who don't like a fucking hug? So unless you, like I said, you dead in the inside. But all right. I guess let's just go ahead and get it to Retro Dutch. Okay, you said that you trans. Okay. Well, yeah. All right. Okay. Now, can you? I'm trying. How do you zoom it? Because I want people to see this. I want to see this because I want you to help us explain this. Because I actually saw on ConsciouzTv there was a young lady. I don't know. Her asking her questions about the gay community. I don't know why he kept asking her that because she's not gay. She's not a lesbian. She made it clear that she was a heterosexual woman. And she kept trying to speak and make comments about gay people, why people are lesbian, why people are trans or gay. And I remember I just found it kind of ridiculous because I was like, if you're not gay or trans or lesbian, if you're not in the community, you don't really know how people act and why they do. Like, she was speaking for a community that she's not a part of. So it just was really crazy to me because I was like, what? So I see that you're trans. Did you go from female to male?
No, in all actuality, I'm a trans woman. Okay, but right now,
can you explain that? Can you? I'm not trying to because it's for my audience.
I know it's confusing. So
hold on. Hold on, can you hear me? I just want you. Hold on. I just want you to know reason why I'm asking you that because my audience is mostly the conscious community. This is not an LGBT platform.
Okay.
All right. So if you see stuff in the comments, just letting you know that's what you're working with over here. Okay.
Okay, I understand. No, I don't even read the comment. But basically, so as far as I'm concerned, I'm non-binary. Okay. And the reason I'm non-binary is because I basically go back and forth at this point. Previously, I guess the past 10 years, I have lived as a trans woman. Okay. So I haven't dressed this way that I'm dressing right now in 10 years. I'm just starting it back over again. The reason I'm starting back over is for social media. I'm doing like a non-binary, basically character. So this is like a costume. This beard is fake. I've had laser hair removal. My facial hair doesn't even grow. Okay. But it's kind of to prove a point. And it's also to kind of sell it because I do music and different things of the sort, but I don't really sing like a woman. So at any rate, I guess that's a little bit of explanation. Oh, and as far as my pronouns are concerned, you're going to go with whatever you see. So like right now, you're going to use masculine pronouns. I'm okay with that, even though normally I'm a trans woman and I have my nails and makeup and all my shit done or whatever the case might be. This is how I am at certain points. If I'm going to be like recording TikTok videos or something like that, then I'll look like this. But as far as the question that was asked earlier, gender, not conscious, but Reckless hit it on the head.
Yeah, keep saying conscious names so we can summon the goddess.
That part. I thought he was already in here.
I was so, hey, trust me, I'm trying to wake him up out of his sleep. Like, so y'all keep saying his name so we can summon the goddess.
Right. Reckless explained it that that's the best way to try to understand it. Oh yeah, and then he kind of changed it and said, well, are there only two sexes? So anyway, there are more than two sexes because you have people who are intersex. There are always going to be variations of human nature, regardless if you're talking about sociology, sexuality, or biology. There's always going to be a variation. There's nothing that's black and white. I know that intersex is an exception, but it does exist. So in all actuality, there are more than one sex. And as far as gender is concerned, that's a spectrum, and it could be fluid. It could be a little bit of one thing, a little bit of another. You have studs, that still identify themselves as women. You have trans men who identify as men. Sex and gender are two separate things, meaning that your sex does not determine how masculine or feminine you are or the type of life that you're going to live. Every female is not guaranteed to be a woman, automatically a woman. How you live your life is a choice. So you choose whether or not you want to be a woman, and if you want to be a lady, you choose if you want to be a man or if you want to be an alpha male. You know, if you want to put that extra off into accentuating your gender. So your gender is sociological. If we want to get like technical and break it down to science, biology is sex. Gender is sociology. So in college, you learn the difference between sex and gender in sociology. You won't learn that if you don't take sociology, okay? They don't even discuss that in psychology. Maybe a little bit, but mainly sociology is the science. And the other gentleman that was heterosexual was correct. There is no biological reality to gender. It's a perspective. And IG has said, you know, from country to country, it changes. You know, trans women are revered on the other side of the earth. They walk through the village and sing and help people out and do everything. I mean, they're like a prize. Huh?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
What is a woman?
A woman is a gender, and it's a way of living. It's a set of standards that you live by. It's a way of conducting yourself. It's a set of mannerisms, and these are determined by the Western social constructs. That's what it means to be a woman.
So, excuse me.
So a woman is a gender. Hold on.
I'm gonna let. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna let y'all rock.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm gonna let y'all rock. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So retro. I got a question, real quick, and I'm gonna let them rock with you. Okay. So on the show that I go to on it's called ConsciouzTv. It's a Black Conscious Community Foundation, right? They keep calling me trans. By definition, if I constantly keep telling them that I identify as my pronouns are her, she, of the clothing I put on, by definition, am I a trans person?
No, you just like you just have a little bit more masculine self-expression, but you're not. Even a stud is not trans. A trans man is trans, but a stud may cross-dress and wear men's clothes. That doesn't make them a man. That, like I said, that's a decision that you make on how you're gonna live your life. Yeah.
Can you explain to them why I am not a trans person just because I wear men clothes?
Okay, a cross-dresser is kind of a sense of trans, but a person who's not like, you know, cross-dressing and they just like men's clothes, sometimes they're more comfortable, they might like wearing boxers, that's just their expression. That's just a variation of their human nature, how they express themselves. That is not them. You being trans is something that you establish yourself. The other people can't tell you what your identity is. They can't tell you if you're gay or straight. They can't tell you if you are a man or a woman. They can't tell you how masculine and feminine you are because they would have to have you on a 24-hour surveillance. You might be a lot more feminine at certain times, but your expression in what clothes that you like to wear, how you express yourself in that aspect might not be the average, but that doesn't mean that you're transitioning over to being a man.
Okay. So we clearly got to understand that Neo-x is not transitioning over to be a man. I don't want to be a man. Trust me, I love my lady parts. You know what I'm saying? I love the lady parts. No shot on no shot to anyone.
You identify as being a woman. If you identify as being a woman, it doesn't matter how you dress. You don't feel like you're a woman trapped in a man's body. That's not why the expression may be a little more different. You're just different. You're just an individual.
Neil, can I ask you a question?
I'm gonna let you answer, but honestly, it's just comfortable. Like, I've never been into the feminine stuff. I always just like looking natural. Sometimes I do it just to, if I'm going to a function or whatever, I would clean up a little bit to a certain extent. But I don't go like I don't know. I just don't get it. I said, why do they keep calling me trans? If I keep saying that I'm not a trans person, that I just like dressing in men clothes. It's comfortable for me, you know. And I used to be married a lot, and not to go into my lifestyle. I used to be married to a man, and for some reason that didn't even bother him too much. Because I kept making fun of him. I said, people gonna think you gay when they see me, you know. Like, but he didn't care because he understood it wasn't the clothing. It was the heart. So just want to bring that up. But go ahead,
do you think,
Sister Frida?
Okay, how you doing? How are you, Retro?
I'm doing pretty good.
Oh, let me let you see me. Retro, do you think that because you are trans, do you think, because there was a question in here about bathrooms, do you think that a trans person, because it is accepted now, do you think that you should have your own bathroom?
No. With the bathrooms, now I am on the fence with people who are non-binary. Now me, I'm black. I'm black. I'm Southern fried black. You know what I'm saying? I'm a project baby. So I get where all my straight counterparts and stuff are coming from. I wouldn't try to use no women's bathroom, even though I may live my life as a trans woman at other times. I know when I'm dressed as presenting as a man or more masculine or in between where you can't tell, then I would use the men's restroom, or I would, want them to have a bathroom for people who are non-binary. But a bathroom for trans women would be very dangerous. That will put trans women in danger because as they're entering and coming out of that bathroom, people are going to notice them, and people are going to be, the fact that people know that they're trans, sometimes religious zealots and all kinds of different transphobic and homophobic people will attack them or do different things, bully them, misgender them. You never know what they might have to endure once people realize that they're trans, who might not have before. They might have gotten past. They might have been passable, but maybe not stealth, where you can't tell, but they might be able to get past and not calling any attention to themselves. But if they go in that trans women's bathroom, that's opening up a can of worms. So I definitely don't think that trans people should have their own bathroom. Maybe there should be a family bathroom for people who don't identify with either of the genders, but only that's optional. I don't think it should be a separation there. No, ma'am.
Can
I say this? Let me say this. I want to finish this. Okay, so now you know that people have been sensitive to people that are homosexual, but at the same time, you do also gotta understand that people that are not, like people that are like me, I'm a woman and I'm an older woman, and I don't know if I want to be in the bathroom next to a man that's peeing, or something going on, and a man's in the bathroom with me, and you know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Uncomfortable. It could be uncomfortable,
Yes. I understand. So
I'm just using this as a
example and a question. You asked
but I
the
also
question.
understand what you're saying too. I do understand what you're saying as well.
Yes, ma'am.
And I like the family thing that you're saying as well.
Yes, ma'am. So here's the thing. I totally understand and I respect your concerns. Unlike some people in the trans and LGBT community, they may take offense or they may whatever, but I love black women. I respect y'all to the utmost. Here's the thing. Again, your concerns are definitely reasonable and they're understandable. But here's the thing: we can't have someone who has to use the bathroom not be able to use the bathroom simply because you may not be comfortable with who they are. And and so we have to unfortunately kind of override. We have to kind of deal. We just got to deal. You stay in your stall, she stays in her stall, because it's no more less illegal for a person to be peeking in the stall or doing anything illegal in the bathroom if they're a trans man, which is a female who transitioned to a man, or a stud or a lesbian. If they're peeking in your stall or doing something up under the stall, they're going to jail. And if they're a trans woman and they do anything in the bathroom that they should be doing, they're going to jail. So you're still protected by the law. If anything happens, then, there's going to be an issue. But until such time, we can't have her over here peeing in her pants because that just makes you a little bit more comfortable. And, I've been in a situation myself where I was stopped at a bathroom, and of course, this person was just being transphobic. He knew I was trans and whatnot. He just wanted to give me a hard time. But the point is, I went off Because when you gotta go, you gotta go. That's not time for anyone to play with you or whatever their views are.
I know that's right.
That's completely different than maybe sports or something like that. Now I'm on the fence with that. But when it's time to go to the bathroom, if they look like a woman, they're going to be put. You got to think about the fact of how much danger you're putting this person in, just to make yourself comfortable. You would rather them go into another bathroom or not to the men's. You said a family bathroom, or not a family, but a transgender bathroom.
Yeah, but
you realize you're putting them in danger.
Really quick, just because a person is homosexual, because I think that you're born that way. Okay. That is what I believe. I believe that you just happen to be that way. Okay. I don't think it's something that you choose. I think that it's something that you are. Okay. So what I'm saying is, why is it necessary that you have to dress like a woman or a man? Why can't you? Because I think it's private. It's something that is in you. People just
sexual. Yeah, something sexual you do in the bedroom. So I get that question. That's a very good question. I'm glad you asked that.
Necessary that you have to dress like a woman or you have to dress like a man, because I think that what you do sexually is your personal business.
Right.
Just saying. I'm just wondering why. I always did wonder why.
Why people have to take it that far, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the thing. When a person dresses like the opposite gender, not sex, but gender. So let's say me, for instance, we use me, myself. Let's say I'm dressed as a trans woman, not as a man, how I am right now. Technically, right now, I'm giving off cisgender, even though I'm cross-dressing because I'm really a trans woman. And I know that's confusing. But when I transition to a woman, I can still have sex with women. What I do in the bedroom is completely separate than from how I'm presenting, what I feel comfortable presenting myself as. Now, wearing these clothes right now, they may feel a little bit more comfortable. I may be able to jump in and out of this in 5 minutes a little faster, but I'm still more comfortable in women's clothes. Right now, I'm like a stud. I have breasts right now, and they're bound under several layers of sports bras, okay, like a stud would, because they're ashamed of their breasts. Breasts are definitive of femininity, okay? So what I'm telling you this is to say that that's a whole nother separate entity from my sex and my sexuality. My gender is who I am, how I feel comfortable. That doesn't have anything to do with who I'm attracted to. Just because I'm dressed like a woman and I have a penis doesn't mean I'm attracted to men.
Can
I say something real fast?
Oh yeah. Who was that? Truist or Reckless? Yeah. I can't tell.
I'll go after him.
Well, actually,
okay.
I went
so that
first
was
last
Truist.
time.
Go ahead,
I'll let you go first this time. I went last time.
Oh, that's so nice of you. Go ahead, Reckless.
Okay. He kind of retro kind of explained some of the things I wanted to say. But when it comes down to the whole okay, can you do me a favor? Can you put that comment back on the screen to talk about allowing a man to go into the room is extremely dangerous? That one.
Do you remember the username?
Yes, it's Black Lion Supreme.
It was Black Lion. I'm sure he said some shit like that. Allowing a man to go into a little girl's room. Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, put that on the screen for me, please.
All right,
now, I remember I was here the previous live, probably like 2 lives ago, and I remember I kept saying that a lot of times people like to conflate issues and connect homosexuality and also transgenderism with bestiality or pedophilia.
You can say it. My channel not that big. You can say
okay. Yeah, so pedophilia and allowing a man to go into a little girl's room is extremely dangerous. And it's just like those subtle cues is what's the fear mongering that people like to use to weaponize and dehumanize trans people and queer people, because they know that whenever we're talking about minors and the violation of minors, that's very sensitive for queer people and also very sensitive to heterosexual cisgender people as well. But now in terms of the whole restroom is that the only thing is that I'll do want to add just a tad bit of nuance. I'm not going to repeat some of the things because Nurture already cleared it up, but when it comes down to transgender people getting their own restroom, it's just that that like here, like Retro said, it does put an X on their back, because we do have people who are extremely transphobic, homophobic, etc., and they do want to take trans people out of here. And also too, when it comes down to it was something else that you guys had mentioned, talking about trans people in the restrooms. Oh, we also have to talk about when trans people actually, specifically trans women, actually do abide by quote unquote the rules and actually go into the male's bathroom, how they also get attacked, murdered, and discriminated against inside of those restrooms as well. So these conversations are very much complicated. That's all I want to say. I'm not going to go on a whole rant.
All right, Truist, go ahead.
Also, I still wanted to touch on the gentleman who was asking what a woman was. It seemed like he wanted to kind of get into that a little deeper, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm responding exactly to that. I'm responding.
Yes, I would.
To that. Okay. So
go ahead, Truist.
So first and foremost, the whole idea of when people ask what is a woman? What is a man? Right? That is a trick. It's a trick. And I'm gonna explain why, and I'm gonna back up what I'm saying. So women and men, they are genders. Male and female, I can define that for you with science. I can verify that. That's something that can be verified through biology. Man and woman, they're social constructs. And even when Sister Freedom was bringing up like, well, why do certain people feel like they have to wear women clothing or men clothing? That is a social construct in itself too. There is no such, in reality, there is no such thing as certain clothes being for men, or certain clothes being for women, or certain colors only girls could wear, or certain colors only men could wear, or certain activities only men can do, or certain activities only women can do. Like, all of those things are what we call gender roles. Because in reality,
True is, now you know the Bible says a man should not wear anything pertaining to a woman, and a woman should not cross dress. Now you know that's in the Word of God, so it's true. So you need to go ahead and cut it out. You know that's in the Bible, okay? Yeah. So because it's in the Bible, it's true, okay?
Yeah, the Bible also tells you not to pierce your skin and put holes in your skin, but I see a bunch of these so-called Hebrews with earrings in their ear, but that's another conversation. So yeah, when it comes to when it comes to gender, right? Can I share my screen really fast, please?
Go ahead, do your thing. Do your thing.
All right.
Don't be singling me out, Neil.
I just wanted to show them my big brother. I just want to show them my big brother in here.
All right. Can you see my screen?
All right. Yeah, I got you.
All right, perfect. So right here in Merriam-Webster, social construct, an idea that has been created and accepted by people in a society. Right over here, again, what is a social construct? It says a social construct is a concept that exists not in objective reality, but as a result of human interaction. So what does that say to you? It is not an objective thing. So when you ask me what a man or what a woman is, right, it's not objective. What a man to you or what a woman to you is could be completely different than what a man to someone in Saudi Arabia is, and what a woman is to someone in Saudi Arabia. It's not something objective. It's subjective. It's not 1 + 1 = 2. It's something that is different depending on the social construct and society and culture of the person you're talking to, right?
Yes.
Over here, when we go to Wikipedia, right, it says that with regard to gender studies, Jaquetta Newman states that although sex is determined biologically, the ways in which people express gender is not. So here, again, sex is determined biologically. Gender is not. Nature.com. U.S. proposal for defining gender has no basis in society. So you have U.S. scholars proposing that gender has no basis in science, aka biology. Sex does, but gender doesn't. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I just wanted to clarify this for people that keep mixing up gender with sex. When you ask someone what is a man and what is a woman, these things are not black and white. It's going to vary depending on the culture and upbringing of the person you're talking to. It is not something that is objective like sex is. And I land my plane.
All right.
Absolutely agree. Yes.
All right.
I
So
disagree.
who said they disagree? That was Joe?
No, it was Relic.
Okay, Relic, go ahead.
Yeah, I disagree. Like I said in the beginning, I changed the gender to sex because it was a terminology that wasn't, wanted to be used, and I did it just for the sake of the conversation. But I think there is some continuity between gender and sex, and there are some aspects that identify what a particular gender can do, cannot do, what a particular sex can do and cannot do. So while we can have the discussion, and I hope I'm not being offensive to anybody, that's not my goal here. I just want to understand more. While we can have the conversation of what these things are and how we choose to identify, the reality of who we are and what we were shaped to be in the wombs of our mothers have a lot of genetic markers that would express in what we would identify as a male or female or man or woman.
Can I respond to that?
Who was that?
That was Retro. That's me.
All right, Retro, go ahead. Then I want DMG to say something. Thank you for coming in, brother.
Okay. So I think I kind of agree with what you're saying. The only thing about it is that I think that some of the human race has been left out in that. So we've gotten used to the fact that, females are generally feminine, men are more masculine, stronger, and things of the sort. However, there's a small percentage of the population that was left out in that. So this accounts for the people who are trans and non-binary, and I believe that even transness is something that exists in the womb with the variations of. There's a thing called Klinefelter syndrome, where a person will have a variation in their chromosomes. They'll be taller, they'll be male, but they'll develop breasts. They'll be there are a lot of different factors that, again, are variations of human nature. There's a lot of different, just like there aren't just two sexes, there's intersex. So if you can see how someone can fall in between having a penis and a vagina, maybe a very, something that looks like a penis but not quite, something else was going on inside the mother's womb. But I get what you're saying. I would say for about 90% of people, they are cisgender, regardless of if they're gay or straight. They're still a man or a woman if they're male or female. As far as the capabilities, gender is not going to have anything to do with that. But I think sex attributes to which end of the reproductive system you fall into, being having the egg or having the sperm. And so that's a capability that's assigned to one sex or another. But as far as gender is concerned, they coincide in most cases. So I agree with you partially. But when we have this point, whatever percent of the population that is transgender, that is literally the personification of the difference between sex and gender.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I'm glad you agree, and I hear what you're saying too. I'm not trying to exclude that aspect of that population at all. So in my questioning and everything, one more thing I want to add to it is that if we look at medicine is prescribed. A lot of times, the doctor has to consider sexuality / gender, or however you want to word it.
No, they're considering sex. They're not considering gender.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll change the term. It's okay. They're considering the sex of a person. So if you identify different from your sex, your doctor is going to treat you by your biological sex, not by how you necessarily identify. Now, do you feel that is an encroachment upon your identity, or would you like a doctor to treat you in the best way to give you the proper health care according to your biological makeup?
Well, I get where you're going with this, but then, I mean, as a trans woman, they blocked my testosterone and my body was operating off of estrogen. So they would have to treat me the same way that they would treat a female or anyone else's body who is operating off of estrogen. So they wouldn't be encroaching or contradicting how I identify because I physically changed that. That's what's the difference between a transsexual and just a transgender person. A transsexual person makes changes physically and alters which hormone their body is operating off of, which is, like if I have testosterone coming from testicles, I'm blocking that testosterone and then I'm adding estrogen injections or pills. So then they're going to treat me. If it's something that's going to be contradictive to testosterone, they're going to give me the medication that goes hand in hand with my estrogen.
And plus, I do want to add too is that let's just say there is someone that's trans or there is someone that's trans and they're not fully through the process or they're not long, into their process. To be completely honest, if your life is at stake, people don't care what approach that you take, as long as you save my life and it's appropriate. Like I believe, and I could be wrong because I'm not trans, y'all. I'm queer, I'm gay, but I'm not trans. But I think it's quite safe to say I don't think trans people really care as long as you save their life. I think that's one of the last things. Just save my life.
I
agree. I agree with that too.
That's almost, that comparison is almost like someone having kidney failure, right? A white man having kidney failure, and the only kidney that could save him came from a black man. And he's like, no, don't put that black man's kidney in. No, like that would be a ridiculous amount of like hate or transphobia or whatever that someone's going to be thinking that
All right. Dang, he dropped off. He probably had to go to DMG. All right. So I just want to ask y'all a question real quick. So while I was listening and educating myself, because people think Neo and Eds know everything, and I don't. So but I'm constantly learning. So I remember this story, and tell me if y'all remember. Y'all remember the African female track star who had the little controversy about was she male or female?
Yes.
Okay. Do y'all remember her name? Was it Caster? What was her name? Casters? Okay, I think I found her. I think it's her. I'm gonna share this screen.
Can't remember her name, but she did have to. They had to test her levels, right?
Right. Yeah, I got it right. Can y'all
yeah,
my
ahead.
screen share?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
So
go ahead. I'll let you explain it.
Because I'm trying to let the gay conscious community break these terms down because they can speak for themselves, or it's really like crazy when someone else try to tell them like what is male, what is female, whatever. And this story kind of like drew to me a little bit because let me see where it says. I think okay, here you go. It says that she is an intersex woman, right? It says she was assigned female at birth with XY chromosomes and naturally elevated testosterone levels. So I want to who's on my panel who's straight? Relic or Truist or who else? Joe? I just want to. Okay, so. Would she be considered a male or female by what y'all believe a male or female is?
Well, I'm not familiar with this situation. I'd have to do a little more research because, like you said, I don't know everything, but from what I'm seeing, it's very interesting that they assigned her female, even though she has XY chromosome, which is usually associated with males. So I want to do more research on her situation to see what else about her biologically made them decide they wanted to assign her female. Like what else did they find in her biology to determine they wanted to assign her female at birth and not male?
Right, because they say she's intersex because what people who say is there more than one sex. I know they keep saying gender, and I know y'all keep distinguishing between what's gender in sets. But I'm trying to use the proper terms because sometimes I make that mistake myself, y'all, because that's how it was taught to us, that gender and sex is the same thing. But I do understand that there are a difference between them. So I guess they assign her sex as female, right? But they by definition, I guess, of whatever she is, they're calling her intersex.
Well, they're calling her an intersex woman.
So okay.
You see, like that's the tricky part of the wording there. It says intersex woman, which would be her gender. But then it says she was assigned female, which would be her sex. But it's saying she has XY chromosomes. So I'm curious to see what else in her biology is there that they felt comfortable assigning her female.
Yeah, because hold on, Reckless. I'm gonna let you rock. I just remember this story because I remember she was out running. She was breaking records, and that's what made them get even suspicious about, what is her anatomy. You know what I'm saying? Because she was running it just as fast as men, because men are genetically faster than women. With running. So I was just curious when y'all was talking about. It's a good time to ask a question. Even though someone was assigned female at birth, if she on her birth certificate she's identifying as it says on her birth certificate she's a female, she's dressing like a female, she's act like a female, but genetically she has XY chromosomes. So is she a man? Now, not a man or a male? Like, how do we really determine these labels or things that they assigned us? Maybe because that's an intersex. From my understanding, they're trying to say maybe her penis didn't fully develop, or was her penis inside. She actually had her penis inverted. Like, I was just curious how they could mistake her as a female if she's genetically a male, unless there was something, a defect.
Well, I was gonna say this: when it comes down to intersex people, it's 3 different ways you can be intersex. That could be through physically, that can be hormonally, or that can be through chromosomes. So it could be something. Now, keep in mind, I do have an intersex supporter, and I wish she was able to come up on here, but to really answer, because I don't want to feel like I'm answering for them. But however, from my understanding, there are 3 different ways that you can become intersex. So if it's not physical, then probably something else. Through medical records, they probably found out, or something along the lines. Probably.
All right. Anybody else want to make a comment?
Yeah, I think we can't rule it out. It's a definitely point of contention when you're looking at how we view the sex or even gender of a particular person. You can't rule out genetics. I think genetics is a definite marker or a huge factor when it comes to defining biological terms. Either way, her testosterone levels were too high. So that means she would have an advantage over other women, which is the type of competition she was running with, is a woman's competition. Same thing when you see like in the arena fighting, what's it called? MMA, all types of full contact sports. It is a great disadvantage for a man or a person with high testosterone levels to compete against a female, because it just would be at a disadvantage one way or the other. Same would go for if there was some competition that would eliminate somebody from having too much steroids. They try to make it balanced and fair across the board. So we have to definitely take that into consideration when it comes to this particular situation.
So I just looked up and read a little bit more about her condition. I'm going to just read this really fast. It says, in women referred to 46XY-DSD, the most common intersex condition among female athletes, the presence of a Y chromosome causes the development of testes. These do not descend from the abdomen, but do produce testosterone. However, the receptors for testosterone are abnormal, with the result that the individual develops as female with a vagina, but no ovaries or uterus. Circulating testosterone may have no biological effect in the case of complete androgen insensitivity syndrome or some effect in partial AIS. So, based off of that, I'm going to go ahead and assume they labeled her female simply because she has a vagina.
That's interesting. Yeah, I actually don't know anybody intersex person. But the thing is, like,
she has no uterus, she has no ovaries. Because she has a vagina, they probably labeled her female.
That's interesting. Let me see who else is still here. Joe, you've been quiet.
I want to say something, Neo.
Go ahead, sister.
There's some comments in the that I mean, I really want to say something about it because they are very important comments. There's a comment that says, "Should a trans woman be?"
Hey, no, Sister Frida, I don't know. Hold on, I gotta mute somebody. Mike, I think that's
not me.
Hold on. I think that's Joe. Joe, I gotta mute you. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I think that noise coming from you. All right, sister. Is there a comment you want me to highlight?
Well, I'll just say it. There are the trans women. Okay, just do you think that they should be considered as women? Like, when it's like winning like Women of the Year and things of that nature. Should they be considered like a woman?
All right.
You say that they should win Trans Woman of the Year. Should they make separate things for trans women? Because I really don't know if we can love our homosexual brothers and sisters, but at the same time, we allow them
ask the question to the trans woman. Okay.
I couldn't.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm muted.
I'm sorry. Who wanted? I heard somebody say they want to answer the question. Who was that? Retro?
That was Retro being smart. I don't know why.
No. I'm sorry. I had just got back in the car. I forgot I unmuted it. I didn't mean to interrupt you, baby. I'm sorry.
All right. Did you, Sister Frida? Did you want Retro to answer the question?
I mean, anybody can answer it. I just want to hear what he got to say about it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, like I said, I got 10 years of experience as a trans woman. So, I would say they should separate. And I think when they did have that Woman of the Year for, what was that, Caitlyn Jenner, it was Trans Woman of the Year. It was differentiated. They just try to use that as a whole shot factor. She was differentiated as a trans woman. She wasn't. She didn't win Woman of the Year or Miss Women or Black Women and all that stuff. I do think that could be important. A lot of times, trans women who are being recognized and things of the sort want to be recognized as a trans woman and stuff. It depends, though. If it's something that is just about being a woman, I know I see that hole right there. If it's something about just being a woman, that's one thing. Being a female, that's another. I mean, a trans woman could be a mother. A trans woman can raise kids even though she didn't have them. So when it comes to being a woman, it just depends. But I am on the fence on that one a little bit. I am with you. But I don't think that they should be ruled out from being considered. And if they do win, depending on what the category or what it is that they're being considered for, I think that a trans woman could win an award for something like that. Because they're women. Okay. Trans women are women. They're not female, but they are women.
Retro, I got a comment. So, and I'm gonna be honest with you about this. Do you remember that fight? I know I said I like MMA, but I don't really keep up with the women like I probably should. But you remember the fight that the trans person fought the biological female? You remember that fight?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna be honest.
Alana McLaughlin. That's right.
I'm gonna be honest with you. After that fight, I don't remember their names because I don't follow neither one of them. Not like fans of theirs, but I remember watching the fight on YouTube. After that fight, when I seen the look of the woman, the biological woman's face, like you can tell she's gonna have to go get surgery. You get what I'm saying? They reconstruct her face. You can see bone was broken, her jaw was leaned in. When I seen her face, I ain't gonna lie, I got upset Because I was like, I really felt like, even though that person identified as a woman, I really felt like a man went in that ring and beat the shit out of her. And they was trying to say that this person was on low testosterone and on hormone pills and the estrogen levels. But I'm gonna be honest with you, even though I respect that this person identified as a female, I really felt like they was at they had an advantage, and they went in there and brutally beat this woman. I felt like I was watching a woman getting battered. So how do you feel about that?
Okay, so when it comes to the sports, I've had many discussions about this in the past, and I'm definitely on the fence when it comes to sports. I really do feel like I'm only okay with it when this person is transitioned before they hit puberty. I don't know if there's any level of hormones, because the hormones don't reverse. They just add and slightly, fine tune things. They really just tell your body where to send the fat when you eat food. It doesn't bust down muscle mass or bone density and things of the sort. Strength, it does kind of take your muscle mass down, and it does kind of reduce your strength. But I don't know if I would say it reduces your strength to the point where it's like you were born as a female. So in that instance, I'm not for that. I don't think that they should have competed. Now, what I will say, just in all fairness, a female could have beat her up just as well. Okay,
You think so? I don't think so.
Wait, let me
Oh,
jump
I
in
mean,
for
I've
two
seen
quick
them. I've seen the
clarifications.
MMA fighters and whatnot, and
But
if you're not fighting that good, or the fighter that is tagging you is just way more trained or skillful, and they're more better at executing the blows, then you can look pretty beat up and swollen and bloody and whatnot. But I would say that there was an advantage there. I do feel like that, because I don't know how long they've been on hormones, how long had they been transitioned. Those are the type of things I would get into, those technicalities and specifications. Um, when it comes to trans women competing with females, and to me, it's a really fine line. It's very rare that I find that a trans woman is in a stage where she can compete with females, because is how are you gonna reduce that stuff that's happened before they transition? And this is from someone who, I'm completely supportive of trans, but fair is fair. If you're stronger, you're stronger, and I don't even know what gratification you would get out of beating someone is weaker than you.
But I
Right.
also, want to say this too, and I'm just I'm kind of getting tired. I don't know if you guys started hearing my voice. And I 100% agree with what Retro said. But at the same time, if you also look into those trans athletes as well, is that you also every single time people talk about the times they've won, but they never actually talk about the times they lost as well, and lost bad by. And I mean, by the way, I'm saying females in terms of, so you can make a distinction between the trans woman and cisgender woman, but females compared to trans women or whatever. So I think it all comes down to making sure and getting into the technicalities of, how long has the trans woman been on hormones. And then on top of that, keep in mind too, that's also another reason why they have weight class as well. As in, I'm pretty sure if you probably like a stick figure, but you got muscle mass, you're not going to be fighting no Serena Williams. But I think they do need to get into the technicalities of things to be able to iron out and really get into like the nooks and crevices, because yes, people talked about the trans people winning, but however, they've lost as well, and they lost bad. But people don't talk about it because we understand it's going to be polarizing. We're going to have conversations about it. So, but I understand. Okay, I think I'm about to hop off because I am tired. But Neo, thank you so very much. IG.
That we
All right,
know
my brother.
accept our trans and homosexual brothers and sisters.
One second, Sister Freedom. 1 second. Thank you, Reckless, for coming through, babe. I really appreciate the support. And if you are able to summon the goddess, please tell him to come in and please pour out his blessings upon me. Okay, I need a touch from the anointed one.
You need a touch from the anointed?
Yes, tell you, man, you see it. Y'all see it. Y'all playing, but y'all see Reckless is, Conscious is another being, bro. I'm telling y'all. I'm telling you, and I really wanted him to come in, and if you
He's my friend and my mentor.
Well, Reckless was able to come in. I wish he would have showed this beautiful mug, but he didn't. But Reckless, ConsciouzTv, I definitely wanted him to come in because I really wanted him to drag Christina Nick when I played those clips, you know, but and let him read right through her and, you know, call it how it is. But if you talk to him, tell him I'm still alive. But if he can't make it, I definitely gonna do a part 2 because I definitely want to hear his feedback because I'm sure he can break this shit down. So tell the goddess, you know,
call him out and stuff. But when it comes down to
tell him I've been praying and summoning him.
It's just the homophobia, transphobia. It's the lens that she looks through the world of a patriarchy, as in women can't be like this. That's why she always want to call you trans, but not realizing that women actually do show up masculine way, actually express themselves in a masculine way. We're all spiritual beings. We're all full of energy. We both possess masculine and feminine energy. Exactly. Masculinity has to do with action. Femininity has to do with the internal. So masculinity has to do with the action. Femininity has to do with the self-actualization. So we need both of those energies. Now, however, the way that you express those energies is up to you and it's very individualized. So that's all I'm gonna have to say to that, because I will get more into her, but I'm about to go to bed. Okay. But I want to say thank you guys so very much. Thank you, chat. Thank you.
Thank you for the love and support.
I want to finish saying what
I'm also about to hop off soon because I gotta get ready to start my second plantation. So
all right, you good? Because I know y'all. Yeah, I know y'all good. I know y'all had told me y'all had time restraints. Hey, Sister Freedom, let him close out, and then I'm gonna get right back to you, sis. I promise. Okay. All right, go ahead and close out, IG.
Yeah, I just, it was a pleasure being on the panel with you again. My brother Reckless told me that y'all were having this conversation, and I didn't know if I was going to be able to get in, but I was at my job. And, I'm glad we're having this conversation with different nuances, between those who identify with the conscious community and not. Because regardless if you identify with the conscious community or not, if you are Negro genophenotype, there has to be some type of harmonization there. And just, hearing other people's opinions. I'm glad my good brother and sisters on here, Retro and stuff like that. I really enjoyed hearing other people's different perspectives on here this evening. And the only thing I just want to say is that it's important to understand who tells you what you should and should not accept, and that nobody should tell you what you should and should not accept. And just because you don't accept something means that you get to disrespect. You don't have to like something to respect it.
All right, brother. Thank you. And so with that being said, can gay people be conscious, IG?
Yes. I mean, but I mean, how I've said on other panels, to be honest, can they be conscious? It just depends. Yes, but I don't really take consciousness as a enlightenment thing. Everybody practices a certain degree of consciousness. When you get behind the automobile, it takes consciousness. When you articulate one way at your job and when you're not, that takes a conscious. I think, are you subconscious conscious? Are you thinking about internally how you are externally affecting others? So anyone can be conscious, but according to the Afrocentric, I mean, it's subjective because it depends on what type of Black or African, because I'm not heavily African identified in the sense of my lineage. In my spirituality, yes, but not necessarily in my lineage. So when it comes to being conscious, yes, for those people who want to follow that paradigm, yes, absolutely, you can be enlightened and stuff like that, but I don't attribute to it being conscious. I just don't.
All right, baby. I appreciate it, and thank you for stopping by. Please, I found your IG, so I'm gonna be hitting you up, being nosy. So,
all right,
thank you. I'm telling you, y'all been helping me out, making this a lot easier because family is family. I don't give a damn, So exactly. I don't give a damn, exactly. And we gonna have these conversations because I don't give a damn. We all Black, so we gonna have these conversations. I don't give a damn what you do in your bedroom. I don't care, but we all Black.
If you ain't hurting children and animals, I don't give a damn. I'm a holler.
That's what I say all the time, brother. I always say that kids, animals. I'm a humanitarian. I don't care. But hold on, Truist. No, hold on, Truist. Let Sister Freedom, because I promised I was gonna let her speak when IG closed. And I'm gonna let you go. Go ahead, Sister Freedom.
I'm saying respect and love is due to all, and acceptance is due to all. But I also feel like there are times that there are separations, and that there's time for safety, and people should know if you are trans or not trans, because safety comes into situations. You must let people know, because if not, you can cause an issue for yourself. So, I mean, I don't know what a trans person may think about that, but I think that there's times that there should be a separation. So I would like to know what a person that is trans thinks about that. Because
I'll be happy to answer. I'll be happy to answer that.
So, when they put themselves in a situation that could cause, a situation for them. And I mean, why do you think that? Why shouldn't a woman feel some kind of way about a trans woman if they feel as though they're being treated more like a woman than they are? I mean, these are just questions that I'm asking.
Okay, I understand all of that, and I'll be happy to reply if I can.
Go ahead. And then after you reply, I want to let my brother DMG come in.
Okay. So you asked two questions here. First one was this disclosure question, and to be honest with you, as much as people might hate to acknowledge it, there's a high demand for trans women. Amidst the,
I'm not talking about like that. Wait a minute, I'm not talking about like that. Like, remember, like a fight situation. Why wouldn't a woman need to know that you are a man? And a man is always, most of the time, stronger than a woman. Okay. And
she didn't know she was fighting a trans
woman. The man doesn't know it.
She didn't know that she was also that she wasn't an openly transgender person. How did they know? How did they get to the?
What I'm saying is, say it's the trans that looks like a woman, because there are some trans that looks like women. And say you getting into a physical altercation with a man and you don't know it's a man because that particular trans looks like a woman, and you're getting beat down by a man and not knowing that it's a man. You understand what I mean?
Okay, so you're talking about like a public thing, just out in general.
No, I'm just talking about
trans woman getting it. Right. Okay. So in general, what I would say is that this is where it's kind of like things can come and bite you in the behind. Thinking that you can put your hands on people because you probably don't want to put your hands on somebody first. If you do, the fact that you're surprised that it's a trans woman, you should have put your hands on them. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think you're answering it right. I think you're answering it ghetto-y. When I'm trying to ask you
no, but I understand what you're saying.
You should let the person know that you are a man.
Well, they're not a man. They're a trans woman. So that's the first thing. They're not a man. They're trans. But if you're getting into an altercation with someone, do you tell them everything that makes you weaker or stronger, or is it just?
I think not, and I'm not being disrespectful. Please know that I'm not.
I know.
Way, fashion, or form am I trying to come at you in any form of disrespect? Because at my age, I don't get into fights. I don't get into fights no more. That's done for me.
Me
either. I'm just saying.
Hey, can I just interject real quick? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me just interject real quick. Personally, one time I've been in a lot. Okay, don't y'all judge me, but I've been in a lot of fights in my past. So especially in my early 20s, and
badass.
Mind your business. I have changed, but anyway. One time I got in a fight and I actually was getting jumped by two girls and I was keeping up with them. The girls, they had jumped first. I was one-on-one. I was beating up the person. I was getting the best of them. So of course, I was actually keeping up with both females, but the brother saw that I went going down. So the brother came and punched me with one punch. Y'all, and I seen the stars and I went down like Frazier, like so I guess if you trying to not to desensitize Miss Sister Freedom's question, Retro Dutch, I think what she's trying to say is we know that that won't be a fair fight. You get what I'm saying? Like, we know that men are just genetically stronger than women. And not saying men, because let's use the proper pronouns, that a person that is assigned male or who has the sexual anatomy of a male are genetically stronger than women. So she's saying, should he, before that, if you really want this smoke, before you throw hands, I'm genetically a man. Should the warning shots be given, or it's all fair game?
Warning shots.
Even with a sexual situation where you were trying to answer it first, and you said it's a high demand, which that's a different situation. But even with that, I still feel as though you should allow a person to know.
Yeah, I didn't get to finish because I didn't know you were talking about fighting. So now that's 3 questions.
Okay, so that's why I thought I think you wouldn't catch it. That's why I told the story, because I thought maybe you wouldn't connect, and why would she be concerned about fighting a male?
Thank you.
Because the only time I ever got knocked out, a man had to punch me.
Right, no, I get that. And once you brought up the fighting, I understood what she was saying. The exact question that she's asking. On that one, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know if you can expect a person who is getting into a physical altercation to start disclosing stuff. I know it would not be a fair fight, but most trans women won't fight women that I know. I know there are some, but there's gay men that will fight females too. But
where I'm from,
I don't know if they're
gay men.
I don't know. Gay men to me do start.
Now, where I'm from,
can I ask a question on the subject matter?
Yeah. And then after you say that, DMG, I promise I'm gonna let you in. But where I'm from, gay men.
Hey, can I go out the DMG? DMG?
Yeah, that's fine. But where I'm from,
okay, so
fight a woman, a biological, they'll give them a warning before they actually throw hands. So they'll get into an argument. But where I'm from now, I'm from Florida. So I don't know where y'all from, how things go then, but where I'm from, I don't seen a lot of fights. I don't been in a lot of fights. Usually they'll let they will remind the female, like, I'm in these heels, but I'm still genetically a man. So before they will give them a hint, like, so they'll deepen their voice and show that, hey, I'm different. I'm a different woman.
To me,
I feel on this subject matter. Oh, sorry.
Hold on, Truist. Go ahead, Truist.
Yeah, I feel like on this subject matter, and again, like, I'm someone that is in full support of the community. However, I think transparency is important in general, right? So I think another way we can frame this topic of transparency to make it a little more hit home for people that have been victims of rape or sexual assault, right? We know that these things come in many shapes and forms. It's not always just someone beating you over the head and doing something to you, right? There is absolutely rape via deception and fraud, right? This is a legal term, legal law. People have gone to jail for rape by deception and fraud. So my question to you is, right, do you feel that before engaging in sexual intercourse, even, that someone that is of the trans community should disclose that they're trans? Okay. And if not, could they be considered to have coerced or raped that person via deception if the person was not willing to engage in sex with someone who was trans?
Okay.
Hold on,
we can move to her second question. That was like her second question anyway, and basically all I was saying on the first one is that that's right. That's the right thing to do, but you can't always expect that. But anyway, with the sex part, the reason why I said that trans women are in such high demand is because in most cases, men who are pursuing trans women already know it, and that's why they're after the trans woman, because a lot of times they think trans women are easier, or they assume all trans women are transvestites, which means they're only dressing that way for the thrills and chills of having sex with more masculine men. But that's not always the case. They're not even always attracted to women. But to answer your question, ultimately, no. Let me give you an example. when men lie to women and say, "Oh, baby, I love you, I want to marry you, I want to be with you forever," or deceive a woman into having sex with him,
That's not the same thing, brother. Stop it. That's not the same thing.
Hey,
it
Q.
actually still the
Let him
same type
finish,
of
Q.
dishonesty.
Q. Let
It's
this.
still a lie is a lie. A dishonesty is dishonesty. The woman thought
Well,
she was
men do go to jail for that. I have plenty of examples of men going to jail for fraud and deception, and they're charged with rape.
in order to have sex. So can I get an example of that? Because I've never heard of
Yeah. Can I share my screen?
Taurus
So,
says,
you don't got Truist.
come in.
Truist, you don't open up one of them. I'm gonna kick you.
Can I share my screen?
Hey, brother. But while you sharing, grabbing that DMG, I just want to acknowledge you here, baby. You something you want to say? Because I know you're a man of few words. You can get to your point, and you something you want to say?
Yeah. This is gonna be real quick. So first of all, shout out to the panel. Salute.
You sound far away, brother.
Yeah, it sound like you're like far away in the bathroom.
You sound far away, DMG.
All right, can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Shout out to the panel. Salute, especially to Sister Freedom.
Thank you.
And peace to my homie Q with his avatar with the words too.
Here we go.
Usually I make fun of his nose ring, but I ain't gonna even do that today. But
I
shout
took it
out
out today. I took it out today.
I appreciate it. But this was a good show. Shout out to my sister Neo-x for doing this show. I think it's long overdue, because here's the thing. See, we hear a lot of stuff about being pro-black, right? And people will say, well, you ain't pro-black because this the religion you believe in, or you ain't pro-black because you gay or you lesbian. But I'm looking at the people and they black. So for me, it's time to have these type of conversations and stop excluding people who black based on personal decisions they make. Because ultimately, who somebody's sleeping with and what they choose to do with their body ain't none of our business. What is our business is a collective, is to come together as people and start understanding each other, our positions, our beliefs, why we choose to do the things we do. And as long as we not hurting other black people, black children, black women, etc., we should be able to come to the table and accept one another. So don't tell me you pro-black, but you don't like black people that's gay. Don't tell me you pro-black and you don't mess with black people that's Christians, because I ain't trying to hurt you. So salute to everybody on the panel. Shout out to my sister Neo. Respect to everybody. I'm gonna let y'all do what y'all do.
And that was my big brother DMG dropping the mic, because me and him had a long conversation about this shit. Because I asked him, because he's a hedonist man, he has a beautiful family. He's one of the best men I know when it comes down to doing his responsibility of what we see an ideal man should do when it comes down to being a protector and a provider of his family. But DMG, me and him had a great talk about this. We were saying that why do they hate gay people so bad? Like, what is the homophobia?
Hold on, sister. Who is they? Can you say that real quick?
The black conscious community. I'm more gonna say the black conscious.
Okay.
Because that's what that's where it kind of started from when Christina Nick kept calling me trans.
But hold on, sis. I think you're kind of dovetailing things that don't need to be, because
okay.
You know what? Go ahead, and then True is gonna share his screen. Then I'll go. How about that? Is that?
I'm gonna say because I'm your internet bae. I'm gonna let you rock. I promise.
She's my thotty too hottie. She's my thotty too hottie.
I just want to be cuddled. Okay, I'm gonna let you rock.
I feel as though these kind of conversations really typically only happen amongst, and no offense to anyone, but those of us that are elevated to a certain level of intellect. Because when you look at like people in the highest levels of the human community, like whether it's the scientific community, the elite financial class, people that are in the highest echelons of society, they don't really sit and talk about excluding people because their sexual lifestyle. This type of stuff really only is talked about amongst like I don't even know how to word it without being. But like, it's
no matter
like
what.
you think Jay-Z, you think Bill Gates, Elon Musk, like they're worrying about who else in the room with them are homosexual.
Hey,
Like,
somebody got a
well,
mute, man. It sounds like they on a flight. Like,
yeah, I'm trying to figure out who it is.
I think it's retro.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And the higher parts of our society you reach, the less these kind of conversations have to be had. This is really like gutter conversations, to be honest, when it comes to asking if homosexuals are conscious. Like, that's ridiculous. There's plenty of brain surgeons and billionaires that are homosexual. It's ridiculous.
You know why where this came from, right? Because of my interaction with Christina Nick.
Yeah, she's gutter. She's gutter, to be honest.
Christina the lips. Stop it.
Come on, sister. Stop it, sister. Stop it, sister.
Hey, she can say what she want. I don't care about that bald-headed hoe.
No, see. You know what? So you know what? I'm not even gonna delve into that. I'm not.
Yeah, like, hey, babe, like I'm still upset with Christina because she got on there and straight lied, bro. I expected more from
me a heathen, Q. She called me a heathen.
Yeah, she called me trans. You know, like, come on.
All right, listen. Let me get into it.
No, hold on. No, Truist, hold on. I'm gonna let you talk. Truist was gonna say something, and then you going next, and then my beautiful Reckless came back.
So I'm only gonna read one of these situations. I'm not gonna sit here and read every single case they highlighted here. I'm just gonna read this first one. Okay, you guys can hear me, right?
No, we can't hear. No, we can't hear you, bro.
I can.
I'm sorry.
I'm just playing. I'm just playing, brother. Go ahead, get right to it, brother. You good, bro.
Okay, so what is rape by fraud? In 1984, Daniel Caton Borrow contacted a woman and claimed to be Dr. Stevens. Borrow told the woman that she had contracted a deadly disease, and one of the only known cures was to receive a vaccine via sexual intercourse from an anonymous donor. He later arrived at the woman's house pretending to be the donor and had sex with the woman. At the time, there was no laws against rape by fraud. Technically, the woman consented to the sex, and therefore Borrow's act was not a crime. However, after this incident, California passed laws prohibiting rape by fraud. Fraud is when you make a false representation of the truth or conceal an important fact in order to cause another person to act to his or her own disadvantage. Therefore, rape by fraud occurs when a person falsely represents the truth or conceals an important fact in order to influence another person to have sexual intercourse. So, with that being said, right, if I am someone who is heterosexual, right, and whether I'm a male who's heterosexual or a female who's heterosexual, and I'm at the club, I'm out somewhere, and I start interacting with someone who's trans, right? And let's say I'm a heterosexual female, I run into a trans male. The trans male is clearly not being transparent. They're not letting it be known that they're trans. And I am someone that is only into males. Well, men. Whatever you want to define it as. After
brother. Males are men. Males are men. No, but go ahead. I'm just messing with you.
Some males are trans women, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm trying to be careful. So after the act is committed, it's discovered that no, I was misled. This person was trans. They were not a male. Yeah, they're not a male.
There?
Right?
What are these people? I'm trying to figure out what do these people lose besides.
Hold on. Let them lay it out. Because I want to go next. Let them lay it out. Go ahead, brother.
Okay.
Lay it out.
Once this is discovered, I feel the person feels like they were deceived. They were tricked into committing sex with someone under deception, because had I been told up front that the person was trans, I would not have engaged in sex with them.
Okay.
That's where I'm saying like that would fall under these legal.
No,
these
that's
legal
not quite
terms.
the same thing. He told her he was a doctor, and
Well, I know that one situation isn't the same,
and then
but based
also
off
the
of
law.
but
Sir,
it's based off of
it's
the
similar, but
law
there's
I
a
just
gray
read.
area.
Hey, hold on. Y'all know it's hard for people to hear when two people are talking. So
And
one
I'm
at a
just going to
time,
say
please.
this last thing, and then I'll give you the floor.
Okay.
So based off of the law, I know in the example, it's a little different in the example. And like I said, there's more examples. But in the clear-cut law, right, it states, therefore, rape by fraud occurs when a person falsely represents the truth or conceals an important fact in order to influence another person to have sexual intercourse.
I thought there was something about the disadvantage on the first time you read that. There was 2 different times you read that.
Okay, so when you go a little higher, it mentions disadvantage, but it doesn't says it only has to be disadvantage. So I could read that part again. It says fraud is when you make a false representation of the truth or conceal an important fact in order to cause another person to act to his or own disadvantage. Mm-hmm. So it's not saying like it has to be, but that is a situation where it could. And then it continues, says, therefore, rape by fraud occurs when I'm not going to reread that all over again.
No, I get what you're saying. The rape by fraud is what adds the sex to coerce him to have sex versus something to their disadvantage. So I guess my thing is, if people weren't so homophobic, why would it just be this big thing like, oh my God, I had sex or almost had sex with the same sex? What are they losing? What is like?
Whoa.
Is their sexuality gonna change? Are they at that point only able to have sex with trans women or men after that point, or can they just go back to their normal life? Like, ooh, I better make sure.
I thought everyone has a right to their sexuality. So if I want my sexuality, if I'm choosing to be a heterosexual male and live my life heterosexually, right? If I don't want to have sex with trans people, wouldn't that be my right? The same way it's their right to be trans and have sex with whoever they want to have sex with.
If you're that adamant about something, you should be making sure that you're having sex with this person.
No. It's brother. It's not about the advocacy. About the advocacy. It's about what this person has within their rights that are granted to them. If they don't want to have sex with a particular person who isn't cis, they should have that right. This is why
they have the right, but then they should be.
Brother, relax, brother, relax just momentarily. If a person who's cisgender, as you guys call us, if we are cis, then we should reserve the right to only deal with if this is our preference. With no hate involved. Take out the hate. If this is only our preference, we should have the ability to have this right to only deal with cisgendered women.
Yes, you're right. But listen, you're right. You have the right. But here's the thing. You aren't checking to see you're having sex with a vagina versus an anus.
No. Hold on, brother.
Some trans women have a vagina.
Please.
So you're right.
Brother, please. Once again, what you're doing is, which I don't know if you understand what you're doing is, but you're really downplaying and dummying down women. You're dummying down women because you're saying, "Oh, it's just a vagina." No, brother, it's not. It's not just a vagina. This is a cis. Hold on. Just let me finish. This is a cis woman who you guys have, conditioned us to use these terminologies, and that's okay. I don't have any problem with it. You guys condition us. This is a cis woman, so why is there a problem if we just want a cis woman? And if we don't get a cis woman, if there's a trans woman who's portraying herself to be a cis woman, why should we not be alarmed? And secondly, also have a problem with that?
You're right. You're okay. You have a right to not want to have sex with a trans woman. There's nothing wrong with that. And I am kind of desensitizing it a little bit because what I'm saying here is that number one, if it's that serious to you, you should be checking. But now,
okay, hold on, freeze. Freeze. No, freeze. No, brother.
Y'all, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Hey, Retro, I didn't hear that last because you went out. You said, what was your response? Because you went out, because I want to hear this. This is a good topic.
Okay. What I was saying is that you're supposed to, if you're that adamant about having sex with cisgender women, or basically, in a vagina, then one would think that you would be making sure that you're not having sex with a trans woman. But I do have to kind of retract that statement a little bit, because I know some trans women do have vaginas. And I'm kind of on the fence with whether or not a trans woman should have to disclose if she's trans, if she has a vagina. Listen, ultimately, I think that trans women should disclose. As soon as you decide that you're going to have sex with a man, let me just be honest. Let me quit playing, because I'm playing a little bit, but I do feel like, yes, trans women should always do that, because there's no point in putting your life at risk or putting yourself in danger, fooling with someone who could think that they're entitled to hurt you because you didn't tell them. I don't feel like people should be able to hurt, sue, or press charges against a person who is trans who didn't tell them, because again, it's not quite the same thing to me as rape by fraud. I do feel like it's wrong, and I feel like people who are cisgender have the right to not want to be with transgenders. And to me, it doesn't make sense for a transgender person to try to need to trick anybody, because they have enough of a fan base. But go ahead.
So let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. So when a transgender woman defrauds, as the brother so eloquently provided evidence and laid it out, when a trans woman defrauds a brother or a particular person who enjoys heterosexual sex, and this particular person is thinking that he is engaging in heterosexual sex, but this particular person is a trans whatever the F, are you telling me that the person who is not even a woman, or that they're a trans person, or whatever the case, that they have nothing that they should be on the hook for, that it's totally okay, that whatever they do is okay? Are you telling me that?
Well, I just let me
okay, but not. I don't think the law is.
Y'all can
They're right, and they're putting themselves at risk. Now, if somebody hurts them.
No, brother, that's not my question.
Reckless, I promise you next. Reckless,
no, because
that's not my question.
Because it's
Brother,
about to get messy, and they about to go down a whole rabbit hole.
Nah, brother, it's okay, brother. It's okay. I'm cool. I'm cool.
All right, go. But Reckless, go ahead and interject, because I know you had to leave and come back. Go ahead.
No. I want to finish what I'm saying.
Hold on, Q. Hold on. Just hold on, because Reckless, hold on. Just hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Reckless was the original guest of the show. He had to leave and come back.
But if he left already, then why is he back? And now why is he jumping in front of me?
Okay, he's not just, there is no order, because it was, so he's on the time restraint. Do you have to leave soon?
Actually, no.
What I'm saying is, if he left already, then why is he jumping in front of me?
He can go.
Okay, so if he had to go, then why is he not gone?
Okay, so you can go. You can go, sir.
No. Hold on. First of all, no, this is my channel, and I'm finna set and take control. I want Reckless to go because of my logic, because he is the original guest. The show, if he didn't have you don't know, he had to go take a shit or go pay some. I don't know. He is the original guest of the show.
But he said he left. So
okay, Q. But I don't care how you feel about it. I'm telling you why I'm doing it. So I want Reckless to go next, and I promise you, I'm gonna let you and Retro rock, because this is a good discussion. But go ahead, let Reckless.
But Neo, no. The reason I wanted him to rock is because I went to go do something, and I got that handled, and I'll just, I'm gonna still be here. So I'm
okay. You sure? Rock. Because like I was saying, like you are the original. You my guest today. You are the original person.
I'm sure.
Now, Q, I'm gonna let y'all rock, because this is a good discussion, because I had this discussion before. But go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Q, you better be nice.
Listen, I think
he's so aggressive, and he wonder why I don't want to braid his hair.
Because you don't know how to braid. That's why. Listen. Before anybody cast any aspersions, or before anybody say anything, I'm the nigga I don't know if y'all know anything about Taz exclusives, but I'm the nigga that was gonna have a debate with him that said that we should be gay friendly. I'm that nigga. I'm the nigga that was gonna have that debate that never actually that never actually happened, because I do respect my gay brothers and sisters and all of that. I respect the fuck out of y'all, all of that. I don't fuck with that way of life at all, but I respect the hell out of it because that's who y'all are. Y'all people. You guys are still people at the end of the day. So now, let me, since it's my time to speak, let me deal with a few things that I wrote down. So the brother said that you can't always expect.
You better be nice on our next debate. I know you better not talk to me like this in our debate.
Listen. I'm just trying to get to the points of contention, and we can converse about these things, and maybe my mind can be changed or whatever the case may be. But my point of contention is this. There was a brother that said you can't always expect trans women to be a front. I think that's bullshit. I think it's garbage, and that's not something that needs to be in the ether that we even need to be conversing about. This brother, I'm not sure who the brother was that said it, but the brother said, "Oh, well, we can't be sure if you're fighting and you're in the middle."
It was me, but I was talking about you can't expect them to be up front when they're fighting. But go ahead,
brother. Fuck all that, bro. Listen, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, my daughter is 10 years old. If there's a 10-year-old trans boy, I don't want her fighting a fucking 10-year-old trans boy, my nigga. Real shit. Straight like that. And that's just real. And it's not like me having a problem with anybody or none of that. That's done. So now, nextly,
hold on, Q. I don't know. Hold on, real quick, Q. Dang, he left. Did it drop? I hope he come back, because I was gonna tell you that was a trans person you was talking to.
Yeah,
that brother was a trans brother.
Yeah, that's a trans person.
Yeah, I gave Retro the link. So yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, but I was Retro Dutch. I was letting Q know that you are a trans person, so he can probably understand your perspective or why you answering the questions the way you answered it. So
yeah,
he came in.
I have the right to be.
Yeah, he came in late. He came in late, so
I'm speaking for the trans community.
You know what? That beard did look fake, but it's
I'm sorry. So I said it wrong. So you're not trans?
I am trans. I'm just saying that I'm speaking for the trans community.
Oh, okay,
I'm non-binary.
Non-binary. Okay. Yeah, that's why I keep trying to refer you as person
he or she
and not
not
say
trans.
he. So I apologize for keep using he, but I keep trying to say
I
person.
am trans. I live as my ID is female. My ID says female. I'm on hormones right now. I'm just presenting as male right now. I'm non-binary right now.
So that beard is fake as shit. Is what you're telling me? Okay,
exactly.
No doubt.
This is a costume.
It looks fake. No, that's cool, brother.
I didn't ask your opinion on that part. I'm just
brother. What I'm saying is, it's cool. I ain't even tripping off that. I'm not tripping off that. That's cool.
Well, I'm only saying, this, so you understand. Yeah, it's supposed to look fake. It's a costume. I'm actually a trans woman, but that's why I'm speaking for the trans community. Just so you know, bruh.
So if you're a trans woman, that means that you were a male and you're now a woman?
Live as a female, yes. Yes, live as a female. I've been living as a female for the past 10 years. This is new for me.
But your beard is fake, correct? I'm just trying to make.
The beard is fake. Yeah, I want you to know it's fake because I have had laser hair removed. I don't have hair. I don't even grow hair on my face no more.
Okay.
And I'm not ashamed about it, or it's something that you can use against me. It's fake. That's the first thing I said when I came here. This beard is fake.
Hey, brother. To be honest with you, bro. To be 100% honest with you. You don't know who the fuck you talking to. I'm one of the niggas that actually fuck with you. Yeah, I know it don't matter to you, but what I'm telling you is I'm one of the niggas that actually fuck with y'all niggas and the shit that y'all trying to do. I'm actually one of these niggas. But it's okay. You can be what you want to be, and you can say the wild shit you want to say. I'm actually one of these niggas that stand up for y'all niggas. But it's cool though. It's totally
like you're asking questions.
Hey, Retro Dutch. Retro Dutch. He's definitely.
Bruh, it's totally cool, bro. I'm not mad at that. Like we can have this argument, and then once you understand who the fuck I am, then you'll be like, okay, yeah, it's cool.
Hey, hold on, y'all. If there's any moderators still in, can somebody do not block him, but just time out Original Man. Just don't block him, but please just time him out for a while. and delete that comment.
So check this
Yeah.
out. Check this out. Check this out. First of all, it's coming across as a microaggression.
Hey, Sister Freedom, I think I made you a moderator. Can you do that for me? Because I can't do it from my phone. But can you time him out, but don't block him?
Yeah, I'm a moderator. I can get him. What's his name?
I made you a moderator?
Yeah. Oh, hold on. You know what? I'm not a moderator. God damn it. What the fuck?
You don't treat me like a lady.
Man, that's fucked up. Now, you know, hold on. Are you a cisgen? No, let me stop.
No, start.
Quanan in the chat talking about all y'all coming out tonight. Are you gonna come out tonight?
Yeah, I told him to come back. I'm finna post the link right now. They've been waiting for you at the door.
Man, listen. Hey, listen. Let me tell y'all something, man. My sister is a homosexual, and I understand. And I've seen the hate that my elder sister, in fact, has gotten. And I don't fuck with that, y'all. Like real talk. Like, I don't fuck with none of that. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in none of this religion bullshit that we should just hate homosexuals and none of that. So you're talking to the wrong nigga about the shit that you think you're talking about. You're talking to the wrong guy. Once again, I'm the nigga that was talking to people that's trying to that was. Our debate was, should we be friendly to homosexuals? That was my debate. And my debate, what I took was the A side. Yes, we should. So you're talking to the wrong nigga. I just want to tell you that. I just want to tell you that I have no hate towards anybody that has a different lifestyle or whatever the fuck. No, I do not have that position. I'm very comfortable in what the fuck I do, how I live, all of that. That's totally good. But we also have to deal with what the brother the truest said. That shit still stands. We have to deal with that. So, brother, you know, or whatever you decide as, all of that shit, that's cool, bro. Like, I ain't got nothing to do with that. I fuck with all of that, and that's all of that is cool with me. I'm not that type of nigga. You got it fucked up. That's all I'm saying. You got it.
So,
totally
which one is Quanat? Y'all say Quanat. I don't. Which one is
I think he set. Ain't he set the record straight?
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, set the record straight.
And you know, let me tell y'all something.
Oh, that's why that person kept rooting for Christina Nick. That was Quanat.
Yeah.
Set the record straight is Quanat.
Yeah, and you know,
I didn't even catch that last night.
I guarantee there's a bunch of them in the shadows watching. They're not gonna hop on the panel just for ego because they don't want to be. They don't even want to be associated in any way with these kind of conversations.
Hey, let me say this real quick. Because my name is Cube, right? So do you listen, y'all niggas, and this is to the homosexual brothers and sisters that's out there. Y'all niggas don't even know how many times niggas done did streams on me, calling me LGBT cube, talking all of this gay shit like I'm the fucking nigga that's gay. All of this shit. So when you niggas that are homosexual and talking all this crazy shit to me, bruh, sis, whatever the fuck, I done stood in the paint for y'all niggas. And I know y'all don't know it, and I know this is why y'all coming at me, because I was like, damn, like, this is a new nigga saying this. I get it, and I'm not mad at y'all. This is what I'm trying to explain to y'all. I've been in these lions' dens of niggas that's trying to explain to these fuck niggas like, bruh, listen, every nigga that's gay don't like your bitch ass nigga, you ugly. Like every woman that's gay don't like a gay woman. Like all of this shit. I was the nigga that was trying to fight for gay people, and the reason why I fought for that is because my sister's a homosexual nigga. So I understand this shit. So when niggas come at me and be like, man, you don't know what the fuck you talking about, and this and that, I'm like, what? Nigga, I fight for y'all every time. Niggas call me gay just off the strength that I fuck with gay niggas, that I want y'all to have everything that we fucking have. So when I look at this shit, I just be looking at niggas like, man, you niggas is garbage to me. Now, I didn't do that. I didn't go to the 5th degree. I was just kind of chilling. But on some real shit, if you really look at my history and look me up on YouTube, bro, I've been fighting for y'all niggas forever, because me fighting for y'all niggas is fighting for my sister, who is also a homosexual. You can't fuck with me on that. You can't fuck with me on that. You can't fuck with me on that.
Okay. Quanat, if you still hold on, Quanat, if you still here, you can hit the chat, but because IG had to leave, and you lucky that the goddess did not appear yet. But Reckless said he wanted all the smoke when you tried to come in the first time. So I know we cool to a certain extent, but if you won't, I know. So I told y'all I know a gay person who would give you that work, and y'all scared, act like you're scared to talk to him. I promise you, the conversation is not contagious. You're not gonna turn gay by talking to him. I know y'all think it works that way, but it doesn't.
And I'm here, Quana.
So please, Quana, please come in, brother. I told him to. He said he want all the smoke. One of them is still here.
Man, real niggas don't give a fuck about gay niggas doing what the fuck they do.
Well, the thing is, the reason why I kind of want him to hit the chat, because you see how he's saying y'all came out tonight, even though I think three of the guys on here are four are heterosexual. So everybody on the panel is not y'all, and then y'all, these are Black Hebrew Israelites. Am I not mistaken? According to your faith and your belief, they're not separated from you. You should say my. I see all my brothers coming out tonight because according to your doctrine, they're Hebrew Israelites, and the ones that are gay are Hebrew Israelites. So come in and talk to us. Don't be scared.
And because let me pass that real quick because I never really got to my question that I really wanted to ask, and it's just one question, and we could delve into that. Is the homosexual brother still here?
I'm right here.
Oh, okay, no doubt. All right, so I have no problem with homosexual people whatsoever. Like that's y'all niggas, and whatever y'all do is what y'all do. It's totally cool with me. I just don't engage in it, and just like you don't engage in heterosexual. Come on, you get it. All right. So my thing is like, what's up? Because this is where I start to look funny. If I see a homosexual female, right? And she's wearing the ball caps and she got the sagging pants and shit. That's when I look and I be like, what the fuck is this? Like, why do you got to do all that? So no, it's cool. No, listen, I'm asking a real question to be real with you.
You funny, Q, but go ahead.
So my question is like, why does it take for the women who are obviously homosexual, why do they want to take on the way of heterosexual men? Like, what the fuck is up with that? Like, I really
that question.
I really hate that shit. Like, I don't like homosexual women that just want to be like men. I really hate that shit.
So I have a question. Well, I got a series of questions. So when homosexual women...
Whoa. Before you do that, can you answer my question though? Is that possible?
Yeah, one thing about Logic, he gonna get to it.
Time Quana out. Like the fuck are you talking about?
I know, right? Crazy.
What happened?
I was gonna say so because you did mention the last thing you said was that you get upset when they do that shit. But my question to you is that do you lose money when the homosexual woman does that? Do you lose family when the homosexual woman does that?
Yes, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Listen. Let me be honest with you.
I got you trolling.
But hold on. Let me answer the question. Yes, I actually do because now listen. My sister is a homosexual, but she's a female. She's feminine. And it's like, okay, whatever. You're feminine and you're homosexual. Cool. I ain't got no problem with that. But like, what the fuck is up with women that are wearing ball caps and having dreads and having their pants sagging, trying to look like dudes? What the fuck is that? But like, what the fuck? Excuse my language. What the hell is that? Like,
okay, so we are all of it. Damn, I'm over here tired. All of us are energetic beings. We all possess masculine and feminine energy. We are all in the Western Hemisphere. We're under this notion that women are just strictly feminine and men are just mainly masculine. But I said it before, I'm gonna say it again, is that when masculinity is more about action, when it comes down to femininity, the divine feminine and divine masculine, but when it comes down to femininity, it's talking about the self-actualization. So
hold on, freeze if you can, brother. I apologize, brother. But can you expound on that? Like, what is this shit? Because that's what I'm really referring to. What is this shit that to where women want to act like men? Like, what the fuck is that, bro? Like, listen, let me be honest with you, and this is full disclosure. I am confused, brother. Like real talk. This is not me hating people for being gay.
I am too. From me to you, let me ask you this. This will help you find your answer.
Hold on, bro. You're not gay. You can't answer this question.
Well, I'm not gay, but I understand the psychology behind this. Okay. So you said, why are women acting like men? Right. I want you to ask, to tell the panel right now what acting like a man is. And do you think that's universal across all cultures?
Okay. See, this is where we get into idiocracy, because we understand fully what we understand fully, and no disrespect to my brother. I love that brother to death, man. But but we know what masculine energy, as the brother said, and we know what feminine energy is. We understand these things. Now, my thing is this. Let me explain it, because I really want this brother to explain this shit to me. Because my thing is this. My sister is a homosexual. 100%. She's been a homosexual. Hey, mute your mic. Yeah, she's been a homosexual as long as I can remember. But she's always been feminine. Now, they call them femmes. Right? Am I wrong or am I tripping?
Yeah, I believe so. I'm not a lesbian, so I wouldn't fully know, but I believe
you don't have to, bro. You don't have to be a lesbian to know about the gay world, bro. Like, stop it. Like, we know.
Yeah, I understand that, but I don't want to misspeak for them.
Man, but we know that we call them femmes, and we call the other ones the ones that wear like the. What do we call them? The fuck we call them? Stud. Exactly.
No, but the reason why I said that is because, yes, from the outside looking in, we call them all types of things, but a lot of times too, if you actually take a look at the way that we label people or the words that we thought were okay, if you actually talk to the marginalized groups specifically, those are actually offensive terms.
Okay,
so
but
that's why I just
no. Okay, stay right there, and I'm with you. I wanna walk with you and talk with you, because this is not a world that I'm able to engage in often. Because when I talk to my sister is not one of these people who's going to these fucking gay prides and gay pride parades. She's just like a regular homosexual. Like, yeah, I just enjoy women, and she just has her, girls she deals with or whatever. So I can't talk to her. Because she's like, no, I'm not one of these people who's out there and, doing this type of shit. She's just a regular, excuse my language, if it offends you, I don't know. She's just a regular homosexual woman. So what, she just enjoys women, and obviously they do whatever the fuck they do in their bedroom, and that does not involve me. But my thing is, when it comes to these people who engage in this homosexual activity, who are loud and proud with it, what the fuck? Like I swear to God, I'm totally confused with this shit. Like I'm sincerely, and I'm not even joking with you. I'm confused with this shit.
With all fairness, but hold on, y'all. But with all fairness, Cube, it's not really for you to understand, though. If you're not, like, no, hear me out, because you're confused, but you're not an LGBTQ person. You know what I'm saying? What they do, their behavior, the way they dress, it's not for you to understand, because it's not about you. It's about them and their life experiences. You get what I'm saying? So
I don't agree. I think he's right to ask. It says we're
right.
Okay. So
what
I'm addressing,
I can't even. So you mean to tell me I can't even ask about what's going on in this community? That's now.
Yeah, no, you can ask, but now you have your.
Let me finish. Hold on, my brother.
All right, y'all gotta say troll, because I want to clear up what I'm saying versus what he asked.
Okay, go ahead.
I wasn't necessarily. I'm just saying, like, I wasn't necessarily answering your question. I'm gonna let.
But can I at least fulfill the request of what they were responding to?
Yeah, but hold on, because I was just interjecting and just telling you, like, I don't think you realize that question. Like, when you say I don't get it, I don't, and I'm saying it's not really for you to get. You know what I'm saying? Because number one, you're not in the community. Like, if you were in the community and then you was like, I don't get it. I feel like you should probably care, because now you're trying to understand what's going on for is like the type of people that you're connecting with, because it affects you too. Like if they're marginalized, you marginalized too, because you in the community. So what
you're saying is I shouldn't give a fuck because I'm not a part of that community.
I'm not saying that.
No.
Like,
So at the end of the day,
that's what you just said, though.
No,
hold on, brother. Hey, brother, hold on for one.
That is not cute. Now I know we got this debate coming up. We got this debate coming up, and we know that you were the master of reframing someone's statement. I was saying I didn't say you shouldn't care about what happened. I said it's not up to you to understand. They don't really have to necessarily give you an explanation of why they do what they do, because you don't like it. Now I said nothing about care. That's something different. Now, if you want to get warmed up for this debate, then we can go, but that's not what's happening today. Today is a discussion.
Listen, our debate has nothing to do with homosexuality.
No, I'm talking about you getting aggressive, babe. That's what I'm talking about.
No. I apologize if that's how you feel, but let me just ask this question. When you tell me that if I'm not a part of the community, then it doesn't matter to me, that's problematic. Because me personally, I care about this community. That's number fucking one.
We got it. You said that a million times. You don't have to convince us. I think we are all convinced.
Sister, but what you're doing is you're not understanding what you just said.
Hold on.
Let me just can I just finish?
Let him finish that, Truth. Go ahead.
What she just said was, you're not a part of this community, so it's not necessary for you to understand. Me, I disagree with that, because even though I may not be a part of this community, I'm not a homosexual, I'm not a person who has changed my job, I'm not a part of that. But at the same time, I do have family members who are a part of this. But what she's saying is, oh, you're not a part of this community, so F you and whatever you got. Come on, let me finish though.
Oh my god. My patience.
Let me finish though. I do have
to wrap it up.
You gotta finish, bro. You've been trying to finish for like 20 minutes, bro.
And the people are interrupting. Hey, I understand. Okay, so what she's basically saying is, oh, Cube, you're not a part of this community, so I understand. So you can't understand. No, sister, I'm attempting to understand.
You don't have to.
But
it's
see,
not
brother,
for you to understand.
Brother, okay, see, now watch this. Now watch this. Now watch this. If it's not for me to understand, then why should I give a fuck about anybody in this community?
Everybody pause. Hold on, everybody pause. Everybody pause.
Let me just finish.
No, Q. Pause. Look, Q, you done, babe. You done, because I hope, ladies and gentlemen, I hope y'all getting a sneak peek of how I really think our debate is going to go down on the 18th. He keep reframing my statement over and over and telling me I said, when I keep telling him I did not say that. Me saying that you made the claim that they are doing something you don't like and you don't understand it. Example, you were saying, why would a woman want to dress like a man? Did he?
Yes.
Hear it about you by keep saying, I don't get it, I don't understand it, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, number one, you're not in the community. It's not, no one owes you an explanation to explain themselves to you. Like, that's what you're not catching. Like, I never say you shouldn't care or don't give a fuck or don't be an ally and don't defend. I'm not saying that. I said when you find their behavior distasteful, if a man walk around in a mini skirt and it's clearly obvious that this is a genetically male, but this person decided to walk around with a mini skirt and some heels and, dress feminine or whatever, they don't have to explain to you why they want to put those fucking clothes on. It's their life. You get what I'm saying? It's either you can choose to accept it or not accept it. If that person in danger, you can choose to help them or not help them. That's that person's human right. That's the Constitution. Everybody has a human right. We should not be what's the word, discriminated because we're doing something that you're uncomfortable with or it's outside your norm. That's what I'm trying to say to you, Q. Like, you keep trying to make it seem like, oh, should I fight for them? No, that's not what I said. I said that person doesn't owe you an explanation. Because number one, you're not in the community. No, they don't. Because like, I'm going to give you an example. Does a white person have to explain? Does a black person have to explain to a white person why they cannot why can't they what's the word? What's some black people do? Celebrate June 13th if they say they don't want any black people celebrate. If they saying like this is a black thing,
I apologize.
You white, I don't want to hear. Hold on, because I have to make this race because I feel like maybe you can understand it more. I'm black, we're black. This is the black cookout. White, we're not racist. We don't hate you. We're dealing with black issues, like say some political argument going on. Do a black person have to explain to a white person why they cannot have an opinion about what's going on in their community?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, so why can't you see that the same way as a heterosexual black man? You identify as you're in the heterosexual community. You're not.
You missed what I just said. You missed what I just said. I said absolutely yes. We have to explain to these people why
you
they're
always a white person.
You just missed it, sister. You just missed it. You asked me, does a black person have to explain to a white person why they should? Hold on, brother. You absolutely can, but she asked me a question. So what she just said, does a black person have to explain to a white person why they shouldn't be availed? Yes, they do.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
They don't have to.
Okay. Well, why? You know what?
No,
you know what?
No.
Hey, listen. You got this after this. Hey, after I say the statement,
you said the last sentence.
No, brother. You totally got it, brother. Listen, I'm gonna listen to you. You totally got it after this. So if you don't have to avail yourself to white people when they want to know what's going on with June 13th, and you don't have to avail yourself to them, then guess what? If gay people don't want to avail themselves to heterosexual people, then yes, that's totally cool. But don't expect heterosexual people to fuck with you.
No, that's the problem. No. I'm sorry. That's the problem. The problem is that what we're saying is that some things you just might not understand or be able to get into the nooks or crevices of things because sometimes it's the subtle or the very very docile racism, homophobia and transphobia that you just might not understand unless you're actually queer. Like the same reason, like if I okay, so per example, and please don't cut me off. Example, a lot of times when we talk about homophobia in the context of a system or whatever, a lot of times when heterosexual people, they're what they think of beating up, called the F word, executed. They think of that, but they never talk about the subtle homophobia as in something so simple. I literally, for me, I may present myself as more feminine as in my mannerisms, but I still dress like quote unquote a man. I may walk into a barbershop and me walking into a barbershop may silence the whole barbershop just for me walking in feminine alone. That's a very subtle sign of homophobia that you just might not understand or clock. But let me also tell you this, and this is another reason why when it comes down to explaining these issues and systems, it gets very because the thing about it is this. Yes, you're not going to understand every single issue or every single thing that queer people or whatever marginalized group is going through. But however, the problem, and I'm going to say the trouble that you guys end up having is you guys don't slap respect on it. You don't have to quote unquote like everything that you do or that a person does. But when you do not slap that respect on it, that is when the issue comes into effect. Because if that's the problem with America now, because you don't understand atheist motherfuckers like yourself, Christians have the right to disrespect you. Just because you don't understand black people, white people have the right to disrespect you. Just because you don't understand queer people, heterosexual people have the right to disrespect you. And that's the problem. You don't have to understand everything, but however, it must respect. And that's all queer people are asking for. We don't care. We don't care about all that. Just respect us when we are in spaces. And a lot of times people like to put these respectability politics as in, if I don't understand this or you don't look like this and you don't come out this way, I'm not going to show you any respect. And fail to realize that respect has nothing to do with the person that's receiving the respect. It's about the person that's giving it. And I always say this all the time. Your morals and your ethical values do not come from something that you can't do. It comes from something that you can do, but I have enough respect for myself and respect for other people to do them. Even though I do have the willpower to disrespect you. But however, it doesn't matter if I see a woman down the street wearing some hoochie mama shorts and she quote unquote looking like a hoe. I'm still going to respect her as a respectable woman because that's what my parents taught me to do, to respect people. I don't give a damn how you treat yourself because the way that I treat other people is a reflection on the way that I view people and the way that I would treat people if they give me the opportunity.
Okay, can I say something real quick? A prime example. Okay, so me myself being non-binary, I don't always understand when I see a man with facial hair, a fade, and then nails and a purse. Like they're in between, and like Miss J or Miss Lawrence, for instance. I don't know if y'all know these people, but I would never come out like that. If you see me, it's gonna be one way or the other. It's gonna be full, like a woman, or full like a man. However, I'm going to respect them. And for example of a situation for you to use would be like, okay, you see this person that's dressed, that's a woman, they're dressed like a man. What you want, it doesn't mean just because you don't understand it, don't mean that you would stand around and let your homies or somebody else bully them. That's a situation where you don't really agree or understand it, and it's not for you to understand. However, you still care about this person as a person. You still support this community. If you want to call yourself an ally, what we're trying to do is catch you up to speed on how to conduct yourself in the situation. But to say that they owe you an explanation, that's a false sense of entitlement. No one owes you anything. You don't have to understand it to protect it. You don't have to accept it. Just respect it and go on about your business.
I don't think he meant, I think he meant he's just curious to know why it's happening.
Yeah, but he's not going to understand.
Hold on. No, but Miss Freedom, Sister Freedom, that's fine, but that's not what he said. He said he don't like it. And every time I see them dressed that way, he didn't say I'm just curious, or I want to get in their head and understand the way they think. He said he didn't like it. And I don't like when I see that because they're trying to be like men. That's what he said.
Yeah, Rich did answer the question earlier. And with respect, he did answer the question earlier.
Mm-hmm. And what question?
I think that's Q's just his personality and how he talks. I think, but he really seriously just was curious.
I hear what you saying. I hear what you're saying, Sister Freedom, but I'm going by what I heard. You telling me what you think he meant to say.
I agree that
but I'm going by what he said. He was like, I don't like it.
And also, you have to understand how the language people use. Yes, sometimes people just talk like that, quote unquote.
Yeah.
But if something is packed with microaggressions, then that has to be addressed too, so they themselves can address it within themselves. You're not always just like that. It doesn't have to be like that. That whole what the fuck is that? That whole that beard look. Listen, earlier dude was not trying to disrespect me, but that beard looks fake as hell. That's a microaggression because I came in saying that the beard was fake, but he kept repeating it. That's a microaggression. You're not necessarily coming straight at my head, but you're going around the corner and hitting me in the back of the head and then hiding your hand. Let's not play that game. Don't shoot microaggressions. If you want to be respectful and ask a question and be educated, go ahead and ask it directly. But the whole what the fuck is that?
Okay, hold on.
I got a question. I got a question.
Hold on, real quick. Let me just address. Hey, brother, if you wanna.
Hold on. Relic, you still here, brother?
Yeah. I just got a quick question, and maybe this can.
Yeah, go ahead. I just realized I'm sorry. You in the corner, so I keep missing your name. But go ahead.
Oh, that's cool. I want to share. With the platforms. And this can push the conversation to where we can kind of lay down some foundation. I want to know from everybody, other than intercourse, is there a way to identify gay behavior? Other than intercourse, is there a way to identify gay behavior?
Mannerisms, yes, brother, mannerisms.
I would disagree with that. It's definitely not bad because y'all be way off on those. They call Jabari gay because of his mannerism, and he's not.
No. But listen, sister, when they call him gay, they're actually assuming something because most people that act like him, not saying that I believe this, but most people that act like him, his mannerisms actually reflect a homosexual person. That's just what they're saying. Now,
I disagree.
hold on. Let me be honest with you. Let me be 100% honest. I don't think that this brother is a homosexual. 100%. I do not believe that. I think that a lot of these dudes that say that are hating on this brother. But let's not act like mannerisms that does not tell us a story or attempt to tell us a story, because some people are not homosexuals. Some guys are just feminine like that. And that's cool. That's cool with me. If you're homosexual, if you're feminine, that's totally cool. I got no problem with nobody, like whatsoever. But let's not act like man. Go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
Yeah, we get that. It's just I was just saying like they get it wrong a lot, because I know a brother who looked just like
that's somebody
on the show one day. I mean, and he's very manly, masculine, and he's a homosexual, but because he don't have the mannerism that y'all could contribute to. Get down, Cube. Let me finish. Because he's not having those mannerisms that y'all contribute to what's feminine. I was just saying that's not a good teller. He asked y'all what else do besides the sexual intercourse. What else do they identify?
Okay.
What you said, Relic? You said, well, I'm sorry, y'all, because I'm tired.
I can't answer this question. I recall it.
Relic. He said something about how do they identify? How else do they identify somebody as homosexual? And you said mannerism,
other than intercourse.
Without intercourse. And you said mannerism, and I was like, well, that's not a good one because.
But sister is actually.
Yeah, hold on. Reason why I'm saying that's a bad example, because the intercourse part is a definitely 100%. Engaging in homosexual behavior.
No, it's not, because we got women that look like men and men that look like women. So that's totally off.
No, that's to do with their sexuality.
Retro's answer or Relic's answer, please, or somebody that.
Yeah, please. Could I wanted to answer this
question. Go ahead, Trulis. I'm gonna mute it out.
So first off, when it comes to mannerisms, when you start labeling certain mannerisms to like classifications of people, that's when you start to form stereotypes. It's kind of like I can't count on my both my fingers how many times throughout my life I've been thought to be a white boy until people met me in person just because of my voice. You know,
because I can't hear you right now, and I would think you're a white boy. That's
exactly.
Facts,
exactly.
That's facts.
That's an ignorant perspective.
Yeah, but that's proving
it's
my
not
point.
Ignorant, brother. What are you talking about?
But that's proving my point, because at the same time, like it's sad that we think that Black people cannot sound like this, and that's what I'm saying. Mannerisms tend to play the stereotypes, which for the most part I don't think are good. Now, to answer his question, I think if a man or kisses another man, or if a woman kisses another woman, that's an indicator without actual sex taking place. I think another good indicator would be a man grinding on another man, or a woman grinding on another woman. Like anything physical, there's a bunch of physical indicators that don't have to necessarily be sexual intercourse.
Well, without it being sexual, period.
Does kissing always have to be sexual?
If it's not sexual, then why would it be an indicator? Like a father kissing his son, that's not an indicator of any type of homosexuality.
No father kisses their son after a particular age, brother. You got to knock that
out. Maybe
but
not the homophobic portion of the Black community.
Well, to answer your question, do you have examples of unless it's like a cultural thing like Italians do? Do you have examples?
We're talking about human beings here, not just
no.
Well, I'm talking about the majority of human beings, right? With my question, do you have examples of heterosexual men kissing each other dead on the lips outside of it being something a part of their culture? Like, let's say in an American community like the Bronx, do you see a bunch of heterosexual men in the Bronx kissing each other on the lips?
If they do, then it's sexual.
Brother, that wasn't the question. He asked you, do you see this happening, is what he asked you.
Only if it's sexual.
Brother, that wasn't the question, brother.
I mean,
apologize.
That's the answer. Yes, it's sexual. I'm asking outside of sexual activity, because if two men kiss, two grown men that don't know each other or that are not related, kissing, yes, that's sexual. I mean, yeah.
Okay, see, this is where you may fall in his well, I don't want to say trap, but this is where your understanding is lacking, because what he's telling you is that when they came to the mob, this is some of the things that they did. But see, maybe, just maybe, and there is no disrespect to you, brother, because I'm not attempting to do that. But what the brother is attempting to tell you is that this is some of the things that these people did, and it wasn't like a homosexual thing; it was a respect thing.
Well,
You see what I'm saying?
I thought the original question was how are you? What are the identifying factors outside of sexual contact that determines a person as gay? And the first thing y'all came
No,
with
well,
was
he didn't say sexual contact. He said sexual intercourse. But then you
well,
guys
but
changed
then
it to any type
I
of...
changed it because y'all started to jump into like the technicalities. Well, that's not
So
intercourse.
you decided. So what you're saying is you decided to change it because you didn't agree with it. So you're actually wrong about what you're talking about. Is that correct?
No, but I could just tell that y'all were going to use all these little different examples that weren't actual intercourse.
Brother,
So I took
stop.
it
Yeah,
just
but
a
what's
little bit
wrong with
further.
me doing that? I'm answering his question. Why do we have to move the goalposts?
Oh, y'all finna go down a whole rabbit hole.
Okay.
I was trying to
Y'all
see
feel
how
like
long
y'all
I was
answered
gonna
the
let
question?
this play. But I definitely
It just
see
feels
that it's
like y'all
definitely
are
finna
like
go down.
dodging answering the question. What else is there besides that?
I answered the question. Grinding, dancing, kiss. Like
Okay, what else besides
What
that?
about verbal?
Man,
I
listen,
don't.
man.
I think verbal indicators would have to be sexual in nature too. You would have to be speaking to someone in a sexual nature.
I kind of left my phone and came back. What's the question exactly?
They're asking what are some
Let me
identifiers
re-ask it. Let me
besides
re-ask it.
sexual intercourse.
Let me re-ask it. Let me frame my
question is
question.
that
Was my
niggas
question...
ain't fucking with this shit, and if you're a
No.
homosexual, you fucking with a certain particular
No.
thing, and that's cool, and that's what y'all do. But there's also a section of niggas that ain't fucking with that, and for some reason, this is not upheld.
That wasn't the
Like
question.
That is
brother,
not the question.
But
All right, go
but
ahead.
you
Really
called
re-ask
it
the question.
Okay, I'm gonna re-ask my question. Everybody try to steal my question.
That's what I said. Like, Cube, that was not the question.
To be honest with you, it was my questions from the beginning, and Cube took over the questions that I asked from way back.
Well, we talking about Relic's question.
I know, but you know.
Yeah, Cube.
Okay,
Cube. I don't know what
to
question
take.
Cube was
They had
asking.
to take it over. They had to take it over because they don't want me to ask the actual question because they wanted to be
Cube,
gay
no,
friendly.
it's not that.
You
You
just took
keep
over my
twisting
question
everything
yourself.
that people saying. Like you
Yeah.
keep forming arguments that people are not making. But
Okay,
go ahead, Relic.
everybody listen to the
He's
question.
here to troll.
Let's listen to the question.
Hey, hold on, Relic. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I was talking about Reckless.
Wait, say it again.
You remember when I was telling you about a debate that I be debating on Sonetta TV? This is my next debate right here. This is Ashley Cube.
Well,
we're gonna be debating atheism versus omnism. Which one is more practical? Y'all make sure y'all tune in on Sonetta TV. That's on the 18th at 8 p.m.
Well, to be completely honest, I'm gonna give you one good tip. Well, one thing I'm gonna give you one good tip because this is how I always tear people up, especially people that like to rewrite history. Make sure it's on camera and it always timestamp everything that he says. So as soon as he be like, I never said that, just play it right back. And it's in the copyright.
Yeah, I learned my lesson last night. I learned my lesson from that last night. I almost took an L and almost lost to Christina Nick because I did not timestamp because they started changing the rules up on my ass.
I'm
go
not
ahead,
sure
Relic.
I'm not sure how you like to be talked about, but sister, brother, no, you're not. She's not fucking with a motherfucker that can do that. She can't not do what she thinks she's talking about, and unfortunately, you're gonna lose too. But that's cool too. Peace to you.
What happened?
I know it went so fast you couldn't even understand it.
No, I'm sorry. I was reading a comment, and next thing I know, you was like, I heard half of it. But what you talking about? What happened?
No, I was giving the prediction that you was gonna lose. You already knew that. Fuck out.
Oh man, so yeah, that's why I ain't hear it. The universe I did burn some sage. The universe just blocked my ears from that because we already know it is written that you is gonna get your ass whooped on this debate. But go ahead, Relic.
Yeah. All of that. Yeah.
It's written in the stars, brother. It's written in the stars. Go ahead, Relic.
Yeah.
All right. So the
shit
question
I don't
was,
believe in.
outside of
doesn't mean it ain't true.
Outside of intercourse, are there ways to identify homosexual behavior?
outside of intercourse? Is there a way to identify homosexual behavior?
The way
look at that. Nobody answered. Nobody's answering this question.
You want freedom, sister? Freedom was trying to answer. Like, bro, calm down. I just repeated the question to make sure I understood. Now you said outside of sexual intercourse, is there anything else we can use to identify homosexuals?
The way
No.
somebody looks at you, even like if a man looking at the man a certain way, a woman looking at another woman a certain way, that's another way too.
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no only because I have friends on both sides of the spectrum, and what I mean by that, I have very masculine friends that are queer.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Men that
a woman's looking at me a certain way, and I'm like, what? Why is she looking at me like that, sticking her tongue out or whatever? I'm like, oh, wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? Like a look. Your eyes is the window to your soul. So
Miss Sister Freedom, who been looking at you sticking out their tongue, honey?
I'm just saying, people look at you a certain way.
Cause that sounds like a personal testimony. I'm sorry. That sounds like that happened last week. You was ready to knock if you buck or something. That sounds kind of personal.
And what you're saying, how can a person identify a person is homosexual without sex? If two men are looking at each other a certain way.
Not necessarily. No. I'm not saying you identify somebody else. I just want to know, can you identify homosexual behavior outside of intercourse?
I'm gonna say no. I was saying because that was a good question.
I just named all the ways you could, and nobody wanted to accept it.
But grinding on somebody, I mean, is how
if you see two men, Neo, where did you say you were from, Neo?
Oh, from Daytona Beach, Florida. I'm still here.
Can I interject?
I just froze up. I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
I'm from Daytona Beach, Florida.
Okay, so if you go out to a club out there, that's down south. That's country. You at a club. You see
before you ask that question. Remember, I said I'm from Florida, and you know Florida got a ratchet ass Florida, the water. So before you ask that question, you finna ask me if I ever seen something. I'm gonna remind you, I'm from Florida.
Florida.
Yeah. No, I'm saying, have you
ever? Go ahead.
So you go out to the club, right? You see two black men kiss, right? They're drunk off their ass and they kiss, dead on the lips. Would you not assume, and I'm saying you're assuming, right, that they are homosexual?
Yeah, I mean, I would. That's a fair assumption.
Even if you don't know that it led to intercourse, let's say you just assume it stopped at the kissing. That would not be homosexual. All right.
Yeah, I agree. That'll be a safe, logical guesstimation. Yeah.
That's all. So that's one way. Grinding in that same setting.
But you said kiss. You definitely say kissing on the lips, though, right? The key word
on the lips. Because
if he kissed them on the forehead or the chin, I wouldn't automatically assume that.
No, not the chin.
If it was an intimate kiss, I would assume that. You're right.
Yeah, unless they were like Italian, like I said, because that's part of their culture.
Dude, I don't think they kiss on the lips. Don't they kiss on the cheeks?
Some do kiss on the lips, and I think even French people do as well.
Okay. Yeah, because you remember the whole black community made a big deal when Baby kissed Lil Wayne on the lips. Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
Not to reveal my age to y'all.
Yeah, I remember
that. Was a big, they talked about that shit for weeks.
Yes, come on, homophobia.
Right. Yeah, they went in on Wayne for that.
All right, so besides kissing, is there anything else? Because I'm gonna say verbal, like if somebody say, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna go with verbal too. I'm just gonna have verbal.
Yeah, I've been out with my one of my friends that she's a lesbian. We be out the club and shit, and she be like, "Yo, she's sexy as hell." I do da to her. Like, yeah, like that. That's an indicator.
Yeah, I guess. Now was that your friend did that to Sister Freedom? That was your friend. You still got your tongue.
But no women really has ever.
Sister Freedom did not appreciate that. Whoever did that to her.
But it's men who was sticking their tongue out. But I'm just saying. Okay. I was
just saying, Sister Freedom, you know I got it. When I can get a good joke in, I have to, because I was like, dang, that sounds.
I was just trying to do things, but I think looks. I still think you can look at somebody in certain ways. But okay.
I think if the look is backed up with words, 100%.
So I'm gonna leave it at that. Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anybody else? Anybody else have any other questions? Because I think I'm gonna start winding it down, y'all. I was supposed to stop at 7:30, but since my internet bay came in,
and everybody, y'all are welcome to come on Unscrambled Minds. We're doing a thing with who should be the leader, the man or the woman in the home. Y'all might want to jump on that.
I know.
Oh Lord,
Joe will love that side.
I am gonna be there.
In the home, the man or the woman, or then maybe there shouldn't be no leader.
They trying to get getting these women in line. Ain't that right,
That's
Q?
a setup question.
Okay, but make sure when I'm gonna let y'all know when it's coming on, Q. And you too, Logic. Come on, y'all. Y'all got.
Oh yeah. Oh, you already know I'm coming. If you ever been to my page, you know I'm for the act of fool.
Act of fool. That's what we love. Okay. All right. So thank you.
All right. Anybody else got any more questions? Anybody in the chat? Y'all got any questions? I'm finna wind this down. So, you know what? No, you real quick. I just want to play this real quick. So, Logic still here. Who else is still here? In Retro Dutch still here. I'm finna play a video of Christina Nick making a joke. And when I play this video, y'all tell me what y'all think the joke was, what she was trying to insinuate.
Oh Lord.
So hold on. I knew it was something I wanted to play. All right. Is it sharing? I can't tell if that's the right video or not. Damn. No, that's not. Wait. No, that's not right. Hold on, y'all.
She didn't have her makeup on that one, so that's the wrong.
And that's the one I was trying to play. That she did say that those were men and not angels, but you know it's over with. I learned. So I never made that mistake again. I think it was this one.
When you got her to admit that she actually thinks it's angels, that killed the core.
Yeah, it was dumb. Like I ain't even understand. And I'm telling y'all, she believed they were men, and she said it on Saw's channel, but I didn't time step it, and I couldn't get to it in time, and everybody got impatient. So, but let me see. That's the video.
If we go back and read it.
No, you read it.
You that
read it. At a time, Neil, let us speak. Let us speak.
It said that the sons of God came into the daughters of men.
Hey, so tell her to read it.
Hold on. So first of all, you need to define who are the sons of God. You cannot.
Hey, so tell her to read it.
Hold on. You can't prove to me that the sons.
Can you read the scripture yourself, Neil?
See how she won't go read it.
Hold on. She can't prove, and I don't know why she keep interrupting because that's not a female trait or male.
Yeah,
trait.
you gotta let us speak, Neil. Let us speak.
Rude. That's all that is.
Yeah.
That don't got nothing to do with her being male or female or trans. It's just rude.
All right, did y'all hear that?
Can you read the scripture yourself, Neil?
Did y'all hear that?
Kinda. What was she getting at?
All right, let me back it up again. Hold on, let me back it up again.
So unattractive.
So hold on.
So first of all, you need to define who are the sons of God. You cannot
tell her to read it.
Hold on. You can't prove to me that the sons
Can
of
you
God.
read the scripture yourself, Neil?
See how she won't go read it.
Hold on. She can't prove, and I don't know why she keep interrupting because that's not a female trait or male trait.
Yeah, you gotta let us speak, Neil. Let us speak.
Rude. That's all that is.
Yeah.
So that don't got nothing to do with her being male or female or trans.
Okay.
It's just rude.
Now y'all heard that?
Yup.
Y'all heard it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Now tell me if I'm wrong and be honest. Was that not a shot at my pronouns?
Well, Of course.
Yes.
I can't wait to get
Darling Cube said she didn't call me trans, and I was like, no, she didn't say you are trans, but that was a shot of her attacking my pronouns again, because she did call me trans before in the past, and she called me. She asked me what's my pronouns.
Wait,
You
so
know, I
wait,
don't know, and it was a random question. It had nothing to do with what we were debating.
wait, I have a question. Wait, so Neo-x.
I don't think it was a shot.
You,
I think she's just trying to trigger you. That's all.
Who
But
said
no,
that?
it wasn't shot. No.
She was trying to. She was playing. She was feigning ignorance on what you identify as, and she basically did like a microaggression. Well, whether
Yeah.
you're this, that, or the other, whatever you is, type shit.
Yeah, who said it wasn't a shot?
Relic.
It must be a man.
Yep, you know it. You know it.
All right, really. Why did you feel like that wasn't a shot?
Because I think her whole tactic is to really try and bully you off your square, and whatever she can do to do that, she will utilize it. So essentially, she's laying a trap for you and just waiting for you to succumb to whatever. You did really good in the beginning, but when she got you triggered, that's when it kind of you change in your thought process. But I think that she said male. I don't care if you're a man, woman, or trans. If you identify as one of those three, then I guess it would in some ways apply. But the fact that you gravitated to the trans aspect was the trap.
Yeah, she put her makeup on wrong and everything. Look, her makeup she put around her eyes. Why
Oh my
she did
God.
Is it still playing? Is this? Hold on, I'm finna play it again.
She remind me of Esther from Sanford and Son. She's just unattractive.
Yeah, you gotta let us speak, Neil. Let us speak.
Rude. That's all that is.
Go ahead.
So that don't got nothing to do with her being male or female or trans.
See?
It's just rude.
All right,
Okay, so look, it has nothing to do with her being male or female or trans. Why add the trans in there if you know that I already identify as a female?
Because she's trans, is the transphobia, the homophobia, and on top of this, the microaggressions. And this is the perfect example of what I mean when we talk about transphobia, homophobia. It's the microaggressions that people don't always clock. That's the reason why she did it. Now it's probably one thing. If this probably was a one-time occurrence, then we could probably throw it up in the air. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But this seems to be very consistent with the way that she talks to you, the way that, and I actually wrote it down in my book earlier because I meant to address it. The fact that she's no shade, the fact that she is Christian, so that already lets you know where her belief, her faith, and also where her ideology and pathology comes from, and the way that she views trans people, and the way that she views queer people. That's her foundation, and also the fact that she insults you by saying that you're a man, which has to do with gender, which has to do with transgenders. The fact that she always weaponizes the transgenderism, that she always plays around with your pronouns and stuff. It was a subtle shot. Yeah.
Because she called me a bastard and a what else? Something else. She called me a name. Heathen. She knows nothing about me. I mean, look at her.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, in conversations that we have amongst men, like sometimes men will say to each other, "I don't care if you straight, gay, or whatever," right? So
what is that?
It's kind of like in that same connotation, but it's through the lens of a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like the verbiage and then the choice of words.
Listening to women, like that's my whole thing. What the fuck are we listening to women when women obviously
women have a lot to share
wrong?
though.
No. Women do have a lot to share, but women are wrong a lot of times. We don't give a fuck.
Yes, come on, misogyny.
That's not true, bro. Yeah,
we don't give a fuck about
Hey, that's not what this show is about. We are talking about, can gay people be conscious? Okay.
Yeah, so I think that in that same aspect, when we have our discussions amongst men, I'll just say amongst men, heterosexual men, I'll say that I know of are heterosexuals. You know, I'm assuming, okay. But we use terminology like that, and it's not to really offend anybody.
We're not trying to disparage. Thank you.
Yeah, we're not trying to call anybody gay or like you were saying, disparage anybody. But it's just a tactic you use to cover I guess, a general umbrella statement.
It is very offensive and
All right. Well, hold on. I want to play another. I want to play another comment.
But before you do that, come on, you gotta let other people
I
speak.
just want you to know I love you.
Can y'all hear?
Before we get too thick into it, I do love you, and I love you too, Neo, man. I felt your heart, and I didn't know gay people could be conscious, but we can talk about that another day.
And
But,
those are always the subtle digs.
I do love you, and I love you too, Neo, man. I felt your heart, and I didn't know gay people could be conscious, but we can talk about that another day. But
see, I don't even know if I want to talk to you because you are too disrespectful. It's not even funny.
Hey,
to
bro,
me.
no,
come on, answer your question, sister. It ain't about being disrespectful. That's the truth. We can debate that if you want.
I'm not debating it.
Now you heard Sister Freedom get on her and say that was disrespectful, and she said no, it's not disrespectful. It's the truth. So that somebody who making shots like that, you don't think that was a shot at my pronouns?
Make that
who making a person who makes a comment like that?
Yeah,
that gay people can't be conscious.
So hold on, let me ask you a question.
I mean, do you identify as a gay person?
Yeah, like what is the big deal though? Like,
hold on. Let's let her answer. Do you wait, Neo? Do you identify? If I may, what are your pronouns?
I'm a she, and her.
She, her. Okay, that sounds cis female. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, so if she said
like PP,
but it's transphobic, that's the big deal.
if she says gay or lesbian or whatever, it doesn't attack your pronouns unless she uses your pronouns specifically in a derogatory way.
No, she is.
Go ahead, Rick. Because I want to cue up something else.
If I said women are nasty,
no,
that wouldn't apply to a gay man, right?
No. Oh my God, y'all being because y'all hold on. Reckless. I'm gonna let you rock, but after you rock, let me address this.
Yes.
Hey, brother. Thank you so much.
Hey, stop. Go ahead, Reckless.
Not you. Okay, but I was gonna say no. The reason why is because of the history of her making subtle digs at Neo-x about the exact same thing. So that's like, okay, so for example, that's like a context where you have not a Caucasoid, white person that's progressive, that's an ally to Black community that really wants to do the work of understanding all of the power system and the way that she can, really progress and all those things. And she's talking in a way and she says, "Boy, man, get out of my face, boy," whatever, like that, right? Now that sentence alone may sound really innocent compared to where you have another white woman that's completely racist, that has a history of a racist pathology. And when she said "boy," which has a historical context, which was also filled with racial social cues, it's a different impact. Now understand, when people aren't really affected by it directly, and the reason why Neo-x can call it out, because it's always directed towards her. And that's the luxury of being very narcissistically abuse somebody in a way, lack of better terms. I really don't know what to call it, but narcissistically abuse somebody in a way to where I'm going to attack you, but it's going to be so subtle and so personalized to you. Everybody else around you is not going to be like, why is Neo-x going off? Why is she so upset? Forgetting that this lady always talks about pronouns. When I keep correcting her, I'm not transitioning. You're always weaponizing the trans and the man and stuff. When I keep letting you know I'm not trans, like, what are you talking about? It's the history of all of that plays a part.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I totally agree with that, and I'm not trying to be desensitize that. What I'm trying to say is that when you're in an intellectual debate with somebody, see, there's a tactic in battle that all is fair in love and war. And what I believe is that Neo was in an intellectual war with the other sister. Whatever tactics she uses to be intellectually strong would be not to succumb to those feelings or knee-jerk reactions, because I think Neo can admit that when she kind of spoke about that, she began to get off course. Things got a little shifty there in that initial particular point. So I think if she had stayed mentally strong and not even entertained it, it would have been a lot more significant way for her to be able to establish your point.
I'm only going to agree with 50% of that, because you said, that's when I began. Actually, I made it clear over and over that night that what I was more upset about is that every time I tried to get my lick back, Saw kept interrupting. So I felt like I couldn't defend myself. But the reason why I wanted to defend myself, because I was tired of the trans jokes. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was starting to get stupid. So I don't know. Like, I guess I can only go. You can either go by how I felt or how you think I should have handled it. But like Logic said, she has a history of always attacking me on that. And then we got this lady on record saying she didn't know gay people can be conscious. Sister Freedom called her out on it, and she said it is true. So just like the example he gave with the racist person and the person from the South, you got to take in consideration the person who is saying it. It's clearly she's homophobic, because she's obsessed with this pronouns shit. Pronouns to come down to me.
My fault. The intention.
Right. Yes. So that's what I'm saying. So for them to say, no, she did that to take you off your square. Yeah, maybe. But we know she has an underlying issue with it, though. Because she constantly.
My thing after like just listening, why can't it be both? Like, okay, maybe she did do it to take her off her square, but she tried to take her off her square with something offensive.
Right.
Yeah. Why is it so hard to realize it was both?
I was actually about to say that. Mm-hmm. Like, because I noticed that people can use tactics of war or intellectually to throw people off, but at the same time, those same tactics may also be the same weapons of choice that you're very familiar with. So
here's the situation. She was disrespectful to Sa's show and to Neo and to the community. The situation is it's a big homosexual community. Saying things like that, and she's supposed to be a pastor, it was not even necessary. How can it be intellectual? That's not intellectual. That's ignorance. She's a bully, and her makeup was on wrong. Point blank. She was just ignorant. Point blank, she shouldn't have said it. It wasn't necessary. Nobody likes to be called names. She was there for a purpose of a conversation about whatever they were talking about, not about calling somebody names, talking about what they do sexually. She was making me think that's what she wanted to do since she kept saying it. She just was rude and unnecessarily, it wasn't necessary. That's why I got on there and wanted to say something to her. She was being a bully. An unattractive bully at that. And I'm going to keep saying that.
Oh my gosh. She gonna keep her foot on her neck. I know that's right.
Yes, because I don't like bullies, and that's what she was being. And what she was doing was trying to convince the audience. I mean, it was unnecessary. She's a grown woman and calling herself a child of God. She don't even know what God is. It's something that dwells inside of you, just like the devil. And she was coming out of the mind of the devil's side of her by doing that. Regards to whatever she thought about Neo or anybody else, that's for her to keep inside of her, not to bring it out to the public. It's ignorant. That's just how I feel. And that's my feelings about it. No matter what somebody say, you wasn't there for that. Ugly. So that's how I feel. So I don't care who comes to me. It's just that I'm not a bully and I don't like bullies. And that's what she was being. That's my thing about it. And you saying that wasn't a shot, it was a shot. So when somebody throws a shot back at her, they should be able to take it the same way.
What the heck is going on with Q?
I was thinking the same thing, but I thought he was gay friendly.
And I was like, what happened? Because I muted you, babe. Please. I was just trying to get to the point, bro, because you was taking over the show, and Reckless Logic is the guest, brother. So what?
It's the homophobia and transphobia coming out. Like, he came up here because I was actually gonna clock it, and I really was about to go there, but I let it slide. It's the homophobia and transphobia that really is underlined in his soul, in his well-being. So while he was up here, he attempted to try to make himself look like he was an ally. But
what's wrong with you, Q?
Yeah, what happened? Did I say who did it, baby? Who did it? Who did it? I'll get on their ass right now. Who did it?
It was
Who did it? I'm gonna spank them on their hand. Which one of y'all don't piss Q off?
Act like that.
Like, if anybody want to make a comment on that real quick, I'm finna cue something up, but go ahead. I'm going mute. If anybody want to talk about it, but I don't know what Q talking about.
Q, it was not to be smart towards you. So come back in, Q. It seemed like you got mad at us, but don't do that. It's not necessary. Don't do that. And then efforts. I'm a daddy effer.
Hey, Joe Willis, you haven't spoke for a while. You want to make a comment about anything?
Well, you guys, I'm just listening. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I was just listening. But one thing one comment I want to make, being in that community, where does mental health come in? Is there a mental issue aspect to this conversation that we're not having?
I will agree. Yes, I think that mental health issue that comes into effect would be the homophobia and transphobia. Actually, that's perfect because I actually wanted to show you guys something. That's the homophobia and transphobia that heterosexual people, cisgender people, like to impose onto queer people, especially trans people. So, I want to share my screen. Can you share this for me, please?
I got you, Reckless. Hold on 1 second. Did Q get hacked or something?
I think so.
Hey, Q, you for real? What's going on, bro?
Hey, nah, I'm 100. Like, I'm not fucking with none of that, but I respect everything that any one of y'all that want to do. No, brother. Hey, brother, I'm actually not trolling.
No, but look at your comment, Q. What's the what with the comment?
Yes,
he's a fake ally.
Whoa. Okay. You know what? I'm a fake. You know what? Let me wear that title. I'm a fake ally.
Yes.
So what I said. So what I said was, let me do my fake ally shit. I said, suck
You
pussy.
did that for like 5 minutes.
That's cool. Hey, brother. That's 100% cool. I'm cool with that because I understand that you're not in my spirit. So what I said was, and I'm gonna read it. It says, suck pussy and eat dick. Don't make us okay with what you like. Please don't try to make me okay with what you like. I'm totally okay with whatever you want to do, brother. I stand with you in whatever you want to do. I promise you.
Who's us? Who's us?
Me, nigga. What the fuck you talking about? I just said me.
It says us. You didn't say you. It doesn't say this.
Go ahead. My bad.
And don't make me. It doesn't make me okay with what y'all like. It says us. Who's us?
Sister, what I'm trying to say is I actually stand with y'all. Listen, sister, what I'm trying to say is I actually stand with anybody who is a homosexual and whatever the F they want to do. I'm totally cool with that. But what I'm not cool with is like how this brother tried to say, is like, you're not this, you're not that. Actually, I am.
Actually, you're not.
Hey, brother, you know what? Hey, brother, you know what? If that's how you feel, then that's totally okay with me.
That's not how I feel. That's what I know. Because let's be very clear. No. We're gonna go there. We're gonna go there. Now there's a reason why it's called reckless in front of my name. Because we're about to be spicy. So here's the thing. Like, wait. But here's the thing. Like, you don't quote unquote support a community and then also disrespect the exact same community and think that, oh my God, I'm an ally. My question to you, if I was to be a person, okay, Neo-x, for example. If I was your friend,
talk to me.
If I would know, because you're not logical. You're not logical. So if Neo-x, so if I was to look you dead in your face, right, and I smile in your face and I give you a hug, but then I stab you right in your back, which are you gonna believe that I'm an ally?
Notice she Neo-x muted me, so she don't give a fuck about what I got to say.
I muted you because you were the closest one to the arrow, and I was gonna let y'all know we can't hear you. But
so you see, it was that nigga.
Listen, but you was only muted for 2 seconds.
And then on top of that, last time you spoke, and I gave you the floor for the whole 20 minutes.
And I'm not gonna mute the gas cue. He's the gas. I'm not gonna mute the gas unless he's interrupting me.
Bruh, I mean, sis, like, what the fuck are we talking about? This nigga is totally disrespecting me, and I'm saying that I fuck with y'all, and I don't give a fuck what homosexual people, whatever Hold
Well,
on, let
you
me
say that,
finish.
but your
Hold on,
actions show
let me
something
finish.
else.
Sister, let me finish. I'm saying that I fuck with y'all and like it's cool, but I also have my degrees to where I go. But why the fuck am I being muted because I live and I'm saying what I'm saying? Why the fuck is that going on?
Q,
Kept
you been
interrupting and
muted,
derailing
so
every conversation.
you being muted so I can get order in the channel so people can actually hear what you're saying.
All
And notice
right.
I'm not stopping you from speaking. Like when you rock, I let you rock, but when it drags on too long and then y'all cut each other off, you know how StreamYard works. People cannot hear you. Trust me. I watch a lot of people's channel, and a lot of times you cannot hear me because someone is talking over me.
So
You don't.
did you ever mute that nigga? Let me ask you
Why
one
do I
question.
need to mute him if he's the guest of the show? And
And
I
she
made
has.
that clear from the beginning.
And
And
she
I think
has.
I did mute. Why I had to mute you once? I think I did earlier.
Yes, because I gave him the floor to speak.
You know, and you know what, brother, and you know what, brother. I apologize. I'm gonna let you have the floor because you are the guest, according to her. You are the guest, so go ahead and speak. And then when I can get the opportunity, I will speak. I apologize to you, like fervently. Like I really do apologize, brother, because that's not my intent here. Is to be going back and forth with you. I thought this was just a panel.
Fervently.
So yeah, okay, brother.
Uh,
Brother, I do apologize. Like I really do. So let me let you have it. Okay, I do apologize fervently.
Oh, go ahead.
Fervently.
So basically what I was saying is that if I was to look Neo-x right in her face and say, "Oh my God, I love you, we're friends," and she takes that for face value, but then as soon as I stab her in the back, as soon as we hug, which impression are you going to believe? Are you going to believe me smiling in your face, or are you going to believe me stabbing you in your back? And so that is what happens when you say, "I have no problem with queer people," but then yet you go on these you help and you aid with stigmas to push out certain narratives. Because I actually meant to talk about this when I first got on the panel. So let's actually get to talk about. So I meant to talk about this. Let's actually talk about the whole thing when it comes down to deception and stuff. Now, the thing is, yes, deception is something that happens within the queer community, but this is the reason why, even as allies, you guys need to have and understand the nuance of these topics. Now, us as queer people, we have no problem talking about the whole situation about deception. But however, it seems like you guys only want us to talk about that or talk about the issues only that makes us quote unquote look bad. Because the thing about it, if we can talk about it, we can talk about it in its entirety.
Hey, brother, real quick, can you just direct all your questions to me? Don't say people this. Can you just direct everything that you want to say directly to me so me and you can have a conversation? Like
Well,
just direct. Hold on, brother. No disrespect, but can you please direct everything that you want to say to me so me and you can have a conversation so you can understand who I am and I can understand who you are. If you can just please do that, because we don't have to use these words that involve other people. Just direct everything you want to say directly to me when it comes to the things that I've said so I can respond directly to you. That's all I want to do. So you don't have to use this.
I was doing that, like, even though it was very general or whatever. You can most definitely, like, because I always say this all the time.
Okay.
If the shoe fits, wear it, Cinderella.
Well,
So
can you take away the generalization and talk to Cube directly so me and you can have a conversation? So it doesn't have to be generalized. So it doesn't have to be, well, people say this and people say that. So when I speak with you and respond, I don't have to say, well, people say this and people say that. It could be directly to you. So can you respond directly to the things that I said, my brother? Please.
Okay,
and listen.
so Q, you sat here on this
Cube want
panel.
that energy, bro. He want that energy, bro.
So Q, you sat here on this panel. You claim that you're an ally, but yet you sat here on this panel pushing narratives that has a tad bit of truth, but however, you're lacking all the context and nuance, which starts to create conversations to how the hell we even got to a specific space. Now, what I meant by that is the deception. And reason why I was talking about the whole thing about deception is because one of the things that you said, I think when these trans people don't talk about coming out and saying anything about deception and they not being 100% honest, I think that's bullshit. And I get it. For the surface level, it makes sense. Yes, it is bullshit. But however, we also need to have the conversation surrounding how trans people also are 100% honest about their gender identity and sexual orientation, but yet they're still met with an iron fist. We can also talk about how transgenders are also tell the truth, but yet we also know that the homophobia and transphobia that's within the hearts of our own melanated people that believe in false narratives and stigmas, that even when that DL person or that person that's interested in that trans person is in a relationship with them, sexually involved with them, and still get involved with them, but then yet gets afraid, gets scared that the community that's highly homophobic, highly transphobic finds out and then met with shame. And instead of them actually coming to terms with their truth, they decide to murder that trans person, get rid of them off the face of the earth, and then tell you guys, look you guys straight in the face and basically say, oh, I was tricked. But yet, since there's a homophobic and transphobic bias, that's the first thing you guys believe. Okay, and let's also talk about it like this. So let me show you. No, wait, hold on, because right now I'm on the roll. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I apologize.
Let me show you. Share my screen. Let me show you how some of your very, very progressive community treats people who are open and honest about their sexual orientation.
Please, brother, don't do that. Do not ascribe. No, because you're ascribing people that do not hold my same. All right, my bad.
Let him rock.
Just to give you guys context, this is Reese. This is Reese right here. So Reese was a person that was sexually involved with a trans woman. He was open and honest about who he slept with and that he was actually involved with his girlfriend. Now, yes, I will say this. He was involved with a trans woman, but he also had other issues. But ever since he said out his mouth that he was involved in with a trans woman, let's see how some of his cisgender heterosexual counterparts decided to treat him after the fact. And Reese ended up taking his own life. Let's take a look.
Fuck what? You fuck what? Bro, you do what?
Fuck training, so what?
That's thorough? Like, that's not thorough. You sucking dick and all that. That's not thorough, sucking dick and all that.
You don't suck dick. You don't get.
He sucked dick.
But let's also remind yourselves of this, because we have another person, Malik Yoba.
But brother, is there a time that I'm gonna be able to potentially respond to some of the things that you're saying?
Yes. When I get to my last period, I wasn't there yet.
No, I understand it, but can there be a protracted conversation that we can have? Because I understand you want to say a lot, and I'm cool with some of the things that you want to say and some of the things that you want to point out. But can we have a protracted understanding that we could talk? Because if you're bringing up a lot of things, I do want to be able to respond to some of these things.
The only thing I really can tell you,
respond, but let them rock. Let them rock.
Yeah.
Go rock.
But another thing, how can I? Well, I will tell you,
we don't have enough time for you to address every point that he makes, but the main ones that you feel is important, you can address. But I got to keep the show moving because I want to close out. Go ahead, Reckless.
So why allow him to talk about 50 points that I can't even respond to?
It's his show. He is the guest of my show. I keep saying that over and over.
And then on top of that, if you want to be completely honest, because now we kind of there with it, and I'm going to be spicy, and I'm calling you out. Even when you speak, you're not saying nothing. So what's the point of you even speaking? And then on top of you repeating the exact same things. And then on top of that, even after we correct it, and this is the reason why, Neo, this is the reason why in the beginning, in the genesis of this live, I said the 7 deadly sins of memory. And one of those things was when it comes down to actually remember information was a bias. And the reason why I know it's going to be a bias is because even if we correct you and we give you information and we give you all the resources to make sure that you actually are in good hands when it comes down to understanding queer people, you're not going to remember because you have a bias. And the reason why people have an issue when you ask your questions because your questions are leading questions and it lets us know what you already believe and think of queer people. So you also have someone like Malik Yoba, who was open and honest about who he had sex with or who he was sexually involved with. But yet, he was very much disrespected by his very own community. So if you have people who are open and honest about who they are sexually involved with, then of course you're gonna start to have this blurry fucking vision when it comes down to people who are sexually involved or sexually attracted to trans women to not be open and honest, which gets them completely out the window. Because let's also be very clear as well. Gay men don't fuck trans women because they're women, and gay men like men. So that's out the window.
That's false. That's false.
Gay men. So you mean to tell me I'm not gonna. Gay men do not fuck trans women.
Are you a gay male?
Yes.
Okay, so you just debunked everything you just said because you're a gay male. But keep going. I'm listening.
Okay, so like I said, bias once again and cognitive dissonance. Like I said, when it comes down, so when you have this homophobic, transphobic reaction from the culture that shames people for being open and honest about who they are, it's going to create deception. So for me, I do not deal with branches. I do not deal with leaves. I deal with the root. If we want to fix the issues about deception, then we have to get rid of homophobia and transphobia. Because the thing that kills me with this bullshit is that everybody would get up in this motherfucking live and get up in this goddamn chat and talk about deception. Okay, cool. But then yet you will go back to your homeboys that say some fuck shit about queer people, say some fuck shit about trans people, and you sit there smile along with his ass. So I don't want to hear it. And now I'm done.
All right, Q.
Let me say something next after Q. Let me respond after Q.
Okay. Thank goodness that is done because that was a whole lot of nothing.
Microaggression.
Would you prefer me to call you male, female? What do you prefer?
That's Pat with
a microaggression, man.
Whoa! Hey! Stop with the microaggression shit. I'm actually being honest and asking this person what do they identify as. So stop with that bullshit. Hey, my nigga. Hey, stop with the bullshit, bro. Because I'm actually asking. If I was one of these niggas, I'd be like, oh, this nigga said this and this nigga. No, I'm not doing that. I'm actually paying homage and saying, hey, like, what do you actually prefer me to call you? This is what the fuck I'm doing.
You already asked him if he was a gay man. He said
no.
Yes.
Listen, hey, person, stop it, because that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm actually trying to be even keel, and I'm actually trying to have a conversation with this person. So
that
you
unnecessary level of
person, no, I'm not trying to do that. I'm actually asking the question, so I don't have to deal with the microaggressions. I'm actually asking this person what do they prefer to be preferred. This is what the fuck I'm doing. So unfortunately for you, you know what? A person, you know what? A person, you know what?
Because you're using the right. You want to get technical? This is the time when you would get technical. I'm telling you, you can use masculine form. You can call me bro. You can call me nigga. You don't have to keep calling me person.
Okay, cool.
That's the microaggression too. But go ahead.
What the fuck? So you mean to tell me because I'm asking you that's still a microaggression? So there's no way for me to.
You didn't ask. You assumed, and that's the point right there. You asked.
Bro, I literally asked.
See, well, you know okay, so to get past this, I prefer man.
For me.
I prefer man.
Okay, so sir, it's cool with you?
Yes.
Okay, so sir, now watch this, sir. I never came at you no type of way, ever. The only thing I was doing is I was attempting to ask questions. I was attempting to ask questions about how you felt about this or how about this or about that. Now, I may have disagreed, but what you took it as is like, oh, he just automatically disagrees. Absolutely not, sir. Absolutely not. I don't feel that way. I'm not the type of listen, man. I'm not the type of person who I just feel like, oh, let me just incorporate this person because of XYZ. No, that's not how I get down. And see, what's so unfortunate is that you guys don't look at me as an ally, and it's cool. I understand why you don't look at me as an ally because I'm a person who is also questioning these things. I totally get it, and I promise you, I'm not mad at that. You should look at me like, damn, what's going on? So how are you an ally, but you're also questioning it? But see, the problem is that you guys are not looking from my point of view, because when it comes to what you guys want, well, when I say you guys, I'm just saying, like, you know, but when you guys say these type of things, I also have a determination. I also have a part in this shit. I'm not just trying to say like, nah, that's a nigga. Fuck him. I'm not saying like, that's just a female just trying to be a nigga. Fuck her. I'm not saying any of these things. I'm not saying any of those things. And for you guys to just jump on me and be like, nope, this is how he feels, and this is what it must be. I find a huge problem with that, because I don't have a problem with homosexual people. I actually don't. I hugely don't. Listen. If you guys, this is what's so funny. This is what's so funny to me, and I want you guys to understand this. And if you don't understand it, that's totally great too. I was called a homosexual. I was called a faggot. All of these shit just because I said that that black people should be okay with homosexuals. This is what the F I said. I was kicked off platforms. I was.
Oh Lord! Oh, my prayers have been answered. My God is here.
Thank you, Conscious, because there I'm over here.
Oh my God! You heard my prayers. My God is here.
Hey. I'm assuming Conscious heard felt my flare.
Look, y'all seriously must have been doing something supernatural, because I just woke up out of my sleep and something said, "Go."
You heard my prayers, my goddess. You heard me calling on you. I said we need the healing, the people.
What is going on? Like, I'm so party. I just woke up out my sleep, so I ain't even been here the whole time. I just got here.
Well, I can feel you in.
Go ahead, Logic.
Q. He swear that he's an ally, and he's talking about, we should look from his point of view, but he failed to realize that the whole goddamn world is most definitely heterosexual and cisgender. So all we know is your point of view, and that's the goddamn problem. And so when queer people go to speak, y'all need to start listening more, because let's be very clear, we know nothing but your point of view.
This person is lying.
And then on top of that,
let them rock. I was in the middle of speaking. How the fuck?
All right, hold on. Let me take control of this. Q, the person that just came in is the second guest of the show. The person who is the guest, Logic Reckless, is talking. Let him talk.
So like, if I mute you, cut me off.
No, it's not about. This is not a debate, Q. Our debate is on the 18th, babe. This is a discussion. But I want the guests, the people who I invited over to have this discussion with, they are both here. So that's why I interrupt your. My goddess has showed up. I have to give the worship, brother. Like it is what it is. Like
bye.
I just want y'all to know, me and Q, we got like a little history, but we good. Like we cool or whatever. Y'all wonder why I'm a little bit more patient with him, but we. So, but I think Q, it's something don't triggered him, and I don't want to assume he was drinking, but he did start slurring a little bit. Yeah. So I'm gonna try to assume that's what's going on. Yeah, but I'm sorry. My God is conscious that you came into such a hectic situation. I burned the sage for you. They saw me do it, and I called.
However you had.
Where is my goddess to come and save me from all this homophobia? And these people keep calling me trans, even though I keep telling them I'm not trans. Like, why y'all keep saying that to me? I don't get it. But please.
So is it cube too?
No, Cube did no. Cube didn't call me trans. I mean, when me and him first fell out, when we first got into it back and forth, we were supposed to do the debate last year. When I did piss him off, he did call me a dyke a few times and a bitch, but he apologized.
And to be completely honest, and I don't know if you guys even clocked it, he proved my point when he was sitting there speaking. He says, I love homosexuals. I'm an ally. But yeah, your conscious is your conscious is telling you that, or like telling us that, but your subconscious is telling us different. How are you going to sit in the faces of other queer people and use the F word, whether or not, if it's used an example, and think that's appropriate? That's like a white person being in the presence of black people, explaining something and be ignorant enough not to understand the optics and understand the historical value of them even being able to mouth or even say the N-word, especially in the presence of quote unquote a community that they say that they're there for.
It's a big difference, though.
Mm-hmm.
I knew that was coming. I knew the big difference was coming.
Where
is Cube though? Like I need to Cube.
I'm about to call him because I actually have his number. But if Reckless, if you want to catch, if you want to catch Conscious up of what happened, and then I'm also gonna play the video of Christina Nick, the one that got the topic going. It's a quick 20 seconds, not even that long, my goddess. But you can catch him up, and I'm gonna try to call Cube to see if I can get him back, because I think he could, like, he might do well talking to Conscious, to be honest with you. So
hi Conscious, how you doing? This is
Hey Sister Freedom, how you doing? I'm doing well.
Y'all, this is the other special guest. This is Conscious. This is my goddess. Y'all keep saying I need a god to stand on. They keep saying people won't debate me because I don't have a god to stand on. Well, I give you a god. Here's my goddess. I stand on. Here's my, y'all want me to give y'all a god? I gave y'all one right here. I will stand on my goddess right here. Okay. All right, but go ahead, Reckless. Catch him up, please.
I think so. You want me to tell you why I said that?
Yes.
Because I know that Cube has a very, I don't know what type of personality that is, but I think that is his personality. I don't think that he truly meant to form disrespect. I think that he just got mad and just, it came out wrong. But it's hard to overstand somebody else's personality. It comes off the wrong way, and I can see why you got upset, because sometimes my personality is taken a different type of way. But for a man to come in and say that he truly cares about the homosexual community, and that he's for everything that you're trying to do and stuff, I think he truly means it. I don't think that he doesn't mean it. I really seriously do think that he was genuine, but yet a full brat or some sort.
Can I ask you a question, Sister Freedom?
Yes.
When you say you do believe him, what does he contribute to the plight of queer people that makes you
because he stands up for, I don't even know why do you say that word queer. I always see, I come from a different era than you, so that word queer was a disrespectful word back in my day, but I guess it's okay to use that word now. But we didn't use
it at the times. It was also okay in your day to use the word punk, which is now a disrespectful term.
It was a disrespectful term back then. You got punched in your mouth for that kind of stuff. I mean, like,
not where I'm from, like
different era. So
it was a term to just refer to like an openly gay man, like, oh, the punk at the salon, the punk who does my hair, like, and people didn't even really mean anything by it, but it was, but maybe they did, but
yeah, they did mean things by it. And I just think anybody that uses those terms are disrespectful. If you're going to say something about somebody who is homosexual, just use the word homosexual, whatever you're going to use, but you don't just certain terms. Back in my day, you got punched in the mouth for using those type of things. But I'm just saying, I seriously do think that he is just, now some people just use profanity. You know what I mean? I don't think he seriously meant to be disrespectful. It's just his way of talking.
So I'd like to add, as someone that kind of watches and has interacted with Cube a lot. As she said, I don't think the way he just went about handling this was a personal thing against the community, because Cube gets mad a lot on a lot of panels, and he tends to attack people any way he can, and it's nothing personal.
I didn't think he was being attacked. And I think that's
that's what I'm getting at. I don't think here it was even really like an attack, more so than a disagreement where he got heated. I don't think that he's homophobic because, as she said, he's been on multiple panels arguing for the LGBTQ plus community. And
let me ask you a question, Truist.
One last thing. I'll give the floor to you. Anyone that's came on this show tonight, I personally, from what I can see, I'm just going off of what I can see and what I've heard. I believe are all allies, because the main people that are talking the most homophobic nonsense in the chat are too afraid to hop on the panel and actually talk to anyone. Because most of the homophobic people that have been in the chat room don't even want to be associated with you guys and be mistaken to be a part of the community by even hopping on the panel. So just being here and having a conversation, whether we're agreeing or disagreeing on certain points, that in itself speaks volumes.
And I'm gonna say this: we deal with the toughest channels in the world. We do. Me, Truist, Cube, Neo, we do. And for him to come on here and say that he has no problem and that he love y'all and that his sister is homosexual and that he takes up for homosexuality. He goes on channels and people call him homosexual just for taking up for y'all. Believe you me when I tell you, he's going to get flack. True is probably going to get flack, right? Like anybody else that came on here trying to say something. Everybody know I don't care, but I'm just saying, I'm being very honest when I say, seriously, this is just his personality. That's just how he talks. That's just how he is. That's just his way. I'm going to say, if you took it wrong, I'm apologizing for him because I know he didn't mean no disrespect. I know it.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. Another reason why, when I analyze people, I also pay attention to them. Like, it's the fact that the difference with, I'm gonna say the distinction between y'all and him is that even when he would ask questions, he's trying to over talk, and you don't even get to the answer. So at some point, okay, what's your true intention? Do you want to know the answer or do you not? Because how are you going to ask me a question of a quote unquote question that you want to know, but then yet you beating me to an answer, and then when you do answer, it's wrong.
But that's his person. That's him being a man. Some men are
like Neo.
Nah, he trying to get I'm gonna tell you what's going. He trying to get y'all. This the pregame. He trying to get y'all to see what's gonna happen on the 18th.
Like Neo
He's
said
trying to
earlier,
get y'all a taste. Give y'all a little taste. He's trying to give y'all. Hold on, brother. He's trying to give y'all a little taste on why he's gonna lose that debate, because all he's gonna do is keep reframing the argument and make what's called straw man arguments of points that I'm not even making. Y'all gonna see he's gonna lose because he's gonna do what he did tonight. I'm willing to bet he's gonna do that in the debate. So that's what y'all seeing.
I always miss the good stuff. Damn.
You said what?
I said I always miss the good stuff.
Yeah, but I was calling on you. I'm glad you came.
Did he answer the phone?
It sounded like he was sipping a little bit.
Yeah, he answered the phone. He answered the phone, and he pretty much, said the same thing. But I told him I had to get back to hosting the show, and I do. And I'm not. If I'm wrong, Cube, I apologize, but I do feel like you sipping, brother, because you slurring your words a little bit. At least y'all know when I'm slurring, I'm tired as hell.
So I'm still confused on the conflict. So did he use the F word out of getting upset, or he used the F word and referring to homophobes?
I was proving a point that even though he says, I have no problem with queer people, but then yet every single politic that comes out of his mouth is very demeaning towards queer people, at least on this panel.
But
so I'm like, okay,
because I wasn't here, so I need like a picture painted like super quick.
Okay, so when he was like, so when we talked about deception and he was putting out the narrative that, these trans, we need to tell the truth about all these things. And my thing is this: if you're going to be an ally and if you're going to quote unquote be somebody to speak on behalf of trans people, then you need to have all of the context and nuance in these talking points when you speak. That is a power and a duty of an ally of any community. I don't care what community it is. if you're going to use your power to speak on behalf of a community, you need to know what you're talking about. Because guess what? The same people, the same homophobes and transphobes that want to use queer people's voices and stuff as a weapon to be able to justify their bullshit. They guess what? They look at allies to fuck up, and they also look at the mammies and pappies, aka and the self-hating queer people like Flame Monroe.
Right. Real quick, my goddess, you can see that this is just a preview. He made this comment before he, left. But this is one of the comments that kind of like
he's an ally.
Yeah, but you see what it says, right? But you read it, right? So we was trying to explain to him like.
So how was? So now I'm confused on how he just got a quarter of the panel just defended him for being an ally, but his comment is set up the way that it is right there. That ain't nothing about the ally.
But the thing is, I think Sister Freedom and Truist, they actually know Q personally. I know Q. And honestly, you see, I'm not really trying to make an excuse for him, but I think he's sipping because when he first came in, we was getting along. We was rocking. We was having fun. He went into that debate mode, and then he just started tripping in the chat. So I think they know him better, and I think they know it's because he's like, he really doesn't mean any harm. He's just sipping and might be tripping. You know what I'm saying?
But where does this type of statement come from for somebody who has love in their heart for?
I don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out, my God. That's the comment that got it rolling because we was like, he's tripping. So I have no idea.
Yeah, because I want to say something super quick. Something that happens a lot of time for LGBT folk is that we have too many people who are not LGBT deciding what is and what ain't love and what is and ain't support. And there's really nobody who can speak to that except for those marginalized group. Like if Black women got up here and said, this is why I don't feel love and this is why I don't feel supported nor protected in this community, or amongst men's community, men don't get to sit back and say, or make an excuse for that, or be passive about that, or disregard that, or decide what Black women should and should not use as a metric for love. And it's the same way for Black LGBT folk. Like when you're on the outside in, it's very easy for outsiders to not recognize the microaggressiveness, the only thing the outsiders can even register when it comes to disrespect is like explicit homophobia. They don't even understand that transphobia and homophobia can exist on a micro level. And it's interesting because I just listened to Sister Freedom and Truist speak wholeheartedly about Cube and his personality, and to think about allyship and kind of being in a space where you're trying to really support another disenfranchised group is that it's not a place for your personality to be considered. Matter of fact, one of the foundational essential qualities of being an ally is the fact that you don't make shit about you, including your personality. It's not a space that's about you when it comes to your allyship toward anybody else. So for me, like, I could care less about what his true personality is. He doesn't have the luxury of having his personality excused because nobody has a personal relationship to him who he claims to be supporting. And when he steps into spaces and conversations that are so-called about his support and so-called about his progressive politics when it comes to LGBT folk, like, that's what the conversation should be centered around. Like, not his sarcasm, not his sense of humor, not any of that bull crap that's reserved for his friends and reserved for his family. Like, we don't have to give room to understand any of that because it's not about him when he's allying. And that's just something that I want so-called allies to really get through their thick ass head, is that ally work is selfless work. You literally dissolve your own ego and dissolve your own sense of self. They pretty much think of an ally as like a first responder. When a fireman comes running up into your house, a burning house, he ain't thinking about himself. He's there for you, your safety, your protection, your best interests. Dare you call officer to the scene to intervene in a violent crime being committed against you? That officer is dissolving his ego and centering that around you. too many times when it comes to these 21st century contemporary so-called online digital allies is that they are very performative, for one. And I have to beg the question of if Cube is truly a freaking ally, because what he said on that screen that Neo just posted is in direct contradiction to what he claims to be his politics. And this is why what Reckless is saying is very on point about having to be deeply observant, because you have a lot of performative as allies who really tap dance for the community in a attempt to be revolutionary, in a attempt to be different, in a attempt to be seen. But then when you get into, like, when you let them talk enough, or hell, dare let you piss them off, then you see the naked truth behind the curtain. And I know that other heterosexual folk fall for this. They fall for the performative allyship and the performative superhero-ish. They don't know the difference between a disguise and the genuine product, especially not when it comes to communities that they're not a part of. But we see this all the time as queer people, all the time.
I'm gonna say wow with that.
Yeah.
Want me to know why I said wow? Because that goes both ways, and I think that that we should be glad that people accept your way of life and this way of life, and that can go both ways. You know what I'm saying? You can't speak to another person's heart. Like I said, that I don't think he was playing at all. I think that this is genuinely him, and only saying that because I know him. I'm not saying that anything that Logic said was wrong. I'm not saying anything that you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying that I feel
misunderstanding.
Huh?
No, I mean, you kind of are though, because even like you inserting yourself.
Absolutely, I'm not. I would say it if I was.
I'm gonna tell you like how you're doing that, because if you aren't doing what you say that you're not doing, then what I just said is simply okay. But you wanted to make sure to balance the scales by saying, "Oh, it goes in both directions, etc." But I'm only talking about one direction, because the conversation is around LGBT folks.
That it should go both ways. That we supposed to be okay on both sides. You know what I'm saying?
I want to be.
Go ahead.
I want to be perfectly clear as well too.
Not arguing with you or anything of that nature.
A lot of LGBT folk. What makes me different is I actually don't care about your acceptance. I don't need your acceptance. What I need to do is exist in spaces where I have equal access to the resources and the opportunity. I could give a damn less whether queer people live in a managed society where straight folk are forced to agree. I'm not running for a president. I'm not a deity either. So I don't need a vote. I don't need a like. What I need is to live within a reasonable society where I have access to the same table that everybody else does. And the only person who decides that they want to gatekeep that table is the dominant society. So for me, these conversations are not about being liked. I don't need you to love me. I don't need you to like me. I don't need you to sit next to me. I don't need you to invite me to the party. Those are not my priorities when I think about what queer people need or what any other disenfranchised or marginalized community needs. I know that a lot of other queer people jump up here and will battle y'all down to the ground about whatever. But for me, it's not about to Cube's point, for him to actually think that any queer person's priority is to get you to okay the fact that we like to eat dick is a misnomer on his end. For him to think that the plight of any same gender loving woman is to get him to be okay with her sucking pussy, in his own words, is a misnomer. And to reduce the issue to that is really immature and asinine and almost disrespectful in and of its damn self.
He was very disrespectful. Now that I will have to agree. He was very disrespectful. Yes.
How can you be an ally and be disrespectful? And I think that was Logic's point. Logic's point was that how can you be an ally and be disrespectful like that?
Well, can I say something from a human being perspective? So again, I'm not trying to excuse and make excuses for people, but at the end of the day, right? This is, I'm assuming, the first interaction with Cube for most of the panel here, besides myself, Neo, and Sister Freedom. What he said, it is deplorable. It is disrespectful to a very targeted group. However, right, if we are going to assume he has been sipping, that he isn't in a proper state of mind, despite the fact he said deplorable things, are we going to judge the man's entire character off of these things he said over the internet in an intoxicated state?
Well, I've always heard a drunk mind speaks a sober heart. Is that what it is? Or
right. But he did come
but none of us walk on water. You know, none of us walk on water. And I'm not saying that this type of behavior is acceptable, especially when it's continuous behavior and you have a file of documented hateful rhetoric towards a specific group, right? But what I'm saying is I don't see that with this man. That, like, this isn't something that is a documented, repeated thing that Cube does. And I'm just saying, let's not jump to conclusions based off of this one interaction when he seemingly is not in his proper state of mind. That's all I'm saying.
I'm going to do that because we don't give the same grace and mercy, to Reckless's point, to a Caucasoid individual letting racist crap come out of their mouth. But queer people are always expected to suck everything up. Queer people are always expected to extend the same compassion that nobody extends to us. We always somehow have to understand the personality and do this measuring system. Well, okay, it's 90% acceptance and 10% disrespect. It's 95% inclusiveness and 5% disrespect. But if Carrie Underwood would get her ass up here and say she don't want niggers living in her community, or that niggas can go live somewhere and eat chicken and watermelon, it would be off with her goddamn head. I don't understand why queer people always get asked to do the subtracting and the dividing when it comes to the bull crap.
Too. That's not fair though.
When it comes to the bull crap that especially comes not out of homophobes, but comes out of the people who claim that they are the protectors and that they are the allies.
But we both got
and that they are the first responders for queer people. I'm not making that excuse for Cube. The responsible thing for him to do as an adult was to put the bottle down and to have a sobering conversation for a community that he believed does need allyship and support, or to do the second responsible thing, which is to get drunk and not hit the goddamn StreamYard and make a fool out of himself.
So I think you kind of made a generalization and assumption to.
I'm supposed to about somebody that I don't know.
Well, no,
I don't know him
I
enough
meant,
to
I
not
meant on
make
the Carrie
any
Underwood example you used. I don't think everybody unanimously, especially if she was intoxicated, based off of history.
Yes, they
of how
would.
forgiving
We don't give a damn as black people about whether Caucasoid people speak their racist stuff out of a drunkenness, highness, out of crack, or rather out of sobriety. We don't give a damn. We don't even question whether it's something to consider.
An opportunity to respond. So, the black community is one of the most forgiving communities in the history of the United States. I a white woman going to a black man's party, kill him, claim that she thought she was in her own apartment, and the black judge.
Hey, one second, True. Is somebody mic going off? I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Good. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I witnessed a black man get murdered in his own apartment by a white woman, claiming that she thought he broke into her apartment, and a black woman judge came off of the stand to hug her and embrace her to make her feel better after murdering a black man. I watched a black church pray and ask for and say we forgive you to Dylan Roof after he shot up the congregation. I seen George Floyd's family say that they forgive the officer that murdered him. Like the black community has forgiven white people for so much, let alone words, actual physical violence. So that the Carrie Underwood example you use, yeah, I'm not saying there wouldn't be a large community, a large amount of black
homophobia is pervasive in the black community. It was
I
perfect.
let you finish.
No, actually, I wasn't even done when Sister and you started.
Okay, then I'll let you finish and I'll respond.
It's a perfect example. I don't need a non-homosexual man to talk to me about homophobia because he could never, for one. Secondly, it's funny that you brought up the black judge who hugged that Caucasoid female for what she did to another black male, because that's equivalent to what you and Sister Freedom did to Mr. Q. You pacified him, you got your ass off of the bench, and you're rallying behind his so-called mistake when he's not even arguing a mistake. You arguing for him things that he hasn't even argued for himself.
You came in late.
And the issue, once again, with the so-called allies is responsibility. When queer people have their foot on their so-called supporters' neck, it's not an opportunity for y'all to get in and to try to pacify and save the damn day, because that type of ass whooping and accountability is necessary in order to mature some of these immature allies up so that they understand the assignment. When they go in to so-called speak for us and to be in spaces that we don't have access in, you all do not do us a favor by making excuses for the reckless behavior of the cubes of the community. You actually do us a disservice. If anything, let him get his ass whipped, let him get spanked, let him get held accountable. Since he's employing himself to do for queer people what queer people don't have the means to do for themselves sometimes because of this situation. Once again, none of us here, and me and Reckless, we don't know him enough to have to give him all of that grace. That's his sole responsibility to speak right. That's his sole responsibility to be right. That's his sole responsibility to stand upright. And once again, if him, like everybody else, understood that allyship is not even about you, there would even be no room for his drunkenness and his alcoholism and his attitude and his short-temperedness and his closed-mindedness and all of this ish that people who already got enough ish in their bandwagon to carry don't have room to be considering. And this is not really hard at all, because for me, I've never entered into women's space and defended niggas ever. When women are talking about SA, talking about DV, when women are talking about the misogyny, when they're talking about the patriarchy, when they're talking about the toxic masculinity, you know what my job is as a so-called ally? Yeah. And if a nigga get out of order, guess what? We all go in to jump his ass. When he considers himself an ally, but it's setting the plight of the community back 10, 20 years.
Okay, can I say something now? Because I want to make sure I get this out. And you can put me on screen. That's why I came in. I want to make sure that I apologize in any kind of way that sounded like I was being disrespectful or disingenuous towards the homosexual community, because I love my homosexual friends, family, and whatever. I'm just a person that feels as though I have to be truthful, and you came in late, so you didn't hear Cube come on and try to explain why he said what he said. And I'm not going to say that the brother didn't have the right to be upset about what he said. Okay, let's just make that plain. I'm not coming in to try to save him or whatever. I'm just saying I'm a truthful person, so I have to come in and say the truth. That's it. It's not that I'm letting somebody do it, because everything that you said to me goes on both sides. We both have to accept each other for each other. Okay, so everything that you said to me goes for both sides, heterosexual person and a homosexual person. And that's all I wanted to say. I wasn't trying to save the day. I'm just trying to be truthful that the man did come in and try to explain himself, and it somewhat got into an argument.
There's a lot of feedback.
Really put this
yeah, that's a lot of feedback.
That is so sickening.
Yeah, I don't know who mic that is.
Yeah, because
so it, you know, and it was so nice to meet you too.
But Miss
don't you love it? Hold on before you respond. Hold on. Don't you love it? Like, don't you feel it? Don't you feel it, Sister Freedom? You feel that, right? He's anointed. I'm trying to tell y'all.
I mean, you know, I'm just a person because I'm an older person, you know.
Right.
I just want to make sure that I came in and said, I'm just trying to make sure, because you came in late, you didn't hear that he did, you know, Neil had got him to come and explain what this comment meant. And he did try to come and explain what he was trying to say about what he was saying. I don't care if you do this. I don't care if you do this. I don't care if you do that, or what he was trying to explain. But in the midst of it, him and the brother got into a dispute about it. And Shotgun.
But I have a question. Why? But why did we get into it?
Can I get order, please?
Because he was trying to explain, and y'all just was going back and forth with it or whatever. So it sounded like he was trying to, in his way of talking, you know, he curses and this and another, and it's very offensive. It is. That's why I always say profanity should be left out of any form of conversation or relationship, because it brings on negativity. And that's exactly what it did. It shows it right here.
It was
I don't care what nobody think about me. I'll just move out of room from me and this and another. That's not necessary to me, because really in reality, I care what people think about me. And I you know what I'm saying, I really think that you should care, because that's what make people.
I can't, sister, because
I mean, that's your opinion.
Caring about what people think is exactly why people put a rope around their neck. That's exactly why so many young people are ending and off in their life, because they care too much.
Not like that.
All right, y'all. Hold on. Both of y'all talking. You can't hear. So hold on.
I only care about safety and resources. I cannot micromanage whether I'm liked or loved, or whether people think my hair is cute, or whether people think me eating dick is acceptable. Those cannot be my priorities, and cannot be the things that sustain my mental health. Is rather people like the things that are none of their business to like to begin with. Because it's only one person having to eat dick and suck pussy, and it's not even the people who pointing the finger. So, you know, like I can't take up I can't let that type of ish take up my mental space. What I do need is for folk to get the hell out of my way, like, and feel how you feel, and think what you think. I'm not a lot of us are not for everybody. A lot of us are not for everybody, as like we ain't for the streets. So we don't need everybody to like us in the room. Like, I just am not ever going to deal with open disrespect. And my whole thing is, you do not have a right to harm me, and you do not have a right to prohibit the resources from being accessible to me. You can feel and believe and teach and exist how you want to exist. That is, you know, your God-given divine right. I'm not here to battle it out with indignant mofos until the end of time over asinine crap. What the heart of any group in this system is to be humanized, not even necessarily to be picked. I'm not a pick Nisha. I'm not here to be picked. I am here to be recognized as a human being, and to be treated like a human being.
I agree with you 100%. I'm not saying
Sister Freedom, hold on, because True is because I know I let you and him rock for a little bit, but I think we got the point across of what you're trying to say, how you felt, your true intentions and stuff. And I think Conscious made it clear how, you know, like I mentioned, I don't know if y'all recall earlier how I think some of this got started, what made Q get in his feelings the first time. is when he was saying that he doesn't like when a woman dresses like a man. And you remember I was telling him that he's not a part of the community and they don't owe him any explanations of what he likes or what he don't like, because it's not about him. Like, that's what I was trying to say. Like, if he's going to be an ally, he can be an ally, but questioning like, why y'all do this, why y'all do that, I don't like this. It's not, you're not in the community. So we don't owe you. So I don't know if y'all mentioned, I mean, of course, the guy that said it 10 times better than I can say it. But that's what I was trying to explain to Cube earlier before this got out of hand, that they don't owe him an explanation.
And that's true.
All right, but Truist, I'm gonna let you go because I know you and Conscious was rocking back and forth, but that's the only reason why I'm cutting you off, Sister Freedom.
No, thank you, Conscious.
I don't think he heard you. Say that again, sis.
Thank you, Conscious, for speaking with me.
Oh no, but it's all good. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Truist.
Yeah. So again, kind of just backing off of what Sister Freedom said. We're having this conversation really not to kind of just shield and safeguard Cube and make excuses for what he said. We acknowledge what he said was completely wrong, and ultimately he has to answer whatever to whomever he has to answer to, if anyone cares enough to make him answer for anything in the first place. Because as you are making it clear, you don't care. But when it comes now, I heard you mention something about allyship and being allies, that I want to steer away from Cube and kind of talk about that. When it comes to being allies, you said that it's about us. And to a degree, ultimately, the subject matter, I agree, is predominantly about you. But when it comes to being allies, an alliance by nature is a mutual arrangement for a purpose that is beneficial to both parties. Okay. You said it in the latter part of your statement about being treated like a human being and getting human rights and having basic human privileges. I completely agree. But however, as two humans that have different lifestyles, we have to have a common mutual goal we both need to work towards, and it be equal partnership. Because anything outside of an equal partnership then becomes a parasitic relationship, whether it's parasitic on my end or on your end. It can't work that way. We have to come to a common ground and common understanding. And that's why, although it's not required, oftentimes it is beneficial to have conversations explaining why both parties feel the way they do. And you can have discourse back and forth that doesn't have to be toxic and venomous. It can be beneficial. Most of the conversations everyone that's on the panel right now have been having for the 6+ hours now have been beneficial. The conversations I had with the other brother that's a part of the community, we didn't always agree with everything it was that we were talking about. We had a lot of disagreements, but I don't know how he feels, he can speak for himself, but I feel they were for the most part very productive and very not disrespectful in any way. And ultimately, that is what would get us as human beings, as a collective, to move forward and have an environment that works in the favor of everyone, no matter what their way of life is. We as Black men and women and non-binary and whatever you'd like to be considered, we have to learn how to coexist. And in order to coexist, it can't be beneficial to people that are cis, non-cis, binary, non-binary. It has to be beneficial to us all. And that's what a true alliance would encompass. And I land my plane with that.
Okay, I'm so confused because it seems like you're doing a little bit of moving the goalposts. Really, when you talk about allyship and mutuality, the mutuality for the ally is the fact that they get to appear to be a good person. How it doesn't even, your definition of a ally literally makes no sense foundationally, because if you're talking about a people without resources and a people without privilege and a people who do not have the means to liberate themselves in and of themselves, what else would it be for you to extrapolate from a impoverished community other than the fact that you get to appear to be a great person, or you get the opportunity to be a great person? There's nothing that a disenfranchised community has to give.
Was that a question?
To an, well, it's really statements and questions, but you can respond to all of that as soon as. Okay. Yeah. So because I'm literally here on peoplescarehs.com, allies.
I have the
while they
definition
might
of
appear
ally right in front of me if you
while
want.
they okay, I have it right in front of me as well.
Okay.
While they might appear as friends or not, they will work hard toward another person's interests as long as it also serves their own, given the appearance of being a trusted confidant. Okay, so that is.
Wait, where are you reading that definition from?
I'm going to post it in the private chat.
Because Oxford Dictionary says a state formally.
Okay, so I'm talking about the colloquial way that we use ally today. And if you ask allies today, people who are sincere allies, for one, I ain't talking about none of these fake ass wannabe allies, but actual allies understands that they are that they're taking on a selfless role, that they understand that what they're here to do is to help said people. They're not here to be in a proportionate relationship. There can be no mutuality between the person in the burning house and the fireman coming in, other than that person in the burning house helping themselves to be saved, which only requires the will and the courage of the one coming in to do the saving. In contemporary time,
there's no benefit.
Can I just you will have your opportunity, unless you want it to be that we get to interrupt each other, because I'm fine with that too. Like if the agreement is when you go to talk, I can chime in and we can have our conversations in the interim. That's cool with me.
So as long as it's
going to be reciprocal.
No, let's not do that. On True, it's just let him land his plane. He let you land your plane. Just let him land his plane, okay? So we're not going to interrupt because this is good. I don't know if y'all see this, and people who still watching. I'm still at 1720 views after 6 hours. This is a good conversation. Let's keep it going.
So, dang, I kind of forgot what I was saying a little bit. So
I'm sorry, my goddess.
No.
We sacrifice the chicken to you tonight.
so, cause for me, it's just really weird that there's all this mutuality and there's all this expectation. That's not the way I look at poor people. And I'm using poverty as a principle, not as a literal. So it's just one of many examples of people who are in a position to need help. I don't think about what the poor man can do for me when I want to help him. I don't think about what I can gain aside from the fact that if I'm being sincere, this is just an extension of my love. This is just an extension of my under and inner and overstanding of this person's plight. I understand that I have 15 more shirts to wear at home if I want to give the one off my back right now to said person. I understand that if this person asks me for money, that I don't have to make that about what he's going to do with the money. I see the position that he's in. I see that he needs money, period. Even if he needs money to go get drunk to deal with the fact that he's poor, without family, and alone in the damn world. I don't have to have him prove something to me or act in a certain way to warrant what is an extension of my humanity. And that's why I do not get down with these modern so-called advocates, because they're nothing more than selfish morons who want to be seen. They want to be seen. And that's where you have to look into the nuance of the activism. Is the people who are faking the funk, they pull out when the going gets rough. They pull out when it comes to their temperament. they put them under the right circumstances, and you see that they're just like the people that they act so separate from. When the truists are put under that fine microscope, you see that thing is so deep, because once again, it's about an extension of their humanity. Nobody in this community, in any community, could stop me from being an ally, irregardless of whether I like, agree, or even understand the culture of every individual that makes up that particular group of people. What that means is that if, for instance, we just lost Tyree Nichols, right? Well, let's take it back some. George Floyd. We lost George Floyd. What some people decided to do was to do the model citizen crap and say, well, because he's a convicted felon and he had drugs in his system and he hasn't had some peachy, perfect existence, and allegedly he had provided a counterfeit bill, that, hey, why should he be cared for? Why should the community rally behind him? That's what activists don't do. So when Cube comes in and he's getting flippant at the mouth, or the things he's saying, the energy he's providing can be seen as homophobic or queerphobic in some way, that's not what genuine allies do. Now, people who are being performative certainly do, because it's all about an appearance. I don't buy into any of that. I don't have anything to give to somebody who's claiming to be more privileged than me and to be able to get me in a space that, for whatever reason, I can't get myself into at all. And if you extend said privilege and extend said love, you need to understand that at the maturest of levels, that's about you, not me. And whether, to Neo's point, I'm dressing as a woman, whether I'm dressing as a man, whether I'm some mixture of both, whether I cuss, whether I fuss, whether I eat dick, suck pussy, or do some combination of the two, is irrelevant to your understanding of your position in this system that you share with me, where you can see openly that we have a different experience of our humanity in that same said system. And anybody who makes it anything about that are the fake ass performative pussy popping allies that I'm calling to the stand. I'll land my plane there.
No, I have a question for you.
Well, oh yeah, you could get your question. I'll yield.
Yes, this is a question for consciousness.
Wait, who's this? This Joe?
This is Joe, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
How would you like me to refer to you? Consciousness? Just consciousness?
Conscious or CTV is fine.
Okay, conscious. You said all you wanted to do is be treated like a human being, right?
Correct.
You don't think you're being treated like a human being? Don't you think you already have human rights? Or do you want extra human rights?
Oh, brother, please! I didn't.
Yeah, that was
for you to ask a question
yeah.
like that. We're having a high level dialogue right now.
No, it's not even that, bro. You know what he mean by the human right, the constitution right, the civil rights, the stuff that we afford each other that's supposed to be by law, like the basic stuff. That's why I hate when people say gay agenda. There is no gay agenda. It's gay people who literally just want you to follow the Constitution.
Right.
Can I explain?
But go ahead, bro, because you out. I mean, go ahead, because I'm gonna let you rock, because you've been on here for 5 hours, so I appreciate it.
I've listened to everyone talk. I've listened to everybody get out their points. What I'm saying here is I kept hearing consciousness refer to the homosexual community and comparing them to black race as well as women.
That's what well, yeah, true.
Yes, you compare it to those two things. And
but I made the distinction before you go any further in principle. I don't need a tutorial on the difference between race and sexuality, and race and or sexuality and sex. But the hate is a principle system. Whether the birth child of that is racism, whether the birth child of that is misogyny, whether the birth child of that is homophobia, whether the birth child of that is xenophobia, whether the birth child of that is religiosity, hate is the common thing.
Well, hate is hate. But what I'm saying is women and race are they are what you
I just
call.
told you I know the difference. So if
Yes.
you want me to explain the difference to you so that you're clear that I know the difference,
Well,
I can
I'm not
certainly do that
explaining
for
it to you per se. I'm saying it for the audience because it's not just me and you speaking. There are people watching. So that's who I'm explaining it to.
What's your question, sir?
I've already asked, but I'm explaining right now.
Okay, so hold on.
Can I continue? I did
Sure.
not interrupt you. I listened to you the whole
Sure.
time.
Go ahead.
Yes. Women and race are biological. Being a homosexual is a behavior.
No.
No.
Continue on.
Well, that's your opinion. But
And that's
that is
yours.
your opinion. And homosexuality is not. There's no genes for homosexuality, but there is a gene for being a woman and being black. You understand?
There's no
That's
gene
scientific.
for being a woman.
Yes,
Your
we have
biology makes you a female, but there's
exactly.
no. I went through this already. I don't know why we're still having.
Who
this
am I speaking to? Who am I speaking to?
I'm speaking to the truest. We had this conversation 3 hours ago. Woman
we
has
did.
nothing to do with your biology. Female has to do with your biology.
Yeah, correct.
Why are we
Let
going
me
over
correct.
something?
Let me correct myself. I'm speaking of female. I'm not speaking of the social construct of a woman, because and a lot of things can fit into that. I am speaking of the biological female and the black race. Those are biological. Now, when it comes to homosexuality,
If you ask me, race is a social construct too, but I'm not getting
I
into
agree
that.
with you too, but I agree with you, but we all can differentiate between black and white. We understand that we can categorize based on that. But let me continue.
Man, they playing semantics, bro.
Homosexuality is a behavior. Now, we do have a human right, right? For being, you cannot discriminate against someone based on their race. You cannot discriminate against women, and you cannot discriminate against people for their sexual orientation. Don't we have that already?
Or where do you get? Never mind. I'm just gonna wait. Go ahead.
No, but let me
I'm gonna just let them talk, y'all. Go ahead.
Yes,
Go ahead and land your plane,
I don't know if my brain can go
Joe,
back to
because you don't even realize you don't open up some shit. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just going back because I'm going back to what Cube said. All Cube was concerned about was the safety of the community. He did not agree with the behavior. He mentioned his sister being part of that community, but what differentiates his sister from everybody else is she's not out there in people's face in public bringing her sexuality. She keeps it private. So now
you finna get your ass toe up.
Can I just finish?
I'm sorry, but I'm trying to help you because you finna get whooped. Either conscious is gonna do it or reckless is gonna do it, but you finna get toe up.
Okay, but this is not my opinion. That's exactly what happens when you bring something that people don't deem normal to the public. People have the right to state their opinion, but if you keep it private, nobody cares about what you do in your own bedroom. But when you bring that into the public, people are gonna question you. We're not gonna question a woman just because she's a woman. We're not gonna question a black person because they're black, because those are biological.
That happens all the time, sir.
If you're a female, however, if you're a homosexual and you're clearly a man and you're behaving in a certain way and you dress a certain way, you're gonna bring that attention to yourself, which is gonna bring danger your way.
Yes, come on, respectability politics.
Pardon?
I said, come on, respectability politics.
I'm just explaining to you what Q was saying, and he was saying he's an ally because he wanted the safety for the people, but he did not agree with the behavior.
If for one, it's nothing for him to agree or disagree with. Last time I checked, I came out of one vagina.
Of course.
And I also came out of one nutsack. It's nothing for you to agree. Like I really want y'all to hear this when I say this. Like,
but let me
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say this. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. I promise. I'm gonna mute.
Okay.
I'm even.
Get your point. No, seriously. Get your
No,
point.
because
I want to hear it.
I really want y'all to hear this back. My name is Reckless Logic. I have no problem with heterosexual people. I just don't agree with the lifestyle. You see how crazy that sound?
No, it doesn't sound
crazy.
That's your opinion.
No, but
hold on. No, that went over your head, Joe. Say that again.
It did not go over my head.
Yes, it did. Hold on. Pause. because you did it kind of fast, Logic. I mean, Reckless. You went boom. So Joe, hold on, babe. I'm gonna let you talk. But it probably went boom over it because you did it kind of fast. Slow it down. Let's rewind, slow it down, and say that again. Because sometimes you do have to put stuff in other people's perspective. Now go ahead, say it again.
So, my name is Reckless Logic, and I have no problem with heterosexual people, and I'm an ally. But once I find out that my son is straight, I'm gonna have an issue. I'm gonna put the holy oil on him, and I'm gonna make sure that he's not straight anymore. You know, I have no problem with straight people. I love them dearly. I have straight friends. I have straight family members. But you know, when it comes down to these straight cartoons, I feel like they're pushing that sexuality, and it makes me uncomfortable. You know, I'm my name is Stefan. I'm Stefan. You know, I love straight people. I have no problem, but I just do not agree with the lifestyle. Does that sound like an ally?
No, not at all. Because in one breath you said that you respect them, and in the other you said you felt uncomfortable. Like if you feel uncomfortable, then you have a problem.
Bam, bingo, and that's all I'm saying.
That's my point.
Now, hold on. So, what I want to say, I do feel that someone can disagree with something and still respect, accept, and be in allyship with it. So, for example, myself, someone that considers myself as a Black nationalist and Pan-African, right? Despite whatever someone's religion is, I'm not a religious person, but I can still find myself respecting, accepting, and allying with a Christian or a Muslim. Even though I don't agree with it at all, I can still ally with them. Now, if I ever say that something makes me feel uncomfortable, then no, you can't say you respect something you feel uncomfortable with. So I understand your point in that sense, but I also want to make clear someone can be allied with something they disagree with.
And Truist, I agree with you, and I think that was the problem Cube had. He was very disingenuous. He did not agree with the behavior, but he came here talking as if he completely agrees with it. So he double talked. But I understood where he was coming from, because based on the story he was giving us, he's basically saying, I don't agree with the behavior, but I protect my sister, so I'm cool with the people from that community. But he didn't say
also said he doesn't like it. He said he doesn't like when women dress like men. He don't like it, and they need to explain to him why they want to put on male clothes. Why y'all keep ignoring what he said?
Yes, he said that because his sister doesn't do that. His sister is feminine.
Right,
but he
said he don't like it. Like y'all keep missing. He said, I don't like it. I don't get it. Why do she need to put on man clothes and portraying herself as a man? Y'all not clearing that. He's an ally, but he's gonna tell a person in that community he don't like that what clothes they put on just because he don't like it. Not that he sees something harmful, like it's bad for their health or mental health.
And to take it even further, to take it even further, after that, most importantly, the thing that really canceled out his allyship was when you said, well, it's not for you to understand. He said, so basically you telling me I don't need to give a fuck about them because I don't understand. If I can't get an understanding, then I shouldn't care.
Yeah, I forgot about that part. I forgot about
that comment right there is what took me out.
I never forget.
So that right there, I think that's the true test of if you really are standing with something, even if you don't understand, right? Because I know myself, I'm 26. When I was in my early 20s, I didn't quite understand a lot of things about the community, but I took it upon myself to research and find out by asking people that I'm close with and just listening to conversations, educating myself on certain things. And when you care, you don't even have to have someone sit down and explain things to you. You go take it upon yourself to get the answers you're looking for in many cases. It's very much so like with white people. You brought up the white people trying to understand the Black community and Black plight example. Like if a white person truly cares about the Black plight, they shouldn't have to have a Black person explain it to them. There's plenty of material they can go seek out themselves to educate themselves on the issue if they truly care enough.
Hey, I got a question.
All right, that's Relic.
Yeah, hey.
The hell, say num your
All right. I want to ask the question: is there a gay agenda?
No, I keep telling y'all that it sounds dumb, bro. It's so stupid. No,
what do you consider?
Wait. No. Why not? In the conscious community, in the conscious community, there's an agenda. In the Black community, there's an agenda. In the white community, there's an agenda. In the government, there's an agenda. Every other community that we hold in respect has an agenda. Why doesn't the gay community have an agenda?
Well, the
agenda is humanism.
Hold on, you're absolutely right with what you're saying, but you know when someone say a gay agenda, they talking about the stigma of them trying to convert children into homosexuality. You know that hold on, because I get it by wording on paper for somebody who's probably not a part of the American culture and don't know what agenda means here. That would sound okay. Like you said, people have goals. When you have an agenda, you make plans. You write it out. There's nothing wrong with the agenda, but we know every time y'all attach the word gay onto it, you're specifically calling out the same ignorant relic. I mean, damn, I'm tripping. Y'all leave me alone. But y'all calling out the same. Y'all calling out the same Reddit of when y'all say gay agenda, that gay people are trying to convert children over to homosexuality. Like, don't play dumb. You know when you ask me
with
that.
the dog whistle.
What? No. So, I'm not trying to dog whistle nothing.
No. I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying.
Should
like,
I say okay? So should I say LGBTQ plus agenda? Like how do you all cultivate your community and present the ideas that are recognized by other communities based upon their agenda?
Okay,
how can we recognize you guys?
Now, come on now, because I let you slide. Hold on, babe. Hello, babe. Now I let you slide when you clearly saw Christina Nick was throwing shots at me. I let you slide because I know you watched Inetta, so I didn't defend myself on that, even though I felt like that was some BS. Because people who ain't even see it saw that she threw a shot and was calling me trans. So I'm gonna let that slide. But this I can't let you slide because you know exactly, like Reckless said, it's a dog whistle. You know that's being pushed in the same community that you are a part of. When y'all say gay agenda or LBGT, ABCDFG community, when y'all say that, y'all not talking about I wonder what the gays are doing to improve the neighborhood. Oh, I wonder if they getting their mental health together and not committing suicide. Oh, I wonder if anybody's kicking them out their homes and disowning them and making them homeless. You're not talking about that when you say the agenda of the things that people are trying to improve in that community. You know, when you say agenda, you're talking about them converting children over to the LGBT community or homosexuality. Like, don't play dumb. Like, I entertain some shit, but this shit, like, I can't explain it on the conscious level. I'm sure he gonna break it down, but you know you kind of wrong for that, brother. Like, you know what that means.
Okay, let me apologize.
Hold on. In the gay agenda, hold on, Relic, baby. I'm gonna let look, Relic. Hold on. I'm gonna let you calm me down with your voice. It works every time. I promise. I'm gonna let you calm me down. But what I was trying to say there, when people say a gay agenda, I like to counteract that with, are you talking about the Constitution, the American Constitution? Because that's the only thing these people are trying to do. It's not about turning your kids and turning everybody gay. Nobody's don't turn gay. It's either you have the desires or you don't have desire. You can't make someone gay. But I say, are you talking about the Constitution rights? They just want to be treated fairly, enter in spaces fairly, and not be discriminated towards. And, like, it's simple as that. But now I'm gonna let you calm me down, and I'm gonna let whoever want to jump in there, because I need to go grab a cup of water. I don't drink all my water. So, but go ahead.
Okay, I just want to apologize if I offended anybody. I am just asking, as someone who is a part of a community, the characteristics of a community involve an agenda. So I was just wondering if there was some type of agenda, via political, sociological, economical. Those are the things that, and you, to be honest with you, there are heterosexual men who do think about those things. Like, how are the gay communities doing as far as like mental health and the things you listed? But we just want to know, like,
isn't that already an obvious question though? I mean, like,
because Chopper, you don't made my dog get on my lap, and he just told me that's some BS. You were not talking about that when you
come on now.
Chopper came right. He don't came right in the screen. He was like, "Mama, he lying. That's some BS." Like, he said that. Chopper just told me that. Like, because you specifically tried to switch it up when you was like, okay, well, what about if they attach LGBTQ? Like, come on, really?
No, I'm saying I'm saying that if gay agenda is offensive, what is a term that I could use to ask my question properly? I'm asking.
I don't know, but the being that you know that it's offensive, though, you know that.
I didn't know
that. And not only that, Neo, Aurelia,
I did not know that was.
I'm sure you've been here for 7 hours. Like, how do you not know the agenda is? How do you not know the agenda is political, social, economic? Like, I mean, like, because that's all that ever comes out of.
I just wanted somebody to break it down. That's all. What is the position?
Because a perfect term, if you're looking for a nice term, is call it what every other community calls their agenda.
Okay, so in the black community, we call it
a civil rights movement.
It's
a stride toward civil rights. It's kind of like here in South Carolina, right?
Okay.
Queer people cannot donate blood. There are still massive systemic discriminations against queer people when it comes to adoption, especially in the South. Like, these things still exist systemically against queer people. If you check that mark on the donation form that you are same gender loving, you do not get to contribute your plasma nor your blood to somebody who needs that,
even if it's clean, quote unquote.
No, I think what's kind of getting me a little bit is that the word agenda, like, I never heard somebody say, "What's up, Neil? What's going on in the Black conscious community agenda?" Yeah. What's up? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, they pushing the female agenda when they talk about, you know, sexual assault and, you know, Me Too movement, or they pushing the Me Too agenda. Like, I don't hear, every time you hear the word agenda in this country associated with any type of movement, it's always something negative. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
I disagree. I think the Black community has an agenda. We don't view it in
but is it called the Black agenda?
Yes, it is.
No, you. If anybody, like, for real. All right, pause real quick. I'm finna just go down the line. Truest, have you ever heard somebody say we have? What is the Black agenda?
Yeah. I heard Black agenda. I heard feminist agenda.
Thank you.
Yeah, like I've heard but it's always a negative connotation.
Right. So you agree with both of us.
When I hear people on Fox News, talk about the Black agenda, they're using it in a negative connotation.
All right, so we both was right, because I did say anytime you do hear the word agenda, it's something negative.
Truest.
Hold on, I'm gonna let you rock.
Wait. Let me ask him a question. Truest, are you say you're Pan-Africans, right?
Yes, Black nationalists, Pan-African. Yes.
Okay, Black nationalists. Those are what you would call like political, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so
I'm also a humanist.
Okay, great. What better way to be a humanist but to liberate the most oppressed human people in the world, Black African Americans? Would you agree?
I wouldn't say we're the most, but we're one of the most.
One of the most, right. One of the most. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's an agenda. There's nothing wrong
with
the word
I'm not
agenda.
Disagreeing.
Wait.
But wait. Let me respond to it real fast. I'm gonna show you where you're flawed. So, okay, you mentioned the Black agenda, right? Would you agree that the Black agenda is humanism, right? Relic.
It's one of them, yes. Like you said, it's one of the ways.
All right. So let me ask you, do you think anything that the Black community is asking for is any different than what the LGBTQ community is asking for?
In some ways, yes.
In terms of human rights?
That's a good ass question.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So what human rights is what human rights is the LGBTQ community asking for that the Black community isn't, or vice versa?
Sexual liberation.
Oh, so black people weren't fighting for sexual liberation coming out of slavery and entering Jim Crow?
Well, though the Black community has experienced sexual trauma, I don't think our marching. Wait. Let me answer the question.
To have interracial relationships.
That's true.
Again, I said that though the Black community has had sexual trauma, I do not
No,
believe.
that's not sexual trauma. That's literally laws that were placed to not allow us to have certain sexual relationships, just like LGBTQ community people have to face.
And both was condemned by the Bible, by the way. Let me bring that up because you're not supposed to interracial date. That's in the Bible, but I just want to bring that up. That why they keep saying it's agenda.
Racism is in the Bible, so what's the point there?
No, I was trying to say, by the way,
that's the exact point. The exact point is that they are human rights violations, and that both communities of people are ultimately looking for human rights, fighting for human rights. So when you ask, what is the gay agenda? It's simply human rights. They're asking for human rights just like Black people do, just like all marginalized groups around the world are asking for human rights. So just call it that. You don't have to call it no gay agenda, Black agenda. You don't have to call it any agenda. Just call it a human rights movement. That's it.
All right.
I think when you capture the idea of the human rights, you're speaking about inequality. Now, racial inequality and LGBT
inequality is a violation of human rights.
I didn't interrupt you. Okay. Racial inequality and LGBTQ plus inequality are two separate but often overlapping forms of discrimination and prejudice. However, I think there are three key differences between the two. Here's one: historical context. Number two, nature of discrimination. And number three, the effects of discrimination.
Are you going to dive into what you
mean? I was waiting for more.
I'm waiting for you to elaborate.
Oh, okay. I just do want to.
Yeah, you're gonna have to give a little bit more.
Okay, historical context. Racism has a long and deeply ingrained history in many societies dating back centuries. While we know that the prejudice and discrimination does exist for the LGBTQ plus community, it's fairly relative recent phenomenon. The second point I made was nature of discrimination. Nature of discrimination. Racial discrimination is often based on physical characteristics such as skin color or ethnicity. While discrimination does exist also within the LGBTQ plus community, it is often rooted in prejudice to negative attitudes towards behavior or non-heterosexual orientation and gender identities. And the third one I listed was the effects of discrimination. Racial inequality now often affects access to education, employment, housing, and healthcare, while discrimination that does exist in the LGBTQ plus community can also include barriers to legal recognition and protection, stigma, and violence. So that was a more breakdown of all 3 points I was trying to make.
Okay, Relic. So first off, you mentioned that discrimination in the LGBTQ community is fairly recent. Did I hear you correct?
That's what I thought I heard him say too, but I'm gonna let him clear that up.
Yeah, I don't want to misconstrue his statement. I just want to make it clear.
Really, did you hear? We trying to clarify this if that's what you said or not, brother. Relic, you still here? Relic.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was muted. My bad. Go.
No,
I'm sorry. Ask your question again.
Did I correctly hear you say that discrimination in the LGBTQ community is fairly recent?
I said it was a relatively recent phenomenon.
Okay, same difference. So how many years ago would you say relatively recent is to you?
I don't know.
So what are you being relative to if you don't know?
History.
What history? Recent history?
What is your point?
What do you mean? What is my point?
Hey,
Yeah, I'm not sure what
Trying
you're
to get a
asking.
date on what he's
Joe,
saying.
yeah,
Okay.
because
Let's do
hold
this.
on, y'all.
Let's
Hold
do this.
on,
No,
Joe.
let's do this.
Joe.
Neo, let me ask him this. Truist, when did the civil rights movement for LGBTQ plus community begin?
The movement, like, okay, define movement. What do you mean by movement?
No, I'm not doing that, brother. When did it begin? And however you want to define it is fine with me. I just want a historical date.
All right, hold on. So movement, all right, what I think you're alluding to in terms of movement is an organized group of people coming together for a cause here in America. I would say that happened the same time as the Black Civil Rights Movement did. So late 50s throughout the 60s.
That's wrong.
Wrong? Okay, enlighten me.
Conscious. Can I ask you that same question? When did the civil rights for LGBTQ plus community begin?
And ask me next. Conscious, you still here, my goddess? Did my goddess go back up to the heavens?
I'll ask it to the panel. Can anybody tell me when that...
Are you still here, my love?
I'm here, Retro, and I'll answer too.
Okay, go ahead, Retro. I'm interested to hear.
Well, I know at least as far back as the Roman Catholicism, right? Because the homophobia is involved in the Bible.
Well, we were talking about the civil rights for.
I think they started that with the Stonewall. Not Stonewall. Is it Stonewall? Is that what they call it? With the where they burnt the building down with the gays in it?
Yes, that was right here in New York.
Yeah, so I think that's kind of when it began. But as far as the agenda and as far as racism versus homophobia has been going on just as long, if not longer. It's always been homophobia. So we've always been discriminated against. We've always been just as long as the Black community, much longer before slavery.
Yeah,
definitely.
Relic.
I'm back, y'all. I can hear y'all, but I had to go get my DoorDash.
Oh, sorry.
But I can hear y'all.
Relic, I think you're trying to run away from.
Hey.
Give us your day. Like, stop dancing around. Give us.
All right, hold on. He's not gonna give you a date. What's the date, Relic? Do you have a date?
No, I said I don't know.
Right.
Okay. Hold on. So what was the question?
You hear the question?
Talking about a date, right?
Yeah. All right, go ahead, Conscious. Relic. Ask Conscious the same question.
Yeah. I was interested to hear how you would answer this to Consciousness. I was wondering let me grab my charger. My battery's dying. Okay. Sorry. Give me 1 sec. Okay.
Your battery doesn't have free will.
It doesn't. It's an electronic. In your opinion, or maybe for this for a fact, I'm not sure. When did the civil rights for the LGBTQ plus community begin? Or, begin to be fought for? When do you think actually occurred? I'm just wondering. I don't know. So I with the first answer we got was the 50s. The second answer we got so far was that Stonewall, which I believe happened around the 70s or late 1960s, if I'm not mistaken. So,
well, it's kind of a loaded question because it really just depends on like what you're defining, because different people throughout different points in times in U.S. history did things that were progressive for queer people, such as like in 1924, Henry Gerber, I'm reading here, a German immigrant, founded in Chicago the Society for Human Rights, the first documented gay rights organization in the United States. And during his U.S. Army service in World War I, Gerber was inspired to create his organization by the Scientific Humanitarian Committee, quote, called a homosexual emancipation. So you got like different things that resurrected as early as the 1900s. You probably have things you can go back to in 1800s in terms of people creating spaces and oases of hope for queer folk, etc. Somebody here just mentioned like shit, the very moment that black people came into this country and had to go toward emancipation as well, because the church and the black community had to clear up buck breaking. So when the truest was talking about this assault on black sexuality, that's been from the start, trying to control the reproductive wounds of black men, of black women, the sexual trauma that you even alluded to. So there's been all of that. So I don't know like what answer you're looking for, but you can find different interims of so-called civil rights erecting throughout U.S. history at different points in time when it came to the plight of homosexuality.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, and let me know if I'm not, you're stating that the earliest, what you would describe as action that took place was probably around 1924, but you wouldn't necessarily it's hard to put a date on when.
Yeah, I wouldn't isolate it to just 1924, but yeah.
All right, so Relic, let's
I
trace
accept
that.
that.
How we got here. You mentioned how the fight for LGBTQ rights has been a fairly recent history. That's how we got here, because whatever you just read stated that. And the reason I found that laughable is because that's suggesting that being LGBTQ hasn't been a problem or seen as something punishable by death since ancient times. That has been even though there wasn't a movement, quote unquote, and that's why I said your question was very targeted, and I know you calculated when asking it because you use the words movement. Obviously, there hasn't been an organized movement until the earliest, like Conscious said, the 1920s. I'd probably say like with the women's suffrage movement even, right? However, there has been LGBTQ people since ancient times getting killed and murdered for simply being LGBTQ. Same as Black people just being killed and murdered and enslaved for just being Black. So whatever you read, it was trying to draw like a contention between race and being LGBTQ. And that's just a tactic of division to pit the two communities against each other, because both communities are ultimately fighting for the same goal, which is human rights, which is why I said stop calling these things agendas and just call them human rights, because they're a common goal that people can unite under.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it doesn't exclude anybody by asking a question. I just wanted to know if within a community, one of the characteristics of a community is an agenda. I'm sorry that my use of the word gay agenda was offensive. I apologize. I also followed up with the question of, okay, well, how do you all describe it? And all I heard was that there is none. So that's all. I was just trying to see if you're gonna, the
but
part of
again,
it's not also not to belittle the idea that you all are a community. I'm not saying you're not one.
Wait, but how did you get okay, are you saying there's no quote unquote agenda as in us just using the word, or there's no agenda as in the substance?
I was just simply asking about it, but it got, I got attacked for asking the question because it was, there's a bad connotation. What Neil was explaining to me, there's a bad connotation to the word gay agenda, and I wasn't trying to use that form of phrase or character to describe you all's community in a negative light.
So what do you think the agenda is, a Relic? Like,
hold on, Relic. Before you answer Conscious question, I did not attack you, brother. I was simply getting ready to educate you, and that disingenuous. I really thought you was trying to just get a reaction out of us, but I let you and Truist rock, and talk about it. And I'm sure that conversation just educated some of my viewers who's watching right now, so they can basically get a good understanding what the civil rights is like when it comes down to race and, you know, your sexual orientation.
Yeah,
but I did not attack you.
you
Hold on, I did not. Hold on. I did not attack you, brother. I did not throw one personal shot at you. I didn't, you know, assault your intelligence. If that was not an attack, I was really just trying to educate you. Because, like I said, at first, I thought you was being funny. Because, like I said, name anything that's called an agenda that doesn't have anything negative attached to it, which Truist already made that point earlier.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out still, like, what was your reasoning for reading what you read?
Hold on, Truist. I want him to answer Conscious question, and then you can bring it back to that. Go ahead, Conscious. Repeat your question.
To Relic, like from the out, I'm assuming that you are a cis hetero man, but what do you make of the, dare I say, agenda of the LGBT community? Like, what does it look like is being fought for or asked for to you?
Well, just from the outside looking in, okay, I think that the LGBTQ plus community are focused on, you know, building, first of all, a place where and space where people can exist. And that's what I was hearing here on the panel, is that they just want a place where you can be and express yourself in the way you want to, and not to be judged by that. I think that's the area that that's one of them. I think the second thing I would say is probably also with, like I mentioned, the sexual liberation, you know, the ability to have the choice, Neo. I know you just arguing me because you ain't got no choice to. That's what it is.
No, you doing it because you ain't got free will. You had no choice to come up here and stir the pot and get things going and mess with the gay community by calling it an agenda. You ain't have no choice in that, brother. So I guess you think we're not going to hold you accountable, but that's not how free will works.
No. Listen. I don't mind being held accountable if I'm doing something offensive. My goal is not to offend anybody. So please, I'm not opposed to correction. Okay.
And if y'all wonder what's the inside joke why me and Relic keep throwing shots at each other about the free will, because me and Relic, how long we was on live? About 5 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours.
It was a minute. Yeah, I want to say about 3 or 4.
Until like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, debating and discussing consciousness and free will. So if y'all wonder what it's from, it's just some history me and him have. But continue.
Yeah. So sexual liberation, and then I think it was, you know, I would think that healthcare would be something that would be on a priority list, and then within the community as well. Mental, physical, access to those type of resources.
So you think that's what when someone says the gay agenda, that's what comes to mind is those things you just mentioned?
I think it's a part of it. I don't know. That's why I was asking. I thought it was a question we, you know, could possibly, you know, hear from the people who are within the community. But I think Truist was practicing being the ally.
So no. See, the reason I took
it's just a joke. It's just a joke.
No, I understand. I just want to explain to you, brother. The reason I took offense a little bit to your angle was because whatever you read, it felt as if it was trying to pit the two sides of
against each other.
Yeah, against each other, and I hate that, because ultimately they had the fight for racial civil rights and the fight for civil rights with the LGBTQ community are ultimately both fighting for human rights. And the division tactic is to divide the two groups so they can't be on a unified front to ultimately give all people what they need, which is basic civil rights. So whenever I hear people promoting these type of things, I get flustered and I get angry. And kind of leading back to my conversation with you, Conscious, this exact thing is where I was saying it would be mutually beneficial on both sides. Because, right, you would be a part of the fight for Black civil rights as well as a Black person that's a part of the LGBTQ community. So you fit both sides of the coin, actually. But in the overall fight for human rights in both ends, you would be mutually beneficial. It would be mutually beneficial to me and you for us to come together on a unified front to fight those that would deny us that. And that's where I was saying it's a mutually beneficial relationship. I'm not saying it's simply for selfish reasons, because ultimately when someone is an ally, whether I have to sacrifice whatever it is I have to sacrifice, it's ultimately for the greater good of all humanity. That's what civil rights is in its core. And that's why I got flustered, Relic. It wasn't anything about trying to defend anyone, more so I just hate divisive tactics. And that's what it sounded like.
Leo, can I ask Conscious a question?
Go ahead.
Conscious. I thought I heard you say something that sounded so weird and cruel to me, but did you say that they actually asked you whether you were homosexual or not when you giving blood?
Yes.
I have never heard something so weird. And I just never heard nothing like that. What would that have to do with you giving blood?
Because it's the people who control the system are inherently homophobic, and the system perpetuates the stigma that HIV is a gay disease, and that's still a stigma that follows the community, unfortunately, even in spaces when it comes to donating plasma and blood, where there's this idea that gay blood is dirty blood or unpure or contaminated or STI, STD written. And yeah, if you mark that you have participated in the same sex affairs or you identify as a queer man, you do not get to.
But there's no way that is true, because people have been homosexual since the beginning of time. Like this, they're not admitting that they actually made HIV. They're blaming it on a particular people. But what I'm saying is that is crazy for somebody to even think that.
Yeah, I was just sitting up here thinking, and I never got asked that question before.
Yeah, but when she said, I was like, are you kidding me? Like, I knew you were probably going to go there, and that was a subject that I've always wanted. This just no way I've been on this earth. I'm not going to say how old I am, but there's just no way that HIV had anything to do with homosexuality. HIV came out the clear blue, and people have been homosexual for many million, for as long, forever. How would that have anything to do with it?
Well, look at what just happened with monkeypox. Look at what just happened with monkeypox. I had a friend who caught monkeypox, and their doctor.
Let me just say this. I don't mean to cut you. I just want to say this is just another form of bullying. I hate bullies. And to do something like that is just like, it's just like so unfair. It's pathetic. And when you said it, it's just like, I thought maybe like, was that said, or did I just like didn't hear you say that, or maybe I like.
Me and my auntie, we used to go and donate plasma. In order for me to present plasma, I had to not tell the truth about being same gender loving in order to get through the process.
That's just horrible, because please, people need to know that HIV/AIDS had nothing to do with homosexuality. Absolutely nothing. And people need to know that this was something that the Europeans went over into Africa trying to steal South Africa from the Africans. And they actually invented this to try to kill off Africans. And it just somehow stumbled into America. And they blamed it on homosexuality when it had nothing to do with homosexuals at all. It couldn't have. It don't even make any sense for anybody to think that it did. If it did, then why does heterosexuals get it? It just don't make no sense.
Yeah.
Peace,
everybody. I'm about to head out. Y'all have a good night. Peace, peace, peace.
And who said that? Who said
people
that
would
was
die.
Relic?
If I needed blood, I'm gonna get
Right,
it.
peace, hold on, sister. Peace, Rel. I really appreciate you coming in, showing love. And I finally got your email, brother. For some reason, it was going into the spam. So look out for a response to me. But I got your email. But your emails go straight to my spam folders. I don't know why.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's me. Shoot, just let me know.
I got you. Have a good one.
All right, peace, everybody. Peace,
All right.
peace.
Truist, please. I'm sorry for interrupting, but please say what you were going to say. I
Oh,
apologize.
yeah, no problem. With monkeypox, this is even more recent than that. Like, they tried to blame that outbreak and that spread on the LGBTQ community too. I had a friend who caught monkeypox, and their doctor had asked them if they were homosexual because they had it. And that's something that you don't even like, not to say it was right with AIDS, but like at least with AIDS, well, HIV, I should say, it's a sexually transmitted disease. Monkeypox isn't even a sexually transmitted disease. You literally could get that shit from having skin to skin contact. So like that was incredibly ridiculous to in 2022 to be blaming a community of people for a virus.
It was even.
Hold on, because I want to make sure I'm following this, unless I missed it, and I try to stay up on current events when I can. So, at one point, was it like misinformation being spread that only people who were catching monkeypox are LGBTQ or gay men?
Yeah, they were trying. They were trying to brand it as something that was growing amongst the LGBT community, and that the numbers were higher in our community than in the overall country as it relates to monkeypox.
That is very interesting.
It was news. It was even news headlines. Like that's literally how they were branded.
When it first is it like how when it first came out, or is it like you're like how long ago? I gotta look this up.
Yeah, like it was in the earliest inceptions of some of the first people detected with it, and then it, and then they just kind of started reporting on it slowly but for surely. But yeah, it happened almost kind of immediately out of the gate, really, when it came to monkeypox.
Or Africans, they either blame it on homosexuals or Africans. Either one. Never white people.
Just another way to demonize groups of people, because even if you look into the statistics, and also with all statistics, they also hold context. When you look at America, African people, dude, they're a small percentage of the population. Queer people are a small percentage of the population. So if you take that into context versus the whole United States of America, 3% in the queer community compared to 3% in the white community are two different 3%. On paper, it sounds the same, but you actually look at it from its totality of the size of said community. Yeah, there's a difference.
All right, so real quick, do y'all mind? I just want to move on real quick, but thank y'all because I'm telling you, Conscious, Reckless, Truist, especially, thank y'all for coming on, and you too, Retro Dutch, that y'all really coming in. I think y'all really helping my audience out because, I can only speak for so much. Like I told them, I don't specialize in this because I get impact. Like the hardships I have in my life is not because of how I look. Only people give me flack about how I look is Black men. But the hardships I go through is just me being a Black person, period. But I'm glad y'all on here and giving this information and letting them, because like I told them, they are like I told them, like, you can't just, like, it's the most childish and stupidest thing that you can do. Like, they don't give solid logical reasons why we should, discriminate from the LGBT community. That makes sense, y'all. But I'm finna play this video, Conscious, And it was on Sonetta, and it was a young lady. I don't know her, but I'm gonna play this video and tell me if I was wrong for calling her out. I'm not in the video, but I said something in the chat. Am I wrong with the way she responded to Sonetta when he was asking her questions about the gay community?
Okay.
So, and just give me your. I just want to move forward because I don't want to keep y'all too long because it's 7 hours, and I really appreciate y'all being here. And I think when y'all know, once I get tired, I really don't make sense. So I be watching the playback, and I'm like, damn, did I have a mini stroke? Like when I was talking, like sometimes I'd be like, what the hell going on with my speech?
I love everybody.
But hold on, let me play because I definitely am glad that you're here, Conscious, because I'm gonna play this and then I'm gonna play Christina Nick, and I just want you to read her, drag her ass by her bald headed lace front, bald headed hoe lace front, and then we can go ahead and close out.
I'm gonna hop off. It was a great conversation.
Thank you, Trues. Yeah, like brother, why you don't debate on Sonetta's channel? Why you don't? You just don't.
I be trying to hop on. I don't get an opportunity to speak. I be waiting to rip them apart on the nonsense that they constantly be talking about, but I never could get the floor. If I did, man, you already know. I'd be
maybe
terrible.
with Saw, he won't let you in if you won't.
But Truist, how can we get in touch with you? Let me get my pencil ready.
Well, I'm sorry, what was that?
How can I get in touch with you so you can come on the show when we have the debate on who should be the leader in the home?
Yeah. All right. So in the private chat right now, I'm gonna drop my email. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right. I'm gonna share this video, y'all. But thank you again, Truist. You know it's always a pleasure. You know I always love when you jump in. So
yes,
what me and you disagree with?
Guys, hope to have a conversation again in the future.
What me and you? What's the thing me and you always disagreeing on? Oh, all religions are true.
No. I think the one major thing we disagreed on was Buddhism.
What Buddhism? What?
Yeah, it was Buddhism. Whether or not they had gods in the original indigenous version of it.
Oh, okay, all right. I was trying to remember what it was that me and you had our back and forth. I don't know why I thought it was the ominous thing, but okay. Thank you, brother.
Yep. So, take care.
Peace.
All righty.
Have a good one, man.
All right, so I'm finna play. Is that the right one? No, that's not. That's when Christina Nick was being funny about the pronouns thing. Hold on. I really hate. I don't know who else used StreamYard, but I really hate the new way they make you present now.
But like, I think I'm not gonna lie. I think it would be good for him to see all of it, so he can have more of a context of her.
Well, I was gonna start. Oh, this lady is not Christina Nick. This is a whole nother girl that was on Sonnetta's show. So which one you think I should, y'all? Let's get it. Do the.
Oh, you talking about the lady that was just on there, Neo?
Yeah, her.
Oh.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna start with her.
She was pretty nasty. Okay.
No, I'm not gonna say she nasty, but I'm gonna let Conscious let him tap into his God powers, and he's gonna tell us exactly what we saw, or what's going on. So let me see his opinion.
Company, but
all right. Let me back it up because I want y'all to hear him ask her that question.
She is. I'm liking this woman. I'm feeling this sister. Do you think is more easier for women to go off than the men?
Okay. So just to give y'all a quick background, she made a reference saying that people in the like the red pill community, how they always attacking women and always promoting that there's some type of division. And she said to her, it sounds like it's a bunch of homosexual men getting together and disguising their hatred for women behind the agenda as, what she said, because I don't want to put words in her mouth, because I don't want to play the whole thing. She was trying to say basically those men sound like they're homosexuals if they're disagreeing with their women and are attacking their women because they don't like women. So that's what she said. And Saw gonna ask her this question, and then I'm gonna let Conscious explain what happened
with another woman than a man going with another man. Just saying, maybe y'all could correct me or educate me. Than men seeking out to get off the straight.
When a woman seeks male validation, it's like,
can y'all hear? Is the audio working again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Straight woman, male validation is a thing. That's a thing that you're going to That's the thing you're going to need at some point. The same thing for men. You know,
do you think it's more easier for women to get off the straight path than the men? And what I mean by that is women seeking out other women than men seeking out other brothers. I think, I don't know, I could be wrong, and sisters out there, don't beat me up for it. I'm just saying, maybe y'all could correct me or educate me, but I think it's easier for women to go with another woman than a man going with another man, only because she probably been hurt many times by brothers, you know, and stuff like that. And then she tend to say, you know what? I'm gonna just see how she is. I'm liking this woman. I'm feeling this sister. Do you think is more easier for women to go off than the men?
I think that, and I hear this from lesbians, like actual lesbians, that women like other women's company, but women are rarely actually lesbian. You know what I mean? They'll be trying to have like sexless lesbian relationships where they get taken out to dinner and get bought stuff, but like they're not actually into the sex. And you hear that complaint from lesbians all the time, like that straight women who are sick of men just kind of show up in the gay community because they want to be with women, but they don't actually, but they're not sexually attracted to women. I think when men do it, it's more genuine, because if you're engaging in those, you know, in sodomy, then you've crossed a mental line. But to that end, if you are, and honestly, lesbianism itself shows that women don't really like women like that, because even the lesbians are using the accoutrements of men, right? For their sexual pleasure, because they clearly, that's what they want. Like that's what they're leaning toward. So I think that homosexuality tends to be less valid in women, and I think women are more prone to it because it's so sensationalized and eroticized by society, even though it's equally disgusting. Whereas when men engage in it, that's a very intentional, very serious thing, because there is a mental threshold that they have to cross to engage in that behavior with another man. And it's one of those things where there's no going back. But I will say they're equally disgusting. But women tend to be less genuine when they're homosexual. You know, women will fly in and out of homosexuality because that's not really what they're trying to do. Like, they ultimately end up with a man. They never really wanted to engage in that kind of sex. And when they did, they really wanted to do it with a phallus in the room. Whereas the men, they tend to totally abandon womanhood and get completely consumed in their lust for other men. So two totally different things, I think.
Yes, I'm gonna go back, harking back on the
just an idiot.
Hold on, so I can make sure I hear you.
I'm sorry.
Now, I kept it clean because I wanted the snap off, but I was like, you know what? I'm tired. It's been a long day for me. And I just simply just put, you know, it's funny how she's not gay or lesbian, but speaking for lesbian or the gay community. Now, conscious or reckless, I don't know which one of y'all want to take this.
I'll let reckless go first.
I give you permission to drag her by her bald-headed edges because I was laughing the whole time. I was like, okay, bitch, they equally disgusting. Okay, I'm finna talk about this because what was the point of you answering that, you know, the way you did? You could have simply just stayed out of it. Or, you know, I didn't get it. Like, what was the point that she was trying to suggest to Sonetta that, you know, men, if a man sleeps with another man, that's like a mental, he crossed a mental boundary. Like, you know, there's no turning back. But with women, it's more like, oh, I'm just doing it because there's no good men around. You know, so which one of y'all want to drag her by her edges?
I'll let Reckless go first, and I'll follow up with Reckless.
Be completely honest, in different parts of her conversation, because from the first couple of words that came out of her mouth, it was like dumb shit, dumb shit, dumb shit, womp, 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 womp. So to be completely honest, I was tuning in and out with her ass. But all I can say, that was dumb as fuck. That wouldn't even make any sense, because I think it's very interesting that a lot of times people really try to hold on to biology, science, and we claim that we're such this scientific group of people and science this and Albert Einstein and all this other stuff. But then once we start getting into the conversation of sexuality and to know that bisexuality does actually exist, all of a sudden, I don't think that all of a sudden you don't believe in quote unquote the same science that you try to weaponize against trans people. So when it comes to trans people, it's all about science. But then when science says that bisexuality or queer people do exist, and also in the exact same science and psychology and sociology, it's not the same thing goes for them being queer but not out of trauma as well. We have an example here on the panel where someone that wasn't even sexually assaulted but yet still queer, conscious. So now that when you have science saying that bisexuality does exist, all of a sudden us as a group of people, oh no, I don't believe in science. But yeah, when it comes to the queer people, trans people, oh, the biology and the science, I gotta hold on to it. But yet, your ass wasn't worried about no goddamn science, especially since I've kind of seen the platform. I like the platform, but it gives me Hebrew, Israelite, Bible study type of vibes. That at least the stuff that I've seen. So
that is not a Hebrew.
No. I'm just saying in general because I've seen the word be thrown around. So I'm assuming like you guys have a whole bunch of debates with people that you obviously disagree with and stuff.
Right.
But basically what I was getting to is that I'm going to assume that she knows the Bible too, or that's what her faith is. Am I correct or I'm not?
I don't like, I'm more, observant, and I always listen to what people say, especially when they're speaking for other people. That's why I was like, that's why I was trying to tell Cube, you can't tell them what to say, what to do if you're not, you can't tell them how they should feel or what's going on with them mentally. Because I was waiting for her to say that she got a PhD and she was a psychiatrist, a psychologist, or something. I was really waiting for the paperwork, but once I realized it was just her opinion, and I was like, okay.
And you know what gets me too? What gets me too is that once they actually get in the ring or get into an intellectual battle with a queer person that can not only express how they feel, express their experiences, but at the same time defend those experiences and ready to combat with anybody that quote unquote disagrees or have faulty excuses for people's BS, all of a sudden the narrative changed from before I knew that you was well equipped. It was, what I'm saying is fact. But then now that I have someone like that is well equipped to challenge what I'm saying is quote unquote fact, all of a sudden it's I don't know. So all of a sudden before, like in the conversation, you had all these opinions and you were saying it out loud and and to your point, I don't have a degree in it. I didn't study in it, but however, this is what I think, this is what I feel. But then and plus it happened here, even in this live here, when you have people challenging that, all of a sudden it goes from I don't know, that I think, but you wasn't thinking before. You were saying stuff with a period. If you don't know, a lot of your questions, a lot of your statements need to be in question form. A question mark needs to be at the end, not a period. We'll probably allow 1 or 2 periods, but question marks need to be at the end. And stop taking it upon yourself to speak on experiences that you didn't even live. You ain't eating pussy, to our knowledge.
Yeah, that's why I was a little confused. Unless you know what, and I be trying not to, assume people's behavior in the bedroom. I just don't do that. But I kind of was like, was she projecting? Look like, did she get in a relationship with a woman and didn't really like her? You know what I'm saying? Like, bitch, I need, like, was she in the situation like, I just need these bills paid? I need a roommate. I'm gonna pretend to be lesbian until I get a good man. It's just one of those things. I was like, sis, I never heard no one say a lesbian say, "Oh, I'm not really lesbian." Like bisexual women might play those games and be like, "Hey, I like both. I prefer men more, or sometimes I will be." But I never heard a lesbian say, "Oh, I'm not really lesbian." When the definition behind a lesbian is somebody who likes lesbian women, like. it's more than the sex. They saying their preference is women. Period. No bisexual, no trans, no trans people or nothing. I like biological women. That's what lesbianism, what they say, what they're saying. But I was just sitting there like, I think she don't something on shit. That sounds like another testimony, like Sister Frida, with that lesbian was licking her tongue at her.
That was funny, dude.
That was
about
that. Get somebody else to do it.
Sister Freedom was like, I am not licking, keep that tongue in your mouth.
Your voice keep going in and out. Did you know
that? That's part of my audio. I'm just being funny, trying to lighten the situation. But yeah, I was just curious. But I definitely were you finished, Reckless? And then
I just had one more thing, and then I'm gonna be done. It's just that this is another example of what we mean, that when people go to speak, and this is how the homophobia begins, or for people, or feeds the narrative, or it feeds into the system of homophobia. A lot of people talk about, oh, we're not afraid. But here's the thing: fear is not always something that's upfront, or being able to use propaganda or narratives to feed into that your reasons and your excuses don't even make any sense. So they're not logical. So you're feeding narratives that don't make any sense, that are not logical, for a reason why homosexuality is invalid. And then what's going to happen when you see queer people moving in society, trying to get the exact same rights that the cisgender and heterosexual counterparts have? What the excuses are going to come up? Y'all are not really homosexual. The women are over here eating pussy and stuff, but they're both disgusting. But however, when it comes down to men, it's just that mental break that you got to go to. And it's another way of feeding into the narrative of homophobia, because you're using irrational reasons to fuel that fear, or quote unquote your concerns. That's it.
So you telling me there's no such thing as gay for pay? When it's convenient. But okay, Conscious, you wanna, because I was just surprised. Go ahead and bless us with read us bless us with this.
What?
Tell us what's going on with this individual, because I know you've seen it. I know you got some philosophy. Just break it down for us. What just happened?
Well, I think that the dice are loaded in what she said. There's a lot of moving parts in her rhetoric. One of the things that is so funny is like sexist homophobia, because I noticed how she was like pretty passive and could explain away same gender sex and same gender dynamics between women, but absolutely thought that it was damn near a mental illness when men engage in the same, to your point, disgusting practices that the women who she's more passive about engage with, but there's a different tone and a different judgment casted upon men for participating in same gender sex versus women, which I'm not surprised by, because to her point, and she's correct, that women, because women live in a patriarchy and there's this idea or this reality that women live in a man's world. Of course, men, because men are same sex attracted, they eroticize women on women contact because men are attracted to women. So of course that raises a woman's stake. And I would be lying if I said that there wasn't truth to the fact that in both the male and female homosexual community, there are stragglers. There are people who are in same-sex relationships out of trauma from the opposite sex. There are different things that contribute to that. But what I don't like that people do is people make those people the majority when that's a minority within our community. The people who are performative in their sexuality, the people who are insincere in their same-sexness, whether they are same-sex, to your point, Neo, because they need the goddamn rent paid, or rather it's out of emotional and mental convenience, or whether it's out of some self-gain and usury, or whatever the case may be, or some type of trauma from men, or some type of trauma from women, because there are also men who would dip off into the community as a result of the sense of hopelessness, and finding a competent partner of the opposite sex. But once again, these people make up the minority within our community. But if you let these people tell it, this is the majority, of the community. And there's a individual in the comment who's saying that science has nothing to do with homosexuality or transgender issues, maybe trauma, psychology, or even exposure would also be insincere. That's something that I like to call psychic knowledge. And the reality is, like, sexuality, there are biological factors, and most scientists agree that sexuality is influenced by biological influences and variables that, of course, because sexuality is foundational to your biological makeup, okay? But there also is something that is called, like, intuitive knowledge, right? Whereas I knew I was same-gender lovingness before I ever even knew what same-gender lovingness was. I did not have a poster to go by. I did not have a sitcom to go by. I did not have another openly queer person to look at. It was a self-knowledge. There are two different types of databases that exist within each consciousness. There is the literal academic masculine left hemisphere data, which is completely measurable. And then there is right brain information, which is completely intuitive. Like, when you see those children who are playing football at 2 years old, or I knew she would always grow up to be a dancer. She was dancing since she was 3, or I knew he would be a drummer. He was just banging on the walls with sticks since he was 4.5. Like, there's this other iCloud of information that exists in all of us that cannot necessarily be determined or cannot be ruled out based upon a bunch of external components like environmental and all of this other shit. But this knowledge is more innate, where I just know that I know that I know that I know, because I have an inner being that has an inner being that has an interbeing, and because I'm an interdimensional being, there is realities of self that doesn't require anybody to teach me about. That's why we call it self-awareness. It's just more so about the willingness to listen to self and to feel the things that are happening organically in the body, in the mind of self, and then doing what you will with that information. So I think that we don't spend a lot of time talking about self-knowledge or psychic knowledge, something that we all participate in. Like, can you describe why you wanted to be a goddamn rocket science, or why you had a fascination and obsession with the stars and astronomy, or why you have a proclivity toward the arts, or why you've always liked to tumble and flip and roll around, and that led to being a professional gymnast? Like, you can't necessarily explain your attraction to the ice that makes you want to be an ice skater. You can't necessarily describe your fascination toward the zebras, which makes you want to be a zoologist. There's no external absolute about what's this thing in you that compels you. What's compelling you to take interest in this thing. And we will accept that in all of these other categories, and then get to sexuality, and it's like, oh no, it got to be because you're touched, and it got to be because you are just traumatized, or it got to be because somebody indoctrinated you, or it got to be. No, I just know who the fuck I am. The problem is that I don't live in a society that accepts that as an answer, even though they will accept that about themselves. Because when you ask heterosexual folk, like, what's the mental threshold that you had to cross in order to come to understand your affinity toward the opposite sex? What is it? Because little Johnny had a girlfriend and been all over girls since he's been 9 months old in the world. Since he could crawl, he been crawling all over little Betty and kissing all on her face. Where does this come from? And it's weird that heterosexual people will accept this absolute psychic awareness of themselves and then completely denounce, rebuke, and reject that idea when it comes to trans women and men, when it comes to same gender loving women and men. Like, they move the goalposts so dramatically, and it's really because it's rooted in homophobia. It's rooted in this doctrinal resistance toward people that they have the privilege of not understanding and of not accepting. And going back to Miss Thin Curls, she is, I don't know, like, what? I mean, I need to go back and listen to the whole thing. I want to hope that what she said was kind of like isolated to talking about all the other contributors outside of those who are genuinely same gender loving, that maybe can explain away some of the stragglers like in the community. But I totally denounce this idea that there's anything insane or abnormal about same gender lovingness, period. And I'm also going to go a little step further and say that all of what she said really is rooted in homophobia and queerphobia, because the trauma and environmental influences also contributes to why women normalize abuse in relationships, or why men, Black men particularly, are emotionally stoic and are not emotionally receptive, or mistreat and objectify women the way that they are. So, like, once again, it's this attempt to slander the community and act like these issues are unique to queer people and not unique to a patriarchal, dysfunctional, white, capitalistic ass insidious system that has abused and destroyed and menaced and terrorized and indoctrinated the entirety of everybody within that hamster cage. And I just wish people would be more fucking honest about just not liking queer folk. Like, you don't even have to burden us with the screeching rhetoric of nonsense that comes out of their mouth to explain away their attitude and their irritation and their disdain for the community. Bitch, just say you don't like us. It's actually fine. You don't need an explanation, Miss Mamas. Like, these niggas trying to explain homosexuality by chemtrails in the sky. Well, that's perfectly fine. But how the fuck do you explain homosexuality before there were planes to create chemtrails? These niggas are trying to explain homosexuality by the pesticide in the grits. Perfectly fine. How do you explain indigenous queer people that were existing during the Old Testament and the New Testament, and that were existing in dynasties and in harems? Like, how do you explain unique people that are well documented into the damn history books before there was pesticides and crop dam circles and chemtrails and all this manufactured food? Like, these are only excuses and crap that's really reduced to Western reality, and that's very, like, short-lived, because it only is an explanation for 21st century or 20th century queer folk. As if, to your point, Neo-x, queer folk don't go back to the beginnings of 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 time. So when you argue why queer people are abnormal, why they're unusual, why they're unnatural, whatever you're arguing as a point has to work in both directions. It can't just explain why queer people exist today. It has to explain why queer people have always existed. Before there was a Lil Nas X, before there was a drag RuPaul, before there was a T.S. Madison, before there was a Laverne Cox, before there was the sensationalism or the popularity of queer people in Hollywood, what made queer people, like, why are queer people in the world? Like these arguments are just really weird, but that's all
Yeah,
I have to
because
say.
I mean, I kind of find it kind of weird that a heterosexual man asked a heterosexual woman why gay people are gay, or why, you know what I'm saying, like why are women gay, you know? And I was like, why don't you just ask a gay person? Like if you curious and you, I'm gonna give him some slack. He did say he's only asking for education. He said he wanted to be educated, so I'm not gonna say he was being
But how you
funny,
gonna be
but
educated by an outsider?
that's what I think. They're not making the connection of that. That's why I made it in the comment. I said, "Wow, a heterosexual woman speaking up for the LGBT community, like speaking up." And you know, I made some comment in the chat about it, but I do want you to address this because it's something I think you can explain very well because I don't do a good job explaining it.
You
When I
are
tell
excellent as
someone,
a teacher, Neo.
You
I
are.
know,
I don't think you give yourself enough credit.
I know y'all, but I guess I keep kind of getting annoyed because I know how I used to be versus how I am now, and I think I'm just a little stressed out or something. But my speech has been getting worse, you know.
We in the same boat. No shade.
Yeah, and we think it's some stress. I'm under a lot of stress, so I'm trying to, numb your whole reggae myself out of that shit. But I just want y'all. It's time I kind of get a little frustrated. Cause I be like, damn, I know I can teach better than this, and it just hasn't been hitting like it used to. But anyway, so can you please explain this to the audience? When I called someone homophobic, and he said that he is not homophobic because he doesn't have any fear of gay people. He don't fear gay. He just don't like them. Like he said, there is no fear. He said, I'm not scared. I can sit next to him. I'm not gonna. He said, I don't like the what they stand for, the behavior, and they don't like the sex. Like he was saying, he can handle two women, engaging in sex. He said for some reason that doesn't really bother him. But he said he wouldn't want his wife to do it. But if it's one of his little side chicks or little female he sneaking around with, he okay with it. But he don't want his wife engaging into it. But he did say that I don't like. He was like the way he tried to word it. Like he was saying, I'm not afraid. I just don't like to hear about men, having sex, and why are they promoting that amongst the kids and this gay shit and car. Like this is a friend of mine who I've been trying to be patient with him and work with him because I honestly think he's just ignorant. But the shit he says, he was like, well, it's on a cartoon. Why the fuck I gotta see some gay people? I don't want to see that gay shit. Like he talks like that. And I was like, bro, are the cartoons having sex? I was like, no. I said, okay, then, like, what is the like? Why is it? He said he said the ideal of two men having anal sex just sickens him, but he's not. But he'll say all that, and I'll be like, bro, you so fucking homophobic. No, you're afraid. Can you please break that down exactly what that word means, brother? Because I know I know a man like that is watching the show because my views still have on the 20. And I'm not trying to be funny because you know how YouTube sends you, let you know who's watching you. And for some reason, the people who watch me the most are black males between the age of 30 and 50. And it's like 96%. So I have a lot of black men watching me. So I just kind of want to educate them without beating up on it. Because like I said, some of that shit, they just ignorant. But can you explain to my audience what a homophobic means?
So homophobic or homophobia. Let me see if I can do something real quick. Because so homophobia is simply defined is dislike of or a prejudice against gay people. But because people hear the word phobia, they say they argue semantics. Like, well, I'm not afraid. I don't have a phobia of queer people. Okay, phobia means an extreme or irritational fear or aversion to something. Okay, well, what the hell does aversion mean? Okay, well, aversion means a strong dislike, okay, of something. So technically, the term homophobia is still right on par. It's still right on cue, okay? And these are people who don't understand the definitions of the term. But let's talk about homophobia and you not having a fear, okay? Because there is like a clinical definition of said words, and then there are the like colloquial meanings of these words, meaning that like the way the culture uses the word, the way that the community defines and contextualizes said words. Okay, so for us and our allies alike, homophobia is inclusive, or queerphobia, transphobia, all the phobias are inclusive of a disdain or any type of aversion toward said person, said behavior, said etc. And this idea of fear is actually really real. It's more real than homophobes give themselves the credit for being, okay? And we know that fear is real because when Lil Nas X kissed a man on the BET Awards during his live performance, there was a congressional hearing about that kiss and the impact that that kiss had on young people, okay? Well, what are some of the synonyms for fear? Dread, or guess what? Worry. Okay. There was a worry in the hearts of our people about what it means for same gender lovingness, same sex affections to be seen or displayed nationally across our airwaves. When the conversation came around including queer history, because queer people have contributed to the plight of civil rights. We've contributed to history. We are inventors. We've been politicians. We've been lawyers. We've created organizations and spaces that have aided and abetted various groups outside of ourselves. So we have just as much of a right to the history, to overall history, because we've contributed to the system like everybody else has. And yet you have what? The dominant class pushing against the inclusion of queer people in academia. I don't want my children to be exposed to this. I should have the right as a parent. Okay. So you could tiptoe fear, the word fear, and put any other word that is a synonym to it. Put horror, put panic, put anxiety, put worry, put agitation, put trepidation. All these words fit the
concern.
Yeah, all of these words fit this adverse reaction from the dominant class when it comes to queer anything. So if we need to say it here today, class, homophobes, there's much fear. Okay, that fear, you may be comfortable enough sharing a classroom with a queer person or sitting on the bus next to a queer person, but yet have a fear of that said queer person having access to your child, or having your child be exposed to queerness on television or in magazines, etc. So there also is compartmentalized queer phobia. Okay. And some of these people think that you can't walk and chew gum at the same time. You can be comfortable and feel a sense of confidence and self-assuredness under these circumstances when it comes to queerness, and then completely lose your mind and have a total meltdown in this other space over here as it relates to said queer phobia. And homophobes do this all the time, but they only choose the side of the pendulum to argue on their behalf when it comes to the stuff that they are comfortable with, which is like, I'm comfortable with same-sex this and transgender this and non-binary that, as long as it's under said conditions. But guess what? Even having to have the conditions themselves arranged in such a way for you to have a sense of solidarity and a sense of poise about yourself and a sense of knowingness about yourself and a sense of peace about yourself is the reality of this intellectual fear that you have towards said fucking subject. So these folk would never get us to stop using the term homophobia or queerphobia, or putting the phobia on the back of any damn word necessary, because it is just that. Oh, and might I add, as a queer man myself, I have literally had niggas so shook at my presence that they could even look at me in the eye because they felt like the spirit of same-sex attraction would just leap out of me into them, that they all of a sudden would bow down to my existence and do the unthinkable. Like, I literally have had men who refuse to shake my hand or refuse to even look in my direction out of some concern for themselves and what that interaction would mean about themselves, or what that
The whole demeanor would change
look
too.
alike for themselves. Like, so all of the terms under fear, terror, fight, horror, alarm, panic, worry, agitation, trepidation, dread, dismay, distress, worry, all of those things are fitting. Like, you can slap that language over every reaction that so-called homophobic folk have toward anything that is about a queerness. There is a fear, and I'm not mad about it, because these folk have been well trained since the time they came into this world to other us in every which way, and religion has been foundational in that slander against the community. So why should you not fear a man who looks like a woman? Why should you not fear an androgynous woman? Why should you not fear a non-binary person? You've been trained to see us as abominable. You've been trained to see us as hellbound. You've been trained to see us as demon possessed. You've been trained and told your whole goddamn life over and over and over that everything that we do is unnatural and ungodly and is sickening and is deprived and is psychologically ill and etc. So the next best thing that homophobic people can do, instead of like trying to defend their compartmentalized homophobia, is just accept that you're homophobic, because you like every other AAA or AA or AA meeting. Okay, first comes confession. You have to admit that you're a homophobe in order to clear up homophobia. And the reason why a Neo and Reckless and others on the panel, why these folk can't really do the work that would truly make them non-homophobic, is because they spend too much time defending and justifying their homophobia. They spend too much time compartmentalizing and trying to make themselves feel better about their compartmentalization of the issue. You cannot resolve that shit without just facing the 4K mirror and saying, I am queer phobic. And this is where the work starts, is in the admission of it. You are queer phobic. When you don't want your children to be gay, look, a quick story. I had a woman that my friend invited me on a panel over on Facebook. She knew she was LGBT inclusive, honey. Oh, I got gay best friends, and I got a gay god brothers, and I love queer people, and my best friends are gay. And then, I always keep an eye out on those people who are like super, they just know they love them some gay folk. But then as the conversation went on and I knew we would come to it, she was like, as much as I have gay people in my life and I have a gay best friend and my godson's godfather is a same gender loving man, I still don't want my child to be gay. And I said, yeah, because that's just how deep that indoctrination goes. That you are okay, that because really what it is you tolerate gay people. You are a high functioning you have a high functioning tolerance, means that on the surface it looks like you are a queer hag. It looks like, oh my God, girl, this woman could not be more inclusive of gay people. They find you at all the gay bars on the gay side of town. They find you at all the gay spots on all the gay stuff, all the gay lingo, blah, 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 blah. Like, you couldn't detect this type of this low level misdemeanor homophobia, because it's cloaked in a lot of inclusiveness and a lot of participation of said culture and proximity to said people. But we see once that homophobia is presented in a circumstance that you feel you can control, which is your child, you absolutely would check homosexuality off the box if you could have it your way. And because you believe when it comes to your children, you can have it your way, because most parents parent from a place of narcissism. I call it narcissistic parenting. You believe that your child is your personal chia pet, but if you were as inclusive as you claim, that personality trait or that orientation would not be something that you would check off if you could have a say so, but yet it's exactly what you check off. But you don't even know why you check it off, because being queer phobic is that literally inherent to you at this point as a cis hetero person who grew up in an inclusive space that has trained you to have some type of aversion toward queer people on some level. And even on that, what looks to most people like a micro level, oh, that's one little mark off her chart. Yeah, when you put any degree of oil in water, you've changed the chemical makeup of that water. It's no longer can be considered water entirely. So there is pollution. And these are the things that straight folks shouldn't run away from. These are the things that straight folks should be honest about and sit in that. And she was so disgruntled by the fact that she was homophobic on some level that same panel she praised for being so amazing, that motherfucker had deleted that shit 15 minutes after we were done, baby. She did not even want the reality check out there, but I thought it was brilliant because more cis folk need to go down the rabbit hole and stop making excuses for themselves. Like, what's not okay is not admitting the truth. You are actually being an integral person when you can say, you know what, yeah, you're absolutely right. This shit does exist in me, and I'm gonna forgive myself because I did not even have the liberty of choosing to be homophobic. I was literally trained and inherited homophobia and queerphobia coming into this system. So what the proper thing to do, the proper feel good thing to do is for me to take this awareness and improve upon myself versus trying to defend it. But queerphobia is real, it's deep, and it exists in all of these compartmentalized ways. Okay, I don't want my child to be gay, but y'all can be gay. I ain't got no problem with the gay parade. I just don't want nobody in my family being gay. Like, there's all of this weirdness. Oh, I agree with women being same-sex attracted, but I don't agree with the bisexuality of men. Like, you see all of this schizophrenia and bipolarism when it comes to non-homophobic people being homophobic. And I think somebody just said, oh, so you want your children to be gay? Do you want your child to be gay, though? I don't want anything but for my child to be whoever the fuck they are. Whoever that is. Gay, straight, cis, trans, non-binary, gender fluid, etc. Those are hardly the things I'm concerned about, bringing an entire God into the 3D dimension. I am hardly concerned with the way they show up aesthetically or who it is they choose to love. I am more concerned bringing a God into this world that I properly can educate about being a God. My role as a mature God is to bring forth gods and make them aware that they are gods inside of a system that placates the not informing them about who they metaphysically are in this reality. That's my priority. Y'all prioritize gay shit and straight shit and lesbian shit and homo shit and trans shit and cis shit. That's what y'all priorities are. My priority is to awaken this divine spark and to make them aware of the matrix in which they live in and to give them the tools to crack the glass ceiling as they navigate this dimensional space. So I don't care whether my child is gay. And guess what? There's going to be some fool arguing somewhere that, well, I don't want my child to be gay because I know what gay people go through. Okay, the way you clear that up is not by prohibiting gay people to come into the dimension. The way you handle that is by offing the heads of those who make it difficult for queer people, so that when those queer people come down the pipeline, come through the wound, come into this space, that they have less enemies that they have to navigate in this space. You don't clear the issue by suppressing the victims. You rectify, challenge, and hold accountable the villains to said community. So I'll just end my plan there.
And that was my point exactly.
One other thing you had said on another panel, Conscious, was bearing ignorance, and that was kind of new for me. But that also is also homophobia, and I thought that was very profound when you said that bearing ignorance is also homophobia. Just want to add that.
Oh yes, thank you for that, retro.
Would you guys like to hear it from a straight man's perspective?
No.
Yeah. But you guys disagreed with what the woman said, right? Because she was not in that community. But then you speak about phobia from a straight man's perspective without asking a straight man. Like, how does that make sense?
Because it directly affects
most of us hear it from straight people when they're abusing us. You are unnatural. You are being a girl. You need to stop being a sissy, a punk. You making us look bad. You're setting black men back. This is not African. This is not Pan-African. This is not Africanda. This is not Wakanda. Like, you tell us what your what your issue is as you are while you're employing the whip. Like, y'all are completely vocal everywhere, from the pulpit to the White House to the hillside, about what y'all psychology is and what y'all issue is. So y'all are the most vocal about what y'all plight is. So we don't even have to ask. Y'all insert your foolishness and your abusiveness into our experience constantly. Y'all go out of y'all way to let us know what we're doing to embarrass y'all, what we're doing to set the community back, what we're doing to hurt the children, what we're doing to the state and status and plight of the black community. We are so aware that most of us cannot even take listening to y'all anymore, because there's no new bullshit coming out of y'all mouth.
But then again,
woo, Lord, hold on, what a sage at? Because I feel the devil coming again. Yeah, I'm gonna hit that link. I know it. The devil coming. I can. Let me sage. I'm getting my sage ready.
Oh, you guys
yeah, I gotta. I'm telling you, I can always feel it. Somebody coming. They trying to decide should they hit the link or not. I'm telling you. But real quick, I do have a question about something. So I was on, it was early in the live, and I don't know how many hours it was ago, but Reckless, you probably remember. I was trying to explain to someone, it was probably Joe Willer. I think it was Joe Willer, where I told him that he said Africa, the whole world, is basically the heterosexual. He said it was like 95%. He gave a statistic. I told him I don't know if that's true. I would like to see the sources on that, but I wasn't disagreeing with him. I just said I don't know if that's true. And he made a claim where he was like, majority of Africa is homophobic, or like, not homophobic. Well, he didn't say homophobic. He said, Joe Will, if you on here, you could probably clear it up. You made a comment when you said that majority of Africa is, what he said, y'all. Did he say, he didn't say homophobic?
I don't know, but I think what he said was, because that was a long time ago. What he said is that pre-colonization, like basically saying that he was kind of hinting towards being gay is not an African thing.
Yeah, it was an African practice. That it wasn't practice. Our ancestors didn't practice, and I defended that. That statement wasn't true, and that if I can show him one tribe in Africa, I remind him Africa is a continent, not a country. So it's a lot of countries in Africa. But I told him if I can show him a documentary of a tribe of people who don't see anything wrong with what they call same-sex activities. I don't want to say homosexual, because they didn't even have a word for it. when the guy was trying to break it down, it's like they had a sense of family, a community, and they kind of seen sex as more of a way of expression. But the man had wives, but the man also had boyfriends, but they didn't see it as, I can't really explain that. I have to, because I don't want to give it away. And then it was on the documentary. But I told him if I can show him one community that they were okay with homosexuality activities or whatever you want to call it, then that debunks his whole argument that Africa is like a homophobic country. But then I tried to remind him of this, though. This is the point I'm trying to bring. That I told him I can prove to him that before the Abrahamic faith came into Africa and colonized, that the African concept, there was no homophobia. They did not kill people who practice same-sex families. Like, you know, if you know what I'm trying to say, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm really tired, and I remember I told y'all I'm just all over the place. But
I hear you.
Yeah, so if you can kind of help clean that up, because I hope you kind of get what I'm trying to say. But I was saying that if I can show him, because Logic Reckless said that you already did a lesson on this. Because I told him I'm already been doing the preparation. I'm actually saving mine for when I ever meet Dr. Umar. You know what I'm saying? Like, because they keep saying it's not African, and I keep saying it definitely happened in Africa, and it didn't become a problem until the Abrahamic faith came along.
Can I agree with you with one thing?
What?
Okay, I'll agree with you with this. In Africa, homosexuality is not what would you call? What's the word? What's the word when you go after a specific group and you abuse them? I don't know the word, but they are not abused in Africa. Pre-colonialism, pre-contact with the West or Europeans, that is not what the Africans did. Because, again, the people who are homosexuals are still their brothers, their daughters, their sons, right? So you have to treat them like family. That's not what they did. However, Africa is pro-heterosexuality. And you taking that debate with Umar, I don't know how you're going to win that, because homosexuality is definitely not African. But Africa is definitely not hostile to the homosexual.
Yeah, okay. Well, I was trying to tell you that the reason why that mentality is adopted to this day is because of the Abrahamic faith. And I told you that, okay, but listen to my point. You keep saying as Africa as a whole. And I was like, well, I'm saying there's countries in Africa where that was not the case. These people did not see homosexual behavior, sexual contact as something taboo of bad. It was a form of expression. Sometimes sex was involved and sometimes sex wasn't involved.
Okay.
So I never said that they, Africa beats up in the abuse the homosexual community, even though we know that's false. We see videos, they do it all the time. Like the LGBT community in Africa, I feel sorry for them because they can't live free. Like, I mean, it's so bad that I seen one video where in Africa, because a man got accused for being a homosexual, they put a tire over his body and set him on fire and chopped off his man. But like I seen that video, it still kind of fucks with me to this day. So that's not what I'm saying. I was just saying the ancient practices, the way y'all demonize it, like what is homosexual, what is family? Because that's why I was trying to get you to break down family when, we was playing games with that. I was telling you in their community, it wasn't the family was a man and a female and the kids. It was it usually was like the male, whoever he can afford, being if that was a woman or a boyfriend, he was allowed to do that. And they saw that as family.
No, that's not true.
Okay, well,
that is definitely true.
Okay, all right. So pause right there. Because I don't want to really cut you off on Joe, but that's what I was trying to tell you. But you remember I said I know. I've been doing some research. You asked me to give you the information. I told you I'm not because I'm saving it. But Reckless said Conscious already did a lesson on this. So I was gonna let Conscious speak on it and then let me know where I can find
it. Yes. Can I do the honor, please?
They really keep saying being homosexual is not African. I keep laughing every time they say it.
So I want to give some examples.
Before you go, Conscious, can I just clarify my position? Then I'll let you speak on it. Is that okay?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, this is my position. The African continent is a heterosexual continent. Homosexuality is not African.
No.
Did homosexuality exist in Africa? Of course it did. Just like people being albino existed in Africa, but that doesn't mean African is albino. You understand? There's oddities that exist. Africa is a 1.2 billion people population, and there's thousands of tribes. In pre-colonialism, there were no countries; there were kingdoms. You understand? And let me make this one point, and let's see if you can refute it. Just to emphasize,
I'm sure he can.
Just to emphasize how pro heterosexual and marriage and family the African people are.
She doing the same.
Somebody coming, I know it.
They have a tradition. They have traditions, a dowry tradition for marriage between men and women. They don't have any traditions for homosexual union. That's just what they prove to you that Africa is definitely not homosexual. They have a tradition, ingrained tradition, ancient traditions that reinforces the unity between men and women in their dowry system.
Okay, brother. All right, Conscious, go ahead and give him a little taste of what's out there, because I'm sure he never studied it. He's assuming.
Yeah, like Anio has been very effective in talking about the vastness and the broadness and the diversity within Africa. So like it's really a weird notion that people don't believe that sexuality and gender expression, etc., are rooted in Africa when little Africa is literally like the crater of civilization. It's literally where, to your point, Joe, hundreds of thousands of millions of tribes exist in all type of unique ways. That's just what it is. You can find African practices all over the globe at this point, because Africa and its culture and its cosmology and its metaphysics and its astrology and astronomy, its hoodoo, its voodoo, its magic is literally like Africa is the world's fucking capital. And everybody came up out of Africa. All persons, variations of persons, white people also out of Africa. Like everything came out of the volcano called the Crater of Life, which is the African continent. Now, what's funny is that you keep like narrating Africa as like it's pro straight. No, it's not. It's pro African. Like Africa is for Africa. The reason why there's so much diversity is because Africa is pro African. They don't make these distinctions or take their self-esteem up based upon who's straight and who's gay, because Africans are just Africans to African people. So there's not a need to be pro straight or pro anything. Like sexuality is a given, it's foundational, it's spiritual, it's all of these different things. But speaking of that, you can go to a website called 76crimes.com, which did a beautiful job of just illustrating some of the archaeological finds of homosexuality, transgenderism, gender expression within the African continent pre-colonization, pre-European invasion. And I just want to give some of those examples here, okay? Drawing on anthropological studies of the pre-colonial and colonial eras, it is possible to document at a vast array of same-sex practices and diverse understandings of gender across the entire continent. Examples include one notable explicit Bushman painting, which depicts African men engaging in same-sex activity. In the late 1640s, a Dutch military attaché documented Zinga, a warrior woman in the Dongo kingdom of the Mubunda, who ruled as a king rather than queen and dressed as a man and surrounded herself, listen to this, with the harem of young men who dressed as women who were considered her wives. Talk about a reverse goddamn Uno. In 18th century, anthropologist Father J.B. Labat documented the Ganga Ya Chabanda, presiding priests of the, excuse me for butchering some of these words, honey, the Giagus, which was a group within the Congo kingdom who routinely cross-dressed and was referred to as grandmothers. In traditional monarchical Zandi culture, anthropological records described homosexuality as indigenous. The Azande of the northern Congo routinely married, to Neo's point, younger men who functioned as temporary wives, a practice that was institutionalized to such an extent that warriors would pay bride price for the young man's parents, so that that young man could accompany these warriors on their conquests and their journeys. Institutionalized amongst Bantu-speaking Pahan farmers in present-day Gabon and Cameroon, homosexual intercourse was known as Bia Nukuma, a medicine for the wealth which was transmitted through sexual activity between men. Similarly, in Uganda, amongst the Nalotiko Lango, men who assumed alternative gender status were known as Mugodo Dako. They were treated as women and were permitted to even marry other men. Essentially, these would be the trans women of the community. Same-sex relations were reported amongst other groups in Uganda, including the Bahama, the Banyara, and the Baganda. King Mwanga II, the Baganda monarch, was widely reported to have engaged in sexual relations with his male subjects. A Jesuit working in southern Africa in 1606 described finding chabadi, which are men attired like women and behave themselves womanly and are ashamed to be called men. Another reference to the trans community in southern Africa. In early 17th century and present day Angola, Portuguese priests Gaspar and Antonius encountered men who spoke, sat, and dressed like women, and who entered into marriage with men. Such marriages were honored and even prized. In the Itso communities, based in northwest Kenya and Uganda, same-sex relations existed amongst men who behaved as and were socially accepted as women. Keywords, even socially accepted. Same-sex practices were also recorded amongst the Banyara and the Langi. In pre-colonial Benin, homosexuality was seen as a phase that boys passed through and grew out of. There were practices of female-to-female marriages amongst the Nandi and Akasi of Kenya, as well as the Igbo of Nigeria, the Nura of Sudan, and the Kuriria of Tanzania. Amongst Kabuntu, lesbianism was ascribed to women who were in the process of becoming chief diviners. Okay? In plenty of tribes pre-colonialism, same-sex relationships were even more revered than heterosexuality, to further debunk and dispel this notion from Joe that Africa, speaking about the entirety of the continent, was heterosexual. Just not true, just not historical. These things, and this is why studying is significant, because you have a lot of Western pro-Black folk, and God bless y'all hearts, who are desperate to keep homosexuality in its white man's place. And it's literally a slander to trans people, to queer people across the globe, particularly melanated queer folk, under this notion that Africa wasn't pro queer, when that could be hardly the furthest thing from the truth. And you got to understand, African people largely dealt in ancestor energy. They dealt in frequency and vibration. They dealt in vortex and alternate realities. They dealt in divinity. So their understanding of sexuality and gender fluidity was largely motivated and inspired out of the way they understood reality supernaturally, the way they understood reality from a perspective of divinity and masculine and feminine being attributes of the divine, and that these attributes of the divine, masculine and feminine, were not isolated to sex, aka male and female, but that males could possess the divine feminine, females could possess the divine masculine, and that each soul had its own capacity and expression for these qualities, for these variations, for these attributes, for these character traits, for these gifts. This is something that Western African people are far removed from, because we live under a pale man's reality and have been indoctrinated and abused. And our context for homosexuality here as African people is buck breaking. So we have to understand that as melanated Western people who were imported into the system, partly, we know that indigenous melanated people also were already here, and that a portion of us were also imported here. That what was normalized and was even romanticized now had a insidious context, because African people came into a space where same-sex sex was weaponized against them, because raping, sexually assaulting Black men and sodomizing them orally, sodomizing them anally, was a Middle Eastern tool of war. Okay, this is how you subdued the warrior class of a community, is you emasculated them. You mentally and intellectually and spiritually castrated them so that they could see themselves as inferior and lesser. Okay, because when you can get a person to believe that they are a slave, you no longer have to rely upon the external gates to keep them on the plantation, because that fence is now also internalized as well. Then when those melanated people fled from those plantations into their freedoms, the church took it upon itself to try to rectify this insidious context for homosexuality by ramping up homophobic rhetoric in order to give Black men a space to become again, as a result of the detrimental impact of being sodomized by white male slave owners. And the Black church never recovered and transitioned out of the context for them providing the space to deal with homosexuality, even though society continued to grow, even though society as a whole continued to slowly but for surely evolve into more civilized states where now Black homosexual, bisexual, pansexual individuals were willfully participating. They were no longer subjected by force of will to participate in these things, unlike the context of that for the plantation. But the church never recovered, and therefore a big chunk of the Black community never recovered from what started off maybe as some good-hearted intent to deal with what had happened to Black men sexually, what the sexual exploitation that had happened to Black men. And because Black men still live in a European capitalistic patriarchal system, Black men still feel emasculated, therefore refuse to recover from homophobia, which gives them a sense of autonomy by rejecting something that has been unchecked and unhealed, and that still lives on in the Black male cellular memory. And this is what a society looks like, which is in crumbles, particularly the Black community, when we don't do our work. because you have black straight men carrying on the skewed pathology of that sexual exploitation in a system where now you are not forced to be to bend over. You're not forced to subject yourself to a man. Black men don't want to heal that. That's their claim to the community. That's their claim to resisting homosexuality. But it's unnecessary and it's just abusive now. And that plight has nothing to do with gay queer people. That has nothing to do with gay men now. What straight cis hetero black men are dealing with has to do with the sexual exploitation between them and their white oppressor. That's not an issue for openly gay men. We didn't do that to black men. We're not a part of that. But that's exactly who black men, black cis hetero men, take out their bullshit on, which is black queer men, and make us responsible for something that exists in two separate contexts. That's almost equivalent to those people who have been sexually assaulted now demonized in sex as a whole. That would be improper to do, right? To reject lovemaking, to reject sensual sexual encounters under the guise of your sexual trauma now makes all sex of all kinds in any forms wrong and evil and exploitative. And we know that's not the case, but that's exactly the case that black cis hetero men are making for same gender lovingness and same gender sex. That's exactly the case they're making, because they've been exploited in this way historically, or I say we, because I'm a black man too, have been exploited in this way. We've now rammed even consenting same-sex individuals into the same category. And that's unfair. It's a total miscarriage of history and its context, and this context for Western black cis hetero men and their misunderstanding of sexuality and gender because of this inherently racist system that we all exist in. But I'll just shut the fuck up.
Would you like me to respond, or you just want to move the
show? I don't know if I like you, but you have the right to respond.
Hey, hold on 1 second before you respond. Hold on, because I want to make a response. Okay, real quick. Before you respond. Now, did you hear everything that Conscious said? Where you was really listening, right? Joe,
Yes.
Were you really listening? Okay, hold on. I just want to play this. Give me 1 second.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Okay. Now, I really got a feeling when you get ready to respond, Joe, that you cannot handle the truth, brother. Because I tried. My argument was, I said that it is an African concept, that it was not forbidden, and it, to me, this is my theory. Conscious might know better, but I truly believe the homophobic shit happened once the Abrahamic faith entered the continent. Now, that's just me, but I'll let you respond.
I agree.
Yes. So may I respond now, Conscious?
Okay, yeah, we'll let you rock. I ain't gonna interrupt you.
Sure, yes.
Okay, so yes, so first of all, I don't agree with black male, any male for that instance, taking out their frustration or their trauma on people from the homosexual community. That's not acceptable. That's not what we're here for. That is ridiculous. That is just hate. Now, going back to Africa, one thing we need to understand here is that you cannot use the outlier to represent the majority. In every pocket in Africa, in the continent, you will find people who have albino. You will find people who are albino throughout the continent of Africa in every single pocket. Now, does that mean that Africa is represented by people who have albino? No. We know people of Africa, majority of people of Africa are dark-skinned, melanated people. So now I agree with consciousness that homosexuality existed across the continent, but it was not the majority. It was small pocket throughout the continent. And I do agree with Neo-x that there was no hate toward those people at all because they were family. However, the African people did not advocate that type of behavior. They chose the heterosexual relationship to highlight. That's why they have traditions, they have dowry for those specific relationship to continue till this day, right? Now, consciousness said a lot. he spoke.
Can I just answer something, Joe? It's just something like super quick to what you were saying, because like me and you making two different arguments. I know like you are like resting on the majority. I haven't even brought the majority into my vocabulary. I'm only establishing the fact that homosexuality is deeply rooted, and not just homosexuality, but a gender fluidity, gender expression, transgenderism, homosexuality are all things that have been present, long-standing, and have a historical context and roots in the continent of Africa. And the reason why Neo-x said that there weren't even terms that you could hear here, there wasn't no terms. People can only describe these people, but there were no terms and terminology to title these people with, because African people largely did not consider these things non-African, so there was no reason to separate them in this way. These are just African people doing African things. So
go ahead, continue.
Oh, go ahead.
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
How many African countries have you been to?
I've been to Egypt and so on.
Pardon? Just Egypt?
Yes.
Okay, so now I've been to Kenya, Uganda, Sudan, South Sudan, North Sudan. I lived in Egypt for 3 years. South Africa, right? Nigeria. So I've been around Africa.
All right, pause real quick though. I just want to make sure I'm clarified. Didn't IG ask Joe where was he from?
I said I've been around Africa. I've traveled.
No. Are you American or are you African? Because Joe asked, IG asked you that.
Yes, I live in America.
So but you're not from America. Because I think he asked you where you from America. I just want to clear it up because I was, he asked you, and I think he thought you were American.
Well,
because we was trying to understand your perspective, so we can he kind of can go at you at a certain type of way. But so you live in America, but are you from Africa, the continent of Africa?
Yeah, my family, my lineage goes to Africa.
Right. In what country? I just want to just real quick. Then now that it's because what country? I just want to make a point real quick.
Oh, it goes all across. It goes from the north to the west, east, and even south. Like you have families, because in Africa people intermarry within.
If you had somebody was to ask you what country are you from in Africa, what country was it?
Well, I can't.
Well, so we know you somewhere.
So Joe is born in America.
No, but I would say I'm American, right? But
you were born here.
Yes.
Okay.
But let me go back. Like I asked you, see, I've been around, and I've seen, and I have friends who are continental Africans who I speak to. Now, you are 100% correct when you say the root of it's in Africa. Everything goes back to Africa. That's not what I'm arguing. Now, what I'm arguing here is you cannot use something that's the minority as the face of a continent you have 1.2.
Who's doing that though?
No, but I'm just saying, for you to say it's African, basically you're saying It represents Africa. But
No,
what I'm saying is it
no,
doesn't.
no.
Can I just say this? Can I just say this? It does not represent Africa. It represents humanity. Homosexuality is humanity. That's something that happened all over the world. You understand?
Like, so what's the? I mean, I don't know if you realize it, but you're leaning more into our point than not.
No,
If this is humanity, and these things are African, just like there are things that are American because they happen by American people. They are a part of certain pockets of the American community and subculture, etc. It sounds like you're kind of like arguing some invisible fighter in the room, because I didn't hear anybody here make.
He's sorry, not in order. He's probably because I did because I'm trying to remember how I got the conversation started with him. I think I told him, like, you know, it is like homosexuality is found in Africa, and it is an African mind, but they didn't have a word. The ancient ancestors didn't have a word to how they demonize it today. Like, it wasn't seen as something negative. And I was trying to tell him that they practice this in tribal behavior. Yes. But he was saying, I think he said, if you only know one tribe, that's not the whole Africa. So that's where I think that where we keep missing each other, because I never said the whole continent practice it. He said it doesn't happen in Africa. And I was like, yes, it does. I could show you one tribe right now and let you know they don't have a word for it because they don't demonize the behavior. It's actually encouraged. Like, the men can have multiple wives, and then they do have husbands.
People can gender swap and express themselves accordingly.
Right.
There's spiritual and cultural contexts for these things, and I just read off a dozen different tribes that are inclusive in all of these things.
But the point is, I just like in which you have, and I'm trying to get Joe to understand, for him to say, not to say that it's African, because it doesn't represent the African people. But if it's happening in Africa, and it has happened in Africa, then what am I supposed to call it? Because African. I mean, you feel what I'm saying? But hold on, but I'm just to let Joe know, reason why I made that comment, because in the Black conscious community, they are quick to say homosexuality was not an African thing. It's not an African concept.
Yeah, like, and that's all that we were arguing.
Yes, and I kept telling them that's not true. It's evident. We can pull the sources. That shit happened in Africa too. You can't blame the white man for everything.
And my question to you, Joe, is who gets to be the spokesperson for Africa? Because even to say that African is pro-heterosexual is to literally be divisive and is being disingenuous, because Africa is also filled with same gender loving people. So it's not even fair to also brand Africa as pro-straight either. Like, Africa is Africa. And Africans are just being African people, whether they're straight, whether they're non-binary, whether they're trans, whether they're same gender loving. Because you used the word humanity. Africa is filled with humans of all kinds, with all different variations of beliefs, etc. So who gets to be the brand ambassador of the entire continent and say that it is solely that it is solely straight, or all cisgendered, etc., when that wouldn't even speak true to the diverse population of alternative African people who exist on that continent?
Can I answer? Or may I answer? Okay, the people who are the spokesperson for that are African themselves. They have already had this discussion, is homosexuality African? And they've come to the conclusion that it's not.
But as you see, other African people completely disagree with that, because the history says that that's a lie. It's just a lie.
But what I'm saying, while the African people are the voice for the African continent, and they have.
So then it's correct for queer African people then to say that it's pro-queer then, because those are African people in Africa being trans and being queer.
But he said they had a study, or they had a discussion. He said
had a discussion in Africa.
All right, what year? What year was this?
That's probably like 2000, 2013, 2012, around
And
then.
in those countries where they had those discussions, is the main religion the Abrahamic faith?
That was in South in Africa. That was in South Africa where they had this debate. But
But is the main religion in South Africa in that area, is it an Abrahamic faith?
yes, it's in
Okay, thank
Africa.
you. All right, I
Religion
gotta
was.
mute. I gotta take my.
Are you out? What's going on?
I'm not going. Just let you know I'm gonna step out for a second, but hopefully you caught my point when I asked you was the main religion, and that when they had that discussion, was it African? Was the people who had those discussion their main religion was the Abrahamic faith? I just wanted to clear
No,
that
no, no,
up.
no, no. I said the country as a whole, the main religion of that country is Christianity. However, the individuals who were in that discussion, you had people who were animists, you had people who were atheists, you had people who are Christian, Muslims. You had different. The
Okay,
point
when you
was to
get a
represent
chance,
Africa,
send me
right?
that source. When you get a chance, send me
Yeah.
that source. I would check it out, but I'm pretty sure that majority of those people were under some Abrahamic faith. I'm pretty sure from the research
Or
I have done. But
or
okay, continue.
post-colonialism. Yeah, a lot of this stuff that you're saying is post-colonialism. So once all that happened, the homophobia came along with it.
Right.
And also, just to speak to your point about albino, well, that represents Africa as well. Even though it's not the majority, homosexuals represent Africa as well. It is African. It's not un-African to be albino or to be trans or queer in general. This is all Africa. This is all the pieces of Africa. Even though maybe the majority of Africa may disagree or may feel a certain type of way about it post-colonialism or as a result of X, the truth of the matter is, prior to all of that going on, it was very African from the beginning. And then once things got changed, tainted, and tampered with, now everyone's kind of getting on one accord to join the homophobic spiel. But
Yeah.
I think that's what Conscious is trying to share with you, some information from the past to show you before y'all were tampered with, before y'all were colonized, y'all were pro everything. It wasn't pro hetero, pro this and that. There was no differentiation between any
Yeah.
of that, and it's still African to this day, even with whatever teachings that they have indoctrinated people into. It's showing you that before indoctrination, it was African then, and it's still African now.
Now, the part I would agree with you is the part that post-colonialism, the hate came for that community. Of course, pre-colonialism, the hate did not exist because they were all African and they were their children, right? So everybody, you're gonna treat your child like your child. It doesn't matter what they are. You understand? So of course, the African treated everyone with integrity. Now, the thing here, the difference here is that behavior was not something that was promoted or encouraged. It was something that it was
You just
there.
read about how it was institutionalized in certain communities, Joe. Like, so when Neo asks you, like, were you listening? You're not, and you even trying to reduce it. And you even trying to reduce it now to just like, oh no, this is just a rule of thumb to treat everybody right. No, that would also be disingenuous. Speak to the reality that queerness was celebrated in Africa, not merely a product of African people being virtuous and just extending general kindness to folk. Same gender loving relationships and marriages were revered. There were certain African lesbians were considered deities as a result of their inherent lesbianism. Like, you're not speaking to the reality.
But you have to understand the mind of the African at the time. If it's your children being married, it doesn't matter if it's the same
But we're not
sex. You're
talking
going
about
to celebrate. You're going to
parents.
celebrate.
We're talking about like the overall community's attitude. We're talking about the tribes' understanding of gender and orientation being rooted in just much more than the.
I'm explaining to you the African mind. The African mind, it's a communal mind. So they're gonna support. It doesn't matter if it's something I cannot say they agree or disagree with, because that concept was not there. It's just something that was there and they recognized it. You understand? But what I'm saying is the majority, the practice was heterosexual. It was between men and women.
No,
However,
it was practiced by those who were straight. Like, I mean, I don't understand what you're saying, Joe.
What I'm saying here is that in the African mind, in the African context, that practice is not something that was promoted. Can you give me the counter for dowry that's practiced till now?
Did
like
you
the
not?
union. I heard you say something, but can you give me that term again?
Did you not hear me when I said, Joe? Me and you gonna go to Africa together. How about me and you're gonna plan? I'm gonna get us a trip. We're gonna just spend a whole month just traveling to and fro Africa. I'm trying to find what I read here about the warrior class of this particular community. Here it is. Indigenous. Okay. In traditional monarchical Zande culture, anthropological records describe homosexuality as indigenous. The Azande of the northern Congo routinely married younger men who functioned as temporary wives, a practice that was institutionalized to the extent that warriors would pay bride price to the young man's parents. We're talking about like actual systems and like indigenous Africa's versions of a government and like legislation and like law of the land. Not just, oh, you're African and I'm gonna love you because that's just what African people do. We just love. No, things were put on a pedestal, things were institutionalized, things were actually celebrated as it relates to those who are considered alternative. You were trying to reduce that for some reason. And just trying to say that, oh no, African people just like love everybody. No, that's not true. Also, we're also not going to act like Africa was one loving Wakanda, because it wasn't. There was killing, there were wars, there was slayage, there was conquest, there was all these things. Matter of fact, we're talking about warriors here, right? The warriors of Azande. We're not talking about the Christian evangelists of northern Congo, the warriors. Okay, like Africa was not some utopia of love either, but there were specific reverences and celebrations around gender and sexuality, and different pockets and tribes and communities and countries of Africa saw gender and sexuality as sacred, specifically. Not just a mere extension of we're gonna respect gay ass Africans because that's just what we do as Africans, is we just like and love and smile at everybody. No, we're talking about specific reverence and ways of contextualizing the subject of gender and sexuality in Africa. So we all are African people. I have African ancestors. I know a lot of Africa because of my own cousins and aunties and things that have come down my own family lineage. And if there's one thing that literal African American people love to do, is talk about Africa, talk about the homeland, talk about what happened within the community and the ways of the world in where they were in Africa.
Okay, may I respond?
Yes.
Okay, so you mentioned the Zande tribe, but you restricted that tribe to North Congo, right?
I didn't restrict it.
But in your article, you read
information.
But for your information, you know the Zande tribe, they extend all the way to, let's say, from Congo, across Congo to Sudan, from Sudan to Kenya and Uganda. That's like 3-4 countries, and you know how big those countries are, and that specific lifestyle was restricted to the northern of Congo. I'm not saying it didn't exist in Africa. I said it existed, but if you go,
but how are you going to say it was that the article is restricting it, but you just illustrated the vastness of that territorial reach,
and that's my point I'm coming to now. If you go across those countries and you go to those different those tribe, like those people, they're gonna tell you, no, we are about men and women.
No,
that's why
what a retro is. No, but that's what a retro is telling you. Yeah, now, like whitewashed homophobic Africa, of course.
But
post-colonialism and what conscious is saying is that it wasn't tolerated. it was celebrated. That's the difference.
Yes, and in that particular part, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
It
But
doesn't
it's
matter.
not.
But that part was Africa. The Congo was Africa, so that's
But
African. It doesn't matter if it wasn't all Africa. It's a part of Africa, and
Right.
therefore African.
But we're looking at just one tribe. We're looking at one tribe, and it's
But it
only.
doesn't matter. We're
No.
looking at Africa still, right?
Right.
Congo is Africa. Are we looking at Africa when we're talking about Congo? If we're talking
If
about
Of
Africa,
course, it's one of the heart
if
of Africa.
then it's
if I
African.
severed your arm, Joe, isn't it still your arm? That's
No,
still a
it's
part
more
of your.
like if you sever my
If I
my
sever
pinky,
your pinky toe, isn't that still your pinky toe?
it's still my
It's
pinky.
still
right?
Joe's toe, so we can still so we can call it. It's Joe's. This pinky has just as much DNA in it as any other part of Joe's body, whether it's his heart, his lungs, his liver. I can forensically analyze this pinky toe and determine that it belongs to Joe, not CTV, not Neo, not Reckless, not Retro, but Joe.
But that pinky doesn't represent the whole.
I don't know why you. But you keep.
Yes, it represents Joe.
Not the whole Joe.
Yes.
But what does? Okay, hold on. But that's a beautiful philosophical segue, Joe. What does that even look like? What would represent Joe? Like, what part of your body would be the representation of Joe if every part of your body is just as much of Joe as any part of it that you would single out and say this is Joe?
The mind.
Ooh, the mind.
But your mind is the psychic part of your brain. So do you mean the brain or the mind? Because your mind isn't physical.
Yes, it's the mind. It's the consciousness.
Oh, you know that speaks to transness now. You know the mind is
right. Exactly. Thank you.
What are you talking?
See, he keeps walking right into it.
Okay. Let's get back on track. Like what I said about just the one tribe, the Zande tribe. You can, if you go across Africa in like those countries where they exist, and till this day they still practice their traditions. You can see for yourself, and I guarantee if you go to the Congo and the area, you will find what you're talking about, because people are still practicing their traditions till this day. That's my point. It existed in Africa, but it was not the majority of what people did in Africa. You cannot do that. And
but who's arguing? But once again,
that's why we're not arguing. That's what I'm realizing right now, that we are not even arguing.
Yeah, we're not even arguing majority. We just arguing the fact that queer people existed and a gender and sexuality, and those who that applies to also came out of African body. Like African people produce queer African people. Like queerness is all up and through Africa. Now, when it comes to quantifying that, it's not even a necessary argument, because even like Asian Americans are American and still considered American, even though they don't represent the majority. But they're still classified as Asian Americans. Like, that's a thing. African Americans, even though we know that Caucasoid individuals make up the majority of the population, even though they're on the decline, but we're still American. So it, like, I don't understand. I don't know what we're fighting and trying to quantify.
I get your point. I get your point. Let me counter by saying this. Now, we know there's Asian American here who we still identify as Asian Americans, right? However, the representation of what an American is to America and the whole world is a blonde woman, blue eyes, a blonde man, and a child. That's what the world sees.
According to who's telling the story, right? Because that's not what I see or what comes to my mind when I think of all American.
Yes, but that's not what's in your mind. But that's the people in power. That's
it damn sure isn't the people who came and stole this land from melanated and indigenous.
I'm not going to disagree with you there. I'm not going to disagree with you.
I think of those people when I think of all America. I don't think of Christopher Columbus and his Mayflower.
I'm not going to disagree with you there. But what I'm saying is the same thing applies to Africa. But when you go to Africa and you see, okay, what kind of country Africa is, you're not going to say it's
we're going to say it's diverse. That's the only fair term for Africa, is diverse. What you are trying to do is unfair and belittling of Africa. The only word that does Africa justice is diverse.
You can say diverse, but I would say the majority in the African continent heterosexual, and
But
they
listen, but the point that was really originally being argued is the point that you said that you discussed with other Africans, current day, post-colonialism, that homosexuality or queerness is not African, and it
yes,
is. That ultimately, if you're telling us that you admit that that exists and existed, then that means it is African, and you guys are wrong about that. You
just because
guys are
something
coming up
exists
with
doesn't
that.
make it the embodiment of the continent.
Y'all are coming up with that from post-colonial Western perspectives, Abrahamic faith, and also even the homophobia in Muslim and other faith religions. Homophobia is in a lot of different religious texts.
Now
But
I will tell you this.
y'all are
Let me
coming
make
with that anti-African opinion about queerness that's been instilled in y'all. What we're telling you is before all of these religious texts that y'all were indoctrinated into, homosexuality and queerness existed, was revered, not tolerated, but celebrated, and it is indeed African, regardless to whether or not it is the majority or not, and whether or not y'all agree with that. Now that y'all have been poisoned and tainted, the key is that it is African indeed.
You could say that.
That
You could say
part.
that. You could say that about a lot of things. But what I'm saying
Oh
is,
my goodness.
if you give the
Okay,
voice,
so isn't the quarter journey then? Since we can say that about, since it's fair game and we can say that about anything, what's the problem with calling homosexuality, gender fluidity African?
I'll tell you the problem. The problem is that the African themselves don't say that. Like anybody can say
We
anything.
don't care because we're not listening. We are listening to the history and the facts. African people can say what they want to say now that they've been brainwashed. Who cares? Like
But
they
they're
are just
still
as
practicing their
whitewashed
tradition.
as Black Americans are. Like I don't care about the slander that they do on behalf of their white massa now as it relates to the subject of gender and sexuality. If the keyword here was post colonialism, well, not post, but pre-colonialism, then that's what we are referring to. So current day modern Africans are irrelevant in terms of what they think or the new cultural practices they have, because they had to assimilate, right? There are things that we do as African Americans that are not true in any way to the tribes in which we originate from, because we've been whitewashed. We would not currently represent what those tribes stood for in principle or in belief, because we are the aftermath of enslavement and conquest. So nobody should be looking for Black African Americans to understand like the tribes we come from. They would have to go back, just like these anthropologists, and study who these people were prior, because looking at us afterwards is not a true demonstration. To your point, it's not a true demonstration, but that's what we're doing here. And going back before, the other white man pulled up on the shorelands of Wakanda. So you keep like trying to swap these people out of convenience to change the goalposts,
I'm not
when we are
swapping.
very clear that the current Africans are brainwashed and whitewashed, and witchcraft has been performed on their minds. We are not looking to them or concerned about what they say now about said issue. The reality is they come from a progressive, inclusive people that revered and celebrated and found gender and sexuality completely and utterly sacred. And these things were celebrated, not just tolerated. And they don't have to be in the majority in order to be valid. And that's the argument.
Now, your last statement, I agree with you. It doesn't have to be the majority in order for it to be valid. What you said existed. There were tribes of people in Africa who celebrated that. But my point, what I stand on, is the majority. It's not that they went against it, because we don't have that type of understanding. That's the colonial mind, to go against your brother. You understand? The African way, we did not go against. If you were practicing that, let's say you practice that, another tribe, you're not going to go against that tribe. You're just going to, oh, that's what they practice. You let them do what they do. That's their practice. That's their culture. That's their tradition. That's how the African people live. If you go around Africa, you'll see they don't argue with each other about their lifestyle. It's just, oh, that's what you guys do over there. Okay, that's your culture. That's all they're gonna say, is that's your culture. And if you like that culture and you want to adopt it, you're free to do. You can engage in that culture. right? But what I'm saying is, throughout Africa, the majority of the cultures were men with women.
And
Yes,
that's
you
not a
did.
problem, Joe. Like the only, I mean, but
I'm
nobody
not
said that.
arguing with you there. We're not arguing with you there. And
Mhm.
I feel like for me, I really don't like
The
when you
majority of the population in America is straight. That doesn't
I
mean like
understand, but
that
I do not
doesn't.
like.
I mean,
I
like,
don't like. I don't like the term when I even say it like Africa is a heterosexual. That's coming from the colonial mindset, because Africa never looked at their brothers and sisters as the other. We never did that. Africans never did that. You say you're African. I look at you as African. I don't look at you as something different. You're just a human being having your experience. That's all it is. But if you're looking at like, okay, what's the majority? We usually go with the majority, right? So that's all I'm saying. But saying it in the way I said it, like Africa is a heterosexual continent, that has a lot of, it's tainted with the colonial mindset,
and it's not true. More
which
importantly, it's not a
well,
heterosexual continent. You can say the majority is heterosexual, but you
that's
cannot
what I'm
say
saying.
Africa is a heterosexual continent, because you are once again misfitting and completely discounting the queer community that exists on the entire piece of
And
rock.
that's the point. And that's the point I wanted to make. And that's un-African to do something like that, because African did not oppress their daughters and
Yeah,
sisters, brothers.
yeah, I get that, but I think I keep trying to go back to how me and you got on this conversation. And when
We
I
got it.
said that it was an African mind or African, I think I said mind or concept, you were quick to defend. No, no, in Africa we didn't do that. We just, if somebody was in a family, we just tolerated. But I was saying like, no, I'm talking about the history, that this was something that there was no word for it. They didn't see this as something taboo. You get what I'm saying? Like, you keep trying to bring this argument that I probably was trying to say that, oh, there's a lot of gay people in Africa, or that's something normally practiced. I think because I'm trying to remember how we got on this topic. I was more trying to say that the practice did exist in Africa. And the
Now,
way you came off, you was like, no, but not, like it, because I think if Reckless, he probably sleep. I think you said when I mentioned it, you was like, no, sister, that did not happen in Africa. Like, and I was like, yes, it did. If I show you one tribe, if I show you a tribe that they practice this as a family, because I think we was talking about family, if I can remember, that you was like a family. I asked you what was a family. You said it was a man and a woman child. Because I asked you in America, if a black man has a husband and 3 kids, does he have a family? You were saying not in the traditional sense, and that it wasn't African because they practice that in Africa. And I was like, well, wait a minute. I know of a source of where the tribal people, when they got married, these men had wives and husbands, and the wives raised all. It doesn't matter who belonged to who kid. Everybody raised this child. That was a family. So in your traditions of what you say an African family is, I brought it out that, well, there's a tribe that's not a tradition. So which one is African? Because both of these group of people live in Africa. You live in Africa, and this tribe that I'm talking about, they live in Africa. So I think that's where we kind of like begin to bump heads at, because then I remind you that Africa was a continent and not a country. So what? Make sure I asked you, is the countries you're talking about are countries that have been colonized or under any Abrahamic faith? Because that's my main point, what I was trying to bring to you, that we know that the reason why it's taboo or forbidding, or like you said, it's not talked about, or it's a typical practice, is because we know the Abrahamic faith came along and told y'all that depending on which religion you follow, you can have multiple wives or you can have one wife. They started to change the painting of what a family was, when we know tribally these people did not see things that way. That's why I think the point that I was trying to make. So that's why I said, when you keep saying majority of Africa, I said, what was the point I was trying to make to him? Yes. That, what was the definition of a family? Because we know things change, especially when the people are colonized and they're introduced a new religion.
And that's why I responded by saying Africa is a continent with over 54 countries, more than 1.2 billion people in its population, right? The majority, you can, as I said, you can name me 300 tribes who practice that, but that still will not be the majority in Africa.
But that wasn't my argument. Okay, so you keep making that claim, but that was not.
That's why I said we're not arguing. I realize.
All right, but I'm trying to let you know, even from the beginning, how you keep like referring that I never made that claim. You said African, you was like worldwide, because I'm trying to, it's coming back to me. You kept saying worldwide, that's not practice. Worldwide, people have a man and a female, a male and a female. And then you was like, and like, for example, Africa, you brought up Africa. So when you said it, I was like, do he know that there are tribal to this day where they practice that a family is whoever the man can afford? It can be 3 wives, 2 husbands, and they all raising their kids. I can show you this practice tribally, and they don't have a concept of homosexuality. That's not a concept, you know. But you kept trying to hone in that a majority of Africa, but these people are still in Africa. That's what I was trying to debunk, because you said, well, that don't represent the people if it's a small minority. Because your example where you keep using these I thought that was a poor analogy. Nobody else called it out, but that was just me. But I was like, did he not understand that I'm arguing the mentality versus, you know, what has been taught to them today? The reason why homosexuality is not promoted in Africa in certain areas because of the Abrahamic faith making it an abomination, and then it becomes taboo. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you can keep mentioning over. Well, majority of the people are heterosexual. Like that argument is not connecting what I was trying to debunk to the first time when you was like, no, it doesn't happen in Africa. And I was like, that's not true. Like, do you kind of remember, like, is it coming back to you how we got on this topic? Because that's why I challenged you.
May I respond?
You said it didn't happen. That's not family. And I was like, no, if this is happening in Africa, then this is Africa. That is a definition of a family in Africa.
May I respond?
You can, but I swear, if you bring up again that majority of the people are heterosexual, that is African, that's a weak argument, because that's not what my stance was. My stance was, you said it didn't happen in Africa, and I said, yes, it did. So it is African.
May I respond?
Go ahead, bro.
Okay. You asked me, what is a family to you, right? I said, a family to me is a man, woman, and child, the smallest unit of a community. And then you said, well, what if you have 2 men and a child? I said, that's not a family to me. That's not considered a family. And you said, well, that's considered you read a definition here, a Western definition. And I told you, okay, this is a Western definition. Right? Now I said, here, you're living within a small population. If you go globally, you will see that all around the world, what people represent as a family is a man, woman, and child, which is the smallest unit. That's globally. Now then I said, you can go to Asia, you can go to Russia, you can go to,
and you said Africa.
You can go to Africa. And then you said, well, in Africa, there were people who practice homosexuality and that. And I said,
no. I said, first, before I brought up the homosexual, I said, well, in Africa, that wouldn't be really considered a family, because I can show you a tribe in Africa that men marry women and men, and they're considered a family. So by definition, what you was trying to describe was a family was not a family in a group of people who live in Africa. So that's why I honed in on it. Hopefully you catch what I'm saying.
Yes. And may I continue?
Okay, go ahead, bro, because I'm trying to wrap it up.
Yes, I just wanted to make the point, and that's it. So when you said that, I said, okay, even in Africa, you can find things that are oddities. That's not the norm. But the norm is, in Africa, majority of the country and the people will agree that a picture of a family is a man, woman, and child. That's what I said. And that's when we went down the rabbit hole and started arguing about other things that we were not even arguing about, because I never said that homosexuality never existed in Africa. I never said that how the homosexual are being abused right now is an African thing. Of course, it's a colonial thing with the Abrahamic religion. We can agree with that. I wasn't disagreeing with that, right? So all I was saying is that in Africa, the majority of people would say that a family is a man, woman, and child, which is the smallest unit of a community. In Africa, it's a communal thing. Now, the
And then
other
I
stuff,
asked you, those people who feel that way, are those people under the Abrahamic faith? Are you like, have you traveled to every continent? I mean, every country in Africa and asked them what a family is?
now,
Like, what makes a family? Because I specifically asked, I said, okay, well, the ones who believe that, are they under an Abrahamic faith, or under a country that's been colonized where the white man has brought that faith?
now, Neo, can I say something real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, when you go to Africa and you go to different tribe and you ask them yourself, like in Congo, and you say, hey, why did you guys accept Christianity and not Islam? They will tell you themselves, oh, the Christian religion was similar to our traditions. So we just thought, oh, these people are similar to us. So we just accepted it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them, they did not accept a lot of them didn't accept Islam because of the abuse of women. Africans don't do that, right? They love their women, they put them in high regard, right? That's an African thing. So Islam did not really gel with the Africans like that.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So even the Christianity that they practice in Africa is not the Roman Catholic and the white Christian. No, it's a Christianity blend with African ways of doing things. You can even see in their prayers. If you watch African people pray and go to church, it's completely different. It's like a dance or something. People having fun. It's completely different. So just because the Abrahamic doesn't mean they lost their ways.
Yeah, but the point is, if there was no forbidding or stance against homosexuality, and now there are a majority of Christian companies. There's an issue with LGBT community. They was on the news too. Now there is a hatred for them. So did that change them, or did they not? Are you trying to say because their tradition was close to Christianity, they already had a problem with the homosexual sex or behavior?
No, obviously I told you that they did not do that. That's not how the Africans.
Right. So okay. So you
those
still
are the bad influence of the Christianity. We can see that, and we agree on.
But
that.
if they feel that way now, that's proving my point that they're feeling that way now because of an Abrahamic faith. Christianity is an Abrahamic faith.
Yes, but their sense of family is not. They didn't have a sense of family because of the Abrahamic religion. They already had that. It's just the Abrahamic religion reinforced certain beliefs and certain ways they had, ways of their culture. That's why it was easy for them to accept it and add on their own to that religion. You understand? So just because the Abrahamic religion came there, it did not give them the concept of family. They already.
But how do you know what they? Okay, so what source you know that you know what their concept of family was before the Abrahamic faith? What proof do you have that you know exactly how ancient Congo people used to live before the Abrahamic faith came along?
You could.
Is there any writings? Like, is there somebody who studied their traditions? Like, you got to give me more than that, because to me it sounds like you're trying to assume or speculate they already had these values.
No, I'm not trying to assume. The beautiful thing right now, with that, if you're speaking of Africans, you can go there and they'll tell you themselves. They have their elders, they have their traditions that's been there for centuries, right? Like nothing stopped in Africa, and that's one of the problems. They're so culturally driven that they're not advancing to like we would say the Western way to develop, because they love their culture.
They on their way, honey.
But they are on their way. They're coming.
I don't know if you watch Netflix and the movies and documentaries. They on their way to becoming just like us.
And it's sad because I think
we trying to become more like them, and they trying to become like us. It's crazy.
I think it's sad. They should really add the African. They should not lose their Africanness. But I think the whole world is trying to be Western. You can't just look at Africa. You look at Asia, you look at the Korean movies and shows, they all try to emulate the Americans, right? That's who they look up to. So that's right. But Neo, it was nice talking to you. It was nice talking to you, Consciousness.
Yeah, thank you for hanging in there, because you've been.
You're going, Joe?
7 hours.
You're going, Joe? Okay.
Who was that? Who was that was reckless or conscious? Who said that?
Conscious. I wanted to. So
yeah, do you want to? Hold. Do you want to?
Oh, your audio going out, love.
Clap with him one more time before I.
Well, I would just want to ask, like, so what was the? I guess you arguing the plight that heterosexuality is the majority. Like you seem to be Captain Heterosexual. So, like, what makes your bell whistle when you say that the majority is heterosexual? Are you just like, is that your way of telling queer people to stay in their place or something? Because I'm trying to understand, like, what motivates you to make it perfectly clear to queer people that they are not the majority at all. Like, because it's the reason why you want to double down on that. I don't understand what it is though that motivates you to make sure that you emphasize that.
Well, I was just stating the fact, but to say that for the queer people to stay, no, that's ridiculous. I cannot say for a human to stop being a human being. That is ridiculous. And especially for someone who considered themselves an African, right? You don't see a lot of people who consider themselves African, right? A lot of people try to avoid being African. They don't want to attach themselves to the Africanness. That's ridiculous. I would not say something. I was just stating the fact that the majority of the continent, it's a heterosexual. They're heterosexual, and their concept of a family is man, woman, and child. Now, if you are a queer, you would like to go back to your ancestors, you're more than welcome to, and they will appreciate you and they will celebrate you. And trust me, you will find pockets in Africa where that's celebrated. That's the beauty about Africa. Everybody's welcome. There's everything for everyone. Now, what I was saying is just what the image is and what the image for the majority of Africans. Now, if I were to say to an African who just came from a continent, and hey, what's the image of a family to you, right? And I was to say two queer people, they would say that's not the picture. That's not what we consider.
They would say CTV and Joe as the fathers and Neo as our beautiful daughter.
No,
but this the question. So let's name a very tribal country in Africa. Because I ain't got no notes right now. I'm doing this off the top of my head. Somebody just name a very tribal country in Africa. No, I'm talking about like that's not colonized, like somewhere where the white man ain't at or whatever doing this thing.
No, well, I will tell you this, like consciousness.
Just name one. No, I'm just gonna make a point. Just name one. You don't even just name something. I don't want to say boo boo. That's disrespectful. I hate when people do that. So
no, can I name a tribe and the country they're in?
Yeah, just name.
Now, consciousness named Nuer people, and they're
Nuer. Okay, Nuer. Okay. All right, so the Nuer people, right? I'm not familiar with their customs and tradition. I haven't studied. This is just a hypothetical question, right? So, what's the name of the tribe again? Say it again.
Nuer.
The Nuer. Okay, so say the Nuer tribe. You do some studying and you find out that they practice polygamy, and the men are engaged in homosexual activities. That they marry women and men, and he has 2 wives, and a husband. And then you speak to someone, let's just say, what's a very Nigeria, and you ask them, hey, what is a family? And they say the family is one man, a wife, and a child. If they both live in Africa, who gave the correct definition of what a family is?
I would say the Nigerian.
Okay, now hold on, because I'm trying to bring it back. Now, the reason why you said the Nigeria gave the correct is because majority of the people are in male-female relationship, right?
No. Okay, yes. Sorry, just continue.
Right. So, but my stance wasn't what was the majority. I just want to make sure this is clear before you left. I said, but that's your definition of a family. But I know somewhere with someone who lives in Africa. Remind you, you never mentioned a country. You kept saying Africa. I was looking at it as a whole, and I was like, well, brother, I know Africans who practice that. That's not family in their tradition. Family is how much of a person can afford, how much that man can afford. It could be 3 wives, 2 husbands. That's family. So I just like, hopefully you kind of get what I'm saying. That's the point that I was trying to make, that you can't say a definition of what makes a family is based off what majority of what people practice. I was trying to tell you, make as much as we make fun of Western tradition, it sounds like they got the definition correct, because I'm showing you two different families that exist in Africa.
May I respond?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Now, earlier I mentioned to you that I did visit South Sudan, North Sudan. I lived in Egypt for 3 years, and all the other countries. And I said the Nuer people live in South Sudan. And I've been around them, and I know their traditions. I have friends that are Nuer. That's not in their tradition. Now, you just give me a hypothetical scenario, right?
Yeah, because I clearly said I don't know their traditions. Okay.
And then I'm answering to you based, like I said, I came here to only just speak facts. I did not want to give opinions. Well, I did give some opinions, but I just wanted to speak facts. Now, why I chose Nigeria is that in let's say South Sudan, where the Nuer people are, let's say they have 10 million people in their population, and then you look at Nigeria. Nigeria has like nearly 200 million people as their population, so they represent more, overwhelmingly, right? And there's a connection between the South Sudanese and the Western people in Nigeria, because in Africa people travel, so the traditions are similar. So that's all I have to say. But
yeah, but I don't know. I mean, maybe because I know you said it was a Western. When I read you the definition of family, you said that was a Western interpretation, because they said, well, let me go back and make sure I read it correctly, because I was trying to figure out why did I even bring that up to you. When I read the definition of family, I said that a family is a group of one or more parents and their children living together as a unit. You said that was like American thing. That's not a concept worldwide. And I gave you an example of that happening in Africa. So how can you conclude, because majority of the country follow a principle was male, female, and child, that how can you conclude that that's the definition of a family, when I'm trying to show people who are older than those colonized countries that you're talking about, who have older traditions, where a family was the definition that America used, by definition, what a family was, or what a family is.
I don't get what you're trying to get at.
Okay, I'm sorry, because I'm tired. I might sound all over the place, but I'm saying that, okay, I gave you an example of a tribal people who have more tradition, ancient history in the land that they live in. And I read you an English definition of what family is, because I was trying to get you to break down what family is, because you said if two men were married and they had kids, that won't be a family. Even though by American definition, it is a family. When I gave you that same example in Africa, you kept saying that's not an African thing. And I said, well, by definition, it is an African thing, because both group of people are practicing two forms of family, but the American translation or definition fits more of what the ancient people were doing. So it seemed like America has that definition correct, if that makes sense.
Now, I disagree with you there, because like I said, the definition is strictly Western.
But it's not Western. Okay, listen. So hold on. I have to interrupt, because I'm trying to make it make sense, because I know I'm tired and I probably sound all over the place. That it's not Western, because we find that practice in Africa, and that the people who are doing it is older than the people who you say will who will give a definition that a family is man, female, and a child. So it's not Western, brother. It's
your audio is going off.
Basically,
okay. So what was the last thing you heard me say?
It is not Western, brother. That's the last thing I heard.
God dang. Okay, so it's not Western, brother. It's not Western, because I'm saying, if I'm showing you that they practice the definition that you keep saying is Western, by definition, what a family is, we find that practice in Africa. And that the people who are doing it, their traditions are older than the people who are now colonized and who identify family being male, female, and child. So it's not a Western definition or terminology. It's very African.
May I respond?
Okay, go ahead. Did the audio go out on that? Did you hear me that time?
I
Okay,
heard
go ahead.
you out. Now, what I said earlier was this. We don't go by the outlier. We go by the majority, right? Just because a small group in Africa, let's say, practice that, doesn't mean that's going to represent the whole continent.
Brother, that's not the point. The majority, look, hold on. I have to keep interrupting you because I don't want to keep beating the same horse. Though you keep using this majority, and that was not my stance. My stance was you accused that definition. You said that was an American thing, a Western thing, right? And I specifically said, no, that is found in Africa. And the people who do that, practice that behavior, is older than people who you say would give a definition that a family is male, female, or in a child.
May I respond?
Yeah, but I swear if you mention the majority thing again, you could just X out because you're not getting it. You said it was a Western terminology, and I'm showing you, no, sir, it's African. It's African. Majority of only 2% or 100% practice it. The concept comes from Africa.
May I respond?
Go ahead, brother.
Now,
I swear.
if the line was directly through Africa to America till now, then I would agree with you. But the way they arrived to that definition was through their trial and tribulation within their own country.
No, the practice happens in Africa. Like, oh my God, Conscious, baby. I know. Hold on. I know I'm tired. Conscious, do you kind of got an idea of what I'm trying to say to him?
Yes.
Can you just say it for me better? Because I'm tired. I'm already my head's starting to hurt. But he trying to keep connecting it to America. But by definition, that practice happens in Africa, and it's older than the traditions that you're trying to say they are practicing now. The majority. Like, it's not like I know I'm tripping,
stated right there. Hell, I mean,
go ahead.
Joe has a habit though. Like, Joe intentionally rearranges the puzzle pieces because he did it with me throughout our exchange too. So this is something that he just does. He will always find his way back to rearranging the puzzle pieces.
Yeah, because he keeps bringing up the majority. What's majority? Yeah. And I'm like, that wasn't my stance.
He likes to quantify in order to strongman his argument.
Like, and I'm like, bro, you said when I read the definition of family, you clearly made it clear that you said that was an American thing. That's a Western thing. And then when I thought about it, because it started coming back to me, I was like, no, it's not. I can show him a tribe right now where it's multiple wives, multiple husbands, and they all in one family. That's the definition of family. So they're practicing a Western terminology, or did the shit start in Africa first? And America just finally just adopted to it after they, because the reason why they adopted to it now because they're coming from under the Abrahamic faith. Wow, that's ironically funny.
It's this weird. There's this weird disease that a lot of cis hetero men have. It's called gaslighting. And they'll talk you around and around and around in circles like they don't get it and keep repeating themselves and keep reiterating the same point, knowing they get what you're saying. They just don't want to acknowledge that they're wrong, but they'll feign ignorance as though they don't understand and keep carrying you around in circles. Yeah, that's gaslighting.
Yeah, because I was just confused because I something just told me go read the definition because I know why I gave him that example. I was not trying to say that there's a percentage of gay people in Africa and the majority believe in that. I was like, no, by definition, this is practice in Africa, so it is an African mind. It's a concept. And he was like, no, because the majority of the people are okay, so these people are under Abrahamic faith because the people I'm talking about are not under Abrahamic faith and they live in Africa. So
he gets it, y'all. He's just not going to say that homosexuality.
No, it's about being honest. It's about being
not going to say
real.
In his opinion, he will not say that.
No,
that's what they've been trained in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, go ahead. This is directed to Neo-x. Neo-x, that definition you read, is that a new definition or an old definition?
It sounds very old because African tribes that's older than the Abrahamic faith been practicing it. So it's an old.
But the funny thing about the dictionary is you can go back in time and see what was the previous definition of what family is. And if you were to go back in this Western world to what a family was considered, it would not say the same thing. This is a new definition of what a family is to include everyone.
But it's not new, honey. It's not new because they practice it in Africa. It's new to Americans, but it's not a new. It's
Where
not
do
a
you
new.
think the old saying, Joe, comes from? That it takes a village to raise a child. That came from Africa, like from African systems that were polygamous and polyamory, like those. Like that's where that saying comes from. I have a question for you, Joe. Would you consider a third of any number a pretty healthy sum total?
Third?
Yeah. Like a third of 100, a third of 200,000,
I know,
a third of a million.
A third. I know what a third is. A third is 33%.
Like, would you consider that a pretty healthy size of?
That is
like
a really healthy size.
number.
That is a healthy size.
Okay, so what do you think about the fact that pre-colonialism, that a third of the women in Senegal and Tanzania were in polygamous relationships?
Can you explain to me what you mean by polygamy?
Shared households, like where there was one man who had multiple wives and multiple family units.
That means a lot of men were capable of having that, because not everyone can practice that type of lifestyle in Africa.
So when Neo-x is saying like that what's defined as family is very like it varies, because a third of a population practicing this version of family, which is all these kids having one dad and multiple stepmothers and et cetera, is that's huge. And that contends with the majority, which is assumed to be monogamous. That's a pretty big chunk of the population that at one point in time was polygamous, and were
that's a huge number of the population.
And to really drive it home, you were discounting the family she's talking about, saying that it's a Western perspective. However, you're using Western or colonial perspectives to discount what she's saying. And what she's saying is that even though the definition may have changed, it's gotten back to the original. Oh, gee, honey, it's come back to what it originally meant to be a family, because this is how it started. So now we're showing
way back. Thank you, Lord. Ooh,
it's coming back to where it started, even if it only meant man and a woman and a child at one point. We've gotten back to realizing that even in the original Africa, it meant whoever was the family was the family. So, and therefore that is African. And so regardless of what y'all have
thank you,
heart,
brother. I knew somebody was gonna help me out.
And say that's a Western perspective with Western homophobia. You get that? Do you see how that's kind of like hypocritical a little bit? You trying to say that's not a family because it's Western, but you got that idea that a man and a woman and a child is the only idea of a family, or the majority, or the real idea of a family. You got that from Western colonialism. That's what we got that. We know that the majority of people are heterosexual, and that's why the LGBT is a minority. So that's Captain Obvious type of material. You understand what I'm saying? So that doesn't mean anything. What we're saying is that queerness is African. And what we're saying is that a family is exactly what she said, and that's from the original meaning. That's all. You don't have to accept it. We can't change your mind. That's not what we're here to do. That's not what we're here to do.
Now,
but
everything
we have this type of conversation so other people can see it.
And Joe is about to say, but the majority.
No. Now, may I speak?
Yeah, no, because I'm telling you, I was like, if he say that one more time, I'm gonna come on camera.
May I speak?
Go ahead, Joe.
Go ahead.
But I appreciate you having this conversation, brother.
No, it's a real conversation. Retro, I did not disagree with anything thing you stated there. You're completely 100% right. I'm not disagreeing that, but there's no but. It's
Okay,
like
if listen,
I
if there's
told
no
you
but, let me.
before.
Can I ask you a quick question? Do you consider yourself an ally, or are you just kind of like an onlooker?
Don't start, y'all.
I don't like to do this like an ally thing. I just think everybody's human being and everybody's entitled to do what they want to do themselves, as long as
Okay,
you're
so
an
the reason
adult.
I asked that question is because next time y'all have that conversation about what's African and what's not, if you're an ally or if you're feeling like speaking the truth, go ahead and point out or make that differentiation that yes, post-colonial, that's not African. Now it's not African, but originally back in the day, it was African. But now it's not African. That's the real truth of the conversation that y'all are having about what's African, what's Africa.
But
Yes.
the thing is, he can't say that because the only people who feel like it's not that way no more are people who are under Abrahamic faith. But people to this day who live in Africa, it's still African. It just didn't change for them. It changed for those people who got colonized.
I'm gonna tell you one thing though, it makes the most difference coming from a person like him. We can beat them
Okay.
over the head all day, but if a person like him who fits into their community and looks like them and acts like them and is part of the members only club explains some of the truth to them, it might just change their perspective or broaden their views. That's why I'm saying that on that conversation, when y'all have that what's African, what's not African, and queerness isn't, now you know the truth. You know. It's
Now,
up to you to do what you can to spread the truth.
one thing, may I respond? May I speak?
Go
Sure.
ahead, Joe. We
Okay.
keep trying to let you go. We
No,
keep wanting to
this
talk.
is
And
what I would
please
say.
don't quantify when you do it, Joe. Say it was
Majority.
African. You don't
No.
got to make it a point to tell the other folk. But yeah, it was in Africa, but a very small, tiny, tucked into the cubby hole of Africa. Yeah, but it was there, you guys. But just way
May I
down here,
respond?
over here, in the 1%.
Go ahead.
Now, this is what I would tell you, and this is something you could stand 10-toe down on.
Okay.
Being abusive, shunning people from the homosexual community is un-African. That's not what the Africans did. This is something that's colonial mindset. That's not an African mindset. African loved everybody that was African. We consider each other as family. African is about the community, and if you're part of the community, it doesn't matter whether if you straight, gay, you are loved like everyone else. You come to the family dinner, you eat with everyone. You don't talk about what you do. That's what if you do it in the bedroom, that's what you do. Nobody cared. People loved you the same. To hate because of your sexuality is very un-African. That's not an African thing. That is
Perfect. But
truly un-African.
let's let it be clear that queer is African as well. That it's that part for me. Not that y'all don't hate or
You just want me to say that.
Yeah, well,
Joe
but
say
that's the truth. I'm speaking the truth into you in the hopes that the truth might get to somebody else who might not. It might fall on deaf ears coming from a certain
handle
person.
the truth, bro.
But coming from the right person, that type of thing can really transcend. So that's all that's the point here. I think you get it. I think we done talked you down and got you to understand what's African and what ain't. But
That was
now
my
it's up to
original point. You didn't walk me down.
you. Well,
You
we
kind of
got
contradicted it every time you made it your point to say you agree that that these people were treated nicely and these people existed and you can be what you want to be in Africa pre-colonialism, but then you had to slide in there that they didn't make up the majority though. And the way you and you always line in it up next to that, there's like this negative connotation that you are still attaching to it because to a retro's point, it's a moot point. We know like the queer people are not the majority anywhere except for in exclusive queer spaces. So to still make like the obvious a point, it's not even a point. And that's why I asked you earlier on in the conversation, are you sure, Joe, there's not some type of like homophobic, queerphobic something going on in you? Because like you literally are only making that point to take away from the argument because it doesn't add. anything to the conversation when you add the fact that small amount, or you like go into your quantifying argument. Like there's no redeeming quality in it, but you still add it in. You only would be adding that if you are trying to take something away from the reality of it.
Joe, I'm gonna let you respond, but real quick, just so maybe I can probably understand your perspective a little bit more. Do you have a religion? Do you follow any form of religion?
I told you from the beginning, I don't have I'm not a religious person.
All right, so I don't know if I just don't remember, brother, because we was on here for like 9, going on 10 hours. Yeah, so you said you was non-religious?
No, I don't. I believe there's a higher consciousness. There's a creator, but all the other religion, I don't believe in that. I think it's complete nonsense.
All right, Joe, can you I'm gonna put my email into my private chat. Please hit me up, because I definitely want to talk to you more about. I forgot what country you said you was from. I probably missed it because I'm half asleep. But
he's from he born and raised here, but
I'm sorry. Go ahead. What he said? I might be delayed. My bad. Say that again.
No, like I said,
no, Conscious was saying something. What you say, Conscious?
Oh no. I was just speaking for him, but he finna speak for himself.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was a little delayed. Go ahead, Joe.
To go back to consciousness point, I was very insensitive when I came in. I was just throwing the number because I'm not familiar with the spaces, the queer spaces, and I don't know how to behave. I was just giving numbers to back up the point, my original point, as in Africa, what they would define as a family is man, woman, and child. I did not mean to be offensive, and I can completely understand after being here for like 9 hours and having conversation with you guys to see how that might be. You might see it offensive, but that was not the intention. That was not where I was coming from. But if you don't know me, so you would not understand, right? Where I was coming from was just the definition of the family and what a majority of people think a family is. That was just it.
Okay. All right, so I'm putting my email, please, because I want to ask you a question again about African religion, because I got that debate coming up with Cube, and I told him that I can actually prove that the Omnis perspective is very, very much African, and I think I want to ask you some questions so I can double check my sources, even though I think I got some good sources on that. But you said something, and I'm not going to give it away because I don't want Q to know where I'm going to go with it. But it's something that I just read in that article from an African man, and you kind of said almost word for word what he said when it came down to the African mentality and how they see religion. So do you mind having that conversation with me before that debate? I'm just saying, like, you see it. What is my email, y'all? Neo-x Red. I need to go to bed. I think it's Neo-x Red. That's my email. Can you please email me? So, because I think
your mic
you
is
see
off.
it? My mic went out again?
Yes.
Okay, I was saying that's my email. Can you just please reach out to me? Because I definitely want to have this conversation, another conversation with you about African religion before I have that debate with Cube. I just want to double check my sources. Because you said something that was very, I read an article. It was this article I was reading about African religion, and you kind of said something almost word for word what this man said in the article, and I just want to double check my sources on that. So
okay.
But yeah, can you please email me? Because like I said, I think I am gonna try to show people that the Omnis perspective is very African. So
what is the Omnis perspective?
In so many words, Omnis is a person that acknowledge and recognize and have respect for all religions, and they believe that not one religion has the whole truth, but some truth, or you can find truths in the religion. But I'm a more extreme Omnis, and I actually go back to the original definition of the man who coined the term, and I actually say that all religions are true. And yeah, I know everybody keeps saying they don't think I can argue this point, or they don't see it. They say it's stupid, but I really think the way how I got it set up, I think I'm gonna make a solid argument on what I mean when I say all religions are true. Not to be taken literal, but they are true. So,
nice. And you're saying that's very African.
I think this article that I read, I think, and some of course he didn't say omnis, he didn't use that word, but when he described the African mindset of how they see religion and what they think it is, it lines up with my argument that I'm gonna make towards Cube. So I want to just check it with you, being that you did. It was something I don't want to say in case Cube is lurking and try to go back and catch the playback. I want him to try to figure out, but it's something you specifically said about African religions.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Okay,
but, and that's gonna be very easy to prove and defeat. I don't know what's his name say? What was he talking about? What was his stance?
Well, this is the title of the debate. It's called Atheism versus Omnism. Which one is more practical? And atheist, but I don't know which definition he's going to use, but I'm going to prepare for both. But I'm not really sure exactly which atheist stance he's going to take. But atheists just mean they just have a lack of belief in a god or gods.
Okay, so atheism and what? Just sorry, say it again.
What is he? Oh,
no, the title again.
Oh, atheism versus omnism. Which one is more practical?
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you should definitely be able to defeat anybody that doesn't.
I think I can, but the community is giving me a hard time because I'm taking a more extreme approach of what an omnis is. Like
it doesn't matter it doesn't matter like which stance you take. You just have to prove, because you have to focus on which one is practical, right?
Right.
You just have, if you go throughout history, nobody was an atheist. Nothing practical came out of atheism.
Yeah, I know that. He don't know that.
Right? But that's something, I don't know why he would take such a stupid debate. But you can easily prove. Come on, like practically everything came out of every religion, all the practical things, even science.
Yeah, but I think where he's ready for the debate is because you remember, because I've said this so many times on Sinetta TV that I believe all religions are true, not to be taken literal, but I believe all religions are true because they come from the imagination of a man's mind. They actually think I made this shit up, and I'm actually going to show them the sources of where I get this from, but it's something you said when I read that African article. I repeat almost the exact words of what he said when he came down to religion and how Africans see religion. So,
yeah, but I think you'll be able to handle him. Like,
it's the all true thing. I'm telling you, every time me and him go back and forth, he keeps saying you have to believe that it's okay to beat kids, and you have to believe it's okay to rape women, because he keeps trying to read stuff that's in the Quran and in the Christian faith and says I have to believe that is real or is true, because I'm saying that all religions are true, even though I keep saying that I do believe all religions are true, but not to be taken literal. I keep saying that over and over, and he keep telling me I have to believe what's in the Bible if I take that stance. That's how I really got a feeling that's how he's going to argue this.
Oh, that's going to be his angle. He's going to go to the extreme.
But I feel like how, if I'm telling him by definition, if I'm saying something is not literal, why do I have to believe something that I keep stating that not to be taken literal? And I tried to give him an example for those who know the Christian Bible, when Jesus talked about the what was the story when he talked in metaphors and allegories all the time. But we know the stories didn't happen, like the story of the rich man in hell and his the brother, and he was giving them an example of how hell would be.
Mm-hmm.
The grave of and I was telling them that did that actually happen, or according to the story, was Jesus just giving them an allegory or a metaphor? Like, it wasn't literal. It wasn't supposed to be taken literal, but they learned the lesson from whatever, Jesus was teaching at that time. So
I just want to see how practical atheism is going to be.
I want to see too, but he said
the track record is all about the track record, right?
Yeah, well, we gonna keep, like I said, hit me up. We're gonna talk more about it, but I definitely want to hear your opinion about. I'm gonna tell you the article, let you read it, and let me know what is it saying, because maybe you can understand more what this guy is trying to express when he talk about African religions. So
okay, no problem. But yeah,
but I appreciate it. But go ahead and close out, and you could take off whenever you hit the X.
Yeah, I just wanted to state one thing that was very obvious throughout this whole 9 hours. When Q
10
came
hours, brother. 10 hours. I broke my record.
I was quiet for 4 hours straight. When Q came up, he came up here. He's very insulting. And one thing I've noticed, I'm very analytical. I pay attention. Everybody that's in the community, the homosexual community, was very masculine. They allowed you to speak. They gave you respect. Q was very feminine. Q was acting very feminine. He didn't let no one speak. He was yelling. He got angry, throwing tantrum like a baby. I'm like, what's going on? I thought he was supposed to represent a man, right? But just to show you, it has nothing to do with being feminine. Has nothing to do with being a man, right? I thought it was very funny because he came up here trying to act like a man, but he was very, very feminine. He was very like childish, and everybody that's stereotypically we will assume to be feminine were very masculine. They were very respectful, even with his insults. And I thought that was funny to me. I was like, that's crazy. Like just sitting back and listening to him, I was like, this guy has.
I think it's because honestly, I was trying to figure out what was going on, because the last time he said some homophobic stuff to me, he was drunk and he was mad at me. At that time, he hated my guts. You know, so I was trying to, I guess the reason why I let it go as long as it did, because I think I was trying to figure out what was wrong. You know what I'm saying? So, and then the other people on the panel, like Truist and Sister Freedom, they actually know him personally. Okay. You know, I just know, me and him just know each other through YouTube, and that, you know, we got a debate coming on. He's going to be my second official debate on Sinetta, while I try to, you know, build up my reputation over there. So
okay, well, I'm just gonna close out. I'll say thank you guys. Thanks to Retro, Recklessness, and Consciousness. It was a great conversation. I enjoyed your point of view. Yeah, and thank you, Neo, for allowing me to speak.
All right, thank you. No, thank you for being here. We needed this conversation. Don't think that, you know, Retro Dutch told you, just like, you know, you can't change our minds. We know we can't change our mind, but people need to hear this conversation, and we need to ask each other questions and challenge our beliefs and stuff. So, because all it does is expose that we have a perspective, or things are based off where we're born, the culture that we was raised under, and how we just see the world. But these conversations need to happen so you can learn how to put yourself in other people's shoes. So, and other people's perspective. So thanks again, Joe. But please email me. Please don't forget. But have a good one, okay?
Yeah, no thanks, problem. Man. Thanks.
Okay, take care. Bye.
Conscious, before I let you leave, even though I don't want you to leave me, my goddess. The world is hard.
With you.
Please, the world is hard. Okay. Well, all right. I want to play just real quick so you can see the video. What did Reckless send you the clip?
I don't believe so.
Okay, because I know I sent it to his Instagram, but all right, let me. No, I'm gonna show you. I can just play it real quick because I got it queued up. I just want you to see where this. Why is the title of this show was can gay people be conscious? I just want you to see the ignorance. So where it came from, and the lady who said this, her name was Christina Nick. So let me see. I believe it's because I got 3 videos of her queued up. All right, I'm gonna try to take a guess because I don't even feel like looking for the time stamp. I wrote it down, but I think it's this video. So let's try it first. The videos are not that long; it's a few seconds. So I'm gonna go ahead and just try this one because I can't even remember which one it was.
Oh man, y'all gotta be able to come on, man. This is
So she called me a trans. You didn't hear that?
Christine, you got to be a little respectful, sister. Come on,
I said I don't care if she was a male or female or trans. That's what I said.
Oh, let me back it up. So this is one of the shots she threw at me. And when I complained about it, a lot of the people in the community kept saying that she didn't throw a shot at me. But let me back it up and you let me know if that wasn't a shot.
You gotta let us speak, Neil. Let us speak.
Rude.
All right, here you go. Can y'all hear the sound? I know it's kind of low.
That sounds good.
Neil.
Christine. Go read it.
Hold on. She can't prove, and I don't know why she keep interrupting because that's not a female trait or male.
Yeah,
trait.
you gotta let us speak, Neil. Let us speak.
Rude. That's all that is.
Go ahead.
So that don't got nothing to do with her being male or female or trans. It's just rude.
All right, go ahead.
Hey, stop calling me trans. I don't got on your ass about that. Stop.
Sons of God.
Oh man, y'all gotta be able to come on, man. This is
So she called me a trans. You didn't hear that?
And I need you to prove.
Christine, you got to be a little respectful, sister. Come on,
I said I don't care if she was a male or female or trans. That's what I said.
Okay.
So I didn't call her a man. Did I call her a man?
No.
Okay.
All right. So come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Let's get it.
Yeah, she's being sensitive. She always said.
All right. What was that a shot or not? Conscious.
She didn't have to make. She could have just made. If her point was you were being rude, that's all it took is for her to say that you're being rude. She didn't have to go the trans, man, woman, gay, straight, lesbian, LGBTQI plus community, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 100. So I definitely can see why you was like, and then I think when you said to her, you keep doing that, it sounds like she has already been using that term even before this moment when it came to you as well, which is why it was triggering.
Yeah, I told you stop saying I already got on your ass before about that.
Yeah,
yeah. So that's what
she was doing and gaslighting you.
Okay, because I told her, but why did she even mention the word trans? Because she already done made these accusations and calling me trans. I don't know, for some reason on Saw's channel, they think I'm transitioning, and I don't know why. Because I keep telling them my pronouns are she, her, or anything that identify with a female.
It's a way for them to invalidate your womanhood on any level.
Mm-hmm.
And they're saying because to them you are gender loving and you present in a masculine form to them, they try to insult you by invalidating like your womanhood altogether.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, no, are you a trans man, sir, him? Yeah, it's all meant to be condescending. So
yeah, all day I get it all day. I'm telling you, I just be like, I never told these people I was trans. Like, where the fuck did that shit come from? But here's another video.
Freedom. So if you go to that passage, do you want to pull it up? You quote it.
All right, I think it's the comment where she said she didn't think gay people could be conscious.
Okay.
But too thick into it. I do love you, and I love you too, Neo, man. I felt your heart, and I didn't know gay people could be conscious, but we can talk about that another day. You
heard her?
Oh God, she's really like an idiot. Poor thing. Yeah, I heard that. She didn't know that gay people could be conscious.
Yeah, that's that video is the reason why that part is the reason why I did this whole show tonight. After she did that on the show, I said, I'm gonna talk about that because what does that even fucking mean?
Right. That's my question. Like,
because I told you I was just before I let you, I was telling Saw about you, but I didn't mention your name because I told him, I said I know a man, like, and I told Saw I will put money on this that I know a gay man who's very conscious who can smoke some of your top debaters. I would put my personal money up. And I had told Saw that the reason why I haven't invited you over there and told you to go over there because they're too homophobic. You get what I'm saying? And he was like, no, invite the brother. I mean, he got information. He good. And I was like, no, Saw, he's really good. But I'm telling you, they're too homophobic over here. And I said, he's gay. He's very conscious. his name is Conscious, and then you know she threw the shot back like, no, I never said your name. I'm lying. I didn't say that. I did not say your name. I said you are very conscious, and I think I was about to say your name was Conscious, but I caught myself. I was like, I'm not even gonna tell them his name. So I said he's very conscious. So
wow.
When I say I was talking about you, and you know, you and Ashley Reckless,
we might need to set something up over there, because you know I love a homophobic space.
Well, I didn't get a chance to really talk to you about it, because when I thought about it, I said I want to invite him, but they just too homophobic. You get what I'm saying? But then Saw kept telling me, no, Saw kept saying, bring him, reach out, let me hear him, let me talk, like let me see, and I'll put him up there. And he said, but he can't control the comments. Like he was telling me he ain't gonna be able to monitor all that. So I said, okay, Saw, I would definitely reach out to him. I said, matter of fact, I'm doing a show. So we talked about it today. I told him today on the phone I was doing a show with you. So
okay, yeah, we didn't set something up. You know, like I've been doing this for 10 years, so you know I'm well adapted to homophobia and trolls, and you know I'm.
Yeah, I think I think if I had to put you up for a debate, like off the top of the dome, I think it would be the argument where they keep trying to say that the survival thing about when we keep asking them what's the problem do they have against gay people, and they keep saying the procreation part. I think you can, you know how that part, and I just always roll my eyes. I tell them gay people have kids, bro. So what's wrong with being gay again? You know what I'm saying? Like, but let me continue though. But if that was one of the topics, I know he can smoke them on that, and I definitely know you can smoke them on that African. Every time these Pan-Africans keep saying that we didn't do that in our country, and that's a white man, and white man got you to do, Africa didn't do, and I be shaking my head and I said, poor baby, they don't even fucking know. You know, like they read one book, they didn't read enough. You know, they read one book about Africa, and now they are expert on Africa.
Right, that part.
So, but yeah, I think that's, and let me
see. I don't even know if I want to talk to you, because you are too disrespectful. It's not even funny.
Hey, bro,
No, come on, answer your question, sister. It ain't about being disrespectful. That's the truth. We can debate that if you want.
I'm not debating it because I'm not.
But
yeah, okay. So that's what she was saying. It was true that conscious people are not conscious. So the next video, no, that's the girl. We already did that one. I had one. Oh, let me see. And then
gay folk could be conscious.
That's what she said.
I wonder what is her definition of conscious.
I invited them to send her to the show so she can speak for herself, but she never clicked in. She probably watched, but she ain't never clicked in.
I think that Q was in the chat again.
Can y'all see that? Is it not sharing again?
Okay. Oh, we can see it. Mm-hmm.
All right, so here's the like one of the this is like she said it a few times in this show, but this is like the time that I think I finally just say something to her.
Okay.
I'm a female. Don't disrespect me.
What's your pronouns again?
And I'm a female. She.
All right, come on, y'all. Come on. Let's not do this again, y'all. Come on.
I'm saying this to say I'm still talking.
We need to,
but I can show decorum.
Let me.
I'm a female.
Talking, sis.
Okay, I thought you was done.
Chill out, bro. Sit back.
You see how she said, "Chill out, bro."
Misgendering you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. And then you heard me say, "I'm not a bro. I'm a female." Mm-hmm. And then watch what she said. Mm-hmm. Now, listen to what she say right after that.
Okay, what's your pronouns again?
I'm a female. She.
All right, come on, y'all. Come on. Let's not do this again, y'all. Come on.
I'm saying this to say I'm still talking.
Right. So you seen how like when she called me bro, because I knew it was a shot from her calling me a man earlier, and that in the chat they kept calling me a boy in the chat. You get what I'm saying? So that's why she said bro, because y'all know, I don't know if y'all know this, I'm from Florida. I'm always bro, love. Like I still have, so when I say it, I'm not trying to misgender somebody. It's just that's a figure of speech. But she already saw them saying that. And then Saw had told them stop calling Neo a boy, like y'all stop being disrespectful. So when she did it again, you see, I finally was like, look, I'm a female, like stop doing that. What's your pronouns again? I just told you I was a female, so why did you ask me what my pronouns was?
Right.
Like that's what I was trying to tell them. Like they try to act like Christina Nick is not, throwing these jabs, and I was like, she is.
They always defend. They always defend like the homophobes. I felt like that was going on a little bit even with Cube. After he got off, where there was like a immediate rallying behind being an apologist for him.
He's back.
He's in the chat. He's in the chat.
I thought, no, he was in the stream. I ain't even see him. I don't even know how long he was back though.
Cube is back and drunker than ever. Hey, Cube.
Hey, Lord have mercy, y'all. Where's
he's on mute?
I'm not on mute.
A Cube on mute, I think.
Cube, is you here, my love? Is you Cube? Cube baby, you here?
He might be having some technical issues.
Yeah, he got some good stuff. His equipment. Hey, Cube.
If you can hear us, Cube, we can't hear you.
Hey, sister, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh yeah. I just wanted the brother to continue to slander and keep going. Like I was just listening.
He's not slandering you.
I enjoy slandering.
Oh, I apologize. It wasn't slander. Okay.
No, that wasn't slander. He was okay. He has the right to express his feelings about how you made him feel at the moment. It's not slander, brother. Like he's not making up rumors about you and going around and with a flower and
do I have the ability to
one thing I be trying to teach men, and hopefully you can learn this from me one day, Q, is when somebody tells you that you offended them or you hurt them, you don't have the right to tell them that you didn't. Like you have to just listen to the conversation. You can just let them know if that was your intentions or if it wasn't your intentions. But you don't have the right to tell someone that you did not offend them or you didn't hurt them. He has the right to tell you what you said and your behavior, how it made him feel and how he perceived it, being that this is his first oppression of, what's the word, y'all? His first impression of you, right? That it's his first time getting to know. So he's not slandering you, brother. Don't start using those words.
So let me ask this question: is he the only one that's allowed a first impression, or am I also allowed that?
Never said you was not allowed.
No, sister. It was a question. Is he the only? No, I'm asking you. Is he the only one allowed a first impression?
No.
Oh, okay, great. Oh, okay, amazing. So let's go ahead and listen.
I want to be clear because I wasn't even talking about Q. I was talking about sister and the truest who went to rallying behind Q. Because I wasn't here to experience Cube. Him and Reckless were able to have time together. When I came up, Cube was coming down.
No. I never had any time with anyone in the way how you just put it. I never had any time with anyone.
Okay, in the way that I just put it is you and him had time to have a conversation. You and him were on this panel. You and him went back and forth. You and him exchanged ideas, feelings, thoughts, opinions, disagreements. Y'all had an entire time together.
Okay, if that's the way how you want to put it, then I actually agree. But the way how you said it, I actually disagree. But the way
how did he say it? How did he say it?
Listen, hey brother, the way how you just said it, I thoroughly agree. So there's no disagreement.
No, hold on, because I want to make sure. How did he say it?
I'm curious too.
I actually just agreed. So what are we talking about?
Well, I get you agree. I want to back it. Hold on. I get that you agree. We get that part. But you said because of the way he said it. What is it that he said? How was the way he said it?
But what else? What else are we talking about, and what else do we need to talk about? If I just agree with the brother.
Okay, Cube. If you're gonna play them games, bro, you can go ahead. Because
sister, I literally just agreed with the brother.
It doesn't matter what you agree with. We wanted you to backtrack a little bit and tell us, try to elaborate more. What do you mean when you say, "Oh, it was the way he said it"? Like, what was it? How did he say it? Like, what are you talking about? What did he say? Okay, like, are you trying to say like the word choice? Are you trying to say the tone of his voice? Or are you trying to say he was trying to insinuate something? Like, what do you mean when you say the way he said it?
Sister, I said exactly what I meant. I said exactly what I meant.
But nobody knows what you meant.
Now, it may be unfortunate. It may be unfortunate that you didn't understand what I said, and I apologize that you are unfamiliar and can't understand what I said, and that was not my intention. I promise you that was not my intention. But you guys said it, and I agree with it. So I don't understand what's the holdup.
Okay, brother, I'm just let it go because I'm too exhausted to keep trying to explain this to you.
Do not
But
stress
the conscious, you kind of.
and your audio.
Gaslighting for me.
Okay, but go ahead, Q. What you trying to say? Go ahead. You got the flow.
I got the flow. Oh, okay.
Yeah, go ahead. What you trying to say? What you?
All right. So I want to talk about one thing. I don't know. The brother with the golden hair. I want to ask him a question, if it's possible.
It's possible.
Okay, great. So, what is so? Do you feel that men should respect you? Like, yes or no?
Respect. Could you explain your definition of respect?
Nah, I think we understand what respect is, and I'm willing
I'm
to
telling
go
you that
with.
I don't, the same way that Neo didn't understand. What about the
I'm
way I said what I
I'm
said?
willing. I'm willing to go along with your definition of respect, brother.
Okay, my definition of respect. Do I feel like men should respect me? That's an interesting question. Oh,
Lord.
Respect. RESPECT.
Hey, I just started singing the song in my head.
See, that's interesting because you're talking to somebody who's kind of like.
I answer for he expect them to worship him.
No,
Okay,
no,
he's a
no,
goddess.
no.
He expect them. He
No.
deserves worship.
Can you allow this brother to respond? Because
I'm sorry, Q. We just trying to laugh, bro. Because this is a crazy
it's cool.
question.
Actually, it's
I'm
not.
allowing him to answer, but I just saying they should worship him.
Oh goodness, no, nobody should worship me.
Go ahead.
Okay. That's an interesting word for me because I'm you're talking to a very kind of anti-traditional, anti-society type of a person in terms of I'm very much so into. I'm an introvert, so
excuse me. You said anti what?
Anti-traditionalist, anti-society, anti.
Okay,
in terms
what
of
that?
I don't
What does that
yield.
mean exactly?
It means that I don't yield to conformity and that I very
okay.
much so participate in my individuality. So I don't normally seek out validation early on in this conversation. I think you had dropped down by the time we started engaging in this part, but I was saying how for me, unlike a lot of other queer people who do require a bit more than I do from society, they inquire, they expect you to love them, to like them, etc. My whole thing is I just want to be safe in this environment, and I want to be afforded the same resources that anybody else is in terms of being concerned about people.
Can I ask you one more question? Like, do you remember my initial question?
Should men respect me?
Right. Can you get to that part? Because
I don't.
understand that I understand that you may have a soliloquy that you want to get to, but can you get to that part?
Okay, so if I'm going to answer, you're going to take the answer I give you, or you're not going to take the answer?
No, absolutely, brother. I am going to acknowledge.
Okay,
the
so while
answer
you're
that
talking,
you give me.
I could be answering because I'm actually answering your question, and you can subtract whatever part is a soliloquy for you. So I just said I want to be safe in my space, and I want access to the resources. If you call that respect, then I want respect. I want to be safe, and I want access to the resources. So whatever if that's respect, if that's acceptance, if that's whatever term that defines, that's That's my only priority. Is I want to be safe and I want access to the resources. I do not care to live in a managed society where you have to like that I eat dick or suck pussy. I do not want to live in a society where I have to concern myself about what you think should and should not go in my anus. Those are not my priorities. Those are not my obsessions. I don't really give a damn about what you like about that or don't like about that. I want safety and I want resources. And I'm fine with you thinking that me eating dick is a oddity.
Well, actually, brother, I understand that you can't live off of just eating dick. So I appreciate you saying what you're saying because I understand eating dick is not sustainable. So you're going to need the exact same thing that I need, which is sustenance.
Yes.
Whether it be from dead animals or vegetables, we all need the same thing. So I understand that, and I don't have a problem with that. But my second question is this: um, do you feel that we should have to separate? Well, you know what? Let me take that back. Do you feel that we should talk about people like you who? First, let me do this, and let's just kind of put it on the table. Are you a homosexual?
Interesting choice of words. For argument's sake, yes.
Well, I don't want to argue with you, brother. I'd rather you just be honest. Are you a homosexual or not?
For honesty's sake, yes.
Okay, so you're homosexual. Okay, cool. Hey, listen. And I'm so glad that you said that because I'm a person that I'm actually on your side when it comes to homosexuals. I'm not a homosexual, but I actually fight, and I want people like you, who have these thoughts and ideas to actually be able to um have the ability and you know have the affinity to say whatever they want and also be able to do the things that they want whenever they want, however they want. I'm one of these people that fights for your free speech. Not saying that that you absolutely need me or anything like that, but I am one of those people. So I
I
said that to
appreciate
say
that.
this. No, 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 no. Well, I appreciate that, but I just say this to say that with that being said, with that being said, you know, if do you understand that there's people like me that understand who you are, how you are, and what you are, but prefer to separate ourselves from you?
All right, hold on. Before you answer that, conscious. Oh, wait a second. Take a deep breath. Before you answer that, okay? Just take my goddess, take a deep breath, okay? 'Cause that was a lot. But hold on. Be cute. I just want to play this for you, okay?
Go ahead, sister.
Hold on.
Answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Okay, go ahead, conscious.
Well, ironically, I can appreciate that cue because I just said I don't want to live in a managed society where people are forced to sit next to me or forced to say hello. So I'm okay with folk getting in wherever they want to fit in at because that's what we do as a society anyway. We are Republicans, we are Democrats, we're liberal, we are atheists, we're Christian, we're Islamic. I mean, people get in where they fit in at anyway. So I don't have a problem with people not wanting to fit in. I don't know what even the benefit would be of somebody like you having proximity to me to begin with.
Yeah, actually, well, I see what you're saying, and I can actually appreciate that. But to delve further into that, just to kind of answer that question, even though it wasn't an actual question, the benefit to me
the chat.
The benefit to me for a person like you to be in my proximity is that I would be willing to protect you in whatever the fuck you wanted to say, that you would have the ability to say it. However you wanted to live, I would fight for your right to be able to be the way how you are.
But
So
how can you do that if you are making yourself unavailable at the same time? Because you said that you want there to be a separation at the same time that you want proximity.
we'll see. This is the thing, because two things can exist at the same time. Even though that I don't want you to utilize your rhetoric to be able to, let's say, cause my daughter to be a homosexual, but
Oh,
I
Lord.
am, but
Oh,
I
God.
am also,
We finna go down the hole.
but at the same time, but at the same time, I'm also willing to say, hey, you know what? This brother is a brother, and he should have the ability to say whatever he wants to say. And if this
Oh,
is what my
God.
daughter wants to do at the end of the day, or at the beginning of the day, he, she, whoever has the ability to do so, and that's what I stand behind.
Oh Lord, Q, you get on my damn nerves. I wanted to go to bed, but I gotta hear this response. I gotta hear this response, because even though Conscious
That
already
part.
wrote this down 3 hours ago, you missed it because you dropped off, because you would the question you just asked was answered
Look,
literally three
I
hours
might
ago.
need to pull him over to my platform to continue on this discussion. This is very
And
interesting, yo.
he's a supportive brother, and he will be there. He supports everyone's channel.
This
So
is
I will tell
interesting,
you
yo.
that. But you want to go ahead and answer that, Conscious? I'm just laughing because I'm like, oh Lord. Conscious already
So,
gave a
just so that
presentation
I'm
about that.
okay, so just so that I'm clear, what Brother Cube is saying is that he stands for my right to have freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of religion, etc. And at the same time, he wants the freedom to
Disagree.
separate and to exist how he wants to exist, even if it's in disagreement with said
Facts.
lifestyle, thought, philosophy, idea, belief system, etc. Okay, so that's
Facts.
like America, essentially.
Facts.
Hey,
Facts.
hold on. Now, I also want to
Hold on,
throw in. He
you
said he
said
don't
that's
want to.
what,
Hold
America?
on, and hold on. I just want to make sure this was added. He also said he doesn't want his daughter to be gay.
Yes, because
No,
he
no,
doesn't
whoa, whoa,
want
whoa, whoa,
our
whoa, whoa, whoa,
rhetoric
whoa, whoa, whoa.
to
Whoa,
make
whoa,
his
whoa, whoa,
daughter.
hold on. Actually, I didn't say that. What I said was, if this is the path that she chose, then I would support that. But this is not something that I would choose for her. That's what I said.
No,
I don't
that's
think
not
I
what you
heard
said,
that.
Brother Cube. Yeah, no, that's not what you said. You said
No,
because
well,
you wouldn't want my rhetoric to influence your daughter to being gay.
Yeah,
yes,
that's
that, that's
I
that,
heard
that
something like that too.
hold on. That's exactly what I said. But if you allow me to clarify, no, I wouldn't want my daughter to be a homosexual. But if that's what she chose to be, then I'd be a fool. I'd be a fool not to support my daughter in anything or any endeavor that she decided to do, because I am a single. I
But
am a single.
That's
But go
fine.
ahead.
I just wanted to make sure that was added. But go ahead, Conscious.
But my
Yeah,
question
that's
to you,
cool.
Cube, is that if you just make the argument that your love and your support and your kindness and virtue toward your daughter would not be influenced by what you say is a choice, then what is the point of even having like a contentious argument toward homosexuality if your virtue isn't going to change
Because
because she's homosexual?
yeah, because I don't agree with homosexuality, but that does not mean, and let me make this clear, just because I don't agree with homosexuality, and just because I don't want my daughter to be a homosexual, that does not mean that I would not support my daughter to the 50th power if that's what she wanted to do. That's not what that means. So what I'm saying is, even though I don't want that for my daughter, and I don't want this propaganda to be pushed to my daughter in any way, shape, form, or
God.
fashion, in any way, shape, form, or fashion, that does not mean that I would just be like some of these parents who are on the right, because I'm actually a leftist, that are on the right. They'll be like, well, I'm just gonna just totally just disregard my child and F them. No, that's not how I feel about my child. I would never look at her like that, because I can understand that in one sense, this is my daughter and this is what she chose, and that's just what it is. So I can understand that this is her and this is what she's dealing with right now, and this is what she's going through. So I'm gonna be supportive until the end.
So with that being said, if you are recognizing that you have the capacity to love her regardless, what is even the point of the preference?
Because I understand that I want grandchildren. And I understand. Listen, hold on. Before you attempt to get into that, before you get it, before you attempt to get
because I haven't had. Hold on, wait, because I haven't had time with this brother. All y'all done had.
Before you attempt, no shade, and I don't get. I like.
It's okay.
I done fell asleep and woke back up, girl.
I need my time. I just want my time up with Brother Q, like, because I missed him. Like,
well, if that's the case, if that's the case, you could just go back to sleep and get the fuck up out of here.
Hey, bro, Q, chill, bro. Q, chill, bro. Stop talking to my guests like that, bro. Like,
we were doing okay. Can we
I'm a guest.
Everything was okay. Can we continue on in the okay?
We're fine. We're fine. Let's just move forward. But let's stop with the disrespect.
Though. I'm not talking to them no type of way.
No, Q, just move forward. Continue conversation with Conscious. It's Reckless. You woke Reckless out his sleep. Your voice.
He was back on the train.
Like that nigga can go to sleep or like get the fuck out of here. Like it's cool.
He woke up.
Oh my god, he's so emotional, girl.
No. That nigga can really go to sleep if he feels.
Okay, Q, like Q, for real. Okay, hey, just continue the conversation with Conscious, please.
All right, no doubt. So what I'm saying is like, yeah, I understand it, like because like real talk, I can look at it like, okay, if we really want to be honest, we can look at the 200,000 children who are displaced that don't have homes right now, and we can say like, what's the purpose of me getting with like a Neo-x or another woman who in trying and attempting to have a child when there's children right now who don't have homes? Like, why are we even trying to have children when there's so many children who are displaced that we can actually welcome them in our home? I totally get all of that. And I'm not even mad at that. But the truth of the matter is, when it comes to a man, and when it comes, and not only a man, when it comes to a person, we want our flesh to actually be remembered. And one way how we do that is through the replication of ourselves. And we look at it, even though it's not a replication, we call it a replication by having children with a woman that we deal with. So I'm cool with all of what you're saying. Like, yeah, like if you have homosexual people that want to adopt a child, even though I don't agree with the adoption of homosexual people that want to do that. Like, hell no, I don't agree with that. But at the same time, though, I do understand that these children, they will get something a little bit better, even though it's not what they should get. They will get something.
Conscious, is this that performative stuff you were talking about earlier?
Yes.
No, this is a lot less than performative. This is just really what Cube is branding is what I call benign queerphobia, which is this balancing act between I will rally behind your constitutional rights while still wanting the right to hate you. And while it sounds cute and perfectly balanced, it's still homophobic in nature. There's nothing Cube has said here that's not homophobic. He doesn't want his own kids to be gay. He doesn't want queer people to have access to so-called heterosexual people or children so that they won't be indoctrinated. He does not believe that queer people should adopt children, etc. So there's nothing yet that he said that's not homophobic. It's all queerphobic as hell. And he only thinks
he's not homophobic because he thinks we should have the right to exist, and he should have the right to resist our existence.
But wait, I thought.
Hold on, let me ask you this question, brother.
But wait, I thought Truist and Miss Freedom said it's okay because he's drunk.
Oh well. Let me apologize for them if they did say that, brother, because that's not the case here. But
you're not
let me
drunk?
ask you. Let me ask you this, brother. To the brother who was just speaking.
Retro.
Who's CTV or Reckless or Retro? The brother with the go ahead.
I don't know. That was just someone that was just.
Oh, you're talking about Retro.
The one calling you drunk? That's me.
Oh well, I'm sorry, brother, but I choose not to acknowledge you at this point. I just kind of want to move past you.
Oh, so you haven't had a few drinks? Oh, okay.
Okay, great. So I'm able to move past you. Thank you so much. I appreciate
You're offended by what I'm saying.
No, brother. I actually want to just move past what you're talking about because it's really. Come on, knock it off.
I get it.
Right. So my thing is this, if we're talking about, building children up to be the best that they can do, have you actually looked at studies? And if you have looked at studies, what did those studies bring that you can actually talk about?
You look at studies about what exactly to be like what do you mean studies? As it pertains to what?
Rearing children.
About what children?
Okay, no. Well, my question. Okay, let me just try to be a bit more direct. So my question was when it comes to rearing children. When it comes to rearing children, what is the best way that you would think when it comes to rearing children? Is it best to have them in homosexual or same sex or same gender loving I don't know what you would call it relationships, or do children do best in I'm trying not to be disrespectful. Like, yeah, y'all see me jumping through words here. So, or because the one of the other weird brothers that was on here right now just kind of accused me of a lot of crazy stuff, and I'm not trying to do that. So, what do you see when it comes to children? Is it same gender loving, or is it a 2-parent household?
So, I mean, according to studies,
which studies? Which studies?
I mean,
it's the slur for me.
The majority of them.
Well, can you name the study so we actually know what we're talking about?
Okay. So, which part of your question do you want me to refer to?
I want you to I want you to continue with what you actually was starting with. But what I want you to actually do is when you started to talk about a study, I want you to name the study so I can then thusly go and look at the study to then know that what you're talking about is actually correct. So go ahead and say exactly what you said, but go ahead and tell me the study so I can then go ahead and look at the study and know that what you're saying is correct. It's cool, brother. I'm not tripping.
Okay, so I'm gonna post this link. It's by journals.sagepub.com.
Are you posted it in the private chat so I can take a look at it?
Yes.
No doubt. That's what's up, my man.
Let me I just posted the link in here. And this,
No, I'm saying like that's what's up. Like, yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
I'm into that.
yeah,
that's what's up.
And just a quick excerpt. And this is kind of like the general consensus. So when you like study the area of like children being raised by same gender loving parents, I mean, it's really unanimous because unlike scientific studies versus like the type of research that goes on in like social media space when it comes to these type of panels, is that the researchers don't have a bias and they're literally only see same gender loving people as human, something that most homophobes don't see queer people as.
But hold on, if I can just briefly, so you posted a link, you know, but is there another link that also shows that when it comes to a same gender that is equal or lesser than what you just showed me? Like, can you show another link? Because like I totally get it. I totally get that you would have shown me a link. Okay, great. I could take a look at it. But if this supersedes like something else, like can you show me that, or is this just something that you're throwing out?
I'm gonna be
You know,
honest.
you know,
It's not like you want me to do a lot of work that I'm not.
no, brother. I don't want you to do a lot of work. I just
I
want you
don't
to
even know
back up. Hey, brother. I just want you to back up what you sent.
I just want you to just listen, and I just sent you the link, so you have it there to back it
So,
up. If you can read.
okay. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So you don't want me to say anything, just listen to what you got to say, right?
Well, I want you to give me an opportunity to actually say what I'm saying, and then before you ask me to help you to understand everything that there is to know in the earth, to let me like form my basis for my response to you and what you're
Go
asking.
ahead, brother.
Mhm.
Go ahead,
So
brother.
all I'm
You
saying
get
is
it
that all the studies across the board say practically the same thing. So what you find similar, like this article here, these data includes almost 3,000 children with same-sex parents, 2,700 of them lesbian, 85 of those couples are gay male couples, and over 1 million children with different same-sex parents followed from birth. The results indicate that children raised by same-sex parents from birth perform better than children raised by different sex parents in both primary and secondary educations. Our findings are robust to use of cousin fixed effects and a coarsened exact matching to improve covariate balance and to reduce model dependence. So if you look at all of the data, okay, unfortunately, okay, and this might be a blow to heterosexual folk. We can't help that there's a blow there. You know, I mean, there are strengths and weaknesses to every group, and the actual truth and reality is queer people do better at parenting. But there's a reason why queer people do better at parenting than heterosexual folk. And one of the sole contributors to this is the fact that queer people, because of a queer phobic nation, know what it's like to not be loved and accepted. So they go over and beyond to love and to accept and to affirm and to show that affection that they never received, that parenting and cuddling and investment that was never given to them. So this becomes our superpower when it's time for us to love. We love everything in us because we know what.
All right, there you go. Okay, that's what's up. Okay. So let me ask you a question. What if I were to tell you that? What if I were to tell you that when it comes to the literature on children's outcomes that are raised by same-sex parents, it mostly relies on a small selective sample? And what if I also told you that this has led to a lack of statistical power? What would you say about that?
I would ask you to
hold on. Let me read. You asked me to do what?
go ahead.
You said you would ask me to do what?
This is funny.
I would ask you to say that in a more layman's way.
Okay, so oh, brother, okay, perfect. Because let me read what you just showed me and what you just sent. Now, you just sent me this, and everybody that's in the back that's in here, you can read this and click on this link. In the abstract says this. It says, although widely used in policy debates, the literature on children's outcomes when raised by same-sex parents mostly relies on a small selective samples or samples based on cross-sectional survey data. This has led to a lack of statistical power and the inability to distinguish children born to same-sex parents from the children of separated parents. You this is what you just gave me, and I'm just reading it. And I just happened to ask you a question, brother. Yeah.
Wait, so
let me
Con-
yeah.
Con-
Right. Yeah. No, I just want to finish because this
this
hey,
this is the ally.
all you have to do is click on what he put in the back, and I'm just reading what he.
I'm gonna tell you why I was bold enough.
Whoa, brother.
I'm gonna tell you.
Okay,
why
go ahead,
I
brother.
told it
Okay. So
to
you want
you.
to stop me? So you want to stop me in the middle of what I'm saying to say something that's probably contrary to what this says, even though this is what you gave me.
You just.
Yeah, I told you.
If you look, if you wanna, if you felt like you just had your "I told you so" moment, you can just say that because all of the stuttering is keeping you from being able to complete a coherent sentence.
Brother, I apologize if you think that I'm having a I told you so moment, but
You don't
this
have to
is not that.
apologize to me.
This is not.
You're
brother,
wildly
this
excited,
isn't.
and I'm happy for you.
But brother, this isn't that. What I'm actually doing is I actually
Showing his
said to you,
activism.
I asked you 2 questions based on the first 2 sentences of what you just gave me. I said, and this is what it says. These are the first 2 sentences. It says, although widely used in policy debates, the literature on children's outcomes when raised by same-sex parents mostly relies on small selective samples or samples based on cross-sectional survey data. This has led to a lack of statistical power, excuse me, and the inability to distinguish children born to same-sex parents from the children of separated parents. So what I just did to you is, what I did was I took your
Do
information.
you understand the language that you just
Brother,
used? I don't think you actually understand
brother, can I finish? But can I at
exactly.
least, brother, can I at least finish though? Because I was actually in the middle of speaking. Can I at least
Okay,
finish
if
though?
that's what you
This is
call
the
it,
ally.
then yes,
This
continue.
is the ally.
Okay. So what I did was I took the information that you gave me and I proofread it, and it's not aligning with what you're talking about. It's not aligning whatsoever what you're
That
talking
actually
about
does.
because okay. So when I asked you a question about it, you actually disagree with the abstract
I
of this.
didn't disagree.
Okay,
You used
brother.
a bunch of
Okay,
word
there we
salad, and
go.
I told you
I
to
can't
speak
speak.
in
Thank
a
you. Okay, there
layman's
we go.
way,
There we go. I
and
can't even speak. I can't even speak because you have so much to say.
you
Go
keep
ahead, brother.
saying the same shit over and over and over and over again. So you feel like this article just invalidated what I said, but you don't even
This is your
understand the
article,
language.
brother.
You don't even
Brother, this is
understand the
your
language.
article.
You don't have to tell me about the article I sent you. I know more about what I just sent you than you do. You're the one who needed to be informed. Okay,
But why
not
did you just
I.
disagree
So
with your article?
I'm very clear
You just
about what
disagree
I
with your
sent
article, brother.
you.
Brother, you
This
just
article
disagree.
doesn't
One more
disagree
time,
with me.
Conscious.
Hold on.
Brother, you
Hold
just
on.
disagree with your
This
article. You just disagree with it.
This article does not disagree with me.
Brother, no, listen, it doesn't disagree with you, but you disagree with it. That's why I asked you the question.
I didn't disagree with this. I don't disagree with this article either, because the research in these areas are small. So
Okay,
I don't
would
understand what you
you
don't
like to explain? Would you like to explain what you're talking about? Go ahead, I'm listening.
Oh, I can speak now. Okay, great. Okay, so this article doesn't disagree with me, and this article doesn't, and I don't disagree with this article. You asked me for studies. I cited a study, one that could give you some leverage and give me, because y'all love to assert a gay agenda situation.
Who is y'all? Who is y'all, brother? Who is y'all?
You performative allies is y'all, okay? Or all of y'all who believe in a gay agenda, or any homophobic, queerphobic individual, or whatever title y'all want to go by today, okay? Y'all assert that there's an agenda, right? So then when somebody gives y'all some, so hold on.
The grift is on, but go ahead.
So can I speak?
Because you want to address you want to address what this is saying.
I can't speak, right? I can't speak, right? I can't speak, right? Because
yes, you can if you're addressing what
I'm
this
talking
article.
about this article, and you're asking me questions about who is who and
brother. Can you address what this brother? Can you address what the article says?
You have 2 ears. No, I can't, because I have to address you. So unless you're going to like put the Hennessy to your mouth and let me actually speak, then that's what you can do to occupy your time while I'm actually talking to you.
Address the article, brother. Go ahead.
Okay. And if you address me, I'm going to address you.
Address the
Okay?
article,
This
brother.
article.
Address the article.
Okay, so I'm not going to address the article. So now what?
Hey, Q, come on, like let him, let him talk. Stop interrupting.
Listen,
Like,
this
Q,
dude.
no, Q, it's not getting nowhere if
Are
the
you fucking
discussion.
kidding me?
It's not
This
getting
dude-
nowhere if no one can hear y'all, because when y'all talk at the same time, that you know how StreamYard is, it cancels out the audio. So we're not getting a full conversation. Like, okay, you
I'm
feel
not
like
saying
you got him
anything.
in the aha moment, let him explain what he's saying. You got to give him time to answer.
Okay, well, let the brother go. Go, brother. Explain this. Go. You got it. Go.
I'm actually not. So
okay,
so
so
now
are you
what?
done? Are you done, or are you done, or are you finished? Now watch this. Let me explain this, brother. Are you done or are you finished? Which one?
He said he's not gonna explain the Q. You don't
Okay,
ruin
great.
it. You don't ruin it to us all.
Okay, great.
The
Okay,
Q
okay,
got it.
great. Okay, no, okay, great. Now watch this. See, now this brother, he actually haven't even read this shit, because if he actually read it, what he would have found in the 4th stanza, you know what he would have found? He would have found that it says that the results indicate that children raised by same-sex parents from birth perform better than children raised by different sex parents in both primary and secondary education. This is what this brother has not read this shit. He's trying to put something together and he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. This brother don't know, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He hasn't read it because he wasn't able to say what I just said. It just said clearly. If you look at the 4th stanza, it clearly says this. It says the results indicate that children raised by same-sex parents from birth perform better than children raised by different sex parents in both primary and secondary education. Continuing, it also says our findings are robust to use of cousin fixed effects and quotient exact matching to improve covariate balance and to reduce model dependence. Let me continue. This dude don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Further analysis use a novel bounding estimator suggests the selection on unobserved characteristics would have to be more than 3 times higher than the selection of observed characteristics to reduce the positive estimates to 0. This brother has not read it. What happens is he's gotten this from somebody else who thought it was a fucking winner, but he's never fucking read it. So he gave me this shit. He didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. And he tried to throw it out to me. And this is why he couldn't answer the shit when it was posed to him. Because he actually could have killed me if he had read the 4th stanza. That's
You
all he had to
already
do.
have been killed. Have you read even the conclusion of this article? That would be a no, because you're an idiot.
Okay. All right. Hold up. Okay. All right. Q. Wait for a second. Now, Conscious, can you please again tell us what the article is stating? What is the conclusion of this article?
The compensation theory provides one possible explanation for our results. If you scroll all the way down after they go through their melee of assessments and all of this and all that, it's a very balanced article and a very balanced data sheet. Okay, the compensation theory provides one possible explanation for our results. It states that same-sex parents might compensate for their unique stressors by investing more time and energy into their children. We can partially test this theory by separating the sample into 2 periods, before and after legalization of same-sex marriage in 2001. If compensation theory drives parental behavior, we would expect the association.
He's talking about.
So is he talking on Boost Mobile?
Oh, my bad. It's on mute. My bad. I apologize. Go ahead, brother. My bad. I'm sorry.
He knew what he was doing.
Okay, go ahead.
Is he done or is he finished?
No, I muted. I was
gonna say he's never gonna be done. We might as well talk over him.
This provides some suggestive evidence for the compensation theory. Nonetheless, our data do not include a measure on parental investment to investigate this further. For instance, we cannot test whether same-sex parents spend more time with their children than do same-sex parents. Prickett and colleagues' 2015 study suggests that this may be the case. So let me tell you why I like this article. Because people like Dr. Q tries to, like, their argument is to make as many objective arguments about how wrong queer people are and how incompetent queer people are and how unhealthy queer people are in said situations, whether that's as teachers, whether that's as parents, as guardians, as contributors to society. What this article beautifully does is say, bitch, there's no fucking data or study that can be generated to suggest either side of the fucking argument, which means that people like Q are running with hate, okay, fueled by bias, because they want so bad for there to be some objective wrong outside of their weird ass belief systems and religions and their fucking Egyptology, Hotep ass philosophies, okay, that can substantiate these claims, and they have nothing, absolutely no ground to stand on. There's not one study to his defense that he can pull that proves that queer people are not great parents and should not have children and should not have access to children. Matter of fact, we actually have thousands of years of world history to prove why straight people shouldn't be in control of a goddamn thing. Not the nuclear missile, not armies, not governments, not any fucking thing. We actually have a world global fucking history to show what the fuck countries and nations look like ran by the dominant class. And so for these same sick ass motherfuckers who fly planes into buildings and sexually assault fucking women and R. Kelly the fuck out of young girls and exploit motherfuckers on a red casting couch and create patriarchal, violent, misogynistic ass systems who gang rape their own blocks, pillage drugs into their communities, shoot through homes and kill innocent people out of gang violence and gun fucking violence, have the fucking nerve to insert they dumb asinine asses into spaces and think they can be the judge and the motherfucking jury on where the fuck same gender loving people should be. Suck my pussy. Like you fucking niggas are a joke. A drunk ass.
You don't have a pussy, but let me
you actually don't know what I have. You actually don't know whether I'm intersex.
Oh, okay,
you
brother,
don't know whether I am all men on top and I'm female on the bottom.
Brother,
you
okay.
Don't know what I possess between my legs.
Okay, well, person,
or whether
relax.
It's makeshift or God given. You don't know what it is.
Person, relax. I don't believe in God, so you're talking to the wrong person.
It's clear that you don't. I can tell that by your lack of humanity that you have no source for love.
Actually, I'm a humanist, so you're actually wrong about that. But that's okay, because you've been wrong about everything else.
Right, based upon all that you just said and laid out.
Person.
You've actually unnecessary othering of people for no reason other than your freak ass beliefs about said people.
Okay, person. You've been wrong about everything else.
Of
course,
you are a wrong.
Can I speak? Like, hey, sister, can you cut this person off? Because
no, after she made me suffer through your drunken Hennessy fuel as interruptions, no, she can't. Actually.
And I already have a rule that I do not mute my guests unless they interrupting me. So that's a rule. Everybody know that's a rule over here.
Well, let me get your guest the fuck out of here because your guests don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Unfortunately, your guest has obviously circumcised him or herself.
Why.
They've obviously done that. So now let me get you the.
Why are you upset,
brother? Relax.
So now I'm a brother.
What are you? What are you?
I'm a brother. I'm something other. You don't know really what it is anymore,
brother. Are you okay? Well, are you inclined to tell me, brother?
What is your issue with same gender loving people,
bro? I ain't got no problem. Bro, I ain't got no problem. Bro, hold on.
You don't want us to have kids. You don't want us to adopt the kids that you all have thrown away to the system. So what is your problem? What is your problem?
Okay, let me deal. Okay, cool. Okay. So now this person obviously shared this and didn't know what the fuck they were talking about because this person has not.
You just got washed, my nigga. You just got washed. Bruh. Like you just got washed. You just got rinsed and washed.
Okay.
There's no way to reclaim your dignity or your manhood. You got to find your daddy to do that for you.
That's.
So what is your issue? What is your issue with queer people? You just got washed. Okay. And the same article that I sent you that you tried to argue disagreed with me. That actually substantiated what I was saying because you're trying to make a claim that there's some objective reality in science to queer people not being useful to this culture and this society or to proximity to children. Just dispel all of your bullshit because that's the pseudo shit y'all rely on. So now that you done got washed and rinsed, I'm now returning you back to the genesis of it. What is your issue? Especially when your apologists and your friends up here earlier claimed that you were an ally, but ain't nothing came out your mouth but homophobic shit since the time you put the Hennessy pulled it out of your throat to speak on this panel. So what is the problem? What does your daughter potentially being a lesbian have to do with you? Why do you think you need to agree with who the fuck she lays with intimately and who the hell she bonds with?
Great.
Emotionally.
Okay.
What do you have to contribute to any household, yet alone a two-parent household?
Is there a stop button on you? Is there a stop button on you? What the fuck is going on?
I'm looking for answers. I need answers because you the doctor, so you got the answers. I'm looking for
let me get to it. Let me get to it. Now
you got Ross and Rents on the article, boo. So you can just transition on how the Israelites did out of Egypt to the promised land and get the genesis of the situation. What is your issue with
brother, sister, or whatever you prefer?
Okay, so now I'm a sister, but I was a brother.
I don't know what you prefer.
Right? Oh, so now you don't know, right? Okay.
Listen. Brother or
what
sister.
What is your issue, sir, with homosexual people? He's homophobic. My question. What are you allying on behalf of?
Okay, brother or sister, whatever you decide, I'm going.
She and he. Okay, just combine them. She, he. Is asking you, what is your issue with homosexual people? What is the problem?
Brother or sister, whatever you decide, I'm okay.
I'm both of them. So now, what is your issue? Okay.
I'm
great. Both-handed. So, what is your issue? Q.
Okay, great. So now allow me to help you understand the shit that you don't understand, which you first gave to me that you really don't fucking understand.
You just got washed and rinsed, so you're not about to waste my time after you just got washed.
Brother,
hung out to dry, and
can you
returned
pause
back
momentarily?
To the question of why you don't want your daughter to be gay.
Is there a pause button? Okay, let me get you the fuck out of here real quick.
You can't get me the fuck up out of here.
Sorry, brother. Obviously, you didn't fucking read it, and this is what
I just read it to you, and I just sent it to you, and I just watched and rinsed you with it.
Yes,
and you still won't tell me anything legitimate about your rhetoric about queer people at all.
Okay, now
because you know you have no basis, right? So you refuse to look like an idiot in that conversation. So you want to stick to an article that I just watched.
But can I?
Right?
Hey, brother, can I speak though? Can I speak? Because you've already killed me according to you. But can I speak though?
No, because you're trying to resurrect yourself from the dead, and you got washed and rinsed. And I'm asking you, what is your disdain for lesbianism and homosexuality and transgenderism?
Q, are you willing to move on from the article?
Yeah, you got watch and rest, bro. We're not having a conversation.
Answer the question, or you just gonna go ahead and tap out, brother?
Sister, I really want to delve into the article that she gave me, and I want to read a portion for that. But I'm gonna let
article that she gave you, because you don't have no substance, right, for your issue with queer people. You can't even begin to find a substantive issue that you have with queerness at all. You have not one. It's so sad that you can't even give one meaningful disdain, one meaningful justification for why you want queer people to exist on an island all by themselves and want them to have nothing to do with you or your loved ones or your children or etc.
Yeah,
it's a shame that you want to pussy pop away from that conversation because you don't have nothing to say about it. You can't even explain your hatred. You can't even explain your frustration. You can't even explain it.
Yeah, I'm gonna move on from the article because I really think we should, since I let y'all rock. Let's just get to the meat and potatoes of.
I actually
hold on, Q. Just 1 second. I want to go ahead and move on from the article part because I let y'all rock. I definitely want to get to the meat and potatoes of why Q, like what Conscious is saying. What is it about gay people that you have a disdain for or distaste? Like, what is, like, just go ahead and tell us what it is that you don't like or that you disagree with. Like, we can move on from the article because y'all gonna agree or disagree with what the article said. I didn't read it, so I don't know. But I just want to move forward from because I definitely want to just go ahead and get to the meat and potatoes because Conscious is calling you out and it's like you're not answering that question.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree. So let me just say this: when it comes to the article, this person clearly didn't read the article.
I'm going on mute.
Why is you bringing up the article? Like, if we say we're moving up from the article,
so you telling me you don't want me
that's
to
what she's
talk about an article that this person
done been
gave
here
me
almost
to
12
prove their
hours and
point?
she wanna
yeah,
know
that's what I'm
what is
saying.
the
Like,
movie
Q,
beauty.
we can move on from the article because I want to get to the meat and potatoes of, like, we trying to show you that there's a mentality that you have, brother, that you're not catching. Like, he's exposing your bias. That's why he keep asking you a specific question about your feelings towards the community when you claim you are an ally. Now, regardless if you agree with what the article said or not, I don't know. The audience can't see the audio the article, so we don't know who's right and wrong in this situation.
Rocket shirt. Yeah. Let me
But
just show
no,
my
I'm
screen.
not. But we're not finna go there. We're not finna go there because that's not what the issue you and him are having. I think he was just trying to give you more transparency by letting you know that the claims that you're making about homosexuals and their abilities to raise children or whatever, there's not enough data to back it up.
And that's only according to this article. There are plenty.
Yeah, so I get it. Like,
there are plenty of actual.
So why can't I use the article that this person brought to me, though?
Because
I don't get
there
that.
are plenty of actual articles I have listed right here in this folder that actually substantiate the fact that queer folk make amazing parents.
But the thing is,
amazing parents.
But the thing is, Q, whatever it is that you're trying to debunk is not what your stance is, unless you can show us in the article that it says that. Unless the article says, unless you see in the article that it says that heterosexual people make better parents than homosexual people, then I would let you refute the article. But if it's not saying that, there's no point in continuing going back and forth about it, because Conscious already made it clear that he was pulling that article to show you that there's not enough evidence for you to make that claim. Like, that's what I'm saying. Unless it's in the article that it says
to make is that straight folk are better at this than queer folk. But
so this dude is just talking over and over and over, and I just can't say anything, right?
You can, but you want to continue to stay. You want to, like, we want to move forward. Like, I'm sure the audience, people,
well, let me move forward.
Hold on, it's been 11 hours, and my view count has not dropped on the 20. That means people are still interested with what's being said.
Me say what I want to say. Then I don't get
it. But that's not how it's going to work because I want to get to the meat and potato. Do you even know the question that he asked you? Well, he's trying he's getting right to the bottom line. Why y'all disagreeing?
Listen, this dude just lied. Because this dude has not read this article. This dude has not read this article.
Washington Lynch, Q. My God. And you don't even respect the host.
Watch this, Q. What's the question that he asked you? Watch this.
Damn.
Q, what is the question that he asked you?
Hennessy got your tongue, Q?
Did he drop out?
Nah, he there.
You right here.
I'm still here. I'm
just on airplane mode, honey, because he has no idea.
I'm just like, damn, why can't I just say what I want to say when this person is just talking back and forth, left and right? I don't understand it.
Okay, so I'm finna just ask a question, Conscious. If I let him, like, 30 seconds to please address this article one more time. Q, would you answer the question that he asked you 11 times already to get to the meat and potato of the issue and the mentality, brother? For some reason, this article means so much to you, even though if you cannot tell me in that article that it says that heterosexuals make better parents, then you really finna waste our time.
It ain't been nothing but that since he been here.
But if once I let you address this article, would you go ahead and answer Conscious question?
Listen, I'm gonna answer any question, and I also have questions to ask myself. But the only thing I want to say is, with what this brother brought out,
I'm gonna go take in my weave.
is that what it says is when you look at this article, it says that this
All
data.
right, hold on. Before you address the article, are you going to answer his question?
Yeah, I'll answer anything this dude
Okay.
says. Like,
All right,
but hold
conscious.
If I'm asleep by the time he's over,
hold
you
on,
have to reckless call me Neo.
hold on.
I'm gonna mute myself.
Listen. I'm gonna answer anything this dude says, but I just also wanted to be when I ask this dude a question that I also would like an answer as well. Is that what we're talking about here?
I'm not talking no more about the audit. I'm not addressing that article because I
Brother,
just watched her rinse with it. So
I'm
she's
not
gonna give
talking
you.
to
So she's gonna
brother. I'm
give
not
you the
talking to
opportunity.
you.
She's
Brother,
gonna
I'm
give
not
you.
talking
She's
to
gonna
you.
give you the opportunity
Brother, I'm
to
not
say what you
talking
need to
to
say,
you.
and
Okay,
then
bro, let's just let him talk because I'm not talking to him at this point.
Okay, all right. So let's move on because like this is what we're saying. Like it's not getting nowhere. But I do like our conscious. I think you asked him a fair question. Can you repeat that question one more time? I think it's fair after all this time he spent on here engaging in conversation with you all. Now ask him one more time the question.
the question is, what is your issue with the queer community that you are an ally for? Because you don't want your daughter to be gay, and you don't want queer people to have children or adopt children or to have any influential position to make sure that their rhetoric and their gayness doesn't spread through the frequencies of antennas and into boombox systems around the world to make little boys want to put on heels instead. So what exactly is your issue with same gender loving people, trans people, just people of the so-called alternative? What's the problem?
Okay, Q. Can
Okay,
you
great.
please address the question? If you say anything about the article, I'm just gonna mute you. Okay, because we're ready to move.
I hope you're ready to mute me, but I hope you're ready. So are you ready right now, or do you need to say a few words?
I'm gonna wait to see what's the next thing that come out your mouth. Like, go ahead.
Okay, great. All right. So now, when it comes to the article that you brought, are you ready to meet me?
Okay. Oh Lord, bro, this is crazy. All right, Q, it's time to go to bed. Save your energy for our debate. You can bring up the article all you want in our debate on the 18th, but it's time to go. We going to bed, brother, because we ain't getting nowhere. Like,
there's no hope because
I was really trying to get to the meat and potatoes of the conversation. Like, it's no point in continuing to talk about the article. Y'all both made it clear what y'all got from the article and what it said. So, but nobody can. Yeah.
I was gonna say another part of it is knowing when to bow out gracefully when he is and remember it once again. The seven sins of memory. When you have a bias, is going to blur or color your perception. And so when he is very, very hell bent on not understing, quote unquote, what queer people
So
are
you
saying.
can let these faggot ass niggas just talk.
There we go. Right there.
Yes. Didn't I tell y'all?
Yes, ally.
Yes. That there comes the thank you for the allyship, Cube. You are an amazing
contributor
to the black
bro.
I just said all this
knew
earlier.
it.
Let these niggas work, honey. Okay, you gotta know the difference between
Thank you, bro.
Really? Niggas who want to appear to be all inclusive and stand for the rights of everybody. Oh, poor thing. Poor thing.
It was just so funny.
You said when you piss them off, the true colors come out. I tried to tell somebody that before that she didn't understand. My friend, I had a friend of mine who got kicked out of her apartment complex where she got into, even though she you know how they say, oh, I have gay friends, I don't have a problem with gay people. When she got into a fight with her neighbor was a gay man. And when they got into an argument and they got into a fight, she kept calling him the F word, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when the police came, they didn't report. Nobody went to jail, but the office got wind of it, and they actually kicked her out of their unit because she used that type of language. And she was telling me that she didn't understand why was she getting in trouble. And I said, well, I'm surprised that you using that language, because if you were ally, as soon as you got mad at a gay man, the first thing you started calling him was the F word. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all could have fought. If y'all was fighting, y'all just could have, duked it out. But you don't see that your true colors came out once you was upset with.
Mm-hmm.
Always saw him like that. You just needed a reason to say it, and you said it, sis. So you got kicked out.
But see, I got heat earlier in the conversation when I caught his apologist to the stand, who defended how, it's not in his heart, and this is not who he is, and it's just he wasn't saying it like that. So I wish we could bring those dead apologists right on back here and get them to explain this.
I don't know how to reach the truest. I'm gonna check my email to see if he asked you to look me up, but I'm sure it's late. And Sister Freedom is definitely asleep, So, but I don't know. I can't even defend him on that because I'm like, dang, Chris, because I mean, dang, Q. I was gonna blame it on the alcohol, but
I done been a he, I done been a she, I done been both of them.
It's been nothing. But to be completely honest, as much as we say that quote unquote men are emotionally, lack emotional intelligence, I kind of alter the way that I say that now. I call him emotionally manipulative, because he knew what he was doing, and which is the reason why I didn't want to hear what he had to say the last time he was on here, because you're claiming, or trying to have this false illusion. I'm an ally. But when you're asking these questions, you're asking leading questions, which lets me know what you already think about queer people, what you already believe about queer people. Then you're entering conversations that are, and you're entering conversations about queer people and trans people, and you're holding these talking points that hold context and nuance, but you lack the context and nuance. And what that does, that completely does a disservice for the conversations. And then in return, a lot of the times, a lot of these points and stuff, it puts the problems on the shoulders of queer people instead of the people that actually display the transphobia and homophobia. That's like me showing up to a SA convention and I'm asking questions, but the way I'm asking questions and I'm holding these conversations, and I'm lacking my talking points are lacking nuance. But in result of my talking points lacking nuance, I'm putting the responsibility on the victims of sexual assault. I'm an ally, but you never should have worn that dress. I'm an ally, but
what was she wearing?
But I'm an ally.
Oh yeah, I just want to answer this question when you don't like nobody. I'm asexual.
I'm there with you, Dio.
Yeah, I don't like nobody. If anybody asks you and they've been trying to, figure out my sexual preference, you tell them that Neo says she's asexual, and then we're gonna leave it at that. So if anybody asks, I'm asexual. Thank you. All right. I don't like nobody.
This is why I don't believe in a managed society, because the reality is, when we think of like a loving world, people have to choose to love you. They can't, like, it's not something you can argue somebody into. You can't debate them into love. Like, that's why there's no point in any of us really looking or setting these conversations up in that way. Like, all I can say is, you don't have a right to endanger me, and the resources are going to be made available to me. I can't ask for anything else from this fucking society, because people have to get there with other people on their own accord. And I think it's also, I knew he was trash soon as he pretty much presented a benign queer phobia.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, like, people actually think there is a such thing as benign homophobia or benign racism. and there's no such thing. It's all violent and oppressive as hell. But I think the bigger issue of the oppression is the legislative, governmental, societal ills that we face as a minority community. Like, I actually prefer these people to stay the hell away from me. I don't want them.
At this point, Conscious, I don't even blame you. Like, I'm telling you, like, I deal with this with family, friends. My brother is an openly gay man, and me watching your show been helping me, helping my relationship with him a lot more, because we fight, we argue a lot, especially about we do. We actually do. And with so many words, it's because he thinks I have a misogynist mentality, but then the misogynist men call me a feminist. Like, anytime I state my opinion about anything, I instantly get a label, like, right away. And I guess because I think people don't realize that I'm a very balanced person. I see things in more balance and different perspectives. So I'm not going to be always all the way left or all the way right on, like, major conflicts these days, because I could just see things. Like, you know how you can read the person's psyche? I can actually, like, see their soul sometimes. That makes sense, right? But we disagree on a lot of stuff. But since I've been watching your channel, you've been educating me on terms with showing that I'm getting old and I'm out of touch, because I didn't know what a mammy was. When y'all kept saying that, I always was like, am I a mammy? Like, y'all literally had me sit there like, I think I might be a mammy, and didn't know. You know,
you're not a mammy, Neo, at all. Okay,
yeah, you are not a mammy.
You are not a mammy.
Yeah, because you remember I thought I was, because y'all know that I'm pro-black first, regardless of whatever my sexuality is. That's why when people keep asking me those personal questions, I'm asexual, just to get rid of it, right? It's because I don't want to talk about what I do or who I date. That's not what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to, help the black community, right? And be a voice and a support system for them. And y'all know I do speak a lot on helping men, especially the black men, because I feel like they just don't know better. You know what I'm saying? I'm actually trying to reach out to the younger ones. Like, I already made a stance. They laugh at me on my channel because I keep saying anybody 50 and older, they're not going to be able to be good leaders in the community, the black community. We need to start with the younger guys, right? Because they have room to change their mentality. If you've been believing the same shit for 50 years, it ain't nothing I can say to you to get you to understand my perspective. Example, talking to Joe. I don't know Joe, but he sounds like he's over 50, just guessing. Right. But then what was my point? I don't lost.
You can see things from both sides and talk.
You watching your show. But watching your show helped me build a relationship better with my brother, because a lot of y'all talking points he brings, and I used to think that he was being oversensitive, and I kept trying to tell him, boy, life is hard for everybody.
An example of maybe some of the things that he...
Okay, like, I'm going to give you an example of that you helped me with my brother. When he was talking about identifying so the racial conflict that we have, right? Our black issues, right? And what people have in the what's the word I'm looking for? As a black man, he was letting me know that life is harder for him because he's a gay man. And I kept trying to convince him that no, it's not because you're a gay man, it's because you're a black man. Like, I was telling him, I kind of had that argument that I think it was Truist. Somebody tried to bring it up when they was trying to insinuate we need to focus on our blackness first and not our sexuality. I had that mentality, but I was also had to realize that I was a little biased with that mentality, because I was seeing it from a female's point of view. Only time my sexuality is being attacked is when a black man is trying to figure out if he can sleep with me or not. You get what I'm saying? Like, a white man never asks me, do you like women? I mean, do you like men? What is your sex? They don't talk to me about that. Even if they find me attractive, they just don't. I always have to defend what I do in the bedroom with black men. So every hardship I had happened to me because of the color of my skin. I'm from Florida. We deal with a lot of discrimination, right? over here. So I was trying to tell him like he's kind of overreacting about this gay thing. Like nobody really cares like that. Nobody's stopping you. But after watching y'all show, I was like, that nigga is actually right. And he been telling me this for months that you keep shutting me out, you keep dismissing me, and I'm telling you that life is really hard for me more because I'm a gay man, not because I'm black. And he had to break it down to me that in the community, he was like, my own people won't even accept me. They don't see me as value. They say I don't benefit. Like, now I understand why suicide is so the numbers are so high, for especially the gay black men in their community, because they already got to deal with the white people don't want to have shit to do with them. And now you got black people who got black faces like them telling them that they're worthless, they not valuable. So they don't have a purpose for life. So y'all been helping me with that with him, because I apologized to him. We talked about it, and I really realized that I was dismissing him because I was like,
"That's to you, Neo." Like, but that's major that you're able to like that's major, like that you're able to give him that.
And when now that he see me doing shows like this, he was like, I walked past and he was like, I heard your show. Because he don't like to watch, because especially with the Sonetta stuff, he can't stand them over there. But he walked past me and he was like, I'm proud of you. And I said, what? And he was like, I'm proud of you. And I said, but I hope you see that, you're a man, you're a black man, you're a gay man. And I see, and I'm sorry for not listening. Because I was a little stubborn about it. I'm telling you, we used to argue about it all the time. I was like, bro, I don't want to hear that shit, boy. When them cops pull you over, when them cops pull you, they ain't gonna ask you, is you gay?
Black.
They just see black and they gonna, I was more on that. But then he was like, no, it's deeper than that. Like he was like, my own people don't accept me.
Yeah.
So, and then he knows that his job acts funny because he's gay, not because he's black, because he's gay, because he see the black people who are heterosexual, getting the privileges. Like he can clearly sense that when he's not being treated fairly. So
yeah, wow. Well, shout out to y'all for making that progress in y'all relationship, and
I'm happy about that.
Yeah, and we all naturally speak kind of from our perspective, so we all try to do better at listening and hearing the other side, etc. But that's really major.
And I'm Neo-x, and I'm a Leo. It's hard for me to admit when I'm wrong, but I don't got mature enough to do it. But it's hard to do it, and I had to apologize to him. I was like, he's right. So
shout out.
We were supposed to do a debate. Me and him actually was supposed to do a debate, but I decided not to do it because I don't know if I want to expose him to the internet, because I'm real sensitive about my family, and I think I'll cut a bitch.
You will.
Mm-hmm.
If he does come on, he needs to come on with the alias and an avatar and not have any identifying markers. Okay.
Okay.
And since you done told them that, they gonna know, okay, the way we get to Neo-x is we gonna drag her goddamn brother.
Man, they know what's best for him. They better keep it. They better make sure I can't get to him. But anyway, but I'm real overprotective, and I was like, I don't want, because not that I'm trying to be mama bear to him, and it's not like he's not his own man. He's not a little boy. Like he's 30. I think my brother's 34, so he's 33 or 34, one of them ages. How bad the world has treated him, because my brother used to be the sweetest person. Like that, when I say my baby brother's my best friend, he used to be the sweetest person I know. I don't know who the hell he is now. You know what I'm saying? Who don't, for the last couple of years, he don't change to something else. And I'm just pissed off at the world, because I feel like they made him. This is not who he is. This is who he became. And I witnessed this shit with my own eyes, that the world destroyed my brother, how they treated him because of his sexuality. But he's holding on, though. I don't want y'all to think he's about to end it all. He's a fighter. He's holding on, and he loves this conscious stuff. All he do is watch, documentaries about Africa, tradition, Kemet. He studied different religion. He studied the civil rights movement. He's always like, he's very conscious, but I won't let him go nowhere near Sonetta channel, because I think I'll hurt somebody.
Yeah. No, I don't blame you. And that's, and
not even just gay black men, but gay black women, gay black trans men and women. Like, it's hard in the black community because, as you just said, you got to deal with the pale supremacy and this institutionalized bullshit, and then seeing ourselves constantly re-traumatized by what they do to black bodies, and they sensationalize this shit. And then you have to also go back and you have to exist in that same community that's being hunted by outsiders, but then you also are hunted as well within the community by your own freaking people. So it's a lot to deal with, and so it's just a lot. So I commend y'all for holding each other down, and I think it's actually dope that as same gender loving people that y'all have each other, because a lot of queer people don't even have that. And so
yeah. And I'm telling you, watching y'all show, it made me realize I haven't been there for him as much as I thought I was. I just knew that I had his back, but the way he needed me to be there for him, I definitely wasn't. I'm not there. So he definitely needs that validation. Yeah, he needs that validation, but I try to be there, but then I also know my little brother, he's that sibling. I don't know if y'all got brothers and sisters, but
yeah, I do.
You know that sibling that always have to one up you. That's him. He's been like that since we were kids, even though it was sweet, but it's always if I write a song, he gotta write a better song.
Better.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But, and the thing is, and this is how much I love my brother though. The shit be fire as fuck. I don't even get mad. I be like, damn, I inspired you to write that.
Exactly.
The music
I bring out the best in you, okay?
Yeah, I don't even get mad. I be like, you always gotta one up me, but he been like that his whole life. But I don't get mad. It makes me smile because I be like, my brother's he's a genius, shit. But we do argue. But we do argue a lot about political stuff, religion. How should I, come at people when people, call me a dyke? What should I say? Like, we argue about all that stuff. So, but he definitely made it clear to me that I didn't validate it.
But in topics in a way that y'all would argue about, period. Because most people kind of argue about those particular subjects.
Sensitive topics.
Yeah, because he said I didn't validate him. And I'm like, nigga, I would take a bullet for you. Or I would kill, let somebody, okay, think I won't do the time. Trust me, if you become a hashtag, it ain't gonna be no kumbaya. You ain't gonna be on no kumbaya shit. I'll tell you that right now. They better hope I don't catch your assassin.
If you ask most black families, would you prefer to have a gay daughter or a gay son? Most of them would say
they gonna say gay daughters. Yeah, he brought all that shit out to me. He laid it out, but he was like, I don't feel validated, and at least you have people that affirm you, and it's not the same for you because you're a woman. They don't really care if you gay, straight, or whatever, and I'm telling you, he just let me, and at first I ignored him. Like, at first I kept brushing him off, but when I started watching y'all channel, I was like, damn, this nigga he was right. So, but I've been trying to make it up to him, kind of, but sometimes though, I love my brother, but sometimes he is just an asshole.
Strangle him. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes he is just an asshole, but he
wouldn't be a man if he didn't have the capacity to be an asshole. Okay.
Yeah, and he apologized like a man when he know he done said something wrong and did something fucked up, and he's genuinely sorry. He don't say he's sorry. He would just bring me food or my favorite food. That's
I love gift.
I get a chocolate chip cookies, or hey, I'm going to get it's this place, this seafood restaurant. I'm going to go get some. You want something? Like, that's how he apologized.
That was so funny.
So, but he still, as much as he always getting on heterosexual men, he apologizes like them too. But now that's my baby. But I'm glad I met y'all, because I'm telling y'all helped me understand him more, because I thought the nigga was tripping.
It's also funny, Neo. That's why, I was, even when I was asking Q, I was just like, it's crazy that y'all literally don't have no reason. Y'all literally don't have a reason. There's no real reason. Like, all the reasons they rely on come from philosophy, come from religion, come from ideology. There's no actual, when you as a person sit back and think about you and this group of people, you don't have one substantive reason to actually feel the way you feel. You just believe what you believe, and then you privileged enough to not give a fuck about the way those beliefs actually impact everybody else, because that's how blinding privilege is. Like, it's so second nature to you. But it's just wild because these people, outside of their strongman arguments, outside of their Bibles, outside of the Egyptology shit, outside of their Hotep philosophies, they have to rely on like all this other shit to justify something that they can't they can't justify without it.
Yeah.
Like, what would I have to say about y'all and to y'all? And like, what when I think about what my issue is, damn, I don't actually have an issue. I've just manufactured one because I've joined the club that feels this way.
Yeah, I brought that out on my live, a couple of my lives before, because I tried to get a heterosexual. Were you there that day, Reckless? Were you there? No, okay. I was trying to remember.
I was
but you
there.
remember when I asked the guy? Remember we kept asking him questions, breaking it down, and I find like every reason that he had against the gay community, I specifically showed him that your reasoning is number one, it can be applied to the heterosexual community too. And if the best thing you have is procreation, is the reason why you don't think, people should practice homosexuality. I keep reminding him, what about the statistic that says gay people or queer people have children and they have biological children? Like there's more statistics coming out that more heterosexual women are now abstaining from having children. That's why the white people had to put their abortion, because their numbers going down. So, they tried to make a political stand about this abortion thing, but they really just don't want to release the statistic about their numbers dwell. There's more of them dying than are being born. So they trying to,
that part, like, and how do you just default to demonizing people who practice abstinence? People who practice abstinence for the sake of religious vows, like priests and nuns who also abstain from all, like, you discounting and demonizing asexual people who don't even have a proclivity toward sex and all of that. Like, and where is the objective rule book that, like, I mean, you're also dismissing the hell out of handicapped people who some of them cannot also reproduce, etc. Like, where is this fucking rule book that every fucking human being has to be?
Yeah, and I've always like, why do y'all find the value in that? Because I can respect a human being who know that mental health running their family, they know they're a crappy person, and they know the world, the world is full of suffering. I can respect a person who just don't want to have kids because they just don't want to bring kids into this world.
Yeah.
I hear those arguments all the time when I ask people who don't want to have children why, and sometimes I hear that, hey, I have a medical condition that runs in my family, there's an illness running my family, or they be like, yo, this world suck, I ain't bringing another soul here. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I heard gay and straight people make those arguments.
Yeah, and some people are just honest enough to be like, I'm too selfish, I don't want to share my money, I don't want to have to, I don't want to have to give my time, like I want to be able to live my life how I want to. And I'm just like, all that's real, because you're here to live out your life path. You're not here to necessarily repopulate the goddamn earth. Like, the earth is going, human beings going to be repopulating until the end of time. Like, that's never going to not be the case when human beings are not replicating, unless they're just physically not capable of doing so. But it's just wild and weird, and people need to fucking stop it. Like, stay out.
IG made a good point. He was like, they want to procreate, but they don't want to cultivate. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's some of these men who complain about survival. They keep saying survival. I didn't get into it, but I wish I would have got into it earlier because I let them rock. But I wanted to say, where's the survival when y'all are the ones killing each other, though? The statistics say you're most likely be 3 times more likely to get killed by a black person in your own community. You know what I'm saying? Like, survival can start with y'all first stop taking lives. And nobody would have to rush to have all these children. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It's just, I be asking them that. I be like, y'all be quick to demonize somebody who won't bring a life into this world, but you don't demonize people who take lives. Like, I don't know. It's just, it's crazy. I've been trying to connect the dots. What is the actual issue?
You let them tell it. The black man's plight is so hard. It's such a struggle. There's all these issues. So you demonizing people who don't want to bring Black people into a oppressive, violent system. Make it make sense. Isn't that also can be argued as an act of love that I don't want to bring forth Black children into a fucked up ass system that they don't even have any control over, that they have to hopefully navigate? Like, there's nothing wrong with a Black person who doesn't want to have to worry themselves about, rather they can keep a child alive until he or she is 18 years old because of all of the dangers that exist for those children. I think that's also an act of love. Not having children is an act of damn love and a preservation of the community.
I mean, to be honest, we're already overpopulated.
I knew you was gonna say that.
The homophobia is working backwards. Man trying to put his hand on top of Mother Nature. She's in charge. She's going to determine which babies can have babies, who's going to be gay, who's going to be trans or straight. So we don't need man to put his hand on top of her hand and say, no, everybody needs to be straight. Well, we're going to run out of babies. That is an illogical fear, which is the definition of homophobia as well. And they just...
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
People just want to shit on the gays to make them feel better about the shitty parts of their life. We're their whipping boy. And since the Bible gave them permission, or different religions, texts have given them permission to shit on us, that really makes them feel better. I think it does. I think that's really what it all boils down to. They can, again, play cognitive dissonance, feign ignorance, act like they don't understand. You can never make them this. That they've been given a false entitlement and right to shit on this specific community. And racism, that makes Black people feel really bad. So if they can shit on somebody like the gays, they're down with that. That makes them feel better. If their daughters, all the issues that they have, at least they can talk shit about the gays. And it's unfortunate, but I really do believe that's their problem.
And it's like a nuance. It's bring forth these Black bodies until those Black children are trans, until those Black children are gay, until those Black children are lesbian, and then you don't give a fuck about the children. Like, why are we pushing people to have children when y'all don't give a fuck about those children who become gay adults and queer adults? So, like, this ain't about the fucking children. Y'all are even selective about what children deserve to be here and what children shouldn't be here.
Yeah, that's a great point, because DMG, my brother, who channel I'm also streaming to besides my YouTube channel, that's the point that he brought. He was like, he's tired of the conscious community with this homophobic rant and these excuses, because he was like, at the end of the day, these are Black people, these are Black lives. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what they do in their business, it's none of our business. You say you pro-Black, then you should be protecting our LGBTQ community that are Black people. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not hard. It's not a hard concept, but they make it so hard, because I kept asking one guy, I said, what is it that you really don't like about gay people besides you think the sexual behavior is taboo? Because I asked him, is it acceptable for a woman to let 7 men run the train on her? I said, would you engage in that? Would you want your daughter engaged in that? Of course he said no. But I said, but morally, is anybody doing anything wrong if those are all consenting adults and the woman wants to engage in having sex with 7 men? It was her choice. Nobody's raping her. No one's forcing her. She wants to do it. So there is no harm being caused with that sexual activity, but it's taboo because you would never do it and you don't want your daughter to do it. So it's the same thing. Like I told him, it's just y'all been taught.
Hypocrisy too, because he might be one of those men that might participate in an orgy.
He said it because I asked him to make sure I understood his mentality. He said he wouldn't participate in that.
Yeah, he said that.
Yeah.
But yeah, right. You
don't believe him.
Sometimes I wonder if they're gaslighting. They know what the issue is. It's them.
But no, I was just trying to give him an example of what taboo is, like something that's sexual that would not be considered sexual inappropriate. That is sexual inappropriate. But if you look at it's nothing wrong with what they're doing. They're all consenting adults. They're not having sex with animals, and they're not having sex with children. And they're not forcing anyone to have sex with them. There is no harm being caused. So what is you
It's the
complaining
same
about?
men who fuck escorts and watch porn and indulge in sex workers and content that sex workers produce, and then have this moral pushback against sexuality. Not to mention that, when did it become acceptable to talk all up underneath people's skirts? Because if there's one topic that's been completely conservative for the Black community, it's been the topic of sex. So now all of a sudden now we get to make the exception for queer folk and talk all up under their skirts and concern ourselves with who they fucking and sucking and lapping on. But you can't, but they would beg to differ as it relates to people's right to indulge in conversations about what they do with their body parts and who they lay down with. So if it's inappropriate for me to talk about what your mama may or may not be doing with her body parts, don't you think it's also just as inappropriate for you to talk about what queer people are doing with their body parts? Like, why do we make the exception for queer folk, but everybody else reserves the right to have privacy when it comes to their sextivities? But soon as homosexuality, same gender lovingness, anything comes up, the first thing they go to is the pornography of it all. Kim Burrell literally in God's pulpit, if a woman puts her face in between a woman's breast meat, she perverted. If a man puts his face in the crotch of another man, he's a perverted. Like, reduce queer people to sex as if queer people don't love, don't desire a family, don't create community. And yes, fuck like every other human being does in every other group. But where did queer people become the exception for our sex lives to be the topic of society's whatever?
Again, it's like I said, I just feel like it's just taboo. It's foreign to them. You know, of course, if they under Abrahamic faith, it teaches them that it's abomination. So they probably curious because, you know, they believe that, you know, people who participate in that is going against nature. That's like the number one argument I hear all the time. But I just remind them, I was like, well, technically, brother, it's just because you find it top. It's not familiar to you. Were taught that was bad. That was naughty. You know, what? Then he dropped off?
It seemed like he did just drop off.
So
what I was going to say is, to me, it just seems like they know Black men's, especially with the hotel, they know Black men's lack of accountability and responsibility is the problem. So they gaslight by trying to point at other things that aren't really the problem. And that's why maybe they stress so much that the Black man needs to be the leader, but he's not the problem. The Black women need to follow, or they being masculine. And they get all these pick-me's rounded up that, you know, for women.
Hey, Reckless, hit him up and see if he's coming back, because I definitely want him to do a close, because I'm going to close it up. But I definitely want him to have the final word to close it up. I'm sorry, Retro Dutch. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, you good. I'm just like, it doesn't make sense to me how they can't figure out what the problem is. They keep pointing in other directions. That just like, how many times we gotta explain it? We explain it so many times, you still don't get it. You know you're the problem, but you're gonna keep, if you can convince people to say, oh, it's the gays, or get enough people to follow you with it. I
feel you on that, but I think when I do be trying to have the conversation with heterosexual Black men, I keep asking them specifically, what is it that a gay man is doing that's causing harm to the community? And they can never give me a solid answer. It's always to the survival or the influencing the kids to be gay. It's like they never tell me what the harm is.
What is well, okay? I was gonna say, well, what is the Black man's contribution? The cis hetero Black man, since we're talking about the gays' contribution to the community's downfall or whatever, why don't we ever talk about the Black man's contribution, the straight Black man, cis? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but
we're bashing them. Then whenever you bring up the stuff, then
Well, I told them that y'all would be cool with a man who is a pedophile and a predator, and who's a pedophile in the community, and you will give this person a pass. oh, well, she was 14 or she knew what she was doing. You just keep ignoring that this man knew that he was having sex with an underage person. You know what I'm saying? But then, a person who's homosexual and who's over 18, who's sleeping with other people who's over 18, oh, that F word and that punk, and they're trying to destroy the community. But you're just gonna ignore that this black man destroyed this young 14-year-old girl's innocent. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You blamed her why they had sex when he was the one he's the adult. He's supposed to be the one to say no. A child cannot consent, regardless if you think she knew what she was doing or not. Like, but y'all okay with that? Like, I'm telling you, I have these discussions all the time.
And even then, and even then, let's just say, quote unquote, the child can consent. But the thing about it, we also know that even with minors or children, their brain does not process or understand the level of impact that happens when you don't follow certain rules and regulations and things aren't done in a certain way. So let's just say that the child does, quote unquote, consent. But however, that responsibility is still on the adult to understand the optics and understand what is considered appropriate, and also to understand their own well-being. So like,
I'm sorry not to cut y'all. When I hear people say even if the child consent, I always tell them it's impossible. A child can't never consent. It is impossible. Even if they say yes, I want to have sex with you, adult person, that is not consent. That's not it. By definition, it's not consent. They just go along with the flow. But by law, what the law says, that child cannot consent.
Yeah.
So regardless of you, like, well, she gave you permission. The law says she's not capable of. She can't make that decision.
I was gonna say that I think his device had died, so I don't think he's gonna be back, because when a lot of times when his device dies on our end or whatever, it takes a long time to power it back up. So I don't think he's gonna be back.
Okay, get down. I damn sure wanted him to do it just to bless us with one more, more, just anoint the family woman. Because I really believe I definitely accomplished something tonight. Like I said, YouTube made it clear to me when they reached out to me that my audience is Black males between the age of 30. I think it was like 30 and 50 or something like that. And I know I'm a part of the conscious community. I know I have my issues with them, my beef with them. And I told them, as much as y'all, keep attacking me because of my appearance, I'm still here fighting with y'all, fighting for y'all, But I do understand, like, when I go to your channel and, conscious channel, where y'all don't give a fuck, y'all be like, fuck these male worshipers. Like, I get the mentality and how y'all got there. Cause I be like, hey, I'm this close from, jumping over and cheering with y'all. They keep, no matter how much I keep trying to show these men I love them, they just keep worrying about what I'm doing in the bedroom or who am I doing it with. Even though I kind of told the story before. Everybody knows I had an ex-husband. That's a long story. I'm not going to get into that. But they want to know, well, what happened? Why ain't y'all me? Like, I'll be like, bro, me and you met. We having a conversation. We having a disagreement. We having a debate. Not one time in my mind did I care who you were sleeping with. It never crossed my. It's this dude named Quinat. He's an Israelite. He does every time I appear on the show or something. At me is you wondering what, like, now you make me feel like you're fantasizing, like you want me to be, sleeping with women so you can fantasize and think about it. Like, I'm confused. Why do you keep saying that shit when we're talking about religion and God and stuff?
Well, for one, like, that could be, and also too, when they do that, especially if they know that this person or the opposing side just might be getting the upper hand, or they may not have a rebuttal. What that does is that activates the MK Ultra, that's AKA the homophobia, transphobia within people, either on a conscious or subconscious level. So a lot of times too, even when, and like we've seen here, even when you have queer people or people that quote unquote may, and I'm about to use a quotation, people may assume to be queer because that's a man that's feminine or that's a woman that expresses herself more masculinely, and people just make the assumption that they're queer. is that even when they are speaking, even when they're making intelligent points, and even when they are having the dialogue, you will make it your business to discredit them. And that's the reason why, and I was very strategic about me bringing up the 7 sins of memory, because that's basically what was displayed throughout this whole 12 hours. Exactly.
And I appreciate you as a soldier. I can't, right now I can't, because I'm on a strict budget right now, because I gotta pay for some stuff. But if I could cash app you for your time that you spent rocking with me, because I didn't go to work. I was supposed to go to work. I did not go, because I definitely felt like this conversation was needed. And I hope that a lot of heterosexual men get a chance to see, you know, the mentality, how y'all rock. Gay people can be conscious. It's ridiculous to think that they can't be. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wish the old girl would